are shape-shifting lizards, decisions to keep the masses in prison, believing they're men as they form their war prisms. The one feeding us lies designed to keep them high, and in control of our lives, so step forward and pry. Open your third eye, we might find a place we all like. For harmony, rhyme and time, we strive at night. Tied in plans, we revive to free the blind. In this place, you lay your fate hastily, based upon a salary, and taste the blood of a democracy turned tragedy. Sadly, the saviors have been labelled insane as the rage once took place, but now burns and turns to slaves of the airwave frequencies paid to influence demographics in certain ways. If you don't understand what I say, hit a ball on Thursday. Designated colour schemes of girls young as 8. Orange is okay, but currently yellow is the way if you wish to conform to the styles that they make, the styles that they create, and their music is fake. It's just a matter of an image that they can take all the way. In fools with shackled brains I spit in hope of a change. Someday painstaking gains of war might hit. Your lives abhor the lies, the whores despise their laws, incite the mind to more. Because 96% of you are sightless and poor, with the remaining 4 under floors of planning wars.
Boo.
Boo. Why do you look like that?
Even a man who's pure of heart and speaks in prayer by night may become a wolf when the wolf's bane blooms and the winter moon is bright. That's the start of a cradle song.
Yep, I just got confirmation. Taking my money back.
Getting your money back.
Yep, I'm gonna take my money back for his hoodie, replace it with something else for Jess and not for him. Sucks for that kid.
Yeah, if he's doing that sort of shit, talking to other girls before they're even married, jump in, Jody. Yeah, I don't think they're. Oh, I have to do it now. Jody, Jody,
oh God.
Jody, Jody. Good morning, St. Tommy. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, if their relationship's that rocky already, well, no, not rocky. If he's doing that shit, is that you, Dave?
Maybe.
Cupcake! Woo, woo, woo.
I gave it a just right time
Oh
to
my God.
geek out like that.
Sorry, I haven't seen Cupcake in so long.
That was cute. Don't be sorry. I thought it was cute.
I missed you terribly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've got a microphone somewhere here that's pointing in the wrong direction.
That's a little better.
I don't know if any of this stuff works at this computer.
Have you met Jody and Silverwolf?
I've met Silverwolf. I've not met Jody.
Hello.
Hello.
Cupcake, Jody.
What?
Oh, this is Critical Cupcake is their channel.
I've seen panels where Critical Cupcake was in on. I just never really spoken to him before, but it's nice to meet you.
It's lovely to meet you. I'm unfortunately not very well, which is why I've not been around.
Oh.
It's great to see you. I hope you're feeling well.
No, I'm not really, but
But life goes on, doesn't it?
it does. It goes on regardless.
Yeah. feel like I've been satanic long enough. I need to. Oh, there we go. Safe in the arms of Jesus.
In the loving arm. You're looking very well.
Oh, thank you. I'm not doing great.
But you don't look like it.
But hey, I don't look like it, so that's a win. That's always a win. Good morning, Jill. Do not defile yourself. Okay. Lovely and broad. First thing in the morning. I defiled myself probably 2 hours ago, Jill.
I hear vicious rumours that you're going away.
Yes. Oh well. I bought plane tickets. But my son is not doing so great, and I think today actually I had to make the decision. I don't think I'm going to be able to go because I don't want to be on the other side of the planet if anything does happen. So
Understandable, but crappy.
yeah, exactly. I haven't broken the news to Robbie yet. I've been avoiding that. He's absolutely devastated.
They're in a screwy time zone. They're not even awake yet.
Good. I'm going to avoid him. Leviticus 9. That's a whole chapter, Jill. For fuck's sake. You can't even narrow it down like to a verse. Various laws the Lord said to Moses. Oh, Christ.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. I was having keyboard issues. Didn't expect to have a camera.
So, Jill, you still hold to the Old Testament, do you? And you can't see any contradiction between the New and the Old Testament.
He's all for God wiping out everyone again. A good old massacre.
A good old genocide. Oh, no. Yeah, it's just like the JWs. They get quite aroused when they talk about Armageddon.
They're looking forward to it with a passion.
They are so keen for it. It's quite disturbing. And it's funny. We laugh at how bizarre it is, but I can still remember the thinking and how you explain that to yourself. But you don't really need to. You're that indoctrinated that the entire globe is disgusted and evil, and you honestly think that
do you think a JW that, I mean, you're this is a genuine question. Do you think a JW that has believed as fervently as you did their entire life has lived at all?
No. And do you know, for that reason, it's actually something you'll hear a lot of witnesses will say, and I've said this about my own mother. She's at the point in her life now, I wouldn't want her to wake up.
No.
If she woke up now and realized the 50 odd years she's lost to the cult, it would probably destroy a person.
Yeah.
But I mean, they live in their own weird way. Like at Christmas time, they all get together and go to the beach because the place is secluded because everyone's doing Christmas.
Because it's Australia.
Yeah, and that. And you know, they have get-togethers and stuff all the time, and their weddings are very sort of European almost. Like everyone brings a plate, and everyone, you always know who's going to be there. It's always the same people. So they have their dues, but you can see, and I remember, that they miss out on a lot more than they get. And they know it too, but they convince themselves that it's pagan or bad or Jehovah doesn't like it. So the kids are the main ones that suffer because they're not fully indoctrinated yet. And like for me, I must have had really strong critical thinking skills because I just remember right from the beginning, I questioned everything, and I was never ever satisfied with the crappy answers. And so, because of that, and then you go to school and you see all your friends, and it's like, you know, something's not right. You know that you're different, and it's pretty fucked up. The worst part's like, kids don't understand. They'll forget you don't celebrate Christmas, so you get back to school and it's like, what'd you get? And you either have to go through the whole, we don't do Christmas, and then other kids start asking questions, and you're the center of attention. So I used to lie and make presents up rather than stand up for my beliefs, even though I believed 100%, but there was no way I was going to put myself in that position.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, and I think that's why it upsets me the most is the children. Even like looking at my situation with my mum, I don't see her, and I don't really care because our relationship's pretty shallow anyway. And but it's my children. My children don't really even know who she is. You know?
Yeah.
Because I don't see her a great lot. So 420 anti-theist. I have a quick question for a former JW. Does a witness get extra credit or points for converting a full-on heathen like me, bearded, dreadlock hippie, and I had JW? So yeah. I mean, the worse you are, the more they're gonna think they did a good job. But see, that's purely if you didn't tell them to fuck off. If you do anything less than tell them to fuck off, they'll come back. And they'll come back as long as it takes. But of recent, they've been told, so that 2 years, that won't happen anymore. They've been told to stop wasting time on people like that. Which is interesting.
How often do you talk to your mother?
A couple times a year.
How do they go?
Pretty awkward, and like they're pretty normal. We just talk about normal stuff. She won't say much about the religion, but she cannot have a visit without saying something. Like, so if we try and say, "Oh, we're going through a rough time," or something's happened with the car, or this or that, or I've lost my job, or anything, right? Everything comes back to, yeah, well, that's Satan's system, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
So I stopped telling her anything because it's like, if you're just going to take everything back to fucking Satan's system, well, I already know your answer, so I won't bother saying anything. Good morning, Jill.
Hey.
After he told me that my best friend and my drummer and my son were either wicked or mentally ill, yeah, I could tell him to fuck off.
It's been a very long time, Jill.
Has it? Who's speaking?
Cupcake.
Cupcake. Is that your real name?
No. My real name is Amber. You probably remember me as Critical Cripple.
That's who?
Critical Cripple.
Critical Cripple.
Critical Cripple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We've talked a few times.
I'm used to
I'm unfortunately unwell, so I've not been around much for over a year.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm watching a praying mantis eat another praying mantis.
They do that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. There's savage things, those praying mantises.
A savage?
Yeah, quite savage.
Is that right or wrong? Is that immoral?
Nah, it's an
It is?
insect. No, it's an insect.
So it's not immoral because it's an insect.
That's right. Pretty sure.
If a human were to do that to another human, would that be immoral?
What do you think, Jill?
I'm asking you.
Yep. And what do you think my answer is?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
So it would be.
Of course it would be.
Why?
Because I said so.
Because you said so. Okay.
That's right.
So we need to arrest all those praying mantis, put them in jail, punish them for their
Why?
immoral behavior.
We just agreed that that's got nothing to do with it. It's only for those that.
The praying
mantis. This is cannibalism.
The praying mantis doesn't know any better, in the same way that we would have held someone criminally liable if they didn't know any better.
So the praying mantis doesn't know any better. He doesn't know what he's doing?
No.
Sure.
This isn't a willful act of cannibalism?
Willful in the sense that it's seen it and decided that it must, but it's basic. It's instinct,
basic
mechanic.
instincts, right?
I mean, instinct it encapsulates what is basically biomechanical processes.
It's right. It's makeup. It's ontology. It's nature.
I think ontology is a bit of the wrong word there, but sure.
It's nature, right? It's in its nature to eat or to prey on its own.
To prey.
Right. That's not in our nature, is it? Or is it?
Yeah, it is to some degree.
To some degree.
Yeah.
It's been done plenty of times, and people have been in situations where they're starving.
So it's definitely. I mean, how the pathways that are built up inside us both from biology and then society, can lead to many what you would consider harsh outcomes.
Harsh outcomes. Okay. Pretty harsh. Eating someone else alive.
I can't hear you.
That's pretty harsh.
Yeah, you've
I would
gone
say.
real quiet.
Eating someone alive, I would say, is pretty harsh.
I would say so. I mean, I think it's a bit of a misnomer. They're not usually alive for very long. Most of the eating isn't done when they're alive. Not in my experience.
And so, Jill, I have a question for you. Is it immoral if the person wants to be eaten?
We would say yes.
Why?
Because
God said so.
God said so.
Ultimately, yes.
So there is no free will of that person that wants to be eaten.
Well, there are some biological disadvantages to eating your own
Yeah, but we're
flesh.
not talking about the biological. We're talking about morality.
Well, remember, God's morality is backed in science, all of it. So he's not just telling us to do this or not to do this arbitrarily, right?
The person that's doing the eating it fully has the consent of the person that is being eaten.
Right, but God still doesn't want you to eat certain things because it's bad for your health.
Does it actually tell you not to eat people in the Bible, though?
Yeah.
It does? I must have missed that bit.
Yeah, those were some of the practices of the ancient Near East. So that's why
Where in the
Leviticus.
Bible does it say don't eat other humans?
Well, they would sacrifice humans.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about sacrificing. We're talking about eating.
That was part of their rituals. Many of the cults in the ancient Near East would not only sacrifice their children, but they would also commit cannibalism. And the Bible doesn't give every single thing that they're doing with these rituals, but it does say, "Follow not the way of the heathen." So we were not.
You're just assuming.
They can see, and that's where it boggles my mind that your mind can not see a problem with the fact that they'll go to the effort of saying, "Don't pick up sticks on the Sabbath." But eating humans, that's not as important enough to specifically mention.
Especially considering, as you just said, that it was commonplace.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible gives us what we are to eat. In some cases, it tells us what not to do. And in other cases, it tells us what to do.
But it doesn't tell you anything on this subject at all.
Genesis 9 says that we are to eat green plants, and this is food for you. It does not include fellow human beings. So,
humans who?
Right, humans are not included in Genesis 9, where it gives us what we are to eat, and then so people are treated in Scripture much differently than animals. That's very early on in Genesis. And then you can also go to Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28. So there's no direct statement that thou shalt not eat human flesh, but it
could certainly be argued that it was permissible. It's not forbidden.
Go to Leviticus 26, and you'll see. If you want that type of verbatim verbiage, go to Leviticus 26. Right, they were sacrificing. Okay, what was going on? You have to understand what was going on in the ancient Near East. They were sacrificing their children to Molech.
Yeah, okay, agreed, completely agreed. But we're not talking about sacrifice here. We're
Okay,
talking about
can I
someone
finish my point?
voluntarily.
They were
I chopped
sacrificing.
my leg
Let me
off.
finish my point, and then you'll understand what I'm actually communicating. They were
Typical Jew.
sacrificing their children to idols, and then they were eating the leftover flesh.
Yeah,
All right. So
Okay,
Leviticus
so-
26,
Were they?
9. You can go there if you'd like.
but that's a
Leviticus-
ritual and a sacrifice. We're not talking about. I'm talking about me
And they
chopping
were-
my
Let's
leg
say
off.
two people,
And they
no
were eating-
religion involved, no rituals,
So
no
they-
sacrifice.
So they weren't.
And one dude wants another
Okay.
dude to eat his leg.
Yes. Can you go to Leviticus 26, 29, please? All right. It's right there in plain English. All right. They weren't eating alive like the praying mantis. They weren't eating people alive.
Okay,
They were
it
killing
says-
people first and then eating their flesh. They were
So the praying
sacrificing.
mantis
You-
should cook its food first.
Okay. So just go to
Is that
Leviticus
actually-
26, 29. It's right there.
Dude, Leviticus 26:29 literally says, "You will eat the flesh of your sons
Right.
and the flesh of your daughters."
Right. You have to read the context, understand what's going on here. In this text, this is a punishment. This is a punishment for those people who don't follow Christ or don't follow God. They shall be like the heathen and do what they're doing. So this is a negative. This is a polemic against what those
Did God make them do it? Did God make them eat people?
Did God make them do it? No, they chose to do it.
God chose them
So
to
this-
do it?
This was a punishment. Deuteronomy 28.
No, well, it says,
Curse.
"And I will cause them
Curse.
to eat the flesh of their sons." So it is God.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
God causing them to eat flesh.
Yeah.
But none of this has anything to do with someone offering a piece of their body to be eaten.
Mhm.
Jeremiah 19 also.
It's one of those.
It's because of their
Gotta see the
disobedience.
context.
So Jill decided to give us
Context.
scriptures and make his God look worse.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's part of the punishment. That's a punishment. Homosexuality is a punishment also in scripture to the cultures and nations and lands. Yeah.
That's
So
why
are you-
homosexuality is a punishment. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, these are curses that are placed upon people's lands or people's cultures because they don't want to follow the God of the Bible. So God curses them. Curses for those who don't follow or disobey. Blessings for those who follow.
Okay, none of this says that I shouldn't eat someone's leg if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, there isn't any direct statement.
Bible
Thou
says
shalt
that
not
God's
eat
okay
human
with it.
flesh. There's no. I just said there's no direct statement.
No,
But
yeah,
it's
but there's no
mentioned-
direct saying.
mentioned-
There's no direct saying that they shouldn't, and there's no direct saying that they should. So it's not. It is neither condoned nor
No, no.
condemned.
It's practice. The practice is regarded as a
Point.
horrible curse. Okay, if something is a curse in scripture, that means you're not to do it.
But it's
What's
not.
the
That
point?
means that means
What's
if you're
Point of
doing it,
bringing
you're
up the
cursed.
praying mantis. What's the point of bringing up the praying mantis eating its
Because
prey?
I thought that was quite rather interesting that we don't consider these acts to be immoral, but we do when humans do them. So
No, they're doing, animals do what animals do, what they were created.
animals do what animals
Because,
do. Are we
Joel, see, we have this
Are we animals?
understanding of a thing called awareness.
Are
And
we animals?
we also believe in evolution. So we
Oh,
understand that things have different levels of awareness. And we
Oh,
don't
awareness.
hold things with lower levels of awareness to the
praying
same
mantis is not
account
aware of
as we
itself?
do as things that have a higher level of awareness. Which is
Ah,
why we
thank
don't
you.
hold children accountable in a court of law.
Thank you for proving Genesis
That they
9 correct.
can't understand.
Thank you for proving Genesis
So
9
why the fuck would a fucking insect have morals? You idiot.
Exactly. Where aren't we animals?
Yes.
Are we insects, Jillian?
Are we animals?
I know you're a dirty
Well, you believe in
insect,
evolution,
but
right?
I'm
We're not
actually a
insects.
mammal.
Okay, we're not insects. Good to hear that. I'm glad you guys have
Right.
put humans on a different level, just like the Bible does in Genesis 9.
Right, so do
Thank
you.
Welcome to
So do you.
Christianity.
You put animals at a different level too. You put
Humans,
living
yes,
things-
humans are on a different level, yes,
No, but
than
you-
any other species. Yes,
But
amen. That's
you
fine.
Any other,
you even value certain life more than others.
I value certain life more than no, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, you should do.
Okay, yes, your opinion.
I think wouldn't you eat a plant before you eat a baby?
Dog.
Those
Or
food,
dog.
right? Those foods are given to us to eat.
No,
That's
I
why
just
God
said-
gave us
I told
those. That's
you.
why it's not immoral because God gave
God
it to
gave us
us.
legs to eat.
Ugh.
He gave us I told you.
Why are
Genesis
legs filled with
9.
meat? Why are
Genesis
legs
9
filled with
gives
meat?
us what to eat. Genesis
Why
9.
are legs? Why are human legs filled with meat
Why are human legs filled with meat?
if they're not to be eaten?
You mean muscles?
Meat.
Yeah.
Flesh.
Flesh.
Why are they filled with what?
If
But not to
they, if
eat
why
each other.
did God
Not to eat each
make
other.
legs taste like meat? Why did He make them out of meat if they weren't to be
Why did
eaten?
he made everything out of the same chemicals or the same basic protein
So
molecules
why shouldn't we
find
eat
in the
them?
earth. Why? I just told you why. Genesis 9 gives us everything we should eat.
No, we
That's
shouldn't.
why Adam wasn't
No.
confused. That's why he wasn't chewing off his finger.
Yeah,
Pizza in there?
Pork. Jill, do you eat pork?
I want to know, is pizza in Genesis 9?
Pizza?
Yeah.
I don't know
No.
if pizza's there. Yeah.
Do you eat pizza?
We're not looking for. Well, it's
Do you
grain,
eat? Do you eat?
bread.
Do you eat? Do
Yes,
you eat
grains.
pizza?
Yes, that's just grains and cheese. Yeah,
Pepperoni
and
pizza?
that's from the cow. Cheese is from the cow.
Bacon? Do you have
Pork is
bacon,
from the
Jill?
pig. I had bacon. I had ham the other day.
See, so we talking about Genesis 9. Yeah.
Genesis
How
9.
did
Yeah.
you think of it? I thought it was mentioned in the Bible that you wouldn't allow pig.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Genesis 9.
The Bible.
No. You have to keep reading.
Well, listen to him.
Okay.
About Leviticus or Deuteronomy. I'm sure they have some dietary laws in there. Are you saying we should keep those?
Well, the dietary laws are not are civil and civil
Of
law.
course they are. You haven't picked and chosen whichever ones
It's not
you
a
want.
that's not a moral law.
Uh-huh.
If you read what was going on,
So it's not immoral. So it's not immoral to eat someone's leg if they want.
no, that's a curse. Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28, Jeremiah
No,
19.
you already established
curse.
it's a curse to sacrifice.
Lamentations 2. Passage you can go to Ezekiel
Oh,
5.
Genesis 9.
Those are curses. That's a
Oh,
curse.
Genesis 9. You talking about Genesis 9?
That means don't do it.
Genesis 9 was a covenant between Yahweh and Noah and his sons.
Mhm.
Yeah, not anyone else, just between
Right,
him and Noah and his sons.
Right. So
this
only
was
the
not-
moral laws are everlasting or inviolate or
Why?
forever.
I don't know why you brought
I
up
don't
Genesis.
care. I don't care. It's bullshit anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the
Good to see
civil
you,
is
Cupcake. I
ceremonial.
haven't seen you around in a while. Critical.
I'm unfortunately not very well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
But I thought I'd try and drag myself on today.
Then I wish you nothing but strength and peace.
Thank you very much. You're too kind.
What's Sammy doing?
I don't know.
Sorry. I was hanging out the window having a smoke. Someone asked me what the time was.
God made it clear that mankind is unique and distinct from the animal kingdom.
Virtually every part of us is identical to some other animal.
Oh, great. Yeah, sure. Because he made us all from the same stuff.
Is that because he said you should subdue the beasts?
Right. We had dominion over the animals. Notice he gave us dominion over the animals, not the women.
Dominion?
Not women.
No, he gave us ownership of the women.
Do not have dominion over women.
Ownership.
They are to submit. You do not have
ownership. The word you're after there. Slavery.
Right. That's right. That's not the case in Scripture. They are to submit. You do not have dominion over them. All right. There's a difference.
Wives shall be in submission.
Slaves don't submit.
To their husbands.
Slaves are forced to work.
They have it.
Right. Yeah, don't mix up your words. I have Google.
No, my words are very accurate.
All right. Submission is not slavery. If I'm submitting to it, then I'm not being forced to, and I'm not a slave. All right.
That's what the slaves were told to say as well.
That's what they were forced to say. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. You want to talk about the antebellum South for the black man? I'd be glad to. I didn't think so.
You don't think being threatened to go to hell is being forced, whereas I do. If,
Oh,
It
if,
very
okay.
much is.
if my wife has to submit to me or go to hell, how is that her choice?
What? So if I don't love my wife as Christ loves the church 24/7, then I'm going to hell? No. That the idea is that's the goal.
No, Jim.
That's
It's
the
not
goal we're
so.
reaching
If
for.
I choose
That's
not to,
not that we do it perfectly.
you're
So no, you
saying
don't
that
go to
the
hell.
woman
You're
has the choice to submit. But if she
right.
doesn't submit to her husband,
Right.
if she wants to be the head of the family
She's in
and live
violation.
that way until she dies.
Right. That's a violation. It doesn't mean you go to hell.
Submit,
So,
accept,
yeah,
or
so
yield.
not following the rules at all mean you go to hell. So we can eat that leg.
So we can do what we want and we're not going to care about that.
No, it's forbidden.
But it doesn't
But that
matter. You just
doesn't
said
mean if you
we're not going
well,
to hell anyway. It
well, let's
doesn't
take
matter.
Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer is a perfect example. He committed those acts, and he's a born again believer now. He's on his way to heaven. So he
Exactly.
is saved.
How we
Yeah.
know that
So
there is
Still on
absolutely
his
no
way.
justice
That's
within
what
Christianity.
God can forgive you even from that type of atrocity,
There
homosexuality,
is no
bestiality.
justice in Christianity. Full stop.
What?
But
There is no justice in
But
Christianity.
there is justice. He paid
No,
for
there
it with his
isn't.
life.
The
He
most
paid
the
with his life.
justice for me,
act.
Cupcake, is that
Some
heaven's
people
going to
face
be full
justice
of
here.
like.
Some people face it in eternity.
No, they
Heaven
don't.
will
There's no
be full.
justice in everything can be forgiven. If grace
Everything can be
isn't,
forgiven.
Dang. To God.
That's just how powerful God's blood, the blood that Christ shed on the cross. That's how powerful His blood is to save.
yeah,
Even
no. I'm not trying to dissuade. I'm trying to literally work with your logic here. Okay, I mean, as much as it's fucked up, let's just go with it. Okay, there is that powerful. It can just forgive. Okay, that's fine. I can accept that, but it does. You can't turn around then and say it is in any way just. It is the exact opposite of just.
no, actually, there are cases in which justice is if the one who is judging is graceful. There are cases in which people commit crimes. Well, let's take a look at what happened this past summer, where 96% of the Black Lives Matter and Antifa rioters were let go. Well, is that justice?
What anyone does.
I
No.
wouldn't know, but that's not the point. I'm not.
Okay, so there's some cases in which people are pardoned, right? And God
Yes,
has
but that doesn't
decided to
necessarily mean it's
pardon us.
just.
He has decided out of His grace to pardon us of our sins if we repent.
No, I agree with. Okay, you're missing the
and
point here. I
right.
don't disagree that is an end conclusion and that's a nice conclusion, but it's not a just conclusion.
It is a just conclusion. If
No,
someone
it's
is
not.
repentful, if someone commits a crime, even in our
No,
culture,
you don't know what
even
justice is then, Jill.
even in our
God
culture,
does it, it's just. It doesn't matter
if
what
someone
the
commits
act is.
even in our culture today, if someone commits a crime and they are genuinely sorry and repentive,
They still go to
they
jail.
not
You
in
still
all
go to
cases.
jail,
Not in
right?
all
Still going
cases.
to jail.
Not
If
in
I
all
steal
cases.
£1,000 from you,
Yes.
if I steal $1,000 from you, and I say sorry,
Mhm.
and I am let off with that, I have still got your $1,000.
No.
You
You
do
have to
not.
give the
That is
$1,000
not
back.
just.
No, that's not
yeah,
repentance.
exactly.
That's
That's
not
the
biblical
point. That's what we're
repentance.
saying.
That is not
Repenting,
biblical repentance. You have to
repenting
understand what
is not
biblical
enough.
repentance is.
So what's
That is
biblical?
not biblical
Yes,
repentance
it
with
is.
force.
God
With
has
faith.
grace. It's
No,
grace. Okay,
biblical
God is
repentance.
paying the
God
price.
is not having grace, showing grace on someone who does not return the money back, because that's not an indication that they are sorry for what they did and that they
So
want to
what
make
it
a
comes down to, Jill, is you're trying to say you have to also give the money back, but that contradicts your whole belief that it is God's grace that saves you. You don't need to give the money back. You don't need to uneat the leg that you ate. You don't need to undo the sins you did. You can't go back in time. You're just
If I
forgiven.
kill somebody.
Well, the point is
Are
is
you
that
not by the grace
the
of
point
God?
is that true
That
repentance
price has been
shows.
paid by Jesus.
Well, the point is that
Well,
true
why the
repentance
fuck did he
demonstrates.
die for?
Right?
Well, the point is that true repentance demonstrates itself in
Wasted
your
blood.
behavior. So if you're not willing to give back the money that you stole, that's an indication that God has not truly changed your heart.
No. Here we are using this as an example because I agree with you. It is not just to not give the money back. I completely agree. The problem is with God, with what you have said about God, with the sin, with the price being paid by Jesus, with God giving forgiveness by grace alone. There is no justice. That's not to say that God isn't, in your worldview, they're able to forgive and merciful to forgive, but it's not just.
Well, you can say that, but you can say it's not just for the Black Lives Matter rally
Forget
singing
the
off.
Black Lives Matter. We're talking about God here.
We have God here.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
forget
just
the Bible
you're
here.
being a hypocrite.
This is
You're
what
being
you
a
do.
hypocrite because in your culture, you forgive, you pardon. So when God decides to
Yes,
do it,
but
all
it's
of a
not.
sudden He's
Doesn't
not
mean it's
just.
just.
Pay a
It doesn't
price.
mean
People are
it's just.
accountable.
Well, your God's justice is not
So,
the same as your justice.
Tell me,
but even
tell
in
me
your
what
culture,
Dharma
you
had to do
pardon.
other than be say
Stop being a
sorry to
hypocrite.
God.
If you can
to
pardon,
get
God
heaven.
can pardon.
What did Dharma have to give back to those people he killed and tortured? What did he have to do other than say, "Oh, sorry, God, let me in, bro"?
Well, you have to show true repentance, meaning that an actual change in heart. And God can know. God knows your heart. He knows whether or not you're faking it, whether or not you're
How do you know
actually.
that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
God knows. I didn't say I knew.
Yeah, but how do you know that God knows that?
How do I know that God knows?
How do you know that God knows that?
Well, I trust and believe that He knows what He's doing because everything He does and says turns out to be reality or correspond to reality.
Okay.
So I have 100% trust.
Okay. Blind faith.
No, faith in history and evidence. Christians are not allowed to have blind faith. It's a violation of Scripture.
And then they don't have any faith. There is only blind faith when it comes to religion.
Look up the word pistis. Aaron Ra made the same mistake.
Pistis.
And as a result, he converted to Satanism.
No. Wait there. What do you think Satanism is?
Doesn't matter. It's not atheism.
No. I care because you've been on this community now for as long as I have, which going on at least 3 years. Well, what do you think Satanism is?
Satanism is different for different people, but it's not atheism. No.
Satanism has
different definitions.
God, philosophical people worship Satan.
Don't blame Ra.
It's a philosophical position. That's not atheism. That's all I was communicating.
It is pretty much atheism, but it's atheism a little bit more with a
pretty much atheism.
It's atheism designed to piss off Christians.
Yes, right. I go with that.
That's his form of Satanism, but the true philosophical belief comes from
the thing is, it's the majority of Satanism.
No, most
Satanists can't Church of Satan. Research that. The Atheistic Church of Satan, started by Anton LaVey. Researched that in 1960s sometime. All right, so he can have a caricature or he can try to create his own religion today and call it Satanism, but it's not atheism. So that's the point.
Do you wish everybody to be a Calvinist, Jill?
Do I wish everyone? I think the Reformed position does correspond to what the Scriptures actually communicate.
No, my memory of Calvinism's gone.
I think everyone is already. I think when I have a conversation with a quote unquote non-Calvinist, it comes to find out they are Calvinist. They just don't like it. They don't like to admit it.
Do you
Calvinism?
But they don't choose to be it.
Basically, God knows all the past, the present, and the future, but they're still convinced they have free will.
Yeah. That's kind of my next question. Do you wish other people to be Calvinists, or can a person choose to be Calvinist, or does God choose a person to be Calvinist?
Well, Calvinism or the Reformed theology is just one of, I would say, 2 or 3 positions that are not considered things that would divide Christians or put you on the other side, if you will.
Does one choose to be saved, or is God choose choosing who is saved?
Well, that's a raging debate. Some say there's a combination of both.
What do
So
you
people are predisposed. So
Well, that's a
pretty
debate
much
that
see
the Bible.
what
That's a question the
what
Bible doesn't answer.
I know you won't agree with this, Jill, but what people hear when Christians say stuff like that, they hear, then what's the fucking point? God chose me to hate him. I have no fucking choice in the
Well,
matter.
well, you're making that assertion, but you don't know that for sure. So
You don't
So
know
there's still
anything for
room.
sure.
There's still room for evangelism, even in the Reformed position, because
No, there
we
isn't,
could
because you
say,
literally have to lie.
no. We could say,
You
how
have
do
to
you
say,
know?
if you have to say
Well-
that you know how someone will be saved, you're lying based on what you just said.
What? That's not the Reformed position, that we know how someone is saved.
How is somebody saved? Do they choose it
The
or
Reform-
God choose it?
Well, God is the first uncaused cause of everything.
Fucking
So if God didn't want
God
you to be
chooses
on,
who's saved.
so for example, if God didn't want you to be here on this live stream, He would have never willed it, or He would have never decreed it in the beginning.
So it's God's choice
No,
who's
no,
saved.
no. I'm fairly certain it was
Ultimately,
two.
yes. Every Christian will admit, ultimately, God is the first uncaused cause.
Okay, so
They will have to admit that. That is basically the Reformed position.
Wait, how many
No.
uncaused causes are there?
Can I ask
how
this
could
There can only be
one-
one uncaused
how could you
cause.
blame
The
another
first
one?
cause.
Why did you label it first? How is first meaningful if there's an uncaused cause? It is the most meaningless
It
thing
is-
ever.
It is a bit
So,
redundant. Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that
Jill,
out. Thank you.
Can I ask a question that might help steer me in your position a little bit? Do you believe that God created you, Jill? Yes or no?
Did he create me? Yeah.
So he's literally created every human that's ever existed and that ever will exist.
Well, no, the first
He didn't
humans
just
were
create Adam and Eve and then we just bred.
Oh, okay, I see what you
as
mean.
he
Yes.
wanted us.
Yeah. Adam and Eve have children, yeah.
So you don't think that God has had any hand in who a person is since then? He just purely has knowledge of it. He's not
I wouldn't
involved.
say that. I wouldn't say that, no.
So he
He
is.
created Adam and Eve knowing what you would be, what I would be, what Brojo would be, yet he still created Adam and Eve.
So it is just a knowledge thing. It's not that he literally created us. He just knew that creating Adam and Eve would end up with me.
There clearly isn't enough dirt.
Some people have decided that.
But we
But
don't.
there are different camps as far as soteriology is concerned. I'm not soteriology.
Jill, you're just so wishy-washy.
Well, the Bible doesn't really answer those questions. If you have questions that the Bible does
And
answer definitively,
why do people claim to have answers to these questions when it clearly
no,
doesn't?
they have positions. There are three positions basically. The Reformed position, there's Arminianism, and then there's more of a combination of both, I would say, or middle knowledge, or
So there are questions the Bible can't answer.
there are questions the Bible doesn't care to answer.
Why?
You have to word salad everything.
Mm-hmm.
Every single answer that he gives.
Gotta make
There are
it fit.
questions.
Oh, Tog's out the back. Sorry, Tog. I hope you weren't there too long.
So
Hey,
I
guys.
don't beat
Good morning.
Christians up if they don't hold to theology. That's not a decision.
Are you happy, Jill?
Joy.
Are you joyous,
I said
Jill?
joy,
Happiness
joy,
is
joy,
fleeting.
joy, down
Are you
in my
joyous,
heart.
Jill?
We're down in my heart. We're
Are
down
you
Down
full
in
of joy, Jill? Are you full of
Somebody
joy,
went to
Jill?
Vacation Bible School.
Are you full of joy?
Yes.
Filled with the Holy Spirit?
Why do you never sound it?
Huh?
You never sound
This
joy.
Really?
Yeah, you don't feel joy. So
Yeah. I mean, when I'm speaking to people who are on their way to hell,
you're
But we're
full of
not.
joy.
We have grace.
that's not joy. It's not.
Yeah,
That's
we've
not.
got God's
we are-
grace.
Why would you be worried about us going to hell? It's God's will. You celebrate His will.
How do you know that? That's God's will for you.
No, according to you.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
God will be done. Whatever
How
God
do you
wants.
know God's will for your life is hell? How do you know that?
I don't. I'm
Okay.
basing it on
All
what
right
you
then.
said.
All right. So repent of your sins.
What are my sins, Jill? What are they, though?
What sin do I have? I mean, it would be fantastic to know. I'm a cripple that can't leave the house. It's very hard for me to sin nowadays.
Well, that is a sin. You see, you should leave your house more.
Oh, so not leaving the house.
Sorry. Facetious.
That's okay. I take the piss. So it's how I stay joyous.
That's cool.
Yeah. So.
You know, I don't sin. There's basically fuck all I can do. But why would I be going to hell? I'm a lovely person.
It's hard to repent of something that you don't believe exists.
Yes.
I believe things are right and wrong, but what the fuck is a sin? Is a crime against a God that I don't believe in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you believe they're right and wrong because you made it
sin
up.
Doesn't exist.
Monkey morality.
Because I made it up. Exactly.
No,
Funny how it's actually very similar to yours, except in my opinion, it's probably a little more moral. Because I don't believe in punishing people for all eternity for finite crimes.
Of course, a subjective opinion would be better than anyone else's. Yeah, of course.
It's actually really weird looking at the ancients and how they handled the whole death scenario. I've been looking into like the ancient Mesopotamians, right? The Sumerians and the Assyrians and what they would do with their ideas of ghost. I've been looking into like this researcher. His name's what's his name? Finkel or some shit like that. He's a Mesopotamian scholar person, and he's been talking about how the ancient Mesopotamians used to do with ghosts and demons and used ritual magic to do stuff, and how that ties into the Bible and quite nicely, and then learning from that all the steps between miracles and incantations and spells. For example, the exorcism that Jesus performed may have been types of magical rituals, things of that nature, which I find kind of cool. That's where my focus of study is now, which is there's a lot to study. So I'm going to be in my nose with books for quite a while.
How do you feel about that, Jill? Sounds pretty heretical to me.
About
It
what?
does, right? That's what I said. I'm like, it does sound heretical, but once you understand that that's how it was in the ancient, it kind of slips that veil off of it being heretical, because it's like, well, this is what people did to avoid the bumps in the night, right? They truly believe these bumps in the nights were there, right? So that's the most amazing shit that goes on in like the cases they have for the bumps in the night, you know, so to speak.
See, the bumps in the night thing is, and yes, Jill, I'm going to take it back to evolution, is we had a choice when we're evolving as basically prey to respond to a noise or an unknown thing, an unknown agent. We could choose, it could be the wind rustling the bush, or it could be a tiger. We chose to err on the side of caution and assume it was the fucking tiger, because that was more likely to make you survive. If it wasn't a tiger...
it didn't work that way. No, it didn't work that way. There was one group of people that decided it was a tiger, and one group of people that decided it was the wind. The group of people that decided it was the tiger didn't get eaten by a tiger.
Exactly.
Oh, this is
There's no
evolution.
choice in the matter. It was two different groups of people. And basically, your behavior, the behavior of that group, was changed based upon on this thing. There was no choice really there.
Is that what you believe happened by faith?
No, that's what happened. We can observe it.
Most
we literally observe
observe that?
We can watch it in real time, Jill.
Where do you see evolution in
In
real
other
time?
animals and in
Other
ourselves.
animals? Where?
Have you watched
monkeys, Jill.
there's a wonderful lecture series, right, about
So
behavioral evolution.
When I'm talking
Behavior
about
evolution.
like
Okay, that's better.
Behavioral
Behavior evolution. Yes,
the
behaviors
bumps.
do change. Yes, they do evolve. Yeah. Amen.
Sorry, give me a minute.
Yeah, talk about the type of evolution you're speaking on. Don't just say evolution. All right, because certainly your ape-man fantasy, there's no
Most of
evidence.
the-
for that.
No. That's
Most
all.
of the-
There's no point discussing that, Jill, because
You
you
have
are
blind
literally
faith.
ignorant of it.
You have blind
Most,
faith.
most of the bumps of the night that I'm referring to aren't necessarily doing with like a predatory thing, but like
No.
Example-
I know that. What I'm saying is that we have this response.
I get that your the fight or flight response.
Exactly. And to hear a noise and to we're gonna assume there's an agency there.
What else do you have blind
the
faith in?
safest option.
But yeah, the thing. So I'm talking about like for example in the
In
Mesopotamian
your
thing,
ability to understand something just once, Jill.
there
I
were
know it's
things-
going to happen.
Okay,
I
can you
have
tell me?
blind faith in it.
Hey, yeah, can you tell me the story that you were told
You're
about
going to understand one
that you
day.
believe with blind faith about apes evolving, or we coming from a common ancestor? Can you tell us that story?
2 seconds. Jill, are you a young Earth creationist?
I asked you a question about your faith, sir. Do you not
No,
want to
I will
answer?
answer, but how I will answer is based upon whether
The
or not
Bible
you're a
doesn't
young
teach
Earth
about the age of the earth. So do you not want to answer to your religion?
No, I will, but I just need to know whether you're a young
The
Earth
Bible
creationist.
doesn't answer that question, so I
Well,
don't.
my
I don't
point is-
have a position on that.
There is no relevant way of me answering the question
Okay.
if
So
I
what's
can't take it. Wait!
What's your
If I
evidence
can't-
for ape men?
Fucking hell!
He does.
Will you shut the fuck up for 2
Yes.
seconds? Right. There is no point me answering a question that requires time if you do not believe there was time. That's all I wanted
So
to find
Wait a
out.
minute.
answer
How does that equate? How does young Earth believing in young Earth creations equate to not having time?
No,
Because
don't
that's still
don't
time.
follow the rules, dog.
I'm
He
getting
doesn't wanna
lost
answer.
between. I'm getting
doesn't
lost
wanna
between
answer
how
to his
do you
question.
conflate those things? How does young Earth
Are
like how does
you
that not
serious,
consist of time?
Tug?
No, because there's still time involved. Like how does that?
But not
That's what I'm
enough.
getting confused
There's
on.
not enough time.
But not
Sorry,
enough.
I'm inaccurate in my words. My point is, evolution is mathematically certain. If you have no
Can
other
you
proof,
demonstrate that?
just shut up for a second. I'm talking to Tog. It is
You're making
mathematically
claims.
certain.
Making a,
I will demonstrate it to you in 2 fucking minutes, right? So when I wanted to know whether or not he was young Earth creationist, it was literally to know whether or not I can, without having to argue about how long it had been.
what is your evidence
Okay,
for
I
common
see what you're saying
descent,
now.
sir? What is your
I don't
evidence for
need
common descent?
evidence for common descent,
Yeah.
okay? Because
What's-
that's not where the fucking mathematical proof is.
Okay. We're not talking about mathematics. We're talking about common
Yes,
descent.
he
What's your
was.
belief?
He was
Do you believe-
specifically talking about that,
Okay,
Jill.
I'm asking about
Now you
common
want to
descent.
change the subject. That's
No,
fine.
I want to
Change
ask you
the
about your
subject.
I'll be
religion.
back a little later, Sammy. See you
Your
later.
religion.
Okay.
Ape
See
men.
you, Bridget.
Hey, Roger.
Where-
Okay.
Can you explain it, please?
I
Stop
can
dodging.
explain it with mathematics. Can you please just
Not
give me
stop
about
dodging.
a minute?
Stop
Give me a minute
dodging.
to find
Show
my
us the
notes.
evidence.
All right, stop talking then, Jill, and let him answer.
Just give me a minute to find my notes on the subject.
Merry Christmas, spooky bed hair. That's easier than typing that out.
Merry
All right,
Christmas.
find your notes.
I just saw that.
I wrote the goddamn video
You
about
believe these things, but you don't know how to explain them. Perhaps you were just
this. No,
taught
I know
something.
how to explain them.
Believe-
I want to be accurate.
Jill,
Yes, I have numbers.
Jill.
All right, guys. I'll come back in. I'll do the same thing. I might come back in later. I really want to go listen to more of this. I just came in to take a break. I've been listening to like scholars talk for like 3 days straight, and my mind just needs a little quick break before I dive back into more scholarship. I'll talk to you guys later. Take care. God bless. I'll be back.
Take
in.
care, Tom.
See you, dude. Thanks for coming.
Right, Jill. Do you know how many mutations there are on a human generation?
Okay, I asked you give us your strongest evidence for
Oh,
common descent.
I'm literally doing that.
Jill.
Okay, you're asking me questions. I just asked you
Yes,
for the
because I
evidence.
need to make sure you
Do you
understand as we
understand how
go. If it's
conversations
not by
work,
step-
Jill?
Go ahead, shoot. Go ahead and shoot. If I don't understand, I'll ask for clarity.
Okay. I need to know that you understand that there are mutations per
He
generation.
doesn't want to answer all right, forget it. Continue to ask
the
me
thing
questions
is,
about my
hang
faith.
on.
No,
While you
I
have
want to know
blind
if you understand.
Sure.
Okay, I'll give you the fucking numbers, and then you can.
While
fuck
you have
off
blind
and-
faith. All right.
Okay, there are 64 mutations per human generation. That is passed on from one generation to the next. Okay, that's an average. Okay, the genetic difference between bonobos and humans is 36 million. Okay, so it would take about 562,000 generations for us to diverge, or approximately 5.6 million years. Okay, now you can test the number of mutations right now.
Where has
So
this
as
been
long as
tested?
5.6 million years have passed, it is an inevitability.
How is this testable?
Because you can test it now. You can test how many mutations. Unless you have a magical method of preventing mutations, we
Do you
know.
have any? Has this ever been produced in the laboratory? This type of mutation?
So
that led
we can see that from you to your son, there are 64 fucking mutations, right? We can see that now. Test it, repeat it, Jill. Do you understand that?
So
now,
you don't. So you
do
have
you
evidence
deny that if it's the case now that it was always the case, or do you think it's just magically?
Okay, so you have evidence that these mutations can lead to common descent, or is that your assumption?
No. The issue is how science works. Okay, is if you have something that turns around and says that this happens here, you either need a mechanism that stops it, or you assume it happens. Does that make sense?
We see that it stops, and when we
no, we don't see that it stops. When is it?
The fruit fly experiment proved that there is a wall. The fruit fly experiment destroyed your argument.
No, it
didn't
doesn't.
help it. It didn't help it. You have different what you call species, but you don't have another animal.
He
You
doesn't
don't have another
want to understand
body.
This is why I needed to ask questions as I went, because he is.
Even after all of those generations, you still had a fruit fly, a different type of fruit fly, but a fruit fly nevertheless, which proves the genesis.
Do you know what, Jill?
Creation correct.
If we keep going, it will turn into something other than a fruit fly.
No, it won't. Wait. No, it won't.
No. Sorry, it will always be a fruit fly, but it will turn into something.
So you have blind faith that if we keep going, we'll get something
because
else.
Because the thing is always what it was, Jill.
That's called blind faith.
Just like we're eukaryotes.
I'm just pointing that out. Oh, you want to go to we're all eukaryotes now. All right.
You're just an overtalker. You just talk over people. You have no understanding of evolution, so you can't argue. Faith.
What stopped? What stopped your ancestors, your 500,000th ancestor, having being human?
The fruit fly experiment proved you guys to have blind faith. The fruit fly was a.
You're just going to repeat the same shit that's wrong. Evolution does not say that the fruit fly would become something else. Full stop. So why don't you repeat the lie?
So when did this happen? When did these animals become something else, and how did it happen?
They didn't become something else.
Okay, so how do you explain the common ancestry of?
We're still those things.
We're still those things. We're just not those things.
Jill, you can't understand that.
We're just not those things, right?
No, we are still those things.
Are we still a praying
things,
mantis?
Jill?
Are we still a praying mantis?
We were never a fucking praying. See, you don't understand evolution.
I just picked a random animal.
You can't even argue it. You're arguing something that doesn't exist.
I just picked a random animal. Of course, you don't believe that the praying mantis has common descent with the human, but I picked a random animal.
We have common descent.
We're not any of these animals, as you guys communicate. You guys just communicated. We're not.
Hang on, Jill. Go on.
How do you understand what common descent means?
So you want us to believe that after
answer that question.
Do you understand what the words common descent means?
After all of these billions of mutations,
you want us to
believe.
That's a no. He doesn't understand what common descent means.
Concept in evolutionary biology when one species is the ancestor of two or more species later in time. Right? So you want us to believe in a blind faith that you have common descent, even though you have no evidence that this happens over time. You assume it happens over time. Evolution it's just an assumption that because we have similar body parts and similar structure or similar DNA,
body parts is
that we
irrelevant.
have common descent with apes. That's an assumption. It's a blind faith.
No.
You have more faith than the Christian.
Ha 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 ha.
That's your evidence. Okay. Your evidence is common structure and common DNA. That's your evidence. Why couldn't you say that? Why did I have to say that for you? Because you've been taught how to tiptoe around the truth without actually dealing with the actual evidence. There is
Why
no
is
evidence.
it that you talk over constantly anytime anyone presents you with facts?
Oh, now, yeah, you presented me with the facts, all right. The facts
And
about
you
your
answered
faith.
not one of them. You changed the subject because you
Every
can't.
single
I
time,
changed the
Jill.
subject. We were talking about
Every
common descent.
time. You do not ever answer a question directly. You're the most dishonest prick I've ever met, Jill.
He didn't answer directly. So, Cupcake, the answer is
so someone else does it, so I can do it.
he didn't. I answered
you a
directly.
fucking child, Jillian,
Well,
or
your
what?
opinion. That's your opinion. That's
are you
fine.
a child, or are you going to act like an adult?
So, Cupcake,
and not blame other people's actions for your
oh
own.
no, I'm not claiming to not answer questions. That's your
so
claim.
Answer the fucking
I'm just
questions directly, Jill.
I answered the question. He asked me what common descent was. I answered. I did answer directly. It's your opinion that I didn't. So the evidence, Cupcake, for your religion is similar DNA and
not similar
what's
DNA.
called homology, similar structure. That's your evidence. Okay.
Homology is a line of evidence. Yes.
So that's all you have. It's an evolutionary assumption. You're assuming because these are similar parts.
Shit.
No, we have the mechanism. We have the mechanism. We have the observed mutations.
We do observe mutations. Great. That doesn't prove common descent.
Yeah, it pretty much does.
It's an evolutionary assumption.
No. We can prove common descent. We can prove that you are related to your grandfather. That is common descent. That is exactly common descent.
No, we're talking about Darwin's.
Yes, but Darwin. We've moved on since Darwin.
Yeah, we're talking about Darwin's theory.
We've moved on since Darwin. Common descent is common descent.
We moved on. So the idea that all organisms now alive on Earth and all present day fossils trace back to one or a few original animals. That's Darwin and Darwin's theory
that's true.
of evolution by natural selection.
Yes.
Or common ancestry. So all you have is similar parts, similar DNA. You assume because these structures have similar parts and similar DNA that they must have
similar DNA when we have
must have common ancestry. That's your assumption.
Why are you avoiding the facts that we can test now?
You cannot test it now. All you've done is multiply.
Why are you ignoring the facts that you can test now and keep going back to homology?
Fruit flies.
Why are you ignoring the things we can test now?
I don't see what you can test now to prove evolution, to prove your assumption. You can't.
We can see.
You'd have to wait another billion years.
We can see the genetics.
Are you the same as your grandfather? Or are you different?
Different.
Are you? The same. How did that happen?
Life reproduces after its own kind, as Genesis teaches. But you have to do is prove common ancestry and natural selection in Darwin's theory, not ours. Our theory says life reproduces after its own kind. That's our theory. If you want to prove your theory, you have to prove
fucking evolution says, you arsehole.
Okay. What you're doing, Jill, is what most Christians do in this situation. And you're arguing a straw man. You make up something that evolution doesn't say,
evolution
and then argue
doesn't,
it.
Evolution
you
doesn't
argue
say
it so
DNA.
hard. Well,
evolution,
sits there going, Jill, that's not what evolution says.
Okay.
And you just talk
Does-
over and
does-
ignore.
does
Everybody's
evolution-
saying that's not what evolution
Okay,
says.
you're gonna keep repeating yourself, or are you gonna give me a chance to respond?
Until
No.
you fucking get
You're gonna
it,
keep
I am
repeating.
going to repeat myself.
Okay. Does evolution
Don't
say?
let him respond
Does
to that.
evolution teach
Fuck.
that common descent through natural selection, and that all organisms now alive on Earth and all present-day fossils can trace back to a few original fossils or original
You
animals?
stay with that. I mean, I will
Does
go.
evolution teach
Do you
that?
want to be accurate?
Okay, thank you.
Right. We don't
So
know
no, I
about.
haven't misrepresented your religion like you do
Yes.
ours.
You
Jill,
have because
yes,
there's
you
just
have.
something at the bottom that
Oh.
there we're not sure about.
You just have to show evidence for that. And you
Let
can't.
someone else speak for a minute, Jill. Go, Cupcake.
I'm lost in the garbage.
Yeah,
I
know,
just
yeah.
found an article on
Pointless.
5 animals that have evolved rapidly and recently. Guppies have new adaptations to predators. Green anole lizards adapt to invasive species. Salmon adapting to human interference. Bed bugs adapted to pesticides. And owls adapted to warmer winters as caused
And
by
salmon are
global
still
warming.
Salmon are
He'll,
still
he'll say,
Yeah.
But
you can
they
you
still
can pronounce it
produce
differently.
a
can
dog. Still
pronounce-
produces a
You can
dog.
pronounce it differently. Salmon versus how do you also use salmon?
Salmon.
Salmon, yeah.
Salmon? Yeah, that's it. But they're still salmon. You haven't proven
There will
Darwin's
always
theory.
be salmon, Jill. That's what evolution says.
Darwin's
Literally,
theory is-
evolution says there will always be salmon. We
Uh-huh.
might call them
Right.
something else.
They were not always salmon.
No,
Actually, let's
no,
read
they
the
weren't always
definition.
salmon. That's
They
the
were
point.
not always
No,
salmon,
idiot.
according to
no
your
one says
religion.
they were always salmon. But
No, they
once
were
they're
not.
salmon, they will always be salmon.
There was something before that.
You're just too daft to
They're still
comprehend
daft.
it.
So salmon have always existed? And
No,
it's according to
for
Darwin?
fuck's
No,
sake,
idiot.
listen.
Okay, then. So they
Listen.
weren't always salmon. You just contradicted yourself.
Listen,
No.
idiot. No,
No, you
shut up for
don't
1
think
second or
salmon
I'm
did
going to
not
fucking
exist.
kick you. You dumb cunt. Shut
Salmon did
up.
not exist at one point.
You are why the internet requires a
Goodbye.
remote slap.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, you're done. You dumb piece of shit. If you can connect the 2 little brain cells left in your head for 1 second, they weren't always a fucking salmon, you idiot. But once they are a salmon, they will always be a salmon. Oh, so fucking hard to comprehend that if you're a dishonest piece of shit who won't listen to another human being, who will overtalk, who has a fucking script, who has to stick to, or his God will spank his bum. I could not imagine living like that. I know he knows he's dishonest. How the fuck does he sleep at night? Honestly.
Do you think the illusion was on trial? He just misrepresents everything he says.
No, Jill. Only to you and Kent Hovind is evolution on trial.
Oh, he doesn't.
My
He's
friend.
not a worshipper of Kent Hovind, is he?
Oh, I don't know. He wouldn't answer me, but everything he was just spouting was fucking Kent Hovind all
He was.
over. Like,
I have
Oh.
more respect for a theist who can at least say, "Hey, yeah, evolution, and sure, there's evidence for it, but God caused that." Like, at least they're
I've got
trying to meet us
problem- I've
halfway. You know,
absolutely no
somewhere.
problem with a theist that does not deny what we know.
I've never met an atheist who does have an issue with that. It's like, yeah, have your first cause. If you need that extra layer, go for it.
I've got no problem with someone who said that fucking they've guided evolution. All that humans are only have only ever come about because of God. With that divine spark came along.
Yeah.
You know, there's lots of stuff
Yes,
lots of things we don't know that you can fit God into and go for it. I think you're wrong, but go for it.
Exactly.
Not
when you
reality.
get to the divine spark bit, like there's some arbitrary point in this evolution where we were humans now, and God's like, okay, put the spark in them.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that was the breathing into them. I'm like, well, then why did he say he made us out of dirt? You know, you're doing a bit of gymnastics.
You can turn around and say that's
now,
poetic. I don't. It's, you know what I mean. You know, we the animals before were dirt. The spark made us something more. I can get the poetry there a little bit.
Yeah.
And you're not denying anything. You don't have to deny the ridiculous. You know.
No.
I mean, this is why the young Earth creationist thing is my biggest issue, because if you are a young Earth creationist, you're denying fucking everything. That's fine, but I can understand you not accepting evolution. But as long as you accept the time, evolution is inevitable. There's no...
And I can't understand people like Jill that won't stamp his flag in young Earth creationism, but doesn't accept evolution. It's like, well, why did God need billions of years? Or, you know, you say, oh, the Bible isn't clear on it, but
I mean, here's the thing. That's probably the most honest thing he does, because he knows he can't. He probably is a young Earth creationist.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he falls into that camp where he like somehow translate where like a day is like 1,000 years in the eyes of God or something like that.
Yeah, you know who does that, Jill? You'll love this. That's a JW thing.
He'd make a good JW.
That's how they get around young Earth. They're like, well, we know it's 6,000 years since Adam and all the blah, 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 but we don't know how long Adam was in the paradise for. And we don't know how long before Adam was in the paradise and all the rest of it.
See, I like that as an explanation. Not knowing how old
it's
Adam
logical.
Is a fucking brilliant explanation, because you can't refute it in any way.
No.
It's perfect. It's a fantastic argument.
And that's the problem with the JWs. They took all of the shit that the Catholic and Christianity in general, like the Trinity, that shit that just stumps so many people and from a Christian point of view would say stumbles them, is this Trinity shit doesn't make sense, no matter how you try and get your head around it. And so the JW's got rid of it.
Because the Trinity pisses me off because they refuse to accept that Jesus was God.
But in the same breath say he is God.
That's the problem I have. Because the point is they keep turning around and saying, God killed everyone. But that wasn't Jesus. Jesus is loving and forgiving.
Yeah.
But Jesus is God. But God didn't kill everyone.
In a way, they're saying like God evolved through creating Jesus, sort of, right? Like God became a better person after he made Jesus.
Which is like an open theism sort of explanation, whereas they won't accept that because God's immutable.
I like the fact that I just get annoyed. He annoyed me with that they state as fact, then he goes on to say that this is not, people think different things. And I think that's the thing that pisses me off about religion in general, is the stating of things as fact. I mean, he wanted then to have a definition of common ancestry, and he's trying to take it down to the back end, to the bottom. And there's a lot of iffiness at the bottom. And I'd like to be clear on that. You know, we don't know what fucking happened at the bottom. There seems to be an awful lot of gene transfer, which goes straight out the window for what we understand of evolutionary studies, because that's evolutionary studies is pretty much universally based on breeding, on separation going forward. It's a tree structure. Once you start getting horizontal gene transfer, it goes all screwy. You want to fucking attack evolution? Well, that's the way to fucking do it. But even that would only attack it back millions of years rather than all the way back to
all
wherever.
The way.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know, but there is a genuine problem there. It's not even a problem. It's just something we don't understand. But, you know, you try and be honest and have a fucking honest conversation about that stuff, and he's just fucking...
It's funny. I'm finding, well, at least I hope this is what I'm seeing, that as time's going on and science is uncovering more, the religious fundamentalists are having to become more Jill-like because it's getting harder and harder to, like, they don't understand this. And of course, to them, it's our religion and all that bullshit. But they don't understand or comprehend that as far as science and how we work as a modern species, evolution is what we call fact now.
Yeah.
It's there's no debate. No one's debating it. Just Jill and Veckel and the far out there fundamentalists.
I go a step further and say, to hell with it. If they want to call evolution a religion, I'll adopt it. Like, that's fine. I would rather, if we're going to adhere to moral facts or any type of fact regarding the origin of peoplehood, right, of mankind or whatever, like, yeah, sure, I'll adhere to evolution. I'll just go ahead and call it a religion and just, give it to them.
I part of me wants to, because part of me is sitting here thinking we should start using their language.
Yeah, well, exactly. I was going to say we need to start the church of evolutionism.
The problem I have with that is I think we end up we will end up with people that believe it.
Yeah.
And I've watched that with other things, and I
like the Satanism thing.
A bit like the Satanism thing, but although most of that seems to have been beaten out, mostly. The language, the use of language, I wish I had studied more, because watching how the left and the right both manipulate language over time and you dismiss things. It's like the groomer stuff now. Now the left pretty much dismisses it because it's bullshit, but it's becoming part of the right zeitgeist. And it has now meaning beyond its own. And the problem is we're not fighting it on that level because it's bullshit. But then you look back over time and you've watched, well, this has happened before. And these things have become real. And the words, the language has evolved to absorb them. And now they do mean those things. And it's because we didn't fight those things when they were meaningless. Right? And this is the problem I have with the idea of making a religion, of using their language.
Mm-hmm.
But part of me says, I don't understand. I don't know how we can fight them if we don't. Because it lets them squirm. It lets them reinvent the religion every 100 years. These people think that they have the same religion they had as people that were alive 150 years ago.
Yeah.
As 500. These people think they share a religion from
let alone the religion of Christ. If he ever existed. He was a fucking Jew.
Just look how long it took for Jews to find a single verse that referenced cannibalism at all and didn't even prescribe against it, right? But he's going to say, well, evolution doesn't prescribe against cannibalism. Why should I believe in evolution? It's total
evolution
nonsense.
Does. Otherwise, we would be a race that eats each other. But we evolved not to. That's like he misses the whole fucking point. And I think you were getting to a good point before, Abe, when you said like about the moral framework. Well, at least then they're not going to be able to say, where do you get your... Oh, where do you get your moral framework from? Which drives me nuts, because we try and say we evolved it. So then the argument goes to evolution. Like,
the problem is, I keep coming back down to that, and they seem to. I'm trying to. Hey, Big Zebra. I'm trying.
Hey, Big Z.
Hello. Don't let me interrupt. Keep going.
They want to take it out of being. The problem we have is that most of our morality is. No, I'm going to stop it. All of our morality is society-based. It's got fuck all to do. Right? The fact that we have some biological stuff underneath it, that's not really morality. That's biological. It is all society-based. So none of it is based upon a subjective opinion. It is based upon agreement with society. Now, at some point, that society has been a person at the fucking top, and is unbelievably subjective. But overall, usually, if they went too fucking nuts, they would get killed off by other people that thought that they were unreasonable. But it still required agreement for that to happen. There's very little we consider moral now that on an individual level has not been considered. So, and there's very little that we consider immoral. Some people do not consider
Can
moral.
I interject? Because I had something I thought of that might help. Usually, the sort of Darth Dawkins thing is to insist that we are borrowing, when we speak of morality, we're borrowing from their worldview. And they want some source that we can quote. And I think that in terms of ethics, morality, trying to understand what is right and what is wrong, we should insist that the sort of notions of morality that come from, say, the New Testament or the Old Testament, that really the questions about ethics and morality, you could at least date it back to Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and that this Christian morality is really borrowing from our worldview, and that they need to provide. I think
you can date it back.
I know it's
my question would be like, why do our sources have to be old? Why can't I quote Christopher Hitchens or George Carlin?
Yes.
Thank you. Why is society not a good way to decide morals? That's the part I never get answered.
Oh, because, well, no, I can understand the argument against that, because it takes very little for someone to, this is the problem with watching society. It takes so little to make what we consider abhorrent reasonable. You know, you've only got to look at the States. You have America, which from a philosophical point of view, it was way up there. And you now have people threatening people with guns outside libraries.
But see, I think that's
and they think they're
arguing the point. The fact that society is not working together as a society. There is a tribe, okay, who it is their custom and has been for thousands of years to, if a woman loses her husband, they build a wall of bamboo, basically a glory hole that she leans against, and all the males of her family have to destroy the seed of her dead husband while she mourns his loss while they line up for their turn.
Oh my God.
Is that moral to us?
Wait, this is like a gangbang? Like, what?
Yes.
But that would be considered within their thing. If you're brought up with that as a thing.
If you don't do that, and you don't destroy that dead man's seed, like, That is the worst thing you can possibly do.
Yeah.
So now, if we were to try and go in there and say, stop that, that would be so immoral to them.
Yeah. Right, and at the end of the day, as she's not harmed by it. I mean, okay, I'm making assumptions here, but she would not be harmed by it, and she would be considered cleansed by it in some respects. She will benefit from it. Okay, so from
exactly, she would be more traumatized if she couldn't go through that process.
Yeah. Yes. And this is the point from a moral. This is the problem with it being morals being entirely societal based. It's so. There are other things that I think we are at a point where we are about to fuck over our society with homogeny, because religion claims ownership of those things. They claim ownership of our current morals, even though they're not. Even though don't get me wrong, when they say we're based on it, I've got a part of me has no problem with that, but part of me has a huge problem with that in the sense that they've just evolved along with it. Our morals are based on 100 years ago, which are based on 100 years ago, which are based on 100 years ago, right? And all through that time, the religions have picked and choose from their fucking holy books the bits they wanted and fitted around whatever society was doing. The fact that the morals we have right now have whilst they do not particularly owe their roots to the religion, they have been justified and reinforced by those religions.
So I see a lot of that in popular culture where those things, like when we specify, when we say, I'm not even going to say it on a stream, the R word, like sexual assault, like these are kind of dirty words. Like they don't really want them in there, that's why they'd rather use things like covetry and adultery, and continue to use vague biblical language rather than what we really mean, right? But when you get into the argument, that's what they mean by it a lot of the time.
Yeah, but they don't want to instill the emotions that those things tend to come with. It's why you really need to beat on about slavery, because there is no other fucking word, and they desperately want you to switch to indebted servitude. Because they want to do fucking anything to avoid it, because slavery is emotional. And there's just nothing there's just no justification for the biblical slavery.
Can I propose a thought experiment? So this is very hypothetical because the logistics is impossible. But the idea of America, what I've had it explained to me, with the different states and their different laws and how the federal government shouldn't have too much power. It should come down. The smaller that you can get, the better in government. And I get that. And the idea is that, if this state's like no abortion, no weed, no nothing, if you don't like that stuff, you go and live in that state. If you want weed, you go and live in a state. I get it. People can't afford to move that easily. But in this thought experiment, should that be what we do as a globe? Where we, if you want to live this way, go live there like that. And
as it currently stands, you can't, because those people over there want to tell you how to live. Right, that applies to us as well. We want to tell them how to live.
And who has to move? That's the other problem.
Well, who has to move is less of a problem with a federated state. It's an issue, but less of a problem as long as you have the federal level helping to fund that movement. I don't think they do particularly there. The problem you tend to have is that as a society, we move forward and we learn things, and things become more and more abhorrent. How long can you stand by while schools are allowed to beat children?
Till the 90s, apparently, in Australia.
Yeah, it was still, in terms of the states, it's the states, some states ban it, and then you turn around and say, well, as a society, we've moved on. We really should be regulating this at the federal level because we
exactly
say this should be states' rights. The problem
and
you
this
have
is where I struggle.
You end up picking those things. I struggle with the fact that I think I feel we need, and I think it's probably what you're describing to some degree. We need a meta society that sits above and forces.
And I don't mean a one government globalist thing.
It almost sounds like a united Council of Human Rights amongst nations.
Yeah, something like that. The problem is, okay, here's the problem. We're humans, right? And people, this is where the left has fucked up, or not in terms of, I think that I don't know how from a philosophical point of view, because I don't really know it. The problem is we like to believe that might isn't right. And the problem is that's because we live in a society that we offset that. Right, and that's fine. That's fantastic. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to make it so that we can live in a society of thought where ideas are shared, where things can move on. But you have to have that might at the back that lets you. And if you forget that might is at the back, that might ends up becoming fucking powerful and doing really stupid shit.
But is that only because we're not global?
It wouldn't matter.
We only need might to. What do we need the might to protect us from?
But our next door neighbor.
Exactly. But isn't this a global scenario? Like,
the problem is, no matter what you do, if you go further away from it, if you go to a higher level of government, it still happens down locally. And the higher level of government doesn't give a shit. Doesn't give a shit I want my garden to be bigger. Now, there are lots of options I can do. I can buy the property behind me. I could just fucking go around and kill the person, bury them, and no one hears from them again, and make my garden bigger. Right? But that applies at every level. That applies to this town. That applies to this city. That applies to this. And there is always someone there will always be born someone that is willing to just do that. It's one of those things
we need. So, are you saying we need eugenics?
No.
I was being funny.
I know, but what I mean is, I think from what I actually think we need is to, oddly enough, is to enforce what we preach. Right? I still watch it now. I think that bullying in schools is the fucking one of the first places to start. I still see it in schools where schools try and wash it under. I think bullying in schools needs to be stomped on, and it needs to be stomped on with force.
Hard, yeah.
I think people need to see that bullying people will not get you results. It's not that I think it needs to be punished. I think it needs to. The point is not there to punish. The point is to make it. I mean, you look at Antangelo is a relatively good example in this community. He is somebody that was ostracized because of his behavior, and he has desperately tried to change his behavior because of it, right? And that's because it works. Okay, and this is the point. From a bullying perspective, I think there is behavior, but it needs to be addressed. And at the moment, it's got to be addressed when you're young.
And I think because people are too scared to stand up to, like, why is Darth Dawkins still a thing? Fucking little Antangelo, who he's. This is my personal opinion. It's my channel, so I'm going to say it. He's dumb as shit. He's nothing. So Darth's dumb too, but he knows how to talk his word salad. But you see his little minions and his little groups, they're terrified to say, hey, Darth, you're giving Christians a bad name.
Yeah.
Hey, Darth, you're talking about love and stuff while you're being a complete fucking asshat. Like,
I
That's
think
been my
we can
thing
answer
for a
that
long
one with
time.
energy.
I mean, trying to point out that Christians aren't being Christian.
Like with the Darth question, we can answer that with entertainment value. Like there are more people, by and large, whether they're atheist or theist or not, like they're entertained by the Darth Dawkins show. They're more entertained than they are by someone like Otangelo. But Darth is kind of very concealed in his behavior. We can just chalk it up to, well, he's just, doing philosophy, so it doesn't really mean much, right? Like whereas when Otangelo goes on and went on his thing, he was more direct in his
that
attack.
was a bit more offensive. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's personal for me. The dishonesty that I see, and I don't think they think they're being dishonest. Like I think in their heart they think they're preaching or whatever they think they're doing, but it is just such a dishonest position. And people like Darth and Jill, what ends up happening? People like Cupcake come in with a bit of intelligence. And so what happens? The conversation stops and the over talking starts. And Darth does the same thing. It's like, no, you can't give the answer that you want to give. You must answer the way I want you to answer, or I'm going to boot you out of the channel. That's Darth's whole shtick. So I don't.
It's interesting. Yeah, their version
of
their version of Christian humility is I must control the conversation, which is ironic, like really ironic.
It's so frustrating as well. Like,
well, if religion, of course, if it is, the argument can be made that it is about control, and if you're religious and you find you're losing control of the conversation because independent actors are speaking to you, then your first thought is to control the questions and the answers. And in which case, why not just have a monologue instead?
Exactly.
They don't need me. But there is a prophecy that a zebra will show us the way. I may not be that zebra, but,
That's a prophecy I can get behind.
Thank you.
But so what does everyone think? I know that we're all going to have pretty biased answers to this, but the argument that I'm just continuously given when I bring up this behavior of Christians is that it takes all sorts. Some respond to fire better than they do water and stuff like that. Does anyone here actually honestly believe that anyone is swayed by arse-hats like Jill and Darth? Honest people.
I think they're more like they're reinforcing each other in the same way that rebar enforces concrete. But ultimately, I don't think that they make converts. I think they just prop each other up. That's all. I'm sorry for stating. Maybe I'm just stating the obvious, but
no, that's it should probably be obvious to me, but it wasn't. But now that you've mentioned that, it makes a lot of sense. I look at where I came from. The JW's numbers have basically sat on par with population growth, which means no conversions, just born-ins.
Wow. And all that door knocking they do. How do you find the JWs there 420? Because you grew up with them. And
I grew up as one.
Pardon me?
I grew up as one.
Yes, yes.
right in the thick of it.
And I'm just
how
sort
did
of
I find the
thinking,
witnessing?
yes.
And I do not say this lightly or with exaggeration. Traumatizing. I actually have recently come to believe that my anxiety and other issues that I have in my adult life actually stem from the door to door.
Wow.
Among other things, but yeah, because that was kind of where anxiety started for me.
Mm.
First of all, it wasn't that I didn't believe it, but I was embarrassed because I guess as a kid, I wasn't indoctrinated enough to get past that stuff. Like, I was still just a kid that was having to knock on doors and spout this crazy shit that I didn't understand. And so that was anxiety causing enough. But then you get territories and things as a congregation, and it's always local. So I was always knocking on my friends' doors.
Oh, wow.
And
That's hard.
that is, especially if like they answer and you're there in your suit and tie.
Yeah.
And they're like, they don't understand what. And in their little minds, you're in some freakish fucking.
Sammy,
Yes,
do you have any photos of little Sammy?
I do actually. Yes.
I'll be right back. Please continue.
And actually, I have photos of me working on different, what they call quick builds, which is when they need a kingdom hall, as they call them. Basically, the only thing that they pay for is the land, and then people donate everything else, basically, and all the labor is done by us, like by the church people. We build the churches, and we do it in about two days, like over a weekend, and they're called quick builds.
And then you sell them as houses.
And then the big brass in New York, even though we paid for it, we get bank loans and everything, and mortgages and whatnot. The big brass in New York decided recently that they were going to take over all the mortgages, and they started selling off the properties.
Oh, they needed that money back, huh? They needed to return that. I guess Shell Corporation, the JWs, especially the Mormons, have it. It's interesting what we were saying, that as a young JW in your community, you had to go out locally, like with the Mormon persuasion. I know their whole thing, because they've centralized in Utah, they send people all over the states and all over the world to proselytize. So that's kind of part of the buy-in. Well, you get world travel experience, on your mission.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly don't tell you as a witness that you're gonna basically look like a fool in front of your friends, and you're gonna lose your family if you become one. Not because your family ditch you, but you're gonna ditch your family because they're not witnesses. So many things that we hide when we're at the door. That if you said, would you like to join this religion that basically, if you're not one of us, you're going to die at Armageddon. All your family who aren't witnesses, they're all dead too. But don't think about that.
Yeah, it's like the pitch should be, if you show up at the door and you're just like, have you heard about Revelation?
Exactly. Exactly. they're pretty much a doomsday cult, at this point. And the last few videos they've been putting out, I don't know what their plan is, but watch this space, because they've always said the end is coming. The end is round the corner. But they're ramping things up. Like, they're telling people to have go bags ready.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling people, that they may be asked to do things that don't make sense from a human standpoint, but they need to have faith in the governing body. And I'm just like, my brain's going Kool-Aid, fucking, like, and yeah. So I don't know what's going on with the JWs at the minute, but fascinating.
Do you keep up with them? Do you subscribe to the literature?
Oh, absolutely. I know their doctrine better than they do.
Yeah.
I'm almost obsessed with it.
Maybe you could create a splinter organization, because the real one has lost its way.
Yeah, true.
Just as a joke, and maybe you make some money.
Yeah.
I get on my knees and worship Sammy.
Thank you. Make me blush. Yeah, no, they most of you probably heard this already, but one of their big head honchos has said on video, we are quickly approaching the last days of the last days. Shortly before the last day of the last days. Something even longer and more weirder than that. But trying to push the point that something's about to happen. And
like, how many
obviously
last days can you have?
Well, they've had a few. They had 1925. Well, they had one in 18 something that didn't come, 1875, and then there was 1914. And when that didn't become the end of the world, they turned that into something else. And then they said 1925, and then I think they had a 1940s one, and a 1975 was the last one, where they had a slogan, stay alive till 75. Because that's when Armageddon would come. And if you're still alive, then you'd never die, because you'd go into the new system and live forever. And they had publication, their main publication around that time was Millions Now Living Will Never Die. But this was released. This was released in 1914 or 1920, in a time where basically all the people living then are now dead. So, and you'll find that they won't, witnesses can't access that publication.
Wow.
Funny enough, yeah.
Like
you can find it on eBay and stuff, but yeah.
It's like that time I listened to The End by The Doors on repeat, and I was like, this is just, it's ongoing. It's never going to end.
And it's kind of morbid, because they do all these videos and stuff now. They've started stepping into trying to describe what the paradise, because they don't believe in heaven, or they believe in heaven, but they believe that they're going to be reincarnated on Earth. So they've started talking about the paradise and stuff, and And all it does is like point out all the problems with this idea, the idea of living for eternity, not 1,000 years or 1,000,000, eternity on one planet. But after Armageddon, like, this Earth's getting fucking trashed. You know, fireballs, hail, earthquakes, you name it. There's going to be nothing left. Then they're going to have to bury 8 billion people. And then on top of those 8 billion people, they're going to bring back the paradise. And it's like, but who's going to run the power factories? And they'll have videos where they live in nice houses and sailing on boats and that. Who's making the boats? There's only 8 million JWs.
We won't be wizards. You won't be able to do it magically.
There's no magic. God, no. The one odd thing about the JWs is they do, other than God and heaven, that realm, they don't believe in anything supernatural like the soul and stuff like that. They're very scientific minded, and that's part of the draw towards them. Yeah.
That reminds me of like a lot, like all of, you know, the monotheism is like this. It's like God's like field of dreams / destruction derby, like it so that we can just blow it up. Like, why would you build all of this just to blow it up at the end?
Yeah, and that's what that was. You know, that's one of the big draws. Is like the Bible actually says as well that God created the earth to never be moved. Like, it was made for eternity and made for us. So I used to think, oh, you know, we're the ones sticking to the Bible. We're the ones that use God's name, Jehovah. Like all the other religions, Jehovah doesn't even exist anymore, and it's all Jesus. Like, so all these little things that, yeah, quite convincing, which is a shame in the end. But yeah, could you imagine spending eternity with a bunch of fuckwits? I was trying to say that when Jill was here before. So basically, heaven is Dharma, Hitler, Jill, Vettel. Like, I don't know that I want to go to that place, you know. People like that can go there.
Yeah,
and yes,
what
they
if that
believe...
maniac who beat up Rihanna, Chris Brown, what if he's a believer? Do we have to spend eternity next to a woman beating father?
I guarantee you he'd claim he's a Christian. Yep.
God.
Yep. Yes, they believe that 144,000 humans arbitrarily, not arbitrarily, they don't believe it's arbitrary. They believe that these only 144,000 people are so righteous that they're actually going to go to heaven and get to be ruling priests and princes, even though women are going. I don't know how the women are going to be princes, but that'll be interesting. But
how can priests if everyone's a priest? It doesn't make any sense. Who would be the flock?
Oh, the Earthlings. So it's a small crowd, the 144,000. Because when the religion started, they believed, like most Christians, everyone goes to heaven, right? And they believed that it was only going to be 144,000. So that's how elitist they were at the start. But then their religion took off, and when they surpassed the 144,000, and ended up with millions, they were like, well, shit, this doesn't work because not everyone can go to heaven. Oh, look, here's a verse in the Bible that says we're meant to live on earth forever. So the majority of people will come back to earth, and this very elite few will rule from heaven. And of this 144,000 who there's no process that they go through, it is purely they say God spoke to me, and they become the anointed. Out of those, the 8 governing body members who are also anointed, the Bible says that the whole 144,000 are meant to lead, but these governing body members, they really just avoid it mainly. There's no real explanation, but rather than the whole 144,000 getting to have a say, it's just these 8 men, very specific 8 men. It's a little bit interesting. Let's Farm says, that's what I tried to tell my JW. Eternity of anything will make a human insane. It doesn't matter what it is.
It's
in
also
their
the other way
case,
around as well with hell. An eternity of pain would become mundane, nothing.
exactly. But, like, I used to ask as a kid that very question. I'd say, but what happens after, like, 10 billion years, Mum, when I've learnt everything there can possibly be to know on Earth? And they would just say, well, then God would just reveal more secrets to us. And that was an answer for me, but if I'd have thought about it for 5 minutes, I would have realized that's still not an answer, because it still can't go on for infinity. Like, there'll be a point where we understand the entire universe, how God created it, everything. Like, he's going to have to do new shit for us to then learn that shit.
New universe.
So you'd have witnesses who believe we will go to other planets and God will create other universes. We don't know what God will do. He's unlimited power. That's when I sort of started to realize as a kid, okay, this is fucking bullshit. Like, and I was a kid. I was done by 14.
When did you tell your mum?
When I was 14, about 14, yeah.
What did she say?
She was very angry, but because Dad had recently stopped going to the meetings, that was, and because it's all male-centric, so the head of the house wasn't going. Mum, there's nothing Mum could do. She put it all on Dad. You know, well, he's not setting a good example. What can I do, sort of thing. So it was a very weird time. And my dad would have felt all sorts of guilt, which is completely fucked up. Because if anything, he fucking saved me. Because I'd wanted out since I was like 10.
But you did get to meet a lot of people on those door-knocking missions, so that's good. Sorry, that's
well, I don't think I've ever met any witness who's converted someone. Like, I don't even know if it's a thing. I don't know why.
How would they respond?
Well, love bomb for sure.
I mean, I've seen people married in.
Yeah. That's about the extent you'll get now. Essentially, they're teaching their rank and file to go for people who have had tragedy.
What are they doing in terms of how many kids to have?
It's so weird. You'd think they'd be telling people to pump the kids out.
Yeah.
But they're telling them to not have kids, but to dedicate more time to the organization. So they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot.
Or do you think kids are more likely? Do you think kids are more likely to get the family out nowadays when they discover the internet?
You know, I've never thought about that side of it. But that probably is a good point, actually. Because, yeah, when it was only recent, they had this thing like, you know, young brothers and sisters don't worry about marriage and kids and stuff. Like, basically, wait till the new system, which is what they were telling them in the 40s. And there are people who sold their properties, all sorts of things, like held off having kids. You know, it's this bizarre thing. I don't know if Mormons have anything like it, but there's thousands upon thousands of Jehovah's Witnesses. They're all older now. They never had kids because they were told, wait, Armageddon's about to come in like the next year. Have your kids in the new system. And there's all these poor old couples who had kids but really wanted them, but
how much of the
held
head
off.
do you think that people at the top know it's a scam? Or do you think they genuinely believe?
That's, well, because they work their way up to the top, I think that they do believe. But it's so hard to say. Like, I want to think that they know and that they're scammers, but that's, you know, that's just my anger towards the whole thing. The thing that I will say is that they do know, they do hide, they know they hide stuff.
Yeah.
And
They know they're not honest.
Exactly. Because they know that they sit on like numbers of thousands of pedophiles and stuff, and they know that they hide their old publications because they're so crazy. And so that's the part that makes me think that they are in it for the money or the power trip. Because the dudes that are running it, the doctrine says that them with the other rest of the 144,000, when Armageddon comes, which they think is about to happen, they will be actively themselves riding on horses with Jesus, slaughtering people.
That doesn't seem very nice.
No. And that's the people running the whole show. And everyone, the 8 million baptized Jehovah's Witnesses believe that these men are going to be slaughtering the entire earth, and they're all okay with it.
Well, no wonder they're fine with a few pedophiles.
Yeah, because it's one of the weird things about the JWs. Like this, I guess it actually is a Christian thing. Jill was going on about it. This forgiveness thing, I don't understand it. Like, yeah, he diddled such and such's daughter, but he's sorry about it. It's between him and God.
So when the JWs knock on my door, they could have a sword behind their back.
Yeah. If they think the Armageddon started, them having a sword behind their back is a realistic possibility.
You know, I think something.
As long as they pay for them horses.
What if someone like Sammy anonymously published pamphlets praising life in the JWs, but talking about how great it is and how they have sex missions and how sometimes you get to meet the elders and they've been doing it years, so they're really great at it, and just praising it for hedonism, for hedonistic reasons. Yes, and God loves you too. And I think that would enrage them more than a screed against them. Something that really praises them for bad behavior would be fucking hilarious.
That's a fantastic angle, actually, Big Z.
Oh, and when they condemn you, you say that I don't understand. I love JW.org more than anything, and blah blah blah. And there was that time I was feeling really lonely and sad, and they took me into this room full of baby oil. And
I think that would be actually like on a more serious note. But to make a channel that's pro JW, celebrating like the shunning, how wonderful it is to shun people, and denying blood transfusion to your children so they die. It's a loving provision from God.
Well, that'd be a great parody. Shunning.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I'm really enjoying this. This is really great brainstorming.
And the funny thing, the majority of the shunning that's done is parents towards their children.
Yes.
You can have things about how good it is.
Yeah.
How good you feel cutting your children off because you know that they've angered the elders. I go with avoid God because they've angered the church's teaching that we should shut them off. You celebrate this fact.
Yes, Jehovah.
And you could say things like, and God led me to this decision to shun. And after I shunned him, I realized, I never liked that eldest son of mine. He was always a whining baby when he was younger, before he was a toddler. And when he got older, he started developing his own opinions. It was awful.
He just used to eat all the food and, It's terrible. In the second to last lot of assemblies that they had, they had video dramas where parents were basically, the video was this mum, their daughter had decided she wasn't Jehovah's Witness anymore, and the daughter was ringing the mum, and the mum looks at the phone and picks it up, and then she puts it down and goes back to doing the dishes. And it was like, and it wasn't because the daughter had done anything wrong, hadn't stolen anything, wasn't into drugs or anything. was going to school and working, and she just simply didn't want to be a Jehovah's Witness. And the worst part, whilst this footage of this mum ignoring this phone call of her daughter, they'll turn around in the specifically in the Australian Royal Commission into Child Sex Abuse and say, we do not encourage parents to shun their children. Parents are not required to shun their children, even if children are disfellowshipped, because family units, sometimes you have to live with someone that's disfellowshipped. You have to eat with them. But yet showing these dramas of the parent ignoring their child's phone call. So which is it?
Yeah, I know a JW, an elder. Well, he's passed away, but his whole family was excommunicated because of him, and it was just devastating for him. It drove him literally insane.
And they know that because it's so insular, you don't have friends on the outside. Your family, your friends, everyone you know is one. And so when you overnight become disfellowshipped, you're literally alone. And you're cast out into this world that you've been programmed to think is satanic and against you. So you're terrified. You have no idea how the world works because you've lived in this fucking cult bubble. Like, it's horrific.
So you go out like Sammy and shag everyone.
Exactly. Or get onto drugs, and like we do things in excess because we didn't get to experience anything. So it's such a dangerous cult. Just gonna say it. And it pisses me off when people say, "Well, why are you so obsessed with something you hate? Or why can't you just leave?"
Because it's evil.
Leave. And it's like,
why are you so obsessed with stopping people raping children?
Yeah.
Fucking evil.
How has the damage that I've just described to you that I've had happen not enough explanation for you? Like, if it was just a loose belief, you know, people didn't shun people and people didn't kill their kids to not have blood, and fine, believe what you want, but that shit is happening. That's the part that, you know, whilst that shit happens, we need to be fighting it. It's not like people are just, you know, the average Christian who doesn't go to church, doesn't really give a shit, doesn't vote on their religious views. Religion doesn't really come into their life. Fine, but as soon as religion's going to start affecting your political views and society, if it affects society, then I'm going to stand up and fight against it, because that shit should not be part of the state. And this whole separation of church and state does not fucking exist. I wish it did, and we're supposed to have it, and the idea is that we have it, but you show me a country whose current leader is not a Christian in modern Western world, of course.
That's not. I don't think that's the idea of separation of church and state.
I know, and that's fine. They can have their beliefs, but when their beliefs are affecting their political stance on things such as abortion.
Mm-hmm.
It should have been a medical debate, a scientific debate, not a fucking moral debate. How did morals come into it? Because of what? Because of religion. In my opinion, anyway. Peace and respect, Richard. Brother.
Peace and respect to everyone.
Hello, Richard.
So,
Hey, Dave.
yeah, I often ask some Christians how they reconcile the First Amendment with the First Commandment.
You don't. Next
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Of course, that's only really effective if someone makes a silly claim like this is a Christian nation,
Yeah.
which thinking people know is not
Which
true.
there's a lot of people saying that at the moment, but isn't there?
There always has been, Sammy.
Yeah, you're right.
It's weird and sad and biased.
It is weird. It's like the greatest experiment of all humankind, of all time. And it just went to absolute shit.
To be fair, it's more complicated than that, but it did seem to be going in the right direction.
I know, but it's so polarized.
Did you see the thing I tweeted yesterday, the day before? Yeah, just one of them. Let me send you this.
Just tell us what it is.
I'll read it to you. I'll read it. I'll share my screen right there. Let me share my screen and then we can read it. How the hell do I don't remember how to use any of this stuff. No, I've no idea how to share my screen. I'll just read it. Right. The problem with left-leaning media is they are intrinsically more strict with their propaganda to only use verifiable sources. So it's really hard to poke holes in their ideology and arguments in comparison to a lot of low-quality right-wing content. That makes attacking their points with fact-checkers not very effective unless the fact-checkers use misinformation tactics as well. In essence, people on the right have to work harder and more creatively to push their agendas as statistics and studies, frustratingly, aren't usually on our side.
Yeah. Who said that?
I don't know, but I quoted it saying, so basically it's harder for the right wing because they lie.
Yeah. We have... Oh. But... And I'm not, like... The older I'm getting further and further towards the middle.
I would say I was slightly to the right. I became a centrist very quickly after I left home, and I'd say I'm getting pushed further and further left as time goes on.
Yeah. Well, see, I was right. I was very far left, and I'm coming more and more right because... Whilst, yes, the right is still being the right, the left is going so far left, it's too far for me. Like, this is a personal thing, this isn't an invitation for the discussion, but I don't agree with people letting a 3 or 4-year-old choose his gender. But that's a thing now.
It depends what you mean.
I believe people should choose their gender, but I don't think a 3-year-old has the capacity to choose what they want for fucking breakfast. And I only say that because I have children. How the fuck can they comprehend that level?
Yeah, the problem is, Sammy, okay, without a good argument, the problem is what do you think they mean by choose their gender if they're talking to kids that age? When they're talking about kids that age, because this is where the fucking right really fucking gets it. The fear tactic, isn't it?
See, I guess if this is the issue, then we need to be specific what we're talking about. If we're not talking about changing gender, If we're talking about you choose what you want to wear, go for it.
That's it. That's all. That's literally all that happened to young kids.
Well, then that's okay. Because fuck, I let my boy wear it.
Right, but the problem is what the right says. What the right, and they really pump this out so it fucking infests everywhere. Is that the doctors are fucking insisting on
actually sex changing them?
Yeah.
Okay. I see.
It's basically non-existent, but that narrative is fucking way up there.
So I'm buying into a straw man, basically.
Yeah, very much so. They're equating. They are trying to, and vaguely successfully, equating the entire fucking idea of the gender discussion with what might happen to you at 25, as though it's happening to you when they're fucking 5.
There's nothing wrong with kids. There's nothing wrong with kids playing dress up. You know, whatever.
No, exactly, and that's all.
What it would mean.
The worst that fucking happens at 5, 7, 8, 9. It's at the point at which you hit puberty that they start taking things a bit more seriously. Prior to that, there's basically nothing.
And actually, you're right, because the most they'll do even then is block it. They don't do anything. It just stops it for a bit.
Yeah.
Gives them more time to decide. It's not like it actually changes their sex.
Nope.
But
the problem is, again, it's when if you try and have this as a reasoned conversation, you'll sit there and you'll find me there with fucking arguing against someone like Jill that is completely in agreement. I completely against people trying to fucking forcing a gender or a sex on a fucking kid, because that's completely absurd. But that's what they're arguing people are doing.
And I guess because what we're seeing, right? And again, it's cherry picked probably, and it's out of context and stuff. But you'll see footage of really left-leaning people saying stuff like, you know, my 3-year-old decided this, and you can just tell that the child didn't, and that it's the parent pushing their thing on the child. I think that's the bit that I'm having a bit of an issue with. Like, it's a bit of a craze happening.
I'm not convinced. Not that what you're saying necessarily doesn't happen. I just don't think the numbers are there. Okay, to take into account, right, that my exposure to it is limited. What I would say is that over and over again, when in the political circles that I end up arguing, when we ask, as in not we, as in the politicians that are trying to actually legislate these things, ask for actual evidence of these things happening, they can't find any.
Have a great day there, Big Zebra.
Thank you. You'll have a great
time. And the fact that they can't, that none has been presented. It's the thing with the Scottish GRA, that GRR that went through recently, which was self-ID in Scotland, basically. And they had these wonderful anecdotes, and they shipped people in to give these wonderful anecdotes. But they could present no. They've had 6 years of consultations, and they could present no evidence.
Hey, Critical, you said something. You said something I'm pretty sure can't be true.
What's that?
You said you had a conversation with Jill.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a lie.
No way that happened.
You mean you spoke and he spoke over the top of you?
And you tried to have communication with him, but he could not return. That's what happened.
I kicked in tonight. Oh, this morning, actually, Richard. And not because of anything he was saying. I kicked in because he would not stop over talking And that's my one rule. You can say what you want and believe what you want, have any opinion you want. But won't respect people and let anyone else talk.
My only question is, was Jill always like that, and religion enables him, gives him permission to act more like that, or maybe even just the same amount like that? Or did
Richard?
religion make him the rabid dog that he is today?
Richard, are you okay?
I'm absolutely fine. Why?
Your voice sounds huskier or
Oh, I just woke up.
deeper. Fair enough.
Has anyone ever known Jill to be any different? Like, has
To
he
be
gotten
what?
worse over the, to be
Didn't hear
any
the question.
different than he is? What was I muffled? Am I still muffled?
Nope, that's lovely.
That's a little bit.
I don't know what happened there. Well, I guess then to answer your question with a question, has anyone known Jill to ever act any differently? Like, was he ever calmer in the past? Brojo, you've been on YouTube for some years now. Has Jill always been exactly the way he is?
He's had his moments, but he swears he's filled with the Holy Spirit all the time.
He's filled with a spirit. I'll give you that.
It's filled with something. He's full of something.
Yeah, he's full of something. He'll say it's the Holy Spirit. He'll say it's HS. I'll say it's BS.
There you go.
He is my example that I bring up when I talk about YouTube Christians and how un-Jesus-like they behave.
And you're
Him
right,
and Veckel.
It is like YouTube stuff. Oh man, you can catch them all the time, double tracking, distracting, being just generally dishonest, just all the time. And I got Jill to admit, I've never got Veckel to admit it, that he thinks it's fine to be rude and purposefully mean to people because that's how he was quote unquote brought to Jesus. And I'm just like, well, you're a weirdo. Like that shouldn't bring anyone to Jesus.
Yeah. Exactly.
That should repel you. It's like
I actually asked that before you came in, Richard. I asked, does anyone know of anyone or themselves that was ever convinced by someone like Jill that's so argumentative, almost just for the sake of it, in my opinion. And the only people that are the people that are like that. Jill, he'll say, that's how I go. But I don't believe that for 1 second.
I don't either.
I think Jill was probably raised that way, and he's always been.
It's like if you went to breakfast at a new restaurant, and just everyone in there is just rude as hell. Are you going back?
There is a restaurant that's like that.
But it's like that on purpose.
Yeah. It is,
different.
Right. You go there for that reason.
Right.
Yeah. If you joined a chess club, why would you want to join a chess club of nothing but rude people?
Yeah.
And that's what's being presented to outsiders. If you're a Calvinist, you have to be rude. Well, I'm not becoming Calvinist. Forget it.
Right. Come to Jesus and be just like me.
Which brought us to another point that we mentioned before you were here, Richard, is we were discussing about grace and how, according to Jill, it was very contradictory because he was saying that we're saved by grace alone. But then he added, but you need some actions chucked in there too. So if you stole money, you couldn't just be sorry, you have to give the money back. But then I said, well, okay, say Jeffrey Dahmer killed all these people, but then on his deathbed or whatever turned to Christ and went to heaven. What did he have to give back? And then suddenly it was about the state of the heart again.
Yeah.
So it's very contradictory, but it made me realize that so heaven's going to be full of like Dahmer and Hitler and Jill and Veckel. Then I don't want to go there.
No, and the worst thing is you have an honest person there. You won't find that many honest people there because they doubt it. Because there are doubts about everything they do. So even the idea of
Oh, that is horrible. You guys have been Christianated, and I really apologize. It's not your fault. It's really not your fault. I mean, I don't blame you. Because the stuff you're saying is the stuff that you hear from Christians. It is.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with it is that it's so anti-biblical. I mean, if it just aligned to the Bible, I would just bite the bullet and say, "You're right, man. You're right. That is how it is." And I know that's weird, but that's heaven. Oh well, what can I do? And I'd bite the bullet, but I can't because it's just not in there. I mean, all of these thoughts like this are like church doctrines that have become. I don't know. It seems like the further you go back, the more reasonable they were, and the further you go forward in time, the more weird and unjustified it becomes, and it's now to the point where Christians are going to say stuff like you guys just said. I mean,
the
not
problem
that
is
you're
that
wrong.
it's inevitable, as in it's the evolution of religion as it goes.
Yeah.
They try. It literally is evolutionary in its behavior, because each different group interprets something a different way, and the ones that succeed as arguments.
But then they miss things that are. But that's the part that kills me, Critical. They seem to miss things that are just in your face, blatant, obvious in the text.
Yeah.
But they don't seem to care, because it's just they're. I think there is. I don't. I'd have to look, but I think there's probably a sunk cost problem there.
Well, there can be over time, depending.
But it's also simpler than that, and it happened tonight with Jill. We were talking about morals, and we were talking about doing something as a human, and yes, that was immoral. But then we said, but God did it, and Jill was like, yeah, well, that was moral. And Critical tried to press him on it, and long story short, it's because God did it, full stop.
Okay, so you can ultimately say from the text, if you're going to conflate the Father and God, I guess I'll have to grant that for most people, that God is ultimately responsible. That is definitely in the stories.
But my point is, you can't say that something is moral. That moral is absolute. That morals are absolute. That all morals come from him, but he can do things. He can say that something is immoral, but still do it.
Right.
It's not. It's totally fine to turn around. It's totally fine for him to say he created morals, but he does not necessarily act morally. That's totally reasonable. I mean,
but it's more than that, Critical. It's not that he can act immoral. It's that the immoral act is no longer immoral if he does it.
It's the consistency that's the problem here, rather than any specific part of it. If that makes sense.
You guys know that is exactly what was presented to Euthyphro, right?
To who?
Euthyphro.
Don't know that word.
It's the Euthyphro dilemma. So what was going on was Euthyphro is taking his dad to court. And I can't remember the other person's name, but this was quite some time ago, of course. They got to talking about God because this guy's taking his own dad to court, and that's like a moral question. Like, should you even do that? And the question was proposed, does God do things because they're good, or are things good because God said to do them? Right? It's literally like something around 3,000-year-old dilemma, right? And the Christian has no decent answer for that within their doctrines. They really don't. So it's still a problem today. It's still argued. But what they
Yeah,
won't
but
what
it's
they
more.
won't
They
recognize.
don't even argue it, Richard. They ignore it and just say, "God did it equals moral."
Well, they'll
They don't
say
even try to
words.
explain it.
They'll say words.
They'll say words, but the words aren't going to make sense with the ideas and the question. So
My
the
response to
funny thing
lying
about that
Richard,
to me, the funny thing about that to me is that there is no God in the Bible until Adam. And you can look this up, you can double check me. There's powerful beings, but there's no God for mankind. There's no
We
God
checked
for
that the other day, Richard. Remember, in the JW Bible, and
Yeah.
even theirs is the same. Jehovah doesn't exist until Adam's on it.
Right.
And then
So that's when
Jehovah,
there's
Jehovah.
Right. It's Jehovah all the time after that. Once there's Adam, right?
why do I imagine
Which-
you with a beard jumping up and down when you shouted that,
What's that?
Sammy? When you shouted Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah.
So what's indicated by that? It's not explicit, but it is implicit. There's no such thing as the God of man without man being there.
Could that not equally be said that man created God?
No, not exactly created, but because of the animal that man is, it's a necessity of man.
Man
So
necessitated
it's
God.
I'd say
Because
it's like
God. I need to specify, Richard. Richard's idea of God is a concept, not a being. It is. Long story short, the set of instructions basically for us to live by.
it's social.
That is
It's social standards. That's what it is.
Yes. Yeah.
Simply
Really,
social
That's
standards.
as followers of Jesus, we are to be mean to heretics and deniers of Christ, like Richard.
Oh,
In fact,
don't
some
read his
would
stuff,
argue
man.
we were commanded to.
You know, every time you read or hear something that man has to say, you're going to be dumber. I don't know why you want to be dumber.
I want to take the piss, is the problem.
Okay, but if it's a set of social structures, which is what's described in the story, never mind what anyone says, and it's social structures that would only work for human beings, right? Because what we are, you could say it's an emergent property of biology.
Yeah. So I've got to read this because I've got to respond to it. Jill says, my response was, it's possible because that's how I saw the light. Someone kept kicking my ass in debate the same way I do to you guys. So basically you're saying we should take the piss out of Christians more.
But Jill, you're not kicking anybody's ass, bro. Everyone is telling you the only thing you've done is push me further from your Christ. If that's what you're setting out to do, then you've achieved it. And if Christ is happy with you pushing people away from him, then well done, sir. Well done.
Except your Christ is an asshole.
Like you. Bite that bullet,
makes sense
Richard.
in a weird way.
Jesus spoke to false teachers like you, Richard, with little respect.
I hate to break it to you, Jill. As much as Richard is wrong, and I'm willing to argue about that with him a lot, we have, okay? He's still far more consistent than you have ever managed to be. It's just on a different scale in terms of consistency because you've got nothing.
And that's the sad part is, Jill, you could be having great conversations because you're passionate about your shit, but you don't bother to care enough. You're so convinced you're right, you just think you can just talk and it's gospel.
You don't know how to reach people where they are. And Richard does.
You gotta understand, for people like Jill, to entertain doubt is dangerous.
And a
Yeah,
sin. It's a sin.
That's
He
right.
can't even entertain another thought.
Right. So
Well, you'd think
See,
people would at
comments
least
like
want
that.
to be consistent from within what they say their foundation of their belief is. They should at least be consistent within the Bible. At least
Yeah.
that.
Yep. They don't care. It's all I can come down to.
So speaking of Bible, can I shift it a little bit? It's biblical.
Yeah, please.
So something just made me revisit the feeding of the 5,000, and I'm interested, Richard, on your take, because
Sure.
as far as the numbers and the names, I'm just revisiting now, and I'm curious what your interpretation of the feeding of the 5,000.
Well, because there are non-numbers listed as numbers in the King James, in fact, sometimes, Bro Joe, they had numbers that like included the idea of the word 100 or a multiplier 100. One such example, one of them reads, in the King James it reads 318, but in the original text it reads 311:18. Well, that's obviously over 10,000. So you can't write 100, which is 10,000. That doesn't make sense. But what they meant by that is the same kind of traditional thing they meant all along. That the numerical sequences aren't to be taken as literal numerical sequences. It's a set of ideas.
Weren't they added later anyway? Like the original
numbers?
text never had any numbers and shit. That's all relatively modern.
Okay, the Hebrew letters would appear in the Masoretic texts, right?
Oh, sorry.
And then-
I thought you meant how we've broke it into chapters and verses.
No, not those numbers.
Yeah,
Sorry.
not verse
Carry
numbers.
on.
Verses, yeah.
In modern American mathematics, there are number sequences. Those numbers actually make sense. No, but what was actually going on there is they were giving depth to the story in the Hebrew letters and how those Hebrew letters identify as numerical sequences. So, like, the Bible doesn't actually read that Adam lived to be 960 years old. It actually doesn't read that. That's a translation, and it's an incorrect translation. You see, the number 9 means transition. The number 3 means cooperative contract, like the idea of being confederate with other people, like they're the other two, and you're one of them, right? And then the number 0 is just a multiplier, like 10, 30, 20, whatever, right? So
is
what
5,000
you end up with is that, and you could put it in either order. It doesn't really matter. But as the Hebrew letters appeared, 9, 3, and 0, it's like saying extremely. That's the 0. And then 3 is unity, and then 9 is transition. So he transitioned into unity in a big way. Not that he lived to be 930 years old.
So how would you do that with 5,000? If 0 is the multiplier, what is it multiplying?
I have to. I got a list around here somewhere. I'm looking for it right now, but I'm having trouble finding my list right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was kind of
But the numbers mean stuff, and they get translated.
Yeah, I mean, and so.
Okay, you'd have to read 930 as, which I just gave you an example off the cuff, but I found my list here. 9 transitioning, 100 God's elect, 30 calling. So that's transitioning as God's elect who are called, 930. Which means he stopped doing what he was doing and started doing something else. If that makes sense.
as far as 5, do you have a meaning for that?
So 5 by itself means grace.
Grace.
50 is the year of jubilee or forgiveness and ascension and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then, and I don't know how the Jews read a number like 5,000 in gematria, but 100 means God's elect. So maybe it's 50 times 100. So like the jubilee of God's elect. That would be the idea there. Which almost all of these are really positive biblical things, and you can say, well, you're just cherry picking, but the truth is the numbers given always make sense as a sentence. Like they're never conflicting ideas. Like you can't say something like a multiplicity of singularity. You'll never find a number that means that. Like you'll never find a good guy with the number 6 in his name, with the number 6 in his age. Because 6 means not perfected or even evil. He's not going to die with a 6 in his age. Unless he's like a bad king or something, then he can die with a 6 in his age.
And that's not so crazy if we think from your context. None of the Bible happened. None of the people existed and lived and did all that shit. It's all prophetic. It's all a message.
Well, deeper than that, I really think that it's using. It's amazing how fast we can talk to each other over this distance. But I think even more than that is what people don't understand is that these ancient religions they're using animism. They're using surroundings of the time, which the further you get away from the time, the more believable it is. And if you were immediately right there, you wouldn't be able to accept it all. But somehow, like Native Americans will anyway, even though they know that stuff's not true that way, they just think of it philosophically. To say things like, the owl is wise. We all know owl's a friggin' bird. I mean, it's not half the intelligence of a 1-year-old, and we all know it, right? But still, the owl can be used as a symbol of wisdom. So then in the stories, you'll have things like owls doing wise things. We all know they don't. It's a bird. It's just doing bird stuff. So, and in Christianity, in the Bible, it's the same thing. It's using real and made up situations and people. There's entire bodies of water, large bodies of water that are created whole cloth, people, towns, all kinds of stuff, And yeah, some of it was there in history, but I think it's even maybe a majority of it was there in history. But sometimes you can't make a parable, a fairy tale story out of actual situation. And you have to make up some situation. So they did. But that's fine because it was never intended to be something besides a lesson with a deeper meaning. It's not about a really small young guy with no war experience killing a really big seasoned warrior. That's not what it's about,
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if there's a deeper meaning here because if you look at the stories, you got Andrew and Philip, and their names is Andrew means manly, yeah. Philip a lover of horses. Then you have the 12 baskets that are left over. So I'm wondering if that's symbolic of tribes or the disciples. Broken pieces, though, they're broken pieces and fish of 12 baskets of broken fishes, and So I wonder if there's any symbology.
Actually, let me give you what I think that whole story is about, which translates the whole thing. I think it's about Jesus being not able to at first, and then gaining the ability through some kind of spiritual growth, you could say it that way. And he takes what is not enough for anybody, really, even though some people make do with 5 loaves and 5 fishes. It's not really enough for anybody, And he multiplies that to where it's more than enough to feed everybody. The actual number there is kind of not important to the story. And I think what that's talking about is how Jesus corrects people, both secular and religious alike, about what the Bible means, and that's his entire job. So he's taken something that's not enough, the Bible we have now. He's breaking the 7 seals on it. That's the 7 spirits of God, which allow him to be able to do that. So he's got the Bible in his hands unlocked, and he goes, look, guys, it's so much bigger than you think.
You know, this is so much. This is not what you thought. It's not just 5 loaves and 5 fishes. Look, it's millions of loaves and millions of fishes. And what's left over is broken scraps and little bits, right? Things like um, in the third epistle of Paul, this sentence was added. And Jesus just be like, yeah, that sentence was added. So what? It's a broken fragment. I don't care. It's not really important at all. And it's just leftovers. What do you think of that, Brojo?
I'll ponder it. Um,
So again, it's another parable.
yeah. There's also Philip says that it would take a half-year wage for each of them to have a bite, to even have a bite. I wonder if there was any significance there.
Say that
So,
again.
like Philip in the story says, like referring to how there's not enough food here for everybody. He's like, it would take a half-year wage for each of them just to have a bite.
Right, right.
Yeah,
It's not enough for anybody. That's what he's
yeah,
saying.
no, yeah.
So it's the same thing as me saying people who can think aren't buying the Bible.
You're right. It doesn't. If I think about it in that context and read it, Jesus took the 5 loaves and 2 fish, looked up towards heaven and blessed them. Then, breaking the loaves into pieces, he kept giving the bread to the disciples so they could distribute it to the people. He also divided
Imagine
the fish
that.
for everyone to share. They all ate and were satisfied. And the disciples picked up 12 basketfuls of broken pieces of fish and bread. And there were 5,000 men who had eaten the loaves.
Right. And that story appears again when it says, on our crossing of the river Jordan, the 12 priests take up 12 stones, meaning old religions, broken religions.
Well, that's funny because the next verse is immediately after this, Jesus insisted his disciples get back into the boat and head across
which
the
boat?
lake. Oh, just to head across the lake to Bethsaida while he sent the people home.
I would have to look at the word Bethsaida, but I'll bet it. Well, I know Beth is house,
Right, Faith's house.
and then Seda, I'll have to look it up. But I'll bet you that the Bethsaida that they're going toward.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. At that point in the story, it almost can't be something like an unenlightened city. So I would think it's going to mean something that implies heaven.
Plus, also some say if you take the story, face value, that 5,000, it'd be more than 5,000 men there. There'll be children and women there as well. So some say the number might have been 10,000, even 15,000.
They're kind of missing the point,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Here we are, Mark 6:45. Bethsaida. Go to other.
I'll be right back and get more coffee.
Housey, I love it. I'd say Jill is a false teacher.
So Bethsaida is of Aramaic origin. It's actually, oh my gosh, it's another word broken down into another word. Hold on, I'm digging the etymology out of this. Okay. Remember the idea of a game? And then building on that, the idea of a hunter. Building on that. Provider, the house of the provider. There you go, Bethsaida.
You mean kind of the one who brings home the meat?
Yeah.
Brings home the bacon?
Yeah, brings home the bacon. Fry it up in a pan.
I'm sorry, I just had a bacon sandwich, so had to.
There you go.
Uh,
Bacon is meat.
Bacon on the mind.
My question is, if so much of the Bible is like metaphorical, like how do we know? How would we identify which parts we should take seriously? Which parts
All of
should
it's
we take
serious.
literally?
That is the best question.
No, all of it's serious. All of it's extremely serious.
All right, Richard, how do we work out what's real and what's metaphorical?
What do you mean by real? And I'm not playing any games with you. I mean, it is a real
It is not
thing.
intended to be it is not intended to be just a story or a lesson.
Well, here's the thing. All of it actually happens and all of it actually matters. So none of it's 100% fairy tale. None of it.
No, but so I can't even. My brain is just completely mush.
I know, it just fries you.
No, here's an example. I think you're talking about, Cupcake. So how do we know when the waters are people or the waters are water? Just
because because waters is never H2O, not one time.
Yeah, but how do we know that? How do you determine that?
By the definition it gives for how it's using the word waters.
But it does, like, you've interpreted that definition.
No, it's a direct definition. It's directly stated. It's also directly stated what it means by sword, what it means by stone.
It is directly stated, though. So, for example, he moved over the waters.
Okay, it's not directly stated right there. No, wait, it's not directly stated right there, but it is directly stated. It says how it's using the word in a colloquial definition. Of course, water means H2O. We all understand that. But actually, mayim means anything water-like, including sperm, fruit juice, piss, water, all that stuff. Right?
A crowd of people's getting a little bit of a stretch.
No, it's not, Sammy. I don't know why you're saying that. When it says directly, these waters that you have seen are, as in direct identity, are peoples, multitudes, nations, and tongues. It's a statement of identity. R is just the extended idea of is.
It actually says that. That's fairly specific.
It's really specific. These waters that you have seen are peoples, multitudes, nations, and tongues, meaning everybody.
Okay, but that still doesn't say that every time it's a plural, it means people.
It doesn't necessarily mean that, but it just so happens to work out that every time it's used water over pluralized, and it is over pluralized, it applies quite well to a large group of people. That large groups of people really do that. Like you'll never find waters being lapped up by camels, not one time, because camels don't eat large groups of people. They can't. However, you will find camels drinking water from a well, like a hole in the ground, and someone dips a bucket into it. But you can't dip a bucket into a crowd of people.
If a verse is talking about the waters of the earth and it's literally talking about different bodies of water, you're saying there's no case in the Bible where that happens.
When you find that, it'll read, when you look in the definitions, it reads salt sea.
The seas of the salt.
Yeah, which is different from the waters. It'll never be mayim. When it's being used that way, it won't say mayim. It'll say salt sea.
So
it sounds like this is what I'm getting just to describe a state of fluidity.
Yeah.
I think Christianity's biggest issue is the fact that it's reading an English Bible.
Well, the Jews would agree with you. I mean,
because
you're so completely correct, it's not even funny.
And I know, we've got our translations and people pick their favorites like the King James and so on, but I don't think there could be a translation that's gonna... We're never gonna know what the writer was saying 100%. It's always gonna come down to our interpretation.
And if you think about it, in a way, that's kind of beautiful.
It's also not helpful.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's beautiful
wait.
if that's the purpose.
Wait. Who told you it was supposed to be helpful right now?
I thought
Where'd you get that idea from?
The idea it was meant to be helpful.
What's that?
I thought your interpretation worked on the idea it was meant to be helpful.
But helpful
eventually,
for who?
it becomes eventually helpful, but it's not even designed to be helpful right now. Obviously. Or whoever authored it, whoever came up with this overall concept was stupid. Because it don't work. I don't know if you noticed, but it don't work.
We worship the real Jesus, the one found in the pages of Scripture. Yeah, the one that mass murders everybody, the one that goes out and kills babies for fun to teach someone a lesson. That's the God Jesus you worship, Jill. Sorry.
You want to hear what's funny, Critical?
Go on.
Christians will say things like, Jesus speaks with the voice of many waters. And they know that means he's kind of like a lawyer for the people. Right? But then when it comes to Jesus walking on the waters, which ain't much different from him speaking with the voice of many waters, it's the exact same word, mayim, they'll say, no, he literally like defeated physics because of God magic. What is wrong with... What's wrong with carrying the context and just saying Jesus was a leader of people? Just what's wrong with that?
Well, he's an example, though. And this is the point I was trying to make. So the Jehovah's Witnesses would interpret something like that to mean powerful and noisy. Like they would say, think of waterfalls and rivers running and an ocean. Right. Think of all these waterways. Like Jesus will speak with the power of many waters, or however it was worded.
Okay.
And that makes perfect sense. And he'll thunder. It'll be like, but is that what that verse is trying to portray?
Well, according to the rest of the Bible, I mean, you could certainly read it like that. I can see how you could, but it's a little inconsistent. I mean, we all know that if you can just switch context whenever you think that it's necessary, you can make any piece of literature say almost anything you want it to. And look, they do. And then when it comes to the violence in the Old Testament within itself identifies what it means by sword. It says the truth of God is like a two-edged sword. Sharper than any two-edged sword, cutting both ways, kind of saying. Something like that, right? And then the book of Revelation, what do you have coming out of Jesus' mouth? A sharp two-edged sword. Why is that? Because he's speaking the truth. And then I think it's in Isaiah, it says, put on the armor of God, including the sword of truth. So it's really obvious that by sword it means truth. And by the way, the word sword isn't sword. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm getting mouthy, but let me wrap up that idea real quick and I'll shut up. The idea of sword is not sword. Actually, the word sword, spear, arrow, and knife is all the same word. And what it means is to separate something into two parts. That's what it means. So it's the same idea as the sheep and the goats, the wheat and the chaff. It's all the same idea.
See, I get that, but how can one know that's the case when there's verses when King Solomon's soldier took his sword out to cut the baby in half?
Right.
Is that
why do you think that doesn't work?
Well, it does. That particular thing, I think it's stupid. I don't think it's very wise, and I don't think it actually would have happened that way, but I don't see that it doesn't work.
Okay, I could say something like, is the character a Gentile? If the character is a Gentile, would they be properly or improperly using the Word of God. If they improperly use the Word of God, are they causing harm? Which is why Jesus says to Peter, he rebukes him when he uses his sword to cut off the ear of the Roman soldier. He gets rebuked. It's the same thing Jill does. He uses the Bible to hurt people, and that's wrong.
So what does that soldier's sword represent?
Well, since he's a bad guy, it's like untruth instead of truth.
But is he a bad guy? Like, he's Solomon's soldier. Isn't Solomon a good guy?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me the exact story you're talking about, and I have to read it myself.
The two
I don't want to
mothers.
guess too much on context. I'm just talking about an overview.
Two mothers are fighting over a child, and so Solomon says, "I'll cut it in half," and the real mother says,
that
"No,
doesn't
just
actually
give it to
happen.
her."
They don't actually cut the baby in half.
No, I know. He realizes who the real mother is, but I'm just trying to say, how do we know that in that isn't just talking about a soldier with a sword? Does a sword every single time it's mentioned in the Bible mean this thing?
Oh, okay. Here's one I have looked up. The word stone, like stone to death, like that. There are 3 occasions that I found in the Bible where the word stone does not mean the Bible itself, and it means an actual rock. But it's always when a person who's irreligious is persecuting someone religious, go figure, that they're going to like try to bash their head in with a rock. Whereas the rest of the time, and we still use this analogy, we still say throw the book at them. In fact, we say it today in our culture. Or I don't know about Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a derivative of the same old legalistic idea of having a book that is what you use to punish someone. That's how you punish them with the law, with the book. That's where that idea comes from. So the Bible even describes itself as a stone, saying you can't change it. It's the Word of God. You know, if you tried to change it, you'd be wrong. You must never lay a tool upon it. You can't carve the Word of God in it, but it has the Word of God in it. It's an untouched stone. So it identifies itself that way, and then Christians want it to be a rock to bash in heads because, well, they're evil.
So are you implying that that's how they wrote and spoke back then?
Oh,
that
absolutely.
it couldn't have just been teach them the God of Word. Instead of saying that, they say smash his head in with a rock. Like it just seems a little bit of a stretch.
Go talk to some. If you don't think that I'm correct about this, go talk to some Orthodox
that's why I'm
Jews.
asking.
Yeah, go ask some Orthodox Jews. They're going to agree with me. I know they are because they do. Because I've asked them.
Could it just be that to many primitive people, the simplistic way to get rid of somebody was just to crush their skull? Because then they're going to, because you could, use all kinds of, primitive tools to try and kill people and maybe it wouldn't work for you. Right.
Well,
but if if you bash their head in, they're probably not coming back. Right. So that was just.
But Kev, what you're doing there is you're saying that the intent of the story is to recall history.
Well, I'm saying if you were to put it in the context of history before we had guns and stuff like that, right?
That's what you're saying. You're saying it's a history book. Now, I'm not arguing whether or not people bashed in other people's heads with rocks. I know that, but that doesn't mean that that's what the text is talking about.
All right.
Yeah, but I guess what we're saying is it doesn't mean it doesn't.
Right, it doesn't mean it doesn't, except it causes this huge inconsistency called loving, kind, sweet, caring Jesus agrees with the Old Testament. How does Jesus agree with the Old Testament?
Yeah, well, I don't think he does.
Well, he says he does in no uncertain terms in the text. I am here to fulfill the law. I am not here to cancel it out. Every jot, every tittle will be fulfilled by me. He says it. So what? Is
Even
he
though
going to
he
start
then
bashing in people's
completely
heads with
contradicts
rocks?
it.
No, he's not contradicting it.
I
He's
mean, in the
telling
Christian context.
Oh, he contradicts the Christian narrative. Sure, he has to. It's anti-biblical. Of course he has to contradict it. They won't accept the definitions that it gives and the way that it's using. You know what? Here's one that's kind of non-emotional but real obvious. There's 4 cardinal directions. Those are east, north, south, and west. We all know them. So we say things like, we even design maps with east, north, south, and west printed on the map. And those maps are parts of the world or the whole world. So we all know how to think about the earth having 4 corners. Right? So you've got the 4 horns or corners of the earth. Right? And then in the text it says that you're supposed to make your sacrifice on the altar, and it describes it having 4 horns. And then in the text it tells you how to build an altar. And the only way to make an altar other than out of the Bible is to make it out of earth. And yet people make physical altars as if the earth isn't the altar that it's talking about. It says that the altar has to have 4 corners made of the earth. It has to have fire underneath
But
of
then
the
you
surface.
don't do anything because the altar already exists.
Primo. That's right. You're not supposed to actually build one. And the fire under the altar represents the fire.
So
in
when
the
it
center of the
says,
earth. Yeah,
because it literally says in some verses, build yourself an altar.
talking to who?
Oh, different people, I guess. I could probably look it up. But I know people have been told to build altars before.
Sure.
In the high places and so on and so forth.
I mean, it's going to eventually, talking like this, it's going to sound like I'm just making this shit up. It's going to, because
that's fine. That's normal.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, thanks. But anyway, but look, what you read in the KJV, etc., as high mountain is actually a high holy place that looms over your head. Now, mountains don't loom over your head, all right? So it's using the words like the Mount Zion, etc., to give you a mental image of how big and scary and awe-inspiring heaven will be when you see it. So when it says that you're to build an altar on a high holy place, it's not talking about some mountain on the earth. It's talking about the tabernacle in heaven, and there's only one that does that.
But do you think they had any knowledge of Mount Everest or K2? Well,
it doesn't matter.
It would if they hadn't actually reached the highest place on Earth.
It's not about the highest place on Earth. It's a story. It's a local fairy tale. They could have used any big mountain. It doesn't matter.
But we've missed the build a altar.
Haven't missed it.
Okay.
Haven't missed it. I mean, I can make a pretty good argument for there being an intended reader, and we can tell because there's 20,000 different Christian religions, or more. I don't really care what the number is. It's more than one. There should be one. So there's either something has 0 value, or there's one correct way to understand it. Okay.
But it's not actually telling us to build altars on high mountains.
No, of course not. Or kill animals, or do or don't drink wine, or do or don't have sex with who you're in love with. Those aren't the topics. It's
so
just not a topic.
What do you think is the main topic? What is
the main topic is here's a bunch of fairy tales given to everybody in different ways all over the planet. When we act on your reality and you actually meet us, our actions will translate the fairy tales, and you'll already have them in the back of your mind, and you'll be okay. And then you have the hero of the story, and the hero has to help with all that. He's got to make it easier for people. That's his job. That's it. But you have no responsibility in this. I mean, if I can say something like heaven is available, the Father decides when we go to heaven, the Father has decided we're not going to heaven, we suffer here, the Father is aware we're suffering here, the Father wants us to suffer. There's no avoiding it. We are here to suffer, but you wouldn't be suffering if you knew the quote, according to the text, you wouldn't be suffering if you knew, and everyone else knew, the absolute truth. We would treat all of each other with humanitarian effort and really push ourselves, and everyone would be taken care of all over the whole world, and there'd be no suffering. We would have eliminated that a really long time ago, but instead we have free choices to cause each other suffering by hoarding or directly taking from someone else, all the horrible things that we do, right? So we're allowed this time of suffering, which means you can't tell the story until the time is right.
For me, I think, especially now as technology is getting better and better and our understanding of genetics, I don't know that this suffering would be so necessary.
For what?
Anything.
Okay.
I think the things that make us suffer, we could genetically get rid of. And if no one's ever gonna suffer, then why would we need people experiencing it to teach others about it?
Great question. And this is why the Christian cannot answer the problem of evil. I'll tell you why. Because they cannot see that the text is describing multiple earths. That they can't see that we are a cycle of an earth, and there will be those on other earths later who also will suffer, and we can help reduce their suffering or at times encourage their understanding of what suffering is. And here's why that must be. Apparently, you could be an archangel in heaven, born into heaven, and be perfect, and think there could be something better. You could be tricked into that. And let's face it, I mean, it's a bad on God or the Father, or whatever you want, what term you like, that there is Lucifer. Lucifer is a oh my bad, isn't it? Why admit an oh my bad unless you're trying to make a point of admitting it? Well, what would be the point? The point is that you could have a fully perfect, enlightened being in heaven, living in what is for that kind of being apparent perfection, or it's claimed that it's perfection, and they could screw it up. How could somebody like that screw it up? Well, it's just evident in the text that how they screw it up is they don't have a comparative and they think they can do better. Well, okay, is it safe to say that within human nature, within our kind, right, that we have this tendency to need a comparison in order to maintain or support something? Like, if you didn't know your car wasn't supposed to leak engine oil, why would you fix the leak?
I mean, I understand that in this current state, you need the opposite to understand the thing. But as far as like disease or aging and all of that stuff, if we're eliminating that, what? And we're in heaven, we're really smart and all the rest of it. What suffering is there gonna be?
Apparently, it doesn't have anything to do with how smart or beautiful or how long we live, that we will allow suffering in if we don't have a comparative. And the suffering that will be on the next earth because they're going to have their own heaven.
But couldn't we just see the suffering on the next earth? Like,
I don't know, man. I mean, a lot of people say that book learning is just as good as on the job training, but that doesn't really bear out. On the job training matters.
Yeah, I mean, I've done CPR on a few dummies, but I've never done it in real life, right? So until you experience it, it's just a dummy.
I think that's just the way we're hardwired, man. And I don't think that Adam or any of the rest of us ever had a choice about it.
I think that's my only real, and it's not a logical problem. It's an emotional problem more than anything else.
What's that?
Is what Geo, I've put it up on the screen there, is people still have to die and forced to do things against their will.
I can't even figure out what part of Christianity that came out of. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, from your point of view, it's like you don't have to come, but the Earth's going to be destroyed. Well, it's kind of like if you create this ecosystem.
Let me put this. I'm sorry, Sammy. I'm going to go smoke, and I'm going to shut up for a really long time, which I know I already promised once and then I didn't, but I tried. Let me put it in this perspective. Let's say you were a landlord and you built this kind of crappy apartment building, actually, and it was over time, and there's no way to fix it because the materials that were used. It just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse. And you knew that when you built it, it was a limited time offer, and you're only going to be able to keep people in there for so long. But while they were paying their rent, you weren't a total pig. You didn't, suck it up your nose or something. You actually took that money and you went and built a set of apartment buildings that was much, much nicer, out of better materials. It was going to last all of these people the rest of their lives. And then you say to them, well, I'm gonna get some of my money and scrap back out of the structural steel that built this first set of apartment buildings. You guys got to move into the other ones because this is my structure and you don't actually own it, and I'm the one that paid for all this stuff in the first place, and this stuff is mine. I'm getting all the aluminum out of this building. I'm melting down all the glass. I'm gonna use all of the concrete materials and all the man-made materials like that to do some land filling and level up the area for the next set of apartment buildings I'm building. Do you think that you would be unjust in doing that?
Well, see, now here's the thing. You'll find, and I could probably try and Google and find some, there have been cases where courts have sided on the person living in the house. Squatters' rights, for example.
Sure, but that's because they had nowhere to
go. It's your home now.
But that's because they had nowhere to go, Sammy.
Well, not always. There's been cases where people of local councils and things have tried to upend people for whatever reason to build airports or what. They offer them houses and things. They've got somewhere to go, but these people still win the battle.
You're talking about people with You're talking about people with land rights. I was specifically describing a situation where there's no land rights because, according to the Bible, we have no land rights to this whole earth.
And I think that's my issue.
Well, I mean, Did you make this?
No, but I was born here like everything else that's here,
That's
and I
that's
think
fine.
everything that's here has the right to stay here.
But either way, in an evolutionary model or in a theocracy, you didn't do this. You just happened to be here.
Which
Either
to
way,
me means nobody has the right.
that's right. Nobody has the right unless the only way that anyone could have the right is if they genuinely had caused this environment. Then they would have the right. Or do you think that wouldn't give them the right?
No, I don't, and that's why I mean, like, if we set up,
Why would you have the right?
if we set
What's
up an area for an endangered species, say, and they start thriving, and we decide, I want that land back now, you either shift or we kill you.
No, that's not the
Interestingly, I saw this argument from Answers in Genesis earlier. They were arguing creators' rights. And I was like, okay, is that not the same as parental rights? You're saying, well, if I make a baby, I have dominion over that child, or for how long? Like,
Which I
this is
don't
getting
agree
weird.
with.
Look,
if I create something, do I have dominion over that thing automatically?
Well, yes, for a time you do.
Why?
What? Because you're at fault.
You're at fault?
You're at fault. You made the thing. Now it's your responsibility.
I would say responsibility and dominion are two very different things there.
I think that's a matter of perspective. If you
I think responsibility implies taking care of, whereas dominion implies ownership.
Okay, well, you guys are talking about way too much Christianity that I don't think can be justified. I agree with you.
I wasn't talking about Christianity. I was talking in general.
I think that there's too much implied here that can't be justified from within the story itself. I think that's Christianity. And all I said was if the angels did indeed bring large amounts of materials here to populate a barren planet, which is the claim, that they brought metal here, they brought carbon here, they brought atmosphere here, they brought water here, they brought all that stuff with them to do this. And then it became something that we were born into. And it was, as far by my perception, it was just always like it is right now, except for minor changes like in technology and stuff, right? And it doesn't look like they did anything at all, except it does, and I can prove it, that there's stuff here that absolutely is not natural. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense. But even if I grant that all of it looks 100% natural, just because you happen to be living here and this was always the situation to you doesn't mean it's yours.
I think yours is. I think property rights are entirely granted by society, by the person with the bigger gun, basically.
Sure, it is.
I don't think there's
and that's I think that's what the point I'm trying to get at, and I feel like it's not being admitted. Like, I think you want to go down the route of it's all good, we'll understand. You'll understand at the time. But the point Math Pig's always trying to make, and I think it's a bit of my issue too, is we don't get a fucking choice though. I don't care if I understand, I don't get the choice to stay.
It's not your apartment building.
And to me, that's. But see, you're I don't agree with that analogy. I don't think it's an apartment building. I think it's an ecosystem created for a fucking being that they now arbitrarily decide, oh, we need this shit back to build another one.
I don't think it's arbitrary. I think
why can't I stay on this fucking planet?
That sounds like the landlord is the one with free rent.
Yes, the landlord has earned free rent by now, yeah. There's no
doubt. Why have they earned free rent?
Because they're space travelers, and they're the ones that go and collect these materials. They're the ones that actually use them.
Indefinitely?
Yes, they can. They indefinitely create planets and go forth, and
No, no. I
So,
mean, they are indefinitely get free rent.
well, actually, from what I can tell from the story, the one who paid the first rent was Satan, which is why he thinks he's owed something.
But you just said he's owed something.
What's
He
see,
that?
paid the first
see
rent.
if this,
You guys are
see if
talking
this
over each
helps.
other.
Sorry. See if this helps to clarify my misunderstanding. So on Star Trek, right? They've actually done this story a couple of times, as most series do. But this particular one was Data, the robot.
Mm-hmm.
And the argument was, does he have any rights? Because for all intents and purposes, he displays life. He learns, he's growing, all the rest of it.
It's the same old AI.
So the question was,
right?
do the people who made him own him and can destroy him at will? Or does he now have some autonomy and right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's our argument. And I think we're on different sides of it.
Okay.
But I think there might be something you think we're missing.
Yeah.
And that we are actually on the same side, but we're not getting your point of view.
That's what I think, yes. And I don't know if I could ever put the right words in the right order. I don't know that I can do that. But I think eventually we all end up on the same side of this anyway. So right now I'm just, in my mind, if this is the right way to think about it, I'm trying to soften the blow for you. And that's all I could ever do. Okay? And that's it. So yeah, I think you're right that I'm saying it poorly, and I don't know a better way to say it, and I apologize to you all deeply. I do, but I don't know a better way to say it.
Okay, so wait, to sum it, maybe we will all eventually be saved. So this whole part of it is kind of it's a bit trivial, but
there are gonna be people who say, "No, fuck you, I'm not coming," and don't get on the spaceship. But the Earth is not going to be habitable. So it's like, for me, it's the heaven and hell thing. It's not. There's no choice.
Look,
and I think I take issue with not having a choice. Like, if you're going to take my choice, I'm going to probably do the opposite.
So let's go back to the apartment analogy and let me refine it a little bit. What's being claimed is there are those in the apartment building, the old decrepit piece of crap one that's falling apart, and they have naturally occurring disabilities, and there's no ramps, and everyone's been pulling them up and down steps forever and trying to carry people, and it's been a huge pain in the ass, and nobody likes it. But in the new apartment building is everything appropriate. You know, the handrails, the ramps, the whole deal, everything they need. And if you say something like, I don't want to go to the new apartment, I don't like the new apartment, I don't think anyone should go to the new apartment is bad. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to think of such a statement.
The problem is you're now describing basically native rights for how people have been oppressed throughout history. We've got a better.
But also, you've kind of gone a bit further. I'm not saying no one should go. I'm saying me alone. I should have a choice. Do I want to go on a fucking spaceship? Okay, you created this Earth thousands, millions of years ago, whatever. That was on you. You put me here. I didn't get a fucking say. And now you come in and say, righto, time's up. Okay, well, what if I'm not finished?
I think there was always going to be people in that situation, some small percentage of the Earth's total human population throughout time, who were going to be in that situation, and nobody else was. I mean, there was other people who lived in the apartment building. You could say that, but you know, they move in and they move out. hopefully because of old age and in a nice, quiet way. They move in and they move out, and you moved in late, and the apartment building was going to be torn down soon, which is just happenstance.
Like, don't get me wrong. When the planet-sized ship pulls up in the sky, I'm getting on it. There's no question.
Okay.
But
you just want the adventure.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. Who doesn't want to go on a spaceship? But
I'm
I
excited.
don't know. I just feel like there's something lacking there from such intelligent beings.
Well,
It needs to be a better system than just destroy the old one and make a new one.
it's not destroy the old one. It's recover all the materials off the old one. Destroying it is incidental. It just so
Interestingly enough, I think
there's no
Christians
such
would
thing
probably
as
be the most
sentiment.
reluctant.
Then. I'm guessing there's no sentiment in heaven because we have these things, like we have historical buildings that we protect and things like that, because we don't like to let our past go.
Well, that's why spiritualism is a transcendental idea, right? It's all of these material things are just kind of come and go. So that's the idea of immortality is something
Right.
it's something immaterial.
Yeah. Whereas, like, I'm all about this life because that's the only one I'm convinced exists.
That's a good thing to be convinced of right now, Sammy.
And I don't know. I guess if you're right, what I'm saying isn't even a problem because they will have a way to tell us and make us understand that we would be like, well, shit, I'm getting on the ship. Like, but yeah, does this ship have forests and mountains and or do we just like?
From what I can tell, Sammy, it has to have everything we see here and some things we don't see here. I mean, like vast ocean rooms, dinosaur rooms, everything.
Well, you would think the idea, if not to have those things on the ship, would be to transport all of those things to another planet. So even if you don't experience them, in an ideal world, maybe your descendants would experience an Earth-like environment somewhere in the universe, right?
Well, the idea of Richard's idea is that everyone will experience that because everyone comes from an Earth,
right?
And then we go and help the next Earth. We become the angels for the next Earth,
right? Not that I have to have a hard time justifying that. It says that in the text too.
And I guess another thing which it's not that great an argument for a believer, but for a non-believer, it's a pretty powerful obstacle, is complexity. The more complex the story, the more complex something needs to be, the less likely it's going to be.
Right. What's so complex about?
Now, let me clarify. Your idea is not complex, and I think it is actually very plausible. Very plausible.
Well, then I missed what complexity you're talking about.
Your interpretation of the Bible, how you get from the Bible to where you are. I understand it, and I don't even think it's that bad an interpretation, but to me, it's not. There's just a lot of interpolation, and
I'm sorry, Sammy. I mean, I love you, but I can show that you're wrong.
You've got the waters, there's a definition given there, but I think a lot of the time there isn't.
A lot of the time there isn't. There is
On-
on every
on-
major idea. There's a definition given in the text for how it's being used. Every single time on every major topic. I know that Christians look at that some certain way and they ignore it. Like some of the descriptions are in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, and you read that stuff and you're just like, what in the hell are they talking about? And Christians just glaze over, their eyes gloss over, and preachers don't talk about it.
Yeah, I think everyone's eyes glaze over it on that stuff.
Did you know there's literally a singular sentence in the Bible that reads that every season, at snow and summer, winter and summer, every crop situation, planting and harvest, every amount of solar activity, day and night, is all simultaneous? That's directly written in the Bible in just one sentence?
No.
I'm not even really sure how to interpret that.
It's all simultaneous. Happening
Z,
all the time.
in the background, put your camera on. I'm probably still not going to let you in anyway because
no kidding.
I get
going on lately.
Yeah, exactly. But with a name like the letter Z, and a bite me icon, if you're not going to put your camera on, you can.
Okay, I thought for a second it might have been heretic, but that doesn't sound like heretic.
Yeah. So,
Well,
I mean, it literally says there's a singular sentence that literally says night and day, harvest and planting, winter and summer. Let's see, seems like there was 4 of them. I know those 3 are there. Will not cease until the world is ended. It doesn't cease. Now that is true. It's always planting time somewhere. It's always nighttime somewhere. It's always winter somewhere on this planet. But there's no way for someone to write that from the ancient Near East.
If that is heretic, I think they're all right for this conversation. But
they've changed the icon to a black man.
Oh no, that sounds wrong. That does not sound right. Heretic has a particular icon.
Just make them turn on their camera and do something that couldn't have been previously recorded, and it'll be absolutely safe.
So they can hear me, right?
Yeah. They can hear you backstage.
They can hear all of us.
You need to turn your camera on. I'm the only one that can see you just for a second, and you need to put 3 fingers in front of your left eyeball.
Yeah, there's no way they got film footage of that from somewhere. All right, guys, I'm going to go smoke.
You've been saying that for an hour.
I've been wanting to go smoke for an hour.
So what you're saying is this is helping you cut down?
It's not going to work, cripple. I'm going.
Came back. Richard?
No. He's gone.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be charitable there. Like, if we could see them,
Well, he showed a video, but he didn't put the 3 fingers in front of his left eyeball, so it could just be video footage. And I've been sucked in by that before.
Yeah, I had my channel deleted
put 3.
too, so,
I can see you, dude. If you're real, put 3 fingers in front of your left eye now. No, it's just a still image. I'm learning. Dude, I've seen a dude blow his head off. I've seen people with a tail shitting and fucking someone while they're shitting at the same time, and just.
Well, that's ridiculous. I just got a woman in a hijab giving a blowjob, but I got all of my content deleted from like the last 2 years.
Why can't I get just a nice dick pic or vagina or something I want to see? I get like the gore bombing. It's horrendous. And I tell you, the first time I saw it, I didn't know it was a thing. And it was just video, so it wasn't real. But at the moment, I didn't know it wasn't live. And it was just a dude sitting at his desk and then gets a gun. And I'm not kidding, his head fucking explode. And the whole panel just went, what the fuck? And it fucked with me. Like, until I went back and had a look and I realized it was video footage and there was never a live person there. I was a bit better, but it was still like...
Yeah, I didn't need to see that. I saw a cartel execution video a few years ago and felt compelled to repost it on Facebook. And then somebody just chewed my ass. They're like, why would you repost that? And I was like, why did I repost that? That's terrible. I was like, I had to see it now. Now so do you. But it wasn't trolling. I was just like, look at this shit. This is crazy.
It's Heretic. P-R-E. 7 Zins bottle. Oh, for fuck's sake, not a black man. 420. My name is not Wildheart.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Yeah. Nah. You're only saying that because you heard him say Heretic. All you've got to do, does Heretic ever show
I
camera?
haven't seen Heretic's face. I've heard Heretic in some streams.
Here's your fucking dick pic. What are they showing you, Sammy?
It is a guitar pick with the word dick on it.
Okay, maybe.
I'll let you in. It's simple. If you either be someone we know, which you're clearly not.
He says it's Heretic. Heretic could come into the YouTube chat on his account.
Exactly, as Heretic. They wouldn't come in as the letter Z and then change it to PRE. What's PRE? PR.E.
Yeah. And why they're claiming not to be Wildheart. That's just... I don't know.
You didn't go on cam. I saw a still image of a bald dude. Go on cam and do as I asked, and I'll let you in. It's that simple. Or else you can just sit out the back there.
Yeah, or maybe if you're having camera issues, you could leave and come back. Maybe try that.
Yeah.
Don't be aggressive.
My ability to see camera is clearly limited. They're trying so hard. Well, it's only limited by my eyeballs. My eyeballs are fine. I was watching. I saw you come on, but again, you did not move or you were frozen. So... But how did they know Wildheart? Oh, actually, Wildheart is renowned for fucking porn bombers, so... Because I'm from the fucking happy chat. Well, that makes no sense. Where you posted the link. Which happy chat, though? Because the link is also in this chat. Hey, Bree.
Hey, I'm just out of my quick break. I wanted to come in and say hi to everybody. Hi.
Just tell us who you are, for fuck's sake.
I'm Bree.
Oh, camera on. No, not Bree.
It's Bree. It's me. What do we got in here? Is Cupcake still here? Is my Cupcake still here? Sweet
He is. She is. They are.
Hey, babe.
What are your pronouns now?
Cupcakes?
Yes.
She, her. It's
She,
cupcake
her?
comments. Uh-huh.
Excellent.
And now you know.
All of it.
Now
is
I know.
me. Heretic, crypt, heretic, PREZ. All of it is me. Yeah, I know you're all the same person, but are you really heretic from Brojo's? Do we?
Yeah,
do
only
I?
Brojo could truly attest.
Heretic.
I do remember the dick pic icon, but
You're on. My
What
finger's
we
on
gonna
the
get?
remove button.
For fuck's sake, 420. You
It
are
is
hard
heretic.
fucking work. Christ almighty.
Oh,
I go on
God.
camera for you and flick you the V's and 3 fucking fingers up, just like you asked, and you can't even
Well,
see it because there's
yeah.
something wrong with your fucking video.
Well, can I just
Fuck
say it
me.
must have been your internet connection because all I got was a still picture.
The number of times you have watched Brojo's live chats, live stuff, and I've got Z in there as my fucking name, or I've got PRE as my name.
you usually have a bottle of liquor, though. That's
never-
why I
never-
was like, there should be a bottle of liquor there, but I didn't want to give it away.
What?
Well, what do you
Forgive
think I
me,
said about the
heretic.
7 Zins bottle? The 7Z. Fuck me.
Forgive me, but I don't go to Brojo's channel that much, and I don't know that you go by those names at all. I've never seen them in my life.
You've never seen me have heretic at the bottom of my name because I haven't.
Oh,
used it.
heretic's the only name I know.
That's because Brojo fucking says it all the time, and so does everybody else. But if you look at all of the recent stuff, it's a Z that I've got there.
Okay. So what's with the name change?
I like to fuck people off.
Well, there you go. And how's that working for you?
That's why I'm giving you a dick pic.
Well, you're in here. We got you in here in the end.
I would have only watched from the outside. It's just that you didn't post the actual video link. I don't, and I was unable to find 420 Atheist by looking for it on YouTube to see if you were even live. So I have no idea what your actual.
I shared this stream on Discord twice, so yeah.
I'm not on Discord. I'm not on your Discord. Which Discord are you on about? Brojo's?
No, I have my own Discord server, Kevin Chaos. With 2 Ks.
Oh, you're Kevin Chaos. See, this is the problem with people having multiple names.
People repeatedly calling him Kevin not clue you in.
I didn't hear anyone. Has anyone called him Kevin?
Hi, Kevin.
I think that was inside chat.
Okay.
420 Atheist has been having too much fucking 420, I'll tell you.
Oh, dude, no, I haven't had enough. But seriously, me and Kevin haven't had a lot of interactions, if any, really, have we?
No, not like personally. I mean, I've seen you in a lot of chats.
Yeah, I've seen
yes.
The Trusty Ape podcast, and I've seen Kevin Chaos, but I just didn't know that the two were the same.
Well, one got banned.
Yeah, my other one that was talking about earlier last year. I got porn bombed, and my whole channel got shut down. So everything I made before the Trusty Ape podcast got taken down. So yeah, I just started fresh.
Yeah, I know a few people have had to do that actually. Rebuking. Oh, he's still. Jill just jumps back into the chat and continues on. Like
he's watching something we were talking about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, rebuking sharply, meanly, false teachers equals Christ-like. Issuing out death threats, not Christ-like.
You're a false
What
teacher.
the
You know?
fuck? Oh, gee. That I don't even know what that means.
I didn't mean to kill the conversation up in here.
No. The issue was more Richard started off, and Richard was driving the conversation.
Yeah.
You actually arrived at a point where we could talk.
We were right at the.
Richard.
Do we
Jill
have
means,
the choice
Jill
to get on
means-
the spaceship?
What Jill means is that if somebody's a false teacher, you can rebuke them sharply, and that is like being like Christ. However, Christ did not issue death threats, he says.
Well, since
Except to-
Jill's a false teacher,
you wanna
can
break
we
the
break
base?
down?
Except to himself.
He issues Richard. Why are you talking about yourself in the third person, Jill? Have you lost it? Richard knows what I mean. He issues death threats to Jill and then complains about a Christian's behavior. LOL. Shut up.
Richard issued a death threat? When?
Yeah, whatever.
He just has
seems
to
very
pretend he
out of
has a
character to
following.
me.
It's so cute.
I've never heard Richard issue any kind of threat, especially not a death threat.
No, I'd like you to clarify that.
Yeah,
Actually.
I think Jill's got really thin skin though, so pretty much anything that you say critical of him is probably a death threat. In his
Isn't
head.
it funny that people that like to hand out often quite offensive and insulting, insults can often have such thin skin?
Yeah, it's kind of like blatant homophobia, where if they talk about it enough, they probably have those tendencies. Like,
yeah, they're dealing with
know an
issues.
awful lot about it.
What was that, Amber?
They suspiciously know an awful lot about it.
Yes.
Spend a lot of time thinking about it, right?
Yeah. I mean, you see, there was one of the critical group that went after furries. Then all furry culture is basically porn. And their proof of this was they'd searched for furry porn. And they found it everywhere.
Oh my god.
Yeah, if you search it out, it's a confirmation bias, right? It's like,
yeah.
Furries are all porn. Watch furry porn.
Do you know? I only know I've met a few furries, and like I'm saying, in like actually met them, not just seen or read tweets or whatever. I actually 4, and 2 of them are asexual. So as far as I'm concerned, 50% of the furries I've met have no interest in fucking sex. So that shit.
And also, you don't have to be a furry to make art for furries. To make furry art, you don't have to be a furry. You just marketing it to the furries. It's not so.
Yeah, exactly.
Claiming that because there's Super Mario Brothers porn too. That does not mean that that Super Mario Brothers is porn, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't correlate.
There's porn of everything. There's porn of Marge Simpson making out with Lois from Family Guy, and
yeah,
anything you want, you could find porn for. Does that mean that it's all porn?
Yeah.
Sammy, how do you know so much about Marge and Lois porn?
I was told by a friend.
Yeah.
There's a fetish for everything. I've seen a full series of Three's Company's porn videos. Three's Company. It was pretty interesting. It's fascinating.
I'll link you to some subreddits, Cupcake, if you're interested. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna bounce. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I got to get back to work, but you all are having so much of a fun conversation, and Cupcake rarely comes in anymore. So I wanted to come in here and kiss her all over and then leave. Okay.
Lovely to see you, Brie.
Have a good day. Oh, that was lovely.
Who's Sandy? Who's Sandy?
You don't know Sandy?
Sandy is Sandy. She's
Is
awesome.
Is Sandy in here?
No, she's not in the panel.
What's really interesting is when I came in and I said, I can't find your channel. I don't know which one it is. And that suggests that I haven't been able to find your channel. I've just found it right now. And I've noticed that Sandy put the link in the channel chat going there. That's the link to the channel.
Thank you.
But of course,
I can never find Sammy's channel, and I have to tag it into videos every other week.
And of course, I couldn't see that link because I wasn't actually looking at the video because I couldn't find the fucking channel.
Blame Richard. He convinced me to
for everything.
Yes, good. He convinced me to change my name from 420 atheist to 420 anti-theist.
Do you think yourself an anti-theist?
Well, I've always considered myself an anti-theist.
Okay, let's get into this. What is an anti-theist? Because there
Well,
are actually
that's
three
well,
different definitions of it that are possible.
Yes.
So I want to know which one you are.
So I think I'm an anti-theismist. Hang on. Theismist. An anti-theismist.
So you are anti God or anti the religion of God.
Exactly.
As opposed to anti people who are believers of God.
Exactly. I have no
So
problem.
it's like-
There's a few, but I have no problem with the general believer. I have a problem
Are you
with the
like taking
religion.
the stance between like hard atheists and soft atheists, like where it's not just I don't believe, but I don't think you should believe, right?
Yes. I wanted to go that one step further, and
The
because
problem
a
is
lot
not the
of people
definition of
I've
hard.
found.
That's not the definition of hard atheist either.
No. I know that. But I noticed that a lot of people have been tending towards going soft atheism or agnosticism, which is fine. Because philosophically, I've always been agnostic, and I think every human on the planet is and should be, otherwise they're dishonest. But colloquially, in my stance, and I guess what I want to portray is I am convinced there is no God, and I also am against religion, or the idea of not a God as such, but a Christian God anyway.
So you're actually anti-God and anti-religion.
Anti-Christian. It sounds like you're anti-Christian God, but it doesn't sound like you take a hard stance against.
No, because I'm pretty hard against all spirituality. I don't think there's any supernatural anything.
The problem
So
is
that's a
Sammy's
soft
trying
stance.
to describe it in their terms. So when you say
Exactly.
you're working with what they are trying to define, how they are trying to define themselves. It's like when they say you know that God exists, and to us that's a meaningless concept because
what's God?
I just mean as an atheist, I can more readily accept the possibility of like a reincarnation type of approach rather than eternal spiritual existence, right? Like reincarnation makes more sense. So I can't completely deny some form of like Buddhism or Hinduism or something. But
I mean, at least reincarnation has the luxury of having the thing existing before and other things existing after.
And reincarnation has a concept of a soul.
It does, which is where you fall down.
Yeah, there's a big problem there because that's a divinity. That's a supernatural aspect to it.
Who let him in?
Like, well, yes and no. If you can stretch. Okay, I totally agree. Okay, don't let me argue this wrong, because I'm very much against the idea of any sort of soul. But you can argue that the energy in the brain is there before. Now, from a physics point of view, it just fucking dissipates unbelievably quickly into fucking ground state, and it's gone. But you could argue that the energy is there, and there is energy afterwards. So you could potentially have the idea of it without a soul, but that's one hell of a stretch.
But there's an assumption within reincarnation that it's the same entity that is being reincarnated in just into something else, you know, and it's on the basis of were you good or were you bad during.
I agree with you that is in lots, but what I'm saying is that I don't think you can say that about every idea of reincarnation.
Okay. There's also, I think, an idea in physics, generally, where energy does not disappear. Like anything that is energy.
But firstly, on a universal scale, we've evidence for energy disappearing and being created. We don't know where it comes from and where it goes, but as a local general principle, that's what we work with. Energy can't be destroyed, but it does.
And in a closed system, can I add that little proviso there?
But it does. But energy does get absorbed into the. I mean, the whole idea of entropy, energy just gets in. So the energy of you look at a light that gives off light. Yeah. Well, that the energy you're talking about there, it just gets absorbed into all of it. There's no way of distinguishing that from anything else. So what's in your brain as these very weak signals is very quickly gone. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I was going to pick up 420 on what he said earlier about when he kept saying, I don't think, I don't believe that there's any spirituality, any God type of thing. And that is a soft atheism. That is the definition of soft atheism. It's when you
you're right.
You don't believe, rather than I believe there is none. That's hard atheism or strong atheism. So it's a belief that there is none, which is positive, versus I don't believe, which is negative on the belief.
You're spot on. Actually, I have ended up in a soft stance because it's hard to separate the philosophical, because philosophically we should all be agnostic. We don't know if there's a God or not. We'll never know if there is a God. So we're all agnostic, but I don't think I don't believe there's a God. I'm not convinced there's a God.
But you end up with the same argument.
I just can't say there is no God, because who can say that?
Because, well, also talking to most Christians, I would say there is no God, because they are talking about their God.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I tend to give two definitions of what I believe in terms of atheism. Well, overall, I consider myself an atheist, but in terms of my atheism, I will say I am a local hard atheist, a global soft atheist, which means I can guarantee I in no way, shape, I am 100% convinced that your God right there absolutely does not exist. It is complete bullshit. Right? That doesn't mean to say I think that it's entirely. I know the universe. I'm quite happy with the calculations of the universe back to this point there, and I have no fucking clue what came before that. It could be a God.
How can you say that if you're an atheist?
Because there's no meaning. It could be a God in the sense that there's nothing coherent to tell me it was. It's not that I am accepting anything. Yeah, I don't think there is a coherent definition of God. The reason I can be absolutely certain that a Christian God doesn't exist is because it is incoherent.
This is why I like to ask. Shit! Every time you stop. This is why I like to ask people, what is the minimal that you would call a God?
It's a good question.
Oh. God, well, I'm an egg theist.
The problem is when I argue with people, I try and argue on their terms, and then you end up with the coherence of their argument. But ultimately, I think that any definition, I think that any definition of a god that has been presented that is coherent has been debunked, and anything else is incoherent.
I got something for you.
Go on.
So do I.
Yeah. I mean, depending on what you demand of something to be a god, I think what these stories are actually describing as God is a set of it's a set of immaterial constructs for running a society, and it is they claim the best standards for running a society, and is thereby God of that society.
No, I would say that does not count as a god. I would say that I would say again, this is where you get to the coherence problem. I would just say that they are an advanced species of something.
Why is that a coherence problem? Are you sure about that word?
Yeah, as in I do not. I think they're that incoherent. Maybe not. I just think that they are something else that exists within the natural world. They are not outside of it.
Oh, okay. So part of your definition of God has to be something that doesn't
I don't
exist
know.
in
Is
our
the
reality?
problem? The problem is you're getting to the problem here that I don't. But I wouldn't consider something that is what could be classified just as another species in our universe.
Okay, so here's the problem, and I heard Wildheart doing this, the same thing you're doing now.
Go on.
You've defined the possibility of God out of existence.
Yes, pretty much.
Well, then there's no such thing as gods to you.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Called an ichtheist. An ichtheist sees it as a totally incoherent concept that nobody has ever defined.
But technically, you are making a positive claim there. And you're also defining it to where it's impossible.
I'm saying
that are objecting all current claims. That's not a positive claim. That's just objecting to the ones that have been presented so far.
No, he is making a positive claim that in order to be a god, it has to be incoherent.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think you could define something.
What would you accept as a god?
No, I'm sorry. That's an interesting question. I don't know. That's my issue.
Like, if I say that a god has to have supernatural powers, and I simultaneously say there are no supernatural powers, I
wouldn't say.
Are there any supernatural? I don't know what I would do. I don't believe there is any supernatural powers.
You don't think a deistic first cause God could exist?
No, I don't know.
Oh, that's okay. I thought they were saying you're saying that they can't exist.
I don't think it is consistent
without being incoherent. I mean,
I don't think
surely
the
a
definition
deistic first cause God could exist without being incoherent. I'm not convinced one exists either, but I don't know that it's incoherent.
How could it be the first cause if a God exists?
That's
well, the first cause of everything other than itself, obviously.
But what does it exist within?
That's the problem. You can't have something out of existence. It literally does not exist.
Oh no, not this conversation again.
Oh yeah. Disturbing.
But it's true.
Can somebody also invite Stizor to really go down the axioms of ichtheism?
If you demand of something that it be outside of existence, and you demand of it that it has no natural properties, you've defined it as something that cannot exist.
I mean, this is the problem. You're kind of right, but the problem is the point at which you define it within a natural universe, within it becomes coherent, but you're right in the sense that it potentially then just it cannot possibly be a god.
On the flip side of that same coin, you live in a country. There are rules. There are highest rules of the land. You have to follow them. They are the god of the land. They're higher than anybody.
But wait. What are the rules on Mars? Why do the rules on Mars
I don't think there's sentient
differ?
beings on Mars.
But if there were sentient beings on Mars, why would the rules on Mars differ from the rules of Earth?
They would be. They are. No, it's a really good point. It's a really good point. In fact, I just did a letter to everyone that I thought would be interested and sent it out to them, saying that any specific god would have to be species specific because species could vary so much.
So, Richard, are you saying you're a soft A Martianist?
Actually, I am a hard pro-alienist.
but
a soft A Martianist.
Do you know what?
But
Do you know what?
I wouldn't
think
say
I might
alien,
be.
Richard. I think you should be saying extraterrestrial.
I might be a hard alienist.
Because what do you mean by alien, Richard? Don't you mean extraterrestrials more specifically? Because aren't they the same as us?
Yes.
It's not from this world.
Well, I was using the technical definition of alien, just something that isn't from this local area.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah.
It doesn't mean they have buggy eyes and gray skin and
the problem
20
is that,
fingers on each hand. It doesn't mean that.
Richard, back to your previous point. You are probably right. I am probably, by being an atheist, I am probably defining God out of existence.
Yeah, you have to be, but if it's like saying, here's all my parameters for a thing. All my parameters say that it can't
Don't come in here.
exist.
No, there you go. I want the camera.
What's the point of even talking about it?
That's why he's an atheist.
This is my point. The point is that because there is nothing coherent there for me to grasp onto, I work with other people, but what they think of God is to try and find something coherent.
Oh, that's useless exercise, man.
Of course it's a useless exercise, but religion in general is a useless exercise.
I agree. Maybe you'll get them to think and reconsider their position, but usually not. But you know that.
No. But at the end of the day, I argue with people. I vaguely enjoy it if the argument is interesting and fun. But mostly I argue with people so that other people see that there is a counter position. That there is a position to try and make other people think. I rarely think I'm going to change the minds of people I'm talking to.
Right.
I'm not intelligent enough.
I don't think that's the issue. I think you don't know the arguments well enough. You're definitely intelligent enough.
The problem is there, I can't remember them. I have the same conversation over and over again, but I don't remember the previous conversations.
How does that work for you anyway? If you repeat something enough, does it become a memory?
No, not really.
That sucks.
I mean, I know that okay, let's take you for an example because you're good because you're encapsulated in this thing. I know that I have talked to you lots. I can't remember anything. Yeah. I remember there was something about some comics that bit. Oh, it's in my head.
Right. Geo Sam makes a really good point. One can also try and define gods into existence. Yes. For instance, I could say my computer is my god. Yep. But then I have to say, why is it better than me? Why do I honor it? Why do I think it's a god? Why do I hold it in the highest regard? Well, that eliminates a lot of stuff.
I will tell you one thing, though, that's useful, Richard. It means that I have to try and take arguments back to very simple things.
Yeah.
That people skip over.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to head out, but I want to say it was lovely chatting with everybody. Sammy, Dave, and Richard,
for coming.
Everyone.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Embrace pantheism.
Well, pantheism is obvious and easy to justify.
And it would fit into probably some of the definitions Cupcake has for a god. So
probably.
All knowledge is contained in it.
The problem I have with pantheism is without panpsychism, which I think can't be justified, then you don't have anything that I would even call a minimalistic God. You're just saying stuff exists. And I'm like, cool, stuff exists.
Laws of the universe?
I don't know. That's just stuff exists. I mean, I'm happy that stuff exists. I'm part of it. And I like that I exist. But I don't consider, the Dunkin' Donuts breakfast muffin on my table something of God.
Well,
It's not godly.
Ideas exist.
And what makes it less or better than gravity, or less or better than energy? It's the same stuff. It's just stuff exists. I don't know why that's a God.
Earlier, you were saying earlier, like about how a computer would fall short of an idea of a God, which it being better than you, worthy of reverence, and those kind of things. I would see universe as that.
How?
Just wait a decade. Computers will have a God.
Yeah. Just how is it higher than you, better than you? How?
Universe?
Yes,
Universe?
it's bigger, there's more stuff, but you're made out of exactly the same stuff. You're a tiny universe in yourself.
Yeah.
Well, then you're God. See, but the reason that you're better than a rock or all the sulfur everywhere is because your level of awareness. That you say intelligent things. You can put ideas you can even put new ideas together from old ideas. That's friggin' amazing.
Is anything really new?
I've got a question for Z.
Why can't we see people's names?
I don't know. It would make my life a whole lot easier.
Because you have not gone to the drop-down list in StreamYard to the
Go to
right-hand
brand.
side.
Where's the microphone? I have no idea.
And then clicked on the word brand.
You didn't take your microphone with you? Are you insane? Are you a
show display names?
Find his fucking
Right.
microphone.
Yeah, and you could choose the color as well, Sammy. You could choose.
Go on,
the color.
Cupcake. You've got a question for me.
Are you a determinist?
I don't know what a determinist is.
Oh crap! Can anyone give a concise idea of what determinism is?
Determinism is the idea that the laws of physics, chemistry, gravity, etc., in a causal chain of events, has predetermined outcomes because they are steady. How's that?
No, I don't like that.
I could look it up for you and get a better definition, but that's generally it.
It was a bit too jargony.
It was. That was it. Related to the philosophical doctrine that all events, including human actions, are ultimately determined by causes regarded as external to the will.
You think that was better and easier? It's what I said.
Say that slower. Cupcake, say it slower. I'm trying to get my head around.
Deterministic. There you go. The philosophical view that all events and phenomena in the universe, including human actions, are ultimately determined by prior causes and cannot be changed or avoided.
Leave that up.
So, Calvinism.
Potentially.
Can I say that it is beautiful to see you two together?
It is.
I am all warm and mushy inside.
I
seeing
can
you guys
barely hear
actually
you.
together.
She has a mad setup. How do we turn that up?
Oh.
Like the
Get
sound
rid of nerdy for a minute so we can see him.
Get rid of nerdy.
Get rid of nerdy.
Hit the minus button.
Right, that's good. There we go. Okay, now we can hear you. I think we're in this mic. Are we?
I was saying I'm all warm and mushy inside, seeing you guys actually in proximity of each other and able to touch. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
That one.
I want to do the Tom Cruise and jump up on the lounge and.
When are you getting here, Sammy?
Yeah.
So everyone already knows this. I can't come now. My son's not too well, and I'm worried if I go on the other side of the planet and anything happens, I can't just
Yeah, of course, family first.
rush home. So,
yeah.
But I had a feeling something like that would happen, so I paid extra for my tickets so I could refund them in case. And so at least I'm not just going to lose my money, but I'm fucking devastated.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear about your son. That's
family first.
It's
My
okay,
family, yeah.
It's a bit of a bi-yearly occurrence. It happens a couple times a year, and yeah,
More rockets for me. More explosive rockets for me.
He's really excited about the confetti cannons.
They are confetti. They're cannons. You know.
That's pretty fucking cool. I'd be equally excited.
What? They're fucking huge.
Show us.
Look at these things. They're
Holy
fucking huge.
See, that would be illegal in my shit country.
Yeah,
it might be. Yeah,
it probably.
I did go for the ones that are illegal in some countries. We'll be missing
I'm sure
you.
you film it all.
Where's the puff puffer? You talk to them. I get the puff puffer.
Okay.
You all should come.
So I got questions. Like, are you guys the actual right heights for each other?
Yeah, surprisingly. Yeah, Math Pig is actually a dude who did not lie about his height when he told me online. Which is, I think the first thing when we discussed heights that came up is, I was like, are you okay?
I've got to ask then, did he lie about any size?
No, he was pretty honest about things.
Didn't have to.
But yeah, being 5'10", I think the first thing that I said to you was, are you okay with dating someone who's taller than you? Because I'm taller than most men in the US. And I think you said I'm same height. And I was like, okay, yeah. And like, sure enough, we're about the same height.
You're
yeah.
about that much smaller than me.
Yeah, I'm about a centimeter shorter than him. So that was a pleasant surprise.
Nice.
Puff puffer?
Perfect.
Oh, you want to put on your jumper first?
It was a fucking disaster getting here.
Oh my gosh, it sounds like it was. I only got to like experience it secondhand over the phone, but
I got to Philadelphia.
Even that was stressful.
And not only had to change
born,
not only had to change the time of the flight, the name of the flight, and the gate of the flight. They did that 3 fucking times over 9 hours.
Wow.
And didn't put the information on the board. They lost the plane. Nobody knew where the plane was for 7 hours.
How do you lose a fucking plane?
While it's on the ground.
Who knew where the plane was?
Nobody knew where the plane was.
Not anybody at your
The airline app did not know where the plane was. The information desk did not know where the plane was. The people at the port didn't know where the plane was. There was supposedly a medical emergency. They had to land somewhere. They went off the radar for 7 hours. Nobody knew.
To answer Let's Farm Angio Sam, we are both 5'10". You're maybe like 5'10" and a half.
5'10" a wee bit. I used to be 5'11" and I went bald.
Guess how tall I am?
17.
5'10".
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
So, Math Pig, where are you guys?
We are in Missouri.
Oh.
We're about an hour from St. Louis.
You said Philly.
Isn't it something with Mary in the name?
No.
No?
I was at a Russian shop today, which I thought was like Kharkov. Kharkov. Fucking, the fuck am I doing in Krakow?
Polish, and it's Krakow.
Well, I'm an hour and a half outside of Philly, so if you come back to those parts,
He's gonna be back in that area.
Tuesday week, Monday week. Yeah, Monday week I'm flying back into Philly.
You're dressed up. Sit back down.
Yeah, Monday week. Like Americans understood what that meant.
yeah, I know. Monday week, Monday next week.
The week Monday.
Monday week is not the Monday coming, but the one after.
Is it? It is Monday though, isn't it? No, it's Tuesday. Monday coming. Yeah.
Monday week.
Monday coming, Tuesday week. It's Monday coming, Tuesday week, of course.
Monday coming. I have no idea what I did. Monday, yes. There.
Yeah, right there.
There, okay. Monday. I'll be
You're
coming back
confused by
to-
multiple monitors.
Pardon?
You're confused by multiple monitors.
No, what's confusing is I'm looking at this, which is where you are. The camera is there. The mic is there. And the sound is from a TV 4 foot away. It's like, what the fuck?
Because I usually do this.
Yeah. And then we've got this mouse, which looks like a spaceship. I don't know what. We're not even going to talk about that. I know.
That's one of them horizontal.
All right.
Your computer's getting fingered as we speak.
Pardon?
Your computer's getting fingered as we speak.
This spaceship style.
Is that a vertical one?
Yeah.
I played around at the shop with one of those. It did my head in. I don't think.
Yeah, I keep hitting.
It takes a minute to get used to, but then once you get used to it, it's so much more natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Well, if you think about it, like your arm, like, okay, these bones on your arm, right? This is a hinge joint. But when you do this, these bones are crossing.
These bones, we can't see
And that's
them.
like, so it's twisting everything in your arm. Whereas if you just have a vertical mouse, it just, it's much more natural.
Not to mention it fucks
If
with
I'm
my
here for
wrist.
another week, I'm reorganizing this setup. For this.
Yeah, I thought that you
I
might
knew
have
he
a
was
cow
gonna
when
say
you saw
that
my
soon.
my cable.
How do you stream like this? How do you stream like this?
My cable organization.
Apologies, everybody. I had to go and deal with a grumpy, hungry teenager.
We're all very disappointed that you're leaving.
No, I did it, Richard. Richard, flush out your ears. I did it, and I am back, Richard. I'm back, just for your entertainment.
Cupcake. Teenager to make his own food. Come on.
Yeah, he's a fucking teenager. He's a teenager, right?
Let him starve.
He rang me from his bed 5 yards away.
Taking away from him.
Just to remind me to tell you that you're a poopy head.
Wow, you're a big softy heretic.
Can you get me a glass?
So,
of
Cupcake.
Yeah.
420 Antitheist has just described me very accurately, but you asked me whether I was a determinist.
Yeah.
And I think on the basis of Nerdy Rodent's definition,
yeah,
I would say no.
Fair enough.
I don't believe in fate. I do believe in free will and chaos and the ability of humans to do stuff which is not determined by other things.
I would be intrigued to talk to you about that at some point.
Okay. I mean, it's not something I've really thought about. It's only on the basis of looking at this definition and I'm going, nah, I don't think I am. If I am reading that definition right. And
It's not a bad definition, but I don't think it's nuanced.
Thank you.
Okay. I've never looked
technically, Cupcake, you won't be excited to have that conversation with him at all.
Why not? Interesting then.
Go on, Richard. Explain why not.
Until it starts, and then you'll realize what the conversation is, and then you'll be interested. But you can't like with the memory thing.
No, I'll forget that I said it, and it'll come up again. So it's not. It's. Luckily, people end up in a different place.
What's the memory thing, Richard?
My memory's broken.
He permanently has no short-term memory, and he doesn't normally build long-term memory except in generalizations. Like he knows my name and about the sort of things I'm about.
I kind of have an emotional memory as well, so I do remember that we're friends and I like you.
But he won't remember anything that we just talked about 20 minutes ago.
So we could have this conversation over and over and over. And
Forever.
I regularly have these conversations over and over.
Like Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
And it's not. I promise to say that I don't remember anything is wrong, especially if we're having like when I was talking to Richard every other day. I remembered lots of it for periods of time. So it's not like we can't have a conversation that goes in depth and goes on and gets details, and some of that I'll remember. But over time, very relative, far quicker than you would think, I then forget it. It's like I said,
It's weird because when I first knew you, I couldn't even tell. We would talk, and it was like you hadn't forgotten anything.
Well, no, because it's not. Again,
say,
it's not
the memory thing, and I'm like, what memory thing? He seems fine.
The problem is I don't forget. To say I forget everything is wrong. It's just that I can forget anything, and it's a lot more than you think. It's weird. Yeah. But again, repeating does keep things there for longer.
Association also helps. I find when I talk with Amber and you make an association, there's a whole influx of shit that was stored.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we opened the door, and then you get that door, and then when you forget about it,
the doctor thinks it. Did the doctor say they think it might be recall rather than storage? I can't remember. Sod's law. So it might go in.
Yeah.
So
if you can't get it back out.
Yeah.
Or you need special triggers to get it back out.
Yeah.
Right. I'm right there with you, Cupcake. I have some of the similar issues, and like Richard just said, I need certain triggers to recall a memory.
Of course, this perfectly fits with I don't give a shit.
That's why I'm trying to write things down more often now. I have to try to be more.
You trigger me all the time, Brojo.
I know, and as do you.
That would have really worked if you'd got the words out in the right order, wouldn't it?
You know, starvation or the possibility of starvation is good motivation for any human to act.
Yeah.
Let the kid sit there and starve.
I walked for half an hour in -7 this morning to go get bread and fucking milk because I didn't want to wake her. I was fucking, hunger's a good determiner. Next time,
you're in America. Excuse me. You know you're in America, right?
This is after I had called the insurance agent and confirmed that he was legally allowed to drive my truck.
I have no license. My license is.
It doesn't matter. You're in America. America is not built for walking.
It was there's not even a pavement. Fuckers were near fucking whoosh, dude. It's like, what the fuck do you want me to do? Walk in the ditch?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I gotta walk in the road.
When I was
don't walk
there,
places.
Driving along, I found terrifying because everywhere is just road and then grass. It's just
we don't walk places around here. That's a downtown thing.
It's only a 12-minute walk there and a 12-minute walk back. No pavement.
Americans don't walk, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not walking again. I'm stealing the truck next time.
Right.
Americans drive to a place so they can walk on a treadmill.
Yeah.
That's where you walk.
Yeah, we have designated nature with concrete walks in the nature.
Who is blessed be he? Do not look for him coming in the clouds. His fire is within. His kingdom is within. He shows you the way.
Not this person again.
Do you speak English?
No, they just spout these fucking religious riddles.
I keep asking, blessed be he, to make arguments instead of just... I mean, these are no better than what you call an atheistic trope. They're just like religious tropes, and that's all you are, man.
Yep. No substance.
And that's the worst part.
I ride my
bicycle. And it's like, I don't know what they think it achieves. Who do they think, other than someone who's already convinced of that, who's going to read that and go, oh,
Oh my God! I never realized.
I thought you were walking in with pants then.
No, there's a sound bar, so I don't have the fucking sound 6 foot away.
You could put the headphones on.
While she's not in the room.
I don't wear headphones.
Oh, I see. They're too good for you.
Why do you want to destroy his word?
See, now that's just a weird thing to say.
Oh, Richard, it's straight to you. You have forgotten the way, Richard. No, Richard never knew the way.
To you. He never had that way.
Wait, let me show you what's wrong with this. Why do you want to destroy his, as in God, the word? I don't. I'm doing everything I can, 24/7, all my life, to explain this to people, the value of it.
How do I remember his origin story?
Yeah, Richard. Nerdy says.
And I have forgotten the way. We're all born completely ignorant of everything. I can't have forgotten the thing I never knew. So what you're saying is I fell out of the correct religion? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't remember being of the religion where you spout tropes about your religious beliefs. So I was never part of your religion, which means I was never in the right way according to you. Do you see how what you're saying makes no sense within itself?
No, they wouldn't see that. Because you didn't say it in a trope, Richard. See?
Oh, I forgot. Let's see.
Wanderers of light and life.
That would be religious people. You literally waste your life.
Yeah.
Wow.
You have one life and you throw it away on this complete garbage. At least Richard is interesting.
At least
Hang on,
Richard
Cupcake. Hang on,
has a
Cupcake.
point.
I think you've had a memory fault there. Tish. Come on, Richard. Give me some back.
I don't know. I think you're about all back, if back means ass.
Baby got back.
I don't think you need any more back.
You seek him coming in the clouds. Richard, he said to go within his kingdom is within. You have forgotten.
That's not what that... It doesn't read the kingdom is inside of you, like you can go to heaven internally. It doesn't mean that.
I thought he was describing sex.
It's describing the promises of heaven in context, and yes, it's true. Locked up in our genetic material is perfect self-healing.
I would beg to differ, but go on.
Oh, you can beg to differ if you want.
What the fuck accent was that?
It's a made-up conglomeration of American movies. That's what it is.
There's no armrest in these chairs. And in like the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm just going to do this and vanish off the side of the chair.
Has anyone else noticed that certain interpretations, or not interpretations, but the way certain people speak, like this blessed be he with their tropes, they make it so sexual, but they don't catch on to it. This whole Jesus coming thing and Jesus coming in me and like, he's gonna come, we all gonna come, so everybody
Why do you see coming in the clouds? Richard,
Hang on.
He is within you. It's saying
He is
here.
within you is the key one. He is within you is the key one.
It's Jesus doesn't masturbate. He comes within you.
No coitus
But
interruptus
he's also
with that
coming
Jesus.
in the clouds. So which is it?
No, he's not coming in the
clouds or
clouds.
in me.
Come on, you've heard of cloud seeding.
Me clouds. Which one? Where is he? Where is he?
What was that about your back, Richard?
I have a good strong back. Yeah, what about it?
It's just Jesus is within you, coming.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Heard heaven described as an eternal orgasm.
Wow, that does not sound good, actually.
It
Could you
doesn't.
imagine that? Could you imagine that?
The problem is it gets
24/7.
old very quickly.
24/7, 365 days of the year.
The whole idea of a climax is that it's not all the time.
Hmm.
That's
You
what
have
makes it
forgotten
special.
the way your metal is weak.
Whoa, here we go. Here we go. You ready? I don't know what that first word is. Is religion. Religare, is it?
Religare.
Religare is
that mean?
religion. The divine union. It's all sexual.
Wait a minute. Is this?
Here we go. You have
Oh my
forgotten
gosh.
your way. Your metal is weak. Purify.
What's that other guy's name? He's always talking about having sex with God.
Yeah, that's biblically.
Biblically, I think you're avoiding my argument. That's a straw man.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm God's favorite. He told me.
Daddy said I kiss best out of all the boys.
If we go to heaven, do we get to have sex with Jesus?
Actually, the story recalls that Jesus will get married and have his own kids and stuff once he's done with his job.
But if this is eternity, I want my turn on Jesus.
You know, that'd be fine if Jesus leans that way.
So, in heaven, you can just adopt kids and shit? Like, two gay dudes could adopt?
His furnace is inside of you. How can his furnace be inside of me? That makes no sense.
I mean, I do have a temperature, if that's what you mean. I create heat when I'm breaking down sugars.
But that's purely biological.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he means. There's a furnace inside of me as I break down complex
But
carbohydrates.
that's my furnace, not Jesus's.
Well, it belongs to him, right? Because he made you personally. Like he formed you out
But
of
I made
stuff.
furnace.
Do you deny his fire within?
It's so assumptive and accusatory. It's hilarious.
I don't know how they managed to write like this. It's almost
By the way, there's no comma there, just so you know.
Is it a bit troll-like? Does anybody think this is a bit troll-like?
It is a little bit troll-like.
More than a little. It's pointless. You might as well just write. You might as well just write in the chat things like pizza likes to fly in the West.
This was the red flag for me that they were a troll. It's all sexual.
Maybe they really believe that.
Or else they're looking to start a cult. Yeah.
The divine union.
Wrong, nerdy rodent, wrong. The quote was African or European. Wrong.
There we go. Here's your bread. You eat of the bread, and it is inside of you. Then you poo him out.
At least that makes sense, right?
Exactly.
It's obvious that Jesus is a pulverized wheat product. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, well, all the references to bread and breaking the bread, and he passed the bread, and the bread is his body. Hey, the bread is his body. The Bible says he's pulverized wheat product.
Unite with his fire inside of you. Do not squander his light and his life.
These are tropes. Come on, these don't even make any sense.
No.
Blessed be he. Do you understand that I do not have fires inside of me? And no human does? Now, if you mean like some kind of emotional compunction, we all have that and all of them differ. So you can say people have fire inside of them colloquially, but all the passions are different.
Come in, blessed be he.
Yeah. Oh, don't. Oh.
Oh, I just want to hear what they speak. If they speak the same way as they write.
And how do you know they're not going to porn bomb you?
Well, no, I don't.
I mean, given what they're writing, it's basically porn anyway.
It's just a really weird form of porn.
Yeah, it's all about sex. That's more Greek than Christianity.
Wait, his fire is what keeps me alive? What keeps me alive is I ingest things my body needs, and then there's chemical reactions that ensue, and that creates things like sugars and carbohydrates and lipids. And that's what keeps me alive, blessed be he.
Sorry. Fire inside sounds like temporary psychosis and manic states.
Yeah.
And Chica says fire hot.
There's fire down below.
But it is. If this is legitimate, see, we're all like laughing and saying, oh, they're a troll. But there are people out there who are legitimately like this. And I believe it's mental health when they get to this level. Like biblically, I think he has health issues.
We live in a diverse world, and we have to have people with diverse ideas and diverse ways of saying these sorts of things. And yeah, we could all take the piss, but this person lives this stuff. Or he's just a troll that likes to pretend that he lives this stuff. Whichever one it is, he's just neurodiverse. That's all.
I mean, I'm saying
Well, I think that's very unfair to the neurodiverse.
Why? It is definitely neurodiversity. There's no one who doesn't have neurodiversity.
Yeah, but that's why I mean, like the reason I say mental health is because I think it's a little bit beyond just, oh, look, he's quirky. Like I think people that physically, visually see God come down from heaven and then fuck them and shit like that, that's not just neurodiverse. I'm neurodiverse. Like, I think that's, but I'm not a doctor. But I just worry that we shouldn't engage these people if they are,
All he's saying is God is within you. God is the way. Don't turn away from God. And Richard has turned away from God. That's all he's saying.
I have turned away from myself and my selfishness and my sense of self-import. I have turned away from that. If that's what he means, that he is his God, then I'm okay with that. I just don't think it's a God.
But in terms of engaging, he came here.
True.
You don't seek out someone like this and take the piss out of them. They come to you, then you take the piss out of them.
Did kind of
Good
ask
point.
for it.
Well made.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I'm not a hard determinist, but I do think that we're dealt whatever hand we're dealt, and you just got to live with that. And there's a lot of different hands. It's a lot more than 52 combinations, or combinations of 52. And we just got to deal with that, and all of that's okay. I think it's absolutely all okay. Now, there's certain parts of it because of society and because of harm to others you should or cannot act upon, should not or cannot act upon. And I think this falls into things that you should not act upon. If you go into other people's chats and rooms and stuff and you just spit these tropes, it's not only ineffectual and rude and distracting, it's also pointless.
Can you say that in a Clint Eastwood accent? You know, something like, "Do you
It's
feel
not
lucky,
only
punk?"
Look, it's not only a trope, it's also pointless.
It's also
Yeah.
like, you know, are you familiar with the term deepity?
Yep.
Hello, Halsey.
Hello.
Peace and respect, Halsey.
Yeah, you too. So a deepity is like something that sounds profound, but it really doesn't say anything.
Right.
And a lot of this stuff, it just sounds like self-righteous bullshit, you know?
Oh, so it's like they're not even really paying attention. They just come in and paste shit.
Isn't it
I'd like to
annoying the way
see-
they always capitalize his?
In all
Yes.
caps. Like
Will
they're
Jesus
yelling.
be offended if you don't do that? Or God?
I think
or
Jesus
whatever?
is
Oh.
offended that he does do that.
It's like the Muslims having to say peace be upon him
Like every second of the day.
That's not the
every
same thing,
time they
actually.
mention
Any
someone.
prophet, but especially
Yeah.
one that they talk about a lot. Yeah.
Actually, anyone who died.
Really?
Is it really?
Anyone. It is anyone who died. Anyone.
I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, right? It's a nice
Like-
thing to say, however.
They're required to say Abraham Lincoln, peace be upon him, was the blah blah president. They're required to say that.
What about if they talk about the gay guy that they threw off the top of a roof? If they were
Well,
chatting about it, would they say peace be upon him?
They'd be required to. I don't know that they do.
They'd probably never want to mention him.
Yeah.
I've been recently studying Quran, and I'm ready to get into a fight with anyone here.
About what? What's the first thing you would want to fight about?
What it contains and what it doesn't. Like, I'll bet most people here would be shocked to find out that in the Quran, Jesus Christ is in a higher position, is more important, and mentioned more often than Muhammad.
Jesus is their number one prophet.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I bet most
Behind-
people would be
behind
surprised to hear
Muhammad,
that. No, not behind Muhammad,
Well-
except in time.
Yeah.
Not behind, he's above. He's much more important than Muhammad. In fact, it's told that if he says something to correct Muhammad, you have to accept it as a Muslim.
But we don't know what it was that he said from either the Quran or from the Christian Bible, because the Quran basically states that the Christians bastardized the New Testament and the scriptures, or the book, as they call it.
Yeah.
And the Christians basically changed everything.
Well, that's true. Mostly because of copyright law, but it's absolutely true.
So we don't know what Jesus said according to the Quran.
That's not the claim. You just made two different claims.
Well, if they're saying, hang on, Jesus contradicted Muhammad, you then have to say, well, where did Jesus contradict Muhammad? Where is it written that it's a contradiction, that Muhammad said the wrong thing? Because it would have to be the Quran that says what Jesus actually said, because you wouldn't be able to trust the New Testament or the Christian Bible because they bastardized
As a
it.
source, you mean?
Let me bring up a specific example. Let me bring up a specific example that actually exists in reality, where people of Islam make a claim about Christ. People who call themselves Christians make a different claim about Christ. Both of those things, that it's a true dichotomy. They can't both. It's an actual negation, right?
Yep.
And
why I think the Bible does not claim what the Christians claim. And that'll be a complete, it'll take a minute. Okay. Quran. Jesus never died. It was only made to look that way. Christian. Jesus did too die, and he was resurrected from the dead. And the Bible is explicit on this. The Bible itself. Jesus happens in end times. It ain't happened yet. So who's right? Actually, the Bible and Quran and Old Testament Jews are all saying the same thing. It's only the Christian who is the outlier who thinks that they're actually quoting Bible when they're not.
And the Christians are saying the Bible, so the 27 books.
I don't know how many books you want to include, but it has to include some
the
majority
canon.
of the Old Testament.
Let's just go as the New Testament canon.
There's no such thing as canon.
Okay, the New Testament canon, according to the Catholic Church or the Protestant Church.
Okay.
I was like, whichever it is. I mean, the 27 books, yeah.
Okay. Catholic.
3 times 3 times 3. It's a miracle. There is plenty in there that says Jesus died. We know that from the Gospels. We know that.
Unless
he was
it's
executed.
prophecy. Unless it's prophecy.
That's a different thing. That's an interpretation, yeah. But according to the literal reading of the Gospels, the Synoptic Gospels, and John, Jesus died on the cross, was executed. Then, according to Paul, at least, and according to some of the Gospels later on about Jesus coming back, he was resurrected. And then there's plenty in the Bible, the rest of it, that talks about what's going to happen in the end times. So I sort of see where the Christians are coming from.
Okay,
I'm not sure what you're saying other than an interpretation.
So I was afraid you were going to change topic and go to several things and I wouldn't be able to keep up, but you didn't, and that was honest, and I thank you.
Can I interject before you answer?
Of course.
Just a request. I just want to talk right after you because I have something to say on this too, but I don't want to I don't want it to move on either before I spit out my my contribution.
Could you go ahead?
No, because you were about to say something. I just wanted to make sure I got to go next.
Okay. So, all right. So, in order that Christians maintain the view that you just accurately recalled that they do, they have to ignore parts of the text that are evident. I'll give you the part of the text that is evident, where they're ignoring that all of the Bible in its description of the life of Christ, both Old and New Testament, have to be prophetic. And I'll tell you exactly what they throw away. They throw away the 2 witnesses in the book of Revelation.
Revelation was a dream. That's what revelation means.
I don't care about your damned excuses. It's in the Bible. And it's part of the canon that you quoted.
Okay. But it's also said to be a dream. It's made clear. This is a dream.
I don't care.
So you could basically say it's a fiction because it's a dream. But carry on.
Yeah, but even if it is a dream, the point is, and I can back this up actually, because I couldn't get an answer to this for a long time. The JWs have a weird answer, but Baptists couldn't answer me properly, and Catholics couldn't answer this. Who are the 2 witnesses in Revelation?
They are the 2 candlesticks, the 2 olive branches. They are the God-man. They are the Jesus. They are the Christ. They are the prophet. They tell the truth about God. They are killed for it. They are dead 3 and 1/2 days. They are raised from the dead. They continue to tell the truth about God for 40 more continuous days and ascend into heaven. If someone should hurt them, they get the express lane to hell. That's the story of Jesus. Don't care what anyone says.
That's the story of a dream called a revelation, which is the last,
Yes,
book,
but
last book of the New Testament.
You're cherry picking now. Why
No,
is
it's
the
just a
Old
dream.
Testament? Why is the Old Testament not a dream?
The Old Testament. I'm talking about the New Testament.
I'm talking about the whole thing. Why is it? Why are parts of it not a dream?
Well, Daniel was a dream.
Obviously,
much of the rest of it is a fictionalized account of what was passed down as the history of the Jews, with a lot of legendary aspects added back into with a link to God.
Would you say that a dream is a collection of experience expressed in new and interesting ways? I mean, you just said the same thing twice.
No, I would say a dream is a subconscious mind that is producing fiction.
What?
Producing
yes,
fiction.
You use the word fiction. We're good so far. Now, if I just keep going, you'll say everything you said. It's a fiction of what? Past experiences, collected works.
Not
Dude, you just said the Old Testament was a dream, but you don't want to admit that you just said the Old Testament's a dream.
I said Daniel in the Old Testament is a dream.
We all grant the apocalypse.
A dream is a subconscious mind producing whatever it is that a subconscious mind produces, and somebody then wrote it down. Now, the rest of the Bible is somebody wrote some stuff down, of which there may be fiction within it, which would be a conscious mind thinking some stuff up and writing some stuff. It's not
conscious,
a dream.
Unconscious,
the dream
it doesn't
is
matter.
Subconscious. Oh, it absolutely does. Absolutely
it has all
matters.
the same aspects, except
I agree.
people don't write when they're asleep.
No, I agree on that. I agree. If I was to try to produce fiction, I could probably not produce as good fiction as my subconscious mind could while I was dreaming. And if I then woke up and just started writing down what I dreamt about, those stories would be much more fantastical than me just doing it while I'm awake.
Off topic. So
thank you very much. You took us there. You're the one taking us there.
No, I didn't.
You're taking us there.
What I said is the description of the two witnesses has to be Christ, or Christ's life is not special.
Okay. The description of the two witnesses in a dream is an imaginary aspect within a dream of Christ. Yeah, I mean, what?
Look, first of all, we all accept that the apocalyptic literature is dream-like. We all accept that. It's just fine.
Can you link this back to the Quran? Because that's where it came from. You were talking about the Quran says this, and the Christians say that, and it doesn't go together. What do you mean by it?
That's not what I'd said. What I'd
Richard,
said is
you said it was contradictory.
Just 2 seconds. Richard, have you done LSD?
Never.
Okay, thanks.
Could I just say what I'd said again, because evidently our friend Cupcake isn't the only one with short-term memory problems, because what I actually said was the Jews, the Quran, and the New Testament in the book of Revelation all agree that Christ's death and resurrection hasn't happened yet, and the Christians are the outliers. Do you remember me saying all that?
Christ's resurrection hasn't happened yet.
Death and resurrection has not happened yet.
No, this is your interpretation of it.
This is
your
the majority view, and now, I can justify it easily, and I already have.
I understand the Jewish aspect. They turn around and say, we haven't had the Messiah yet. The Messiah is not here yet. Yeah?
That's
so
right.
I can understand that. I accept that. Yeah? The Christians say, no. The Christians say, no, we've had the Messiah. The Messiah was Jesus. Jesus was executed and resurrected and went to heaven and is by God's side right now. Now, your interpretation of that is totally different, and I accept that.
Wait,
now,
why is the Christians, what they're doing, not an interpretation, but what I'm doing is?
No, it is an interpretation, but they
when
wrote it
I
down
have
in a
the obvious
way.
majority, why is mine an interpretation and theirs is not?
because they're three different religions that are actually all they've got.
Are
is
they
the
all
same
Abrahamic
base.
religions? What do you
Yes,
mean
they've
by
got a
different?
same base. They've got a same base, but they have a totally different focus. Each of them. Each of them
Are
have a
you trying to
different
say
focus.
there's large amounts of Quran that are not in the Bible? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know that I would say that, but I mean, there are.
Well,
there
vice
are many,
versa. Then there's
there are
large
many-
parts
there
of
are
the
many
Bible that are
aspects in it.
not in Quran.
Yeah, maybe.
Like what?
I'm not arguing. I said maybe. It's like don't
Okay,
know.
so
I
if
haven't-
the
I
books
haven't
are
really
all
considered
basically
that
the same,
question.
how are you saying they're different
They're
religions?
not basically the same. They're not basically the same.
They
because
are basically
they're
the
not.
same. I can show it.
They're not. The Jewish Bible stops at a certain point and says, we haven't had the Messiah yet. The Christian Bible is all about the coming of the Messiah. The Quran is all about the
coming of the
Jews
Messiah.
and the Jews and the Christians both corrupted the
That's a
fucking
small
religion.
point.
They
That's
corrupted
a
their
small point in
books,
Quran. The
and
Quran is not
we-
all about that.
And we have the truth, is what the Quran says. So the Quran says those scriptures you have are wrong. Here is the truth. Here is the real way.
Okay, you
So
have
that's how
obviously
they're
studied
different.
this. You've
That's how they
obviously
are
studied Quran, and you've obviously studied it casually.
Not studied. Casually,
And you've
possibly,
obviously studied it. Can I finish a thought?
Yes.
And you have obviously studied it casually, and you have not had much conversation with people that are majority Islam. All
No,
that
that's
is just
not true.
obvious to me. Yes, it is.
That's not true. That's not true. One of my best mates is an imam.
He's an imam in what?
What do you mean in what?
In what form
Well, he's
of Islam?
Not
in
Shia,
what?
Sunni.
He's both Shia and Sunni. You have no idea
not
what you're
Shia,
talking about.
Not Shia. He's Sunni.
He's Sunni.
Yes.
And you
He's an
think that's
imam in
majority.
Bradford.
And you think that that's majority.
I didn't say majority. I said he's not Shia.
I'll repeat it again because you have listening problems. What I
do.
said was you obviously had a casual study with something not majorative.
Okay.
That's what I said. You remember me saying it now, right?
Are you saying Shia is majority?
Are you kidding?
Are you claiming that?
It's like 95%. It's a huge majority.
Shia. Really?
I mean, I guess I could have it flipped over backward and it's the opposite, but as far as I understand, yeah.
I mean, I could have this wrong, but
Yeah, it's like 95%. Look, only the wealthiest families, which were very elitist, took this tangent and is basically the rest of Islam doesn't even claim them as Islamic other than to say, well, maybe someday they'll find the path.
Islam's dominant sect, which roughly 85% of the world's 1.6 billion Muslims follow,
85, not 90.
view Shia Islam with suspicion.
Yes.
And yes, so the dominant sect is the Sunnis with 85%, and they view Shia with
Okay, I had the words
15%
backwards.
with suspicion.
I had the words backwards. Forgive me.
Extremist Sunnis have portrayed Shias as heretics and apostates.
Yes, that's what I'd said. I had the names backwards. Okay.
So the Sunnis,
So your
are
friend
the
was
majority.
which one? Your friend
Sunni.
was majority or was not?
Sunni.
Just address
Sunni.
the topic.
Yes.
Just
Sunni.
No, you're looking at the definitions. I'm not reading them right now. You tell me.
Majority, yes.
Your friend
Sunni.
was majority. Okay, I was wrong
He
on that
is
point.
majority. He's Sunni, yes.
Okay, I was wrong on that point.
But it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. But even Sunnis would not state that they have it all absolutely right, because it's all about interpretation all over again.
Wait. When did I say that?
No, I'm just saying that. So,
Okay, can we go back to my actual claim?
and I don't know what your claim is. I mean,
I
because you said,
know.
yeah, go. Okay, Richard. So you said Jesus said this in the Quran, and Jesus says this in the Christian text. And if Jesus says something different in the Quran from what Muhammad actually said, then Muhammad is wrong and Jesus is right.
No,
and
what I said is
that,
when
that
Jesus. Can I just address that before you go on?
Absolutely. Yes.
What
I
I
hadn't
said
finished asking the
was
question, but you can do it.
in majority Islam, what they say is when Jesus comes back for what the Christians would call the second coming, they call it the second coming too. If Jesus is identified as Jesus, no matter what he says, correcting any part of Quran, correcting any people of the book, correcting Muhammad, you are to believe it.
Okay, right. I think I know where we've got a bit mixed up here.
Go ahead.
Because you've now said the second coming, right?
That's what I was always talking about, because I said it was prophetic in the first place. How could I be talking about something prophetic of the past?
Because the way that you made it sound when you said your first stuff was, if Jesus says something that contradicts Muhammad, then Jesus is right and Muhammad is wrong. Yeah?
That's correct.
But what you didn't say was that's to do with the second coming, which is sometime in the future.
Which is obviously in the future.
If you'll let me finish, Richard, this time, please.
But come on.
No. What I then said was, where in the Quran does it state stuff that Jesus said that the Muslims would be able to say that contradicts Muhammad? And clearly it doesn't. But what you're saying is in the future with the second coming. So that takes a bit of belief requirement that that's the case. Whereas I'm looking at the past, I'm looking at, okay, the Gospels say this of what Jesus said. And then there's Paul, who says what he says Jesus said, despite never meeting him. Then there's the Gospel of Thomas, but I was a bit unaware that Jesus actually said anything in the Quran. That's where my confusion was about this. What you were talking about is the second coming, which clearly hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
So as far as I know, in the conversation between Allah and Muhammad, peace be upon him, there's not a lot of quoting Jesus in there because Jesus isn't part of the conversation.
Exactly. That was always my confusion.
But
with
I never
what you
said
were
that there
saying.
should be.
That's fine. I can accept what you are now saying because it has now been explained. I will totally accept what you're saying.
Now I'm confused. How is he like the main dude if he's barely talked about?
No. It just says that he is that Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the last prophet before Jesus' arrival. Okay? That's the part that non-Muslims don't understand about it. In fact, you can find Muslims saying, wearing T-shirts that say, "I love Jesus." Of course, I'm Muslim. Okay? And Jesus has precedent, but what they have right now is the book of Muhammad. Peace be upon him. Right? So
why are you saying that?
to accept, because he's dead.
Jesus is actually in the Quran. Jesus is actually in the Quran as the number one prophet of God, of Allah.
Eventually.
No, but well, I think that's where it may be slightly different between us, because he was always a prophet, was Jesus, because he's of the book. And the Muslims followed the book, but not in the way that it's written by the Christians or the Jews, because they say the book was corrupted. They still revere Jesus as a huge prophet of the past. They may well revere Jesus on an expectation that there will be a second coming, which I'm
Not
not
may well.
aware of. I'm not aware of that, but I can accept
Ask your
it.
friend.
I will. But I can, yeah, I can accept what you're saying. But Jesus is there as a past figure, as a prophet, and the number one prophet.
That's why they say second coming. Yes.
Peace be unto him.
What the problem is, okay, they have something in a term they say Injil. And what the Injil is the original actual words of God. And God gave the whole people of the area the Injil. But then, over time, the Injil got twisted, which is true today, okay, especially in Christianity. So, God sent another messenger after Jesus, Muhammad, peace be upon him, was sent so that they have a
You're just doing that
reiteration,
to stir me, Richard.
somewhat, so that they could have the Injil again. Okay? So it doesn't include the conversations of Jesus in the future. It doesn't
Peace be upon
include
him.
Yeah, right on. And so it doesn't include the conversations of the past because those are considered corrupt and lost. And it doesn't matter because in the future Jesus straightens it all out.
Peace be upon him.
Jesus hasn't died.
Peace be upon him.
He has.
Oh, that's right. He hasn't died.
Oh, wait,
I don't
he's
say
dead. Well, I
peace
think
be
he's
upon
dead.
him because he hasn't died.
Did the Muslims say?
We need to be 100% certain.
Do the Muslims
What's
say
going on?
peace be upon him when they mention Jesus?
Yes, they do.
Peace be upon him then.
Peace be upon him then. Yeah.
Well, they think he's died.
Precisely.
Precisely. That's when you say peace be upon him, right? Anyone who's dead. When you mention someone who's dead.
But they think that he died a long time ago of old age probably.
Does he
You
not
know?
get peace upon him?
They say that, yeah, but not from me.
You don't cover Jesus in peace.
I don't find him dead.
How do you find him?
Either on this earth alive or in heaven alive. Either way, he's not dead.
But
How do you tell?
Wait.
Wait. How do you tell the difference between someone in heaven that's alive or dead?
Heaven is required to be a physical place with physical beings in it. Everyone there is alive. If you're not alive, you're not there.
Is Muhammad there?
Peace be unto
Not
them
yet.
all. Peace be unto all of them. All the dead peoples up in heaven.
No, so all the dead people are still dead, right? And they're all going to get brought
Right.
back.
Peace be
Right.
unto them.
In a scientific
You would
process,
think peace upon,
in an understandable science. Now, the greater conversation is when you take my genetics and you put it in a viable ovum, so that gestating female will birth literally physically me, and then I have experiences and my memories are restored to me from my life before I was a clone of me. When those memories are restored, am I me? Now
if
that's
your
a good
memories
question.
are restored and the physicality is the same,
Yeah.
then yes, you don't have continuation of consciousness.
Exactly.
Without continuation of consciousness, am I me?
No.
Yeah, that's a philosophical debate.
I
A
know.
lot of
Yeah,
people-
that debate's.
To other
I'm
people,
solving it now. You're not you. You are gone.
Okay,
If
so the
you
next question,
take
Sammy.
Memories. If you recreate anything, it's a recreation.
Okay,
By
so the
definition.
next logical question for you, Sammy, based on what you just said, in that paradigm, would you care?
I'm
Person-
dead, so I don't
Yeah.
give a. I wouldn't give a shit.
Would the clone be okay
The
with
clone
its
would be
present
fine too.
experience? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's actually not a problem.
I get it. No, it's not a problem in the scheme of things, but it is a problem for the individual.
Maybe from this perspective, but if this body died and the only way I could exist
with those I love in a healthy
But
environment
you
is as a
won't
clone of
exist.
me.
It's not you. See,
It is not me.
Straight
You're
away.
right. No,
so
you're right.
there is no way you can exist with them.
But it would think
The
it was.
only way you can exist
But
is
if I
to
had
get
all the
there
memories and
alive.
experiences of me, I would think I'm me.
No, that other person thinks they're you.
Sammy,
You're dead.
Wait, Sammy. You're aware, right, that there is no continuation of consciousness day to day. You're not the Sammy that was. You're not the Sammy that.
Yeah, but I don't agree that there's no continuation of consciousness.
There's
I
some
believe my
continuation,
consciousness
yeah.
continues through my sleep. I dream and
So
process.
overall, Sammy, I could say something like, you remember 10-year-old you, but you are not 10-year-old you. A 10-year-old you is only aspects of your past experience. And when you have new experiences all the time, that's the you in that moment of experience. So that's the conundrum right there. Is the clone not me?
No.
See, I think it is.
So, Sammy, the
I
10-year-old
think it's
you,
just-
the 10-year-old
it's
you
a
is dead.
recreation of you.
Peace be unto you. The 10-year-old you is dead.
Peace be unto me.
And
Peace be unto me. Hello. I just realized
Peace,
this is going
peace
on.
be upon the 10-year-old you. Peace be on the 10-year-old you.
There you go. There it is right there. 10-year-old Richard, peace be upon him.
Yeah. I've thought about this for a long time, and
You need to
there's
think about it
no
more.
see that continuation of consciousness is my problem.
Yeah.
Just the same as if we create artificial bodies. How do we transfer the mind? Our mind exists in our brain.
You can't. You can make a direct copy of it, and that one can carry on. But there is no continuation of consciousness. But again,
That's possible for me. I want to live forever. I don't want some recreation of me that thinks it's me, has
How
all
many
my
parts
memories.
of your body can you replace then? How many parts of your brain can be replaced?
Well, I don't know. I don't
all
know
of
about
it.
the brain. As far as I'm concerned,
Well, I mean,
do-
if you replace if you replace each neuron with with an artificial one, but it's still you, you're still you. Your body is just made out of different material.
See, it's the ship of Theseus all over again.
Yeah.
Isn't
There
it?
you go.
It's that
Yes.
argument.
Very much so.
It's me.
The
But,
ship of 420.
but see, the issue there is I don't know that the analogy works because I don't know that we could replace neuron by neuron.
We will be able to eventually. I mean, I totally
we already
agree
have
with
the
what you're-
concept.
See, then my thing still stands. Continuation of consciousness. If you can do it bit by bit and that consciousness just continues.
The problem is you can't
Right.
demonstrate continuation of
It's the
consciousness
ceasing
now.
and then bringing it back. There's no bringing a consciousness back.
You couldn't.
You can't. Well, there obviously is. Because I said
You
you
can
can't
recreate it.
You can't demonstrate continuation of consciousness now.
Could I get a pause? This is an awesome conversation.
Can I get a pause? Yes, it is because I'm here now.
Can everybody pause for that comment, please? Peace be unto it.
That comment is dead. Peace be unto it.
Peace be
Well, okay. Well, a continuation. You mean a continuation of consciousness after we die, or a continuation of consciousness in general?
No, in general, as in when you go to sleep, the you are right now is not the you were yesterday. You're a stateful machine.
And yet we have the illusion of being who we were yesterday. That's what gets me every time.
We very
It's
much
the
do have,
illusion.
but as would if you transplanted into a body, that would have the illusion that it had all that past as well.
How are you defining you? Are you defining your body as
so
you?
honestly, I see ourselves as biological machines. I know the word machine is loaded when talking about.
No, I completely agree with you.
Okay.
And I just think that because our consciousness is an emergent property of our brain, it is intrinsically linked to that brain.
Is it?
Yeah.
How?
How are you
I
going
mean,
to
it is
take
in the
my
sense
awareness out of my brain and put it in something else?
if you can recreate structure, at the end of the day, I mean, it is in the sense that the physicality, your brain is the structure, the physical structure of your brain is you. It is the circuitry, and you're running over it. But you are both aspects of that. If you can replicate that, that's still that would still work as you. I mean, don't get me wrong. Again, we're very much dealing with the fact that there is no continuation of consciousness just there. But that thing that walked away would be.
I guess. See, you're calling that you, but I'm not. I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I kind of agree with you. That continuation of consciousness at that point is a problem. But my issue is not. My issue is not where you're.
No, CC isn't disagreeing. She just loves to make everyone think 3 times.
My issue is I don't believe that there is continuation of consciousness generally.
Yeah, right.
Which kind of solves the problem. I think.
I mean,
no, but doesn't it just compound the problem?
I mean, you hammer. If I delete your yesterday completely and utterly from your brain, did that happen for you?
I think we need Bimsy in here.
Say again?
I think we need Bimsy in here.
It happened. I just can't recall it.
Yeah, but is that part of you? Is that the you that is there without that change to your brain state?
See, well, no. It's like you said. I agree. We change from second to second. And it's just simply that the me that is now is the me that has forgotten that day, like the me that forgets anything.
But it's the you that never had that day at that point.
Not necessarily, because it depends whether something important happened that day for that person, and just because they've forgotten the day, it doesn't mean it hasn't impacted their future without them just
totally
being
agree.
consciously aware of that.
Externalities are a separate issue. I totally agree with you. But
determinism.
Yeah.
I mean,
for all intents and purposes, no, it didn't happen for me. Just like that's the same as saying, right? I don't dream, which is incorrect. That's false. Of course I dream. I just haven't remembered a single dream for many, many years. So for all intents and purposes, I don't dream. But I know I dream. Because we all dream. But just because I don't
I've been having so many fucking weird dreams lately. Seriously, there was a time I couldn't dream, but now I just having been weird dreams about. I don't even remember what. I just know they've been weird.
How so?
Which I think at this point we've just gotten to the tree falls in the forest question.
Yeah.
It's like.
Do you dream every night?
Essentially, we're saying that things are only reality if we remember them, which we know doesn't work.
You know, I'm not. It's not even that I'm saying that it didn't happen. It's more the you that exists after that change is.
It didn't happen for you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can be told it happened. It's not like it didn't happen.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying actually, it might have impacted you, and it might have changed you.
Well, not within the context of the thought experiment, because we're talking about the fact that it's changed. You've taken out the memory, the brain state of that day. So the fundamental.
You might have taken out the brain state of the day. You might have taken away all your memory of it, but something might have happened.
He's
during
saying
that.
it might have already had the effect.
Yeah.
That's not going to be undone by removing the memory or.
I could definitely empathise with that because, like I said, I tend to remember emotional impact.
Can I ask Heretic something?
No.
The memory of that reality affecting you. How about the memory of a dream? Does it hold the same weight of affecting you, even though you might not remember it?
Potentially.
Probably not.
It depends what your brain solves. I mean, don't forget, dreams are basically your brain iteratively going over some shit to try and. It's a shortcut instead of using reality to try and create solutions. But not the problem is people put too much emphasis on that it knows it's trying to solve a problem that you think you understand. It's trying to solve problems using weird ways, but the problems aren't necessarily macro level problems.
I don't necessarily agree that any problem I've ever had has been resolved by a dream.
No, I doubt it has. I think they're lower level than that.
Okay.
But you're saying that
it's trying to solve a problem, but not a problem you would understand as a problem in your conscious mind.
One of the problems might be that actually my body needs to sleep in order to get better and to have energy for the next day. And all of that is part of sleeping, which includes dreams under an REM state. But sometimes dreams under an REM state can leave you really tired and you don't know why. But no, I think it's more about what would actually happen. Let's take an example, right? You have a major accident on a day. You're having a normal day and then there's a major accident. And it causes you to have a memory blackout for that day.
Mm-hmm.
But there might have been something just before it that actually leaves you with a state of mind that you don't know why, but you can't fucking stand dogs anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Now take that. Now say you had a dream like that where you could not stand dogs anymore and you don't remember it. That's what I'm asking. Is the forgotten memory of a dream equivalent to the forgotten memory of reality?
Would a dream work that way? Would a dream work that way? Because I'm not sure that it would, but it might do. I mean, I'd be quite happy to accept if it does. Then I would say, then yeah,
and it happens. Oh, shit.
Like hypnotizer.
You've only got to look at the studies on hallucinations in kids to see that stuff that is imagined, stuff that's dreamed can affect you, because especially when you think it's real, and an awful lot of your brain thinks that dreams are real. It's the cutoff that doesn't. I'm trying to piece together bits. You
completely forget dreams, don't we? Very quickly. And then you try to remember them and you can't. And it's like, that's really annoying.
You kind of got, the problem is you've got to shunt, they get shunted. If you don't get them out, of short-term memory into long-term memory, and there are, again, it's another wonderful evolutionary thing where they're mostly forgotten. The problem is it's iterative and boring, mostly. I've had I don't remember dreams almost never, and there was one the other night. I wish I could, because I remember waking up thinking it was terribly interesting. I knew all the details for a couple of minutes, and all I remember now is it was terribly interesting. Literally could not tell you what it was, any single detail of it.
Same shit happens to me, Cupcake, and I keep forgetting to leave a pad by the bed, so I write down the damn fucking dream. As soon as you get up, right? Because after a moment, it's gone.
Rojo, I want you to put a notebook and a pen by your bed right now, so you don't forget tonight.
I have one in my lap right now.
You have one in your lap?
Resolution, yeah.
Speaking about dreams having an effect, this isn't obviously a dream that I forgot, but as I said, I don't dream. And I think it was about 2 years ago now, maybe a bit longer. I had this dream, and I'd been binging The Walking Dead. So zombies, apocalypse, all that shit. And there was no zombies in this dream, but I think aliens were arriving, but people were running everywhere. It was the end of the world shit. And I was on the run for some reason. And in this dream, I would find places to shelter, and I would find food, and I would lay down and go to sleep, and I would wake up the next day and carry on in the dream. And this went on for weeks and weeks till I finally woke up, and I didn't know where I was. I didn't know who I was. And I was so out of it. I just laid back down, and I went straight back to sleep, and I went straight back into this fucking nightmare of a dream.
I have questions.
And the next thing, I woke up in the morning from the dream. And I had been in this dream for so long that I had to lay there for 5 or 10 minutes and try and let reality come back and remember who I was, where I lived, who the person next to me was. That's how far removed from reality this dream had taken me. And like I hadn't done fucking acid or anything like that, you know. But even for the rest of the day, it was like I was almost, everything was still surreal, and it was still like I was trying to figure out, was this the real reality? And it lasted a full day. Ever since then, I never watched that show again, but I'd never had such a bizarre experience with my mind and it losing its grip of reality.
What show were you
In this
watching? Did you watch?
fucking intense dream. The Walking Dead.
Oh, The Walking. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. But wow, you got all that. You had that experience from just watching The Walking Dead.
Yeah,
He was seven. He was 7 midnight.
Oh, he was
Oh
7.
no!
Wait, no.
This was a couple of years ago. I'd binged seasons of it. Like, I didn't sleep for 3 days straight or something. I couldn't stop. I just next episode. And
I have some questions for you, Sammy.
Yeah.
By any odd chance, in this dream, were your clothes in poor condition? Were you dirty? Did you have some sense of guilt, like maybe you had done something wrong by accident or on purpose? Were you seeking long-term shelter? And if so, what was the long-term shelter like?
So my clothes were pretty ratty.
Yeah.
And it is so bizarre that you say that, because bizarre that you say about the guilt thing, because I remember I was on the run. I like, people were looking for me. I was guilty of something. I don't know what. I didn't know what I'd done.
Yeah.
And yes, I guess I was seeking permanent shelter because I had nowhere to go. I needed somewhere to go, but I never got there.
I have a recommendation to you. Go read of the walled cities. And read of Leviathan. Because this could be like a flashback from your religious upbringing.
Yeah.
But I totally see this in the story.
So Sammy, when you were running in the dream, were you running at a normal pace or were you really slow?
Yes. So this this dream was not like any dream I've had. It was purely realistic.
Weird, because every time I try to run in a dream,
absolutely
I am unbelievably slow, and it is
Yeah.
frustrating. And
It's like it's running through water. I know,
Yeah.
but that's what, and it usually tips me off I'm in a dream. This dream, nah, I could run normally. Like there was no tip-offs. It was a dream to me.
Yeah, same thing with
Normally when I'm dreaming and I go to sleep and things, weird things happen and I realize I'm dreaming and I'm trying to go to sleep in a dream. Not this time.
Do you
I
remember?
swear it went for months.
Did you
And
see?
I remember each day. And
did you see other people?
Oh, absolutely.
Were they also in
Hundreds.
tattered clothing?
Yeah, it was chaos.
There was no government. There was no infrastructure. Everything
I don't
is
know
filthy.
what these
Everyone's
people were. They were people like almost like I'll say Men in Black, but they weren't Men in Black.
Right.
But I was convinced they were aliens or something.
Wait, I just want to see how much overlap this has with other stories I've been told of other people telling about similar dream experiences. Were the Men in Black? They were the only ones in clean, untattered clothing. They acted like they were in charge, even though you didn't see any reason why they should be.
Nope.
They were clean when everyone else was filthy. Dude, I can go on about this.
That's exactly like they were.
I
in
can go
suit,
on and on and on about details of your dream.
and they
And
knocked
then,
on
and
the
then
door.
you realized, then
Just
Sammy, you realized you lived in Australia.
But
I don't know what country I was in, to be honest. But yes,
I have an idea what country you were in. You were in the same country everyone else was in when they saw the same things.
so you're saying other people have had that dream?
Dude, I can go on and on and on and telling you details about what you likely dreamed. And I'll bet 80-90% of it will be I bet 80-90% of it, sorry, I did pause. I bet 80-90% of it will be correct.
Because our brains try to solve, because we are very similar, and our brains try to solve problems in the same way.
Escapism. Too much coincidence.
I don't think you've met people.
I've met a lot of people.
I've met a lot of people
who've had this dream, and I've had this dream.
I don't doubt that for a second.
See, isn't that crazy? I am smack bang in the middle of both of those positions. I see both, and I agree with both. It's like that's pretty descriptive. He was telling me stuff that I hadn't described, but I do agree with you 100%.
Okay, so I can say human nature to some extent. Okay, I can say this is the
but
animal
it's
we
a
are.
little more than that. Like we tend to just do things the same way, even cultures removed, and I think there's a lot of you know what I'm getting at.
I'll even go so far as to say I'll give this one a 50-50 shot. The ones who thought they were in charge, where you felt like they had no reason to be, but they acted real confident about it, and they had clean clothes and no one else did, the clothes had a kind of an oriental look to it.
Trying to remember.
Well, never
The
mind.
problem you have now is that your memories will now try and fit that in.
Yeah,
that's dangerous.
I'm pretty sure they were suits.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like
I had this
business,
one woman
but
tell me. I had this one
I
woman tell me that she was put in charge in her dream like this. She was put in charge because she's a highly organized person, but it was a really small group, and people had nice clothes, but the nice clothes were tattered.
mm,
Like really old business suits and stuff like that. And you're like, why the hell don't you change your clothes into something more practical? But she was asked to be in charge, and one of the self-righteous leaders from the other group came in and just said things very matter-of-factly to her, like, "Look, we're gonna win. We're going to take this. You really don't have a choice. You have no chance against us whatsoever, and you might as well just cooperate and make things easier for yourself." And they would say things like that. Not that I'm saying that that was part of your experience. Your dream wasn't precisely the same.
um, but that was kind of the message that they had.
Right.
Um,
That's the message they would have.
and I was part of a small group. But see, I think, like, to Critical's point, if I tried to write an end times scenario, I would say things like everyone's clothes were tattered and we were in small groups and we were seeking shelter. And
No, no, no. The rest of the group that you were originally part of was not traveling with you. You were going by yourself to seek something else.
I did end up by myself. They were only there at the start.
I know.
Yes. Stop it, Richard.
I'm sorry, but this
Um,
is the story. I mean, I'm not
but
making
see,
this up.
no, and I don't think you are. But I can still see reasons for it. Like, it's not what it wouldn't be that weird that in a dream that's basically a nightmare, that of course you're going to end up alone.
I can tell you what you did. I can tell you what you did wrong. You accidentally
What?
killed somebody.
Really?
Yeah, it was an accident, but you killed somebody.
I didn't know what I'd done in the dream. Who did I kill?
Can't tell. Can't tell because it hasn't happened yet.
Jillian.
You're telling the story of the first person perspective of someone in end times running away from Leviathan. That's what you're telling me. The
So
only
what's
reason to run away
Leviathan?
from Leviathan, it's a dinosaur, but it's a snake dinosaur with really thick keratin scales on it, and its whole job is to seek anyone who's killed someone and eat them. Like beyond terror. Not running like I've got someplace to go, but running like running for my life. Like hiding, but not just hiding any old place, hiding in the smallest, most uncomfortable space that you can crawl your body into and get some kind of sleep. And the sleep isn't good sleep, it's bad sleep, and you barely sleep. And as soon as you get sick of sleeping or trying to, you get up and you run. I know.
That's what it was, over and over and over.
But that's because you'd be seeking a walled city. See, the thing is stupid. It doesn't understand that, like, a piece of cardboard that is wider than it, or a circle of cardboard 20 feet tall, that it could just crush the cardboard and go on through. As long as there's no holes in it, it thinks of it like cows do. It thinks of it as a solid thing they could never break through. So the whole idea is to get to a walled city.
Jill's out the
Well, that
back.
killed the conversation.
Well, look, here's the fact. I know too much.
Humble, aren't you?
Modest too.
No,
Yeah.
I'm serious. But I don't think it's me. It's not a pride thing. I know too much about this.
I know it was a joke, Richard.
No, I'm not being defensive. You're fine. But the fact of the matter is that I can tell him more about his dream than he's spoken by a lot.
What's his story? The Walled City. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Well, yeah. All you'd have to do is use any kind of, biblically based search engine, Old Testament. So you could do it from the Hebrew and Aramaic, and just type in the words "walled city." That's it. You'll see the whole story right there. Now that could be a carryover
Manual
from your
needs
religious
blocked
and
from back. It's what's his face from the chat.
Yep, Jill is in the private chat being a little bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, was that Jill?
Yeah, that's Jill.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, Sammy, this can't be a carryover from your indoctrination. I'm not saying it isn't, okay? But too many people have told me this dream, and I've had it myself. And I know what the situation is, and just way too many details about it. In fact, I was ready to say everything that I've said by the time you said it was actually when this happened, when I realized what you were talking about, when you said it was a really realistic dream and I was running, I was already like, let me tell you the rest of your dream.
Sorry, I'm dealing with a Jill out the back. Heretic, are you being sarcastic?
No. I like talking to Jill. Jill is actually really good fun to talk to until people start getting at him, and everybody just fucking gets at him. He can have a laugh, he can have a joke, he can play around. He's just like anybody else. But people jump on him and jump as a group on him, and he gives it back. And he goes down into trollish nature. Why not? I have no problem with Jill whatsoever.
So Jill doesn't overtalk the shit out of you?
No,
You're very lucky, sir.
Not until it is one of these big Christian versus atheist discussions. But if you don't touch on that and you just talk like you're talking here on this topic, Jill might come in and have something to bloody say.
He's a smart guy. He's even a nice guy. But
I get it, dude. Anyone can be nice. I'm sorry. I have to disagree with you on this one.
Bring in Jill.
She's writing out the
Bring in
back.
Jill. Bring in
If you
Jill.
want to know what a liberal really thinks about blacks, put him in a room with a black conservative. He won't be tolerated unless his name is Tyrone. What the fuck? You're not coming in. You can fuck off. You're a nice guy, my fucking ass.
Wait a minute. God damn, Jill. What the fuck is... Yeah, I don't... That doesn't stand me.
I don't know.
So I don't know.
There's nothing nice about that, heretic. How do you think that's nice?
Well, what's he actually said?
Who packed on him to make him say that shit?
What's he actually said there? What's he actually said? What's he actually said? He said, if you want to know what a liberal really thinks about blacks, so what's he saying there? He's saying, liberals.
Tell us what he's saying. Go on.
Okay, he's saying there in that part of the sentence, he's saying liberals like to play the non-racist game. They like to play that they are not racist. They like to play blah blah blah. They like black people, etc. But bring in a black conservative into the room who's going to argue with them, and he's putting himself as a black conservative, he then claims that you all become racist against him, and he therefore claims you are not the liberal non-racist you previously claimed. Now, whether that's a
and I
true
understood all
statement
that,
or not,
right?
whether that's a true statement or not is a different thing. It's a bit of identity
And I understood
politics
all that,
reversed.
and that's why I find a little.
He's just
I'm
winding
not
you
going to
up.
bother saying that
Yeah.
part. Yeah, and I don't bring cunts in that want to wind people up. If that's his gig, he can do that. I don't want that on my fucking channel.
I'm a cunt
What
that
the
likes
who the
winding
fuck
people
comes
up.
into a fucking discussion about dreams and shit and starts talking about fucking blacks and liberals?
Because
sorry,
he's just
heretic.
been.
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you
if
why
you
he is.
enjoy that, go over to Jill's channel and hang out with him.
I'll tell you why
I don't
he's
want
saying that.
shit.
I'll tell you why he's saying that. Because he's just been cancelled out of the main chat on the main stuff by
He's
some
back in the
white-
main chat. Oh, he's a victim. Oh, he's
yes,
playing
exactly,
off.
exactly, exactly. He's been blocked. He's been blocked in the main chat.
Why is
while
he
he's
being
just watching
blocked,
it.
heretic?
I don't know.
What the
No
fuck's
one can
wrong
read.
with you?
Jesus,
no one
Jill.
can read what he said because he's been
I
blocked.
blocked
and it's all
him.
been
I'm the
cancelled.
one that blocked him on my channel. Because
Okay.
he's rude. He's
fine.
arrogant. He's ignorant. And he's insulting. He uses liberal like a fucking insult. I'm not even a fucking liberal. So don't come in calling me a fucking lib.
We use religious like an insult. We
Oh,
use theist like
do
an
you?
insult.
Do you?
You call yourself
Thanks
an
for that.
anti-theist.
That's
You
right.
call yourself an anti-theist.
Where's the
Sounds
insult
like-
there, heretic? Where's the
It's-
insult, mate?
It's fascinating.
Where's the insult, heretic? Answer me.
We just all have to get a bit
Can't
thicker
answer,
skin.
can you?
We
He
just
can
all have to get
insult us,
thicker skin.
and that's fine. Poor Jillery. He should be able to insult us, but I can't be a fucking anti-theist. You fucking idiot. What is wrong with you?
It's about
Jill is
having a thicker
causing all
skin.
this chaos in here right now. He's not even here, and he's causing
He's not
all
even here.
Let's all shed a tear for Jill.
No one's shedding a tear for him. All it is just, hey, he's saying some stuff. And if people get triggered by
He's
it,
saying some stuff. Fucking hell.
It's more than that, heretic. He says stuff to be triggering.
Yes, and constantly. It's all he does. Just
And I
because you
don't-
have a nice chat with him once,
no, I don't get triggered by it.
you
I
also
realize.
ignore the fact that he's disgusting most of the time.
I realize what he's doing. He's not disgusting most of the time.
Well,
All he's done is said something that's triggered you.
My opinion.
It's an emotional reaction.
Disgusting. No, bro. Sorry. Nice try, but no.
I'd be clear, Sandy. I meant in the room.
Completely in control, completely on top.
What was that?
Usually through Sterling again, and it's just work habits.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just fundamentally disagree that he isn't the cause of his own fucking problems.
If he's had enough free rent, can we
In
go
your
on?
head.
Because
Yeah. I'm not the one that wanted to bring him in here.
But
'Cause he's
Sammy, you've made an ultimatum. You're not bringing him in. I think we should all just live with that, and we should just move on.
I already brought him in, and Jill knows my rules. He fucking behaves and follows my rules on my channel. He comes in. The minute he stops, he's gone.
Your channel.
Cancel culture.
Yeah.
He can go play with his fellow Calvinists.
Yeah. And honestly, he's just you can't have a conversation. You might be able to have a conversation with Jill. I can't have a conversation with Jill. It is far too frustrating. He's and I've not seen what you've seen. It's only when he's piled on. He just demonstrated in the fucking chat that it's not when he's piled on. He just do it just because he's Jill. But he's a fucking overtalker. He doesn't want to have a conversation. He waits to talk. He doesn't listen. That's my opinion. And I don't see the sense of bringing someone like that in unless it's to make fun of. But that's only fun.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Zechariah.
So, anyway, Richard, carry on.
I was just saying that, to some extent, I can say human nature dictates. Like a pyramid is a really strong structure. It's like probably mostly earthquake proof. So if you wanted something to really last, that's a great thing to build. So they're all over the planet. That makes sense to me. But if every pyramid around the planet, always had a carving of a bird and always had a carving of a certain kind of tree and you had like 40 points like that, then I'd say, well, that goes beyond human nature. You've got, or maybe at some point, maybe that doesn't, but at some point you have to say there's too much detail that is the same, and it can't be only attributed to human nature. There has to be some commonality of message there.
Why? Why can that not in its own right be biological?
Because humans aren't that precisely the same.
Have especially primitive humans, though. How many things can you make a carving of? A fucking bird, a tree.
Yeah.
Whatever animals are local to you.
Sure.
And I'm already running out of ideas. Maybe a river, a mountain.
On the moon.
There's only so many things.
But at some point of complexity, it doesn't make sense to say that it's not all the same, and it can be attributed to and it can be attributed to, and it can be attributed to, and it can be attributed to only human nature.
I would say that the level of similarity and the increasing complexity leads to an increasing level of probability that it's not.
That's what I said, yeah.
That's what you said.
Hang on. Did you say that though, Richard?
No,
this is what I said earlier. The more complex something is, the less likely it is
to be coincidental. I mean,
yeah, okay, that is
like
what
you can run down the word usages, right? And say the most commonly used word in the English language is the word "the" that I just used 5 times in one sentence. Okay? But then when you start getting to words like anti-disestablishmentarianism, well, you're just not going to see that all the time. And if you had, that level of complexity repeating over and over and over again, you would not think it was coincidental.
you wouldn't think, well, those people think alike.
So I guess for me, the next natural question is, do we actually see that?
Well, it depends on your level of scrutiny and openness. I try to be as skeptical as I can, knowing that I'm a biased creature, you know?
There are multiple problems with identifying and confirmation bias when dealing with. The problem I have is it's not that you're wrong. If you found the identical symbol or the identical complex symbol in multiple places that have no ability to communicate, then you start the probability of that not being, but you've still then got to take into account potentially common ancestry of an idea.
Right. No, I'm claiming common ancestry of an idea because of the complexity.
Because I think I know what you're talking about, Richard. There have been found on, I'm not going to say all, but a lot of the pyramids around the world, this repeating symbol.
What symbol?
I'll have to look it up, but it's not just like a circle. It's, it's complicated enough that you go, okay, that is the same pictograph as in Egypt, here in the Incas. What the fuck? And then in a few other places. But you kind of answered it for me, a common ancestor.
The problem with the common ancestry in terms of humans is in terms of an idea that anything that's in the last beyond the last.
Yeah, you're right. They were already spread out.
We'd spread out a long way. You really would have to start looking at individual differences, and it's not even that I doubt. You've got to start looking at very specific details.
Okay, let me give you some details then.
Say again?
Let me give you some details then. If someone were living in northern Africa, something about 4,000 to 4,500 years ago, and that's the actual, I'm giving you the actual locations and numbers.
I might not be able to take this in.
What?
There's a good chance I won't be able to take this in. It'll be too much. I mean, I'm just pre-warning you.
Okay. What can I do to help that? How should I form this?
I don't know. Off the top
that
of my head. To be honest, I'm already mentally completely wiped out, given that this is the longest conversation I've had in the last year.
Oh, bro. I'm sorry. Okay.
I mean, I literally, you have seen as much of me as anyone else in the last 12 months.
How about this? How about this, Cupcake? How about if you react in the moment when I tell everyone else this particular set? Is that okay?
I can try.
When you start hearing their reactions, you'll be able to react. Okay? I'm sorry for your condition, but okay. So Enoch was in North Africa and claims to have knowledge of and described with a lot of accuracy a particular tree. It's the only tree in the world that grows its fruit, its seed, upward, and that they're the size and shape of grapes, and that they grow in clusters but on individual stems. That particular kind of tree, that species of tree, only occurs in Australia. Australia wasn't going to be discovered for several hundred years. He claims to have been near this tree. He describes that it has a strong pungent odor. He says that the odor feels like it's penetrating him to the bone. He says that the fruit grows upward toward the sky in clusters like grapes, but are not in grape clusters. They are on individual stems. Now, there's only one tree. There's only one species of tree like that on the whole planet, and it's eucalyptus. There's no way 4,500 years ago to 3,500 years ago, someone in North Africa knew that Australia existed, knew that that tree existed on the earth, because it was indigenous only to Australia, New Zealand, and surrounding islands, which no one knew existed at the time. Which is why the indigenous people thought they had the whole earth to themselves.
What if there was a plant or a tree that went extinct? Say
That's a
2000
real possibility. But if there was such a tree, no one had a name for it.
Right. So you're talking at the scale of time you're talking about here. It's entirely possible that a fucking tree washed over.
Sure.
I literally had to look up whether or not eucalyptus would grow easily in Africa, in some places in Africa. But the fact, if it was just a tree that grew that went over, it would explain why it didn't spread. If that makes sense.
Sure.
So I think an anomaly like that, I think, is interesting, but I think that the chances of it just being a random fluke are too high.
I've got a couple questions for you. Why didn't anyone name the tree? Why didn't he just use the name of the tree?
I don't.
If it was indigenous, if it was around him, they'd have had a name for it. He doesn't give it a name.
I'm not. I'm not convinced necessarily would.
But I didn't you say, if it had, say, washed over or been dropped by a bird or something?
Didn't even think of that.
If it was a one-off, why would he name it necessarily?
It's just going to be the smelly tree.
It's going to be the smelly tree, but still, that would be a name.
But it's not to him. When people.
Yeah, if he's just walking along and discovers this weird tree he's never seen before,
right?
He's just going to describe it, which he did.
Yes, which he did. I didn't say it was an impossible theory. What you're saying is
No, I get what you're coming at. It's just I think life is really annoying in terms of its spreading.
Yes, it's pervasive. Yeah.
Yeah, I.
Okay, so here's what you're going to have to require. It was a one-off tree that went extinct. Nobody had a name for it. And there's no reason at all for him to say that angels took him on a flight over top of a great body of water in order for him to reach this place where there was the tree. He made that up whole cloth.
What was Madagascar known as?
I would have to look that up. I don't know what Madagascar was known.
My point is that Madagascar seems to have been, from what I've read of bits, I'm remembering it's this fucking magical place.
Yeah.
When it was written about in history, because it was far enough away that it was not, but close enough that things accidentally got there, and it was magical.
Yes, that's part of the lore, right?
Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
So what I'm saying is, no one else seems to have encountered this tree. No one named the tree. There was no written name for this particular kind of tree. So it had to be an unsuccessful one-off that went extinct that he happened to cross in North Africa that no one else happened to cross.
Oh, the no one else happened to cross, I find odder. Out of everything you've just said, that's the odder thing. But you're not saying that no one else crossed it.
No one else wrote it down.
Wrote about it.
Right. No one else wrote it down. Right.
Right. Well, that's much easier to believe.
Yeah, well, it's
I mean,
fine.
forget,
I'm saying
the majority of history was not written down.
it's a decent explanation. Okay, now 2 chapters later, after having inquired about this tree of an angel, 2 chapters later, which it doesn't even have to be in chronological order, you can throw all that away, right? But he makes a claim that there are exactly 14 non-deciduous trees on this planet in the Book of Enoch. Now, there are not 12 is it 12 or 14? 14 conifers on this planet. That is not true. However, there are exactly planet-wide 14 non-deciduous kinds of trees.
I don't even know what to think of that.
There is exactly 14 species of non-deciduous tree on the planet. There is.
Sorry, Beck.
What's going on with Beck?
Your brother's he asked if I could remove the comments so they could see people's names. I didn't realize I've had a comment sitting up there for like 20 minutes now.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, the level of accuracy and complexity, at some point, a person can't say, well, a human's going to say that. Now, that's an individual question, and everyone's different. What you say is too much is not the same thing as someone else says is too little or too much, right? And that's absolutely fine. But I don't think at the levels of...
Wait. How many? How many
It's up to the
non-deciduous?
individual.
No, how many non-deciduous trees?
14.
Mm-hmm.
But at some level of complexity, you just can't say like Sammy said, every or a very high percentage of pyramids around the world have some certain symbol on it. And he said, well, if it was just a circle, you go, it's a damn circle. Lots of stuff is circular shape. And you go, well, humans drew a circle, so what? Anyone can do that. Well, what if it was a circle inside of a pyramid? Well, okay, fine. That's just humans doing stuff. Yeah, okay. What if it's always painted the same color red? What if above it is always a diamond, and the diamond is always 20% of the size of the pyramid, which is 120% the size of the circle, and it's always at that scale? And I mean, at some level of complexity, you have to go, not an accident.
Yes, but I think you have to. But before you can turn around and you have to look at the most likely explanation in terms of nature first.
Sure, let's look at that.
Right.
Humans developed languages. Languages are complex expressions of ideas using a known code that's agreed upon between more than 2 or more consciousness, right? And if the complexity of a language is sufficient, you would never say something like the language happens to be the same over here and over there, but those 2 people did not know that they were using the same language. That's not going to make sense.
If the language was the same, apart from the fact that we know that I don't want to go down that route. I want to explain something, and I don't think it helps. In terms of language, we know that. Forget language in its own right.
Okay.
And start to look at species, other simpler animals that have simpler methods of communication. Okay. Sounds and grunts and snorts, and how they change as they separate.
Yeah.
We can certainly see the roots of lots of them, but they wouldn't know that they were communicating in the same way. But they do very go different as well. It's
Look,
That reminds
time.
me. That reminds me of whales
Yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah, whales have done that. You're absolutely right. They've developed, by their own pack, their own language.
Yeah.
Or whatever they call a bunch of whales.
Sod, I think.
Okay, so everything you just said it shows an evolution of a process where change occurs over time within that process, right? Which makes differentiation. It doesn't make sameness over distance and time.
No,
in fact,
you're going to get to a point where you're going to deal with fingers. Why do we have 5 fingers?
Because it didn't kill us.
No. We have 5 fingers because the cost to change it now is too great.
You mean why do we still have 5 fingers?
Why do we still have 5 fingers? I mean,
I'm sorry, that's not what you asked.
It's completely random at some point. But it's one of those things that's too great a change to make. And I think you have a similar thing with language.
Wait. What's the cost of changing language? I know people, including my next eldest sibling, who speaks gibberish, which is English in the same order, but every word pronounced from the end of the word toward the beginning of the word.
I know exactly what you mean. I live in England, okay? Our accents are basically almost entire fucking languages now.
Why did that cost?
The cost, okay, in humans, the cost is disassociation.
Yes. Okay.
And certain bits of the language can change, but the problem is the cost of language changing now is a lot less, I would say, than it used to be.
Well, we're in a more advanced society than we started out with, and survival is not a minute by minute thing. Yeah, we have a lot of luxury.
You walk. I mean, I live here, and I live in a place where my accent could get me fucking killed. Because I do not sound Scouse. I walk into somewhere that's Scouse, I'm very likely to get the living shit beaten out of me.
Wow.
And potentially killed. Because it's a relatively rough. I don't live in a rough area, but the overall area is relatively rough. It's Liverpool is a rough area.
Yeah, well, but you know where to go, right? I mean,
no, I've got no fucking clue. Mostly because I don't remember anything. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure I did when I was younger, but I sounded more Scouse when I was younger too. But the problem I have now is I sound posh, and posh is the enemy.
I'm sorry to hear that. And thanks for having this conversation with us today.
It's okay. I have missed it no end.
I was talking about how you were talking about the cost of change, right?
Yes.
Did that bring you back? Do you need more?
Yeah, sorry. So the point is, as there are... I've been thinking a lot in recent weeks, and I'm going to go completely off a tangent, which may just take the conversation somewhere else. I apologize.
Life happens.
About the fact that it has become more obvious in the last 12 months that the human processes going on Earth right now are looking increasingly evolutionary. When people talked about the fact that we had taken a step away intellectually.
Well, we have severely changed our environment very recently, and with different environmental pressures and complements, we're going to evolve. So that kind of makes sense to me.
To some degree, it's more going back to the brutalness of resource gathering and just again Musk buying fucking Twitter.
Do you think it's? I think I get what you mean. It's like we had medicine and science come along and everything got great for a while, and we sort of started to get away from evolution, and we started to control the environment rather than have to fit into a niche. But now that our numbers are growing so significantly, we're starting to run out of space and resources, and because we're on top of each other,
I don't think it's numbers.
Numbers. Okay.
No, I actually think it's more. I think it's more random than that. I think it's. Richard, have you read Machiavelli?
I know what it means, but I have not read it.
The worst thing is I'm not even sure I'm thinking of Machiavelli. I think I am. The people with power kind of crave more power, and how they go about it. Obviously, people with power, lots of people crave power, and we are biologically, as part of the randomness we have in terms of hereditary and biology. Some people are driven more to power, and who gets that power, and then what they do with it. It's all given this. Oh bollocks! I cannot explain it.
Machiavellianism is a personality trait that denotes cunningness, the ability to be
I didn't mean
manipulative.
it as a trait. I meant it as the book, the Princes.
Oh, okay.
Machiavelli Princes.
Machiavelli's The Prince was a book written quite some time ago by a tutor to royalty.
Yeah.
And he got pissed off because there was a falling out between him and the royals. And he had been working with this evidently mentally handicapped prince. And a lot of the book is how he had to kiss up to the prince to make things okay. How he had to kiss up to the royalty to make that okay. What he was required to teach the prince in tactics of the royals. And he just kind of, you could say, spilled the beans on how the royals control people. You can find aspects of what Machiavelli claimed in modern presidential speeches.
Yeah, well, he apparently has a theory named after him, which is he believed that for a ruler it was better to be widely feared than greatly loved. A ruler retains authority by obligation, while a feared leader rules by fear of punishment.
Machiavelli is still very much taught and studied by people in power and their families, and
it's still the prevailing tactic amongst leadership worldwide.
Yes, and I was just having that discussion yesterday. How we know that it's innately wrong. Like, we've come to the point in society where we're starting to realize we shouldn't be hitting our children, for example.
Yeah, right.
And that positive reinforcement works far, far better than negative reinforcement. Yet, like you just said, it's still the main tactic used by governments worldwide.
I'll tell you why.
To rule by fear.
I'll tell you why. It's very easy for
it's more efficient.
Yeah. It's very easy for a human being to die. It's really hard for us to stay alive. So in our evolutionary process, we came to be scared of death all the time. So you have that innate fear because we want to continue to live in general on average, right? So it's very easy to instill fear in someone because of the false positive response. We're very accepting of fear.
Yeah. We were talking about it earlier with the tigers.
Yeah.
Well, what about the Stanford prison experiment? You guys hear about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was all like fear based. They had everybody was like afraid and just like they had to stop it because people were getting hurt. It's just
It's
like
damned
crazy.
immoral.
Yeah, it was just power goes to people's heads and they start hurting people.
And all forms of government across the planet exercise this in some way, and we have the choice of, accepting the lesser of the two weevils, or you just reject it completely. Me, I reject it completely. I think it's all immoral, all of it.
I think that there is. Here's the problem I have got. I think we can design a society that will work.
Okay.
I think that we have to stop striving for idealism and move towards restricting. No, not even not utilitarian, or potentially utilitarianism, but utilitarian with a very much bent on it. We need to start making rules for governance based
kidding.
around how we know humans behave. We have to assume, for example, when we know that what happens when people get into power, we have to, the restrictions that we place upon people need to be into account. It's, for example, this is not me. I have not got a fully worked out anything. My brain can't hold enough. But I will give you an example of an idea. Okay, and I don't. You could potentially do this or not. But the point is, it's worth thinking about, and that is that if you are to hold political office, you lose any right whatsoever to privacy. You are recorded at all times. Say again?
I like that so far.
Right, that's it. That's what the idea is. It's quite simple, right? Now, they fight against it, but all of us, I think that complete transparency is a way of, it doesn't, you're not assuming guilt, you're not assuming anything, but you do know that humans will try to deceive, and you don't want the people in power to deceive. So you turn around and say that this is the cost of being in power. One of the costs of being in power is you are not allowed privacy. Because I think that, firstly, I think that will discourage a lot of people. But equally, I think it ensures that as much as is possible within that context is above board. It's a lot harder for you to be dishonest if you're turning around and taking bribes, if everything about your life is recorded.
Right.
Well, and I think that's a good idea because it's hard to be a public figure and then have some kind of private enterprise behind you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. And it's one of those things that people get annoyed at me about. All right, I think politicians should be very well paid because I think they should be paid to lose these rights.
Works for me.
So you want them to live in luxury. I've got no problem with politicians living in luxury. What I have a problem with them is them being dishonest. And the more that we can do to take from them ways that they can be dishonest, I'm fine with paying for, because I think society on the whole will benefit.
Well, that's the whole idea of we the people. You know, we're supposed to govern what we have, you know, as a government. We're the ones who watch what's going on, but it seems to be flipped. You know what I mean?
Yeah, entirely. But the problem you got there is that not everyone is going to like it. I also think that, I mean, I am very much of the opinion, these are half thought out ideas, but I am very of the opinion that punishment for a crime should be proportional to the level of trust expected of you.
I want to go back to the politicians.
Go on.
We could do unnecessary LASIK surgery on them, changing their vision where they can only see things easily 4 feet away, which they can't physically reach, and then have adjusting glasses for them that have recording device in it, so that everything they type on a keyboard
is recorded.
Yep. Like I said, I
Everything
wouldn't-
they write on paper, every book they open up is recorded.
Yes. If I'm taking away their privacy, I mean completely everything.
I think it should be a huge sacrifice. You should be sacrificing a lot to be a leader of some
Yes.
country. I mean,
Yes, I agree.
A
I mean,
lot.
this is why I think they should be paid well.
Well,
I
they
think
should be paid well. I agree, but the benefits shouldn't outweigh their privacy. You know what I mean?
No, this is it. This is my point. I think, and it's where I think the America has gone wrong in terms of their governance.
Yeah, because they could
They keep. I like the way they keep turning around to us. I don't know if they have it in America over here. They keep turning around and screaming at us. Oh, everyone talks about rights, but they don't talk about responsibilities. And I think fucking politics has gone way with that. They fucking don't talk about their responsibilities.
Yeah.
I don't feel there is a sense of responsibility in politics.
Ability.
It's a lot of finger pointing.
Sandy's, I agree with Sandy's sentiment here that decent people don't want to get into politics, and that's
Right. So here's my plan. My plan is everyone does, no matter what office, it's only 3 years. Yeah, no pooping in private or no electronics into the bathroom. How about that?
No, I'm no pooping in private.
Okay.
I'll put cameras in there. Fuck them.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, so
you are giving up. If nothing else, it'll fucking humanize them.
I want to create a hive mind for governance. I want the hive to consist of prepubescent between the ages of 10 and 13, right? I want them extremely well cared for and protected. And I want there to be a 50% overlap in service time so that it becomes its own growing mind. What do you think of that?
It is interesting.
It'd be better than what we have now.
Yeah, well, it's easy to beat what we got now, Gio.
Here's the thing, right? It's this problem you have here. What is the best form of governance?
no government.
You could go with 100% democracy. The people decide everything.
No. Without a doubt, the best form of governance is a dictatorship. That doesn't mean to say that all dictatorships are good. They are very much not. Okay, but in terms of efficiency, in terms of if a dictator is working for the good of society, they will do it more efficiently than doing. That doesn't mean to say that a democracy tends to reduce the harm done by any individual, in theory. Okay, the issue with it coming up with any sort of dictatorship is they don't last, and someone very quickly gets into power that's very bad.
Right.
Okay, and very often, which is why I would also say that a dictatorship is often the worst form of government. It's the one thing that's been said repeatedly about democracy. It has, until this point in history, it has been the form of government that has stopped the worst, the best.
I get that. Yeah.
Okay. It's very hard to say it's been the best.
I know what you're saying. It has the most extremes. It can be very good and it can be very bad. And on average, it's been bad. But when it's good, it's real. There was a little girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. When she was good, she was very, very good. When she was bad, she was horrid.
So the problem I have, it's the problem I have with term limits. Is they are arbitrary and you risk getting rid of people that are very good. But you also get rid of people that are shit.
See, but that's why I want the hive mind of prepubescent That's why I want that.
I mean, I think
because they would never actually die. They never actually retire. They're never in it too long to like resent it. They're never powerful enough that they think they control something. They're not driven by money, but I mean that's the last years that human beings are pure.
I mean, do you want to know why I'm scared by Putin?
Because you're kind of turned on by him?
No.
No?
No. Because we didn't stop him.
Wait, you just said simultaneously we should stop him and they want to stop him.
No, I didn't. What?
No, because we didn't stop him.
We didn't stop him.
Right, we didn't stop him, but that implies that we should, and it implies that those who have power wanted to stop him and failed or something.
They didn't. Well, they clearly didn't want to stop him.
Yeah, they clearly didn't want to stop him because they approve of what he's doing.
I think
51% of the world's war machine is owned and held by the United States. Tell me we can't stop him.
Oh, this is the problem. This is my issue. We can stop him.
We could stop him in a month. We could wipe out all of Russia in 1 month.
Yeah.
Fucking Ukraine's giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, but the issue is they're not using... the problem we have here, I've talked to actual analysts. Okay, so I'm going to back some of this up in a minute.
Lovely.
The issue is, as far as I can work out, is obviously American administration is shit scared that Russia will nuke America. There are two issues with this. Firstly, America's ability to intercept Russian nukes is better than the Russians believe. The ability to intercept Russian nukes is not as good as the Americans believe. But the interesting question is that no one seems to know the answer to, but there are opinions, is how many Russian nukes are viable? Because right now, the leading people seem to think it's down in the low percents.
But we can't really know.
We can, based on we have a lot of satellite photos of sites, and we know what's going on. We now know from the battle with Ukraine how much money has been spent on keeping equipment up to date, and nukes do not last. Yeah, nukes are something that require constant updating. If you've got a 10-year-old ICBM that's been sat there, the chances are it'll fucking go off in the bunker. So you can make reasonable estimations based on how much money appears to have actually been spent on upgrading equipment. And Russia has demonstrated they've been pumping money into their military. That money does not look as though it's been going to their military.
Yeah, right.
Right. So, I mean, on the one hand, that says their nuclear arsenal, their potentially ability to strike nuclear-wise is a lot less than we believe. But that also doesn't necessarily mean it does mean we still don't have a clue which ones are viable. So there's still thousands of targets. If we were to try and first strike them, we would have to hit probably tens of thousands of sites.
Well, the funny thing about it is we have no way of knowing what's operable and what's not. And then
that's the issue.
That's what he's saying.
We'll only know that when they decide to deploy them. And then it becomes an issue.
Yes. I mean, the problem I've got is I don't think that Russia It's one of those problems we have at the moment. I don't think we can attack Russia without going all in. And I don't think Russia can attack anywhere in the West without going all in. But why we now have this wonderful game where we are funding Ukraine to a ridiculous amount to fight a war we should be fighting.
It sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy, kind of, like.
The problem we've got is right now, I don't know how we got to this situation in terms of the people actually in power making decisions, but it does seem like that they have finally reached the conclusion that Russia cannot be allowed to win. What worries me is that I don't think Ukraine is going to stop unless they get back Crimea, and I don't think the West is going to be willing to fund them to take it back.
Well, how long can Russia sustain this kind of effort? I mean, they can't keep this up forever, indefinitely.
Years.
Yeah, but that's not indefinite. And how long can the Ukraine keep this up? And then what is the limit of the people around them? What's going to happen? How long are the people around them going to sustain?
The real question is how long can Putin stay in power?
Well, if he decides to nuke people, he's going to write a lot of people's tickets very quickly, and his own is going to be part of that. You know what I mean when I say that, right?
I don't think anyone getting to him.
So
I stories, but I really don't know how true they are in terms of people inside going after him.
The stories I've heard, and I don't know how true this is.
This is the problem. I'm not really willing to.
I mean, most of the military
is that he won't even meet his closest advisors. He sits 15 feet away, and
he's got his own personal
people closest to him.
He's got his own personal bodyguards, basically, which are multiple teams of people that he's personally picked that are loyal to him, and they're the only people that are basically allowed anywhere near him.
Yeah, but the majority of the people who are on service in the military in Russia are conscripts. They're support people who are treated like garbage.
Correct.
Yeah. But the problem is he has a lot of them available to him.
Yeah, they don't want to be there either.
They don't.
So how long is that going to last?
Ukraine has been doing a reasonable... Based on the yearly things, I'm guessing he can conscript 500,000 a year.
Yeah, but then what?
500,000? No, 5... Yeah, 500,000. 500,000. 500,000 a year, probably for the next 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, but then the morale will just continue to drop as
morale's already through the floor. This is the reason they're doing so badly. I mean, they're getting killed off at a rate of knots. I mean, the fact that they're lying about the numbers. There was a fantastic study done based on marriages, because obviously Russia isn't giving any true numbers out, but they are giving things like the number of marriages out. And the day after conscription, the number of marriages that take place the day after conscription, you can estimate the number of people have actually been conscripted. Right. So when they're basically conscripting nearly twice as many people as they are saying they are conscripting.
And young kids and old men.
Yeah. Across the board.
I'd expect that from Ukraine, not from Russia.
Russia is desperate. I mean, I'm intrigued as to what they... I mean, there are certain key things that are going to come from the nuclear perspective. Ukraine's going to do something. Both sides have got something planned for January.
Well, I hope it's a stand down, because that's an
option.
option.
It's not going to be a stand down. But the point is,
option. That's an option.
It's not.
But
not, and Ukraine can't stand down because They've lost.
Well, not you. I'm not talking about Ukraine.
If Russia can't stand down without Putin finding a way to declare victory.
Well, he might. You see, you've just brought up a scenario. Very good to a very good
I
one.
don't think his inner circle will accept him declaring victory as it stands.
Yeah.
Jill
does it all the time.
But no one else accepts it. Everyone knows he's full of shit.
Yeah.
Putin can't accept that.
Well, you think Ukraine would accept that?
I've just got very off topic with the point I was trying to talk about. The fact that we haven't stopped Putin basically means that the systems that we have in place to try and control power at the top have completely failed. We are no better off now than we were 100 years ago, 500 years ago. Not only that, we are... The fact that Norway is coming into NATO. Those countries that were proper democracies, that bothers me from a intellectual point of view.
It seems like we're going back to a Cold War perspective.
I just don't. You want to stop me on China? China's fucked, and the question is, which way are they going to lash out? China is so fucked.
China's yeah.
Can I just say, as an Aussie, that I am shitting myself because our government just seems to like to poke the bear when it comes to China. And I'm proud we've stood up to China, but I just hope you guys come to our fucking aid when we need it.
Okay, I've got the genuine question for you that's going to matter. That's going to make the difference in the next decade. Okay.
Yeah.
Will we invade Taiwan to take it back? Okay. The question is not going to be will we defend Taiwan, because we would always defend Taiwan. The issue is that if China gets to a point that it's ready, it will take Taiwan in 3 days. Right? We cannot be there in 3 days. So the question will be whether or not we are willing. Okay, what they will do, they will take it. They will put a government in there that says we are fine. We do not want to be. We're happy now. We're part of China. All done.
Yeah.
Will we take Taiwan back?
No.
Because that's going to be what the question is. Not will we defend it.
And going with the current climate and the way the West has been dealing with stuff, no, I don't think they would. I feel like we...
All right. India is it will invade China probably within 4 years, 5 years, because they're not going to have any choice.
Okay. That changes things. If
Why?
someone else was it, because we didn't start it.
But we are India's allies, and India will have a valid reason to invade China.
Then we keep the moral high ground.
Then they will almost certainly try and nuke each other.
Absolutely.
Right, because China has started. The biggest issue in China is water, and the rivers that they are now basically taking water from are the rivers that supply India.
Yeah.
This is why India will. They've already had. I find it funny. It's not particularly internationally reported on. They've already had tens of military die in skirmishes on the border. That it's going to escalate as China's water problem gets worse. It's odd. I need to run around for at least a little bit. If you're still going when I get back, I will come back in.
Okay.
See you soon.
Later, Kirk.
Yeah, well. Taiwan. So, but see, if China's busy with India, they're not going to worry about Taiwan. Right?
What's that chirping?
Can you hear that? I'll shut the window. Someone's setting an alarm off somewhere.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. Yeah, some kind of alarm or something. Well, China's got like some horrific problems to face ahead because of the population and it's just there's so many problems. It's ridiculous. I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah. Even like just the fact that it's so I'm going to say communist. They deny that they're communist, but it's communist China. But the public, whilst they are a very quiet peoples, and like in public, people don't speak and keep to themselves, and manners is so important over there, and such a different culture, but they're so oppressed. Like how long can you oppress a people? And the older ones, yeah, they're used to it, and they're more willing to put up with it. But I see on social media that it's the young ones who have managed to get enough access to the outside world that they know they know the situation they live in and they want out.
Well, the only thing that changes that kind of thing is civil disobedience. And that's my opinion, I think. But I think that's like people have to actually fight the laws that they're being governed against in order to change them. Right?
See, and I completely agree with that. But I wonder in a place like China, are people too scared? Like, because the government is likely to just come out and mow them down.
Yeah, they just squash you like a bug, right?
Are you kidding? They're coming out in droves now and protesting. Have you heard about the white people?
Who is I Am Batman?
I heard
Yeah.
about that, Brooklyn.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Is that you, Odin?
Yeah,
that's
Odin.
Hey, Odin.
Hey. Sorry,
What up,
I'm
Odin?
so on edge about porn bombers.
Totally understandable. How y'all doing?
Hey. You have a
Awesome.
good
Continue.
holiday? You have a good holiday, Odin? Or-
Yeah, it was restful.
Okay. Well, good.
Yeah. All right.
Good to hear.
Yeah, we were discussing what was CC's question. Because he said if China do decide to move on Taiwan, they'll take it in 3 days. He said we couldn't get there in 3 days, so it wouldn't be a question of defense. It'd be a question of having to invade and take it back. Do you think that we would do that?
Don't we have ships there already?
That's
think
not
we
gonna
have-
happen.
I think we have bases in China.
Yeah, the U.S. has a couple bases in China and thousands of personnel. They
So-
use a lot of the equipment the U.S. Army uses, and Taiwan has pretty secure borders. That are not only that, I think there's only like maybe one specific location China has one or two specific locations strategically that China could go to invade, to do a land invasion. And the Taiwanese already know about it. So they'll most likely secure those locations. They actually have a lot of, I guess, like, I guess, dummy batteries, like missile batteries and stuff like that, laid out to confuse the Chinese. Plus, again, they use a lot of U.S. equipment, so it wouldn't just be like like what Russia claimed about doing a blitzkrieg going into the Ukraine and taking the whole country. That's most likely not going to happen in Taiwan if they choose to invade Taiwan. Not only that, the Taiwan's location allows for them to be refueled, right, a lot. Plus, they have the backing of the U.S. and a lot of Western countries. So even if let's say the Western countries didn't necessarily get involved directly, right, they could just basically cut off China's energy supply, right? And so China uses up a lot of energy, and they don't make a lot of their own energy. So once you take that out, they'll probably have like a month or so of energy left to really fuel their army and their invasion, right? The only thing they can really use um, on Taiwan to really have an effect are nukes. But even that is kind of iffy because they have a nuclear defense system that the US gave them. So it won't be
Well,
easy.
given all that, I mean, what is the real importance of Taiwan to China anyway at this stage?
Ooh, yeah. So
I don't.
Taiwan's location is super important when it comes to shipping lanes and trade, right? And if 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 China can get a hold of Taiwan, they'll be able to basically have control of, kind of like the Panama Canal, right? The U.S. basically controls that, right? And a certain amount of trade, happens or goes through that canal, right? Now, if another country takes control of that, right, they basically control trade for a certain percentage of the world, right?
Right. Yeah. There's nothing stopping China from building their own canal somewhere.
Well, canals are built strategically, right? Now, the thing is with Taiwan, they would need to build a canal, right? Because of the island's specific location. Now, the other part of it too is a national security aspect of it, where the US and other European nations, they have bases in Taiwan. And Taiwan is really close to China. And so it's basically um, it's the whole country can be considered a base for Western powers. That's how they basically see it. So if the
Isn't
U.S.
most of China's shore just overwhelmed with shipping anyway? I mean, that's from what I see. But
well, yeah, like most of their energy, for example, comes from the Middle East, right? And a lot of the shipping lanes that's being used are in the China Sea, right? And the thing is that
I got a map if you want to share it.
yeah, you can pull it up.
Oh, you got a map? Look at Brojo.
Brojo.
I figured it might help you.
There you go. All right.
Does it show shipping lanes?
U.S. allies all over the place.
Oh, it doesn't show the shipping lanes, but that's okay.
Yeah. So if you see how close Taiwan is to China,
Sure.
right? And as you can see, China is surrounded by South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Vietnam, all countries that, Myanmar, all countries that are not particularly fond of China. And so the thing is that if China decides to attack, right, any one of them, all of these guys can gang up and take out China. And it wouldn't necessarily be directly through, let's say, like all of this border, right? From, let me see, Shandong all the way around to Hainan, right? All of that would most likely be blockaded. right?
Yep.
And they wouldn't be able to cover all of that land with manpower for land invasions. So now if they had Taiwan, right, that's different, because now, right, Taiwan would be able to be used as a buffer for all of these other locations. You see what I'm saying? So that's ideally what they want. Now, North Korea basically they want Taiwan to be another North Korea. North Korea only exists because of China. It's a buffer state that they don't have to spend a bunch of money on maintaining. Does that make sense? Like whoever is in charge, they give them a couple bucks to keep them in charge, but they don't spend a lot of money. It's a very cheap alternative to keeping South Korea, away from them, right? And Japan. Not that Japan would, if they choose to invade, they would go that route, but
Yeah, but it sounds okay, but it sounds like they're just trying to just like bully their way in, you know?
Yeah, so China is literally
Big
surrounded
bullies.
by enemies, right? India, Roger, can you scroll over to the left more? So if you look at India, right? India is another enemy of China, and if you can see that border between India and China, it's a massive border.
Yeah, it's huge. Yep.
Right? Now, to be fair, right, most of the Chinese that are in power are, I guess, Hans. So these are the Chinese that are in the West, basically the west of China, right? Most of the areas like Tibet and they don't really care. They're actually very different cultures. They speak different languages and stuff like that. China's basically trying to stuff that out too.
Madsen's still here. I think he went out to smoke, maybe. I'm not sure. But DT, doubting Thomas.
I'm here. This is just really not my topic, boss.
Yeah, I know you're not into this kind of stuff. I know.
Yeah. So yeah, China has all sorts of reasons to want China to want Taiwan and Vietnam, particularly.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what's going on. I mean, is it really? There's a lot they're going to have to give up to do that, and I don't know if it's worth their while at this point. But I'm not a world leader, thankfully. So there you go.
So is it a bit of fear mongering from media?
No, I wouldn't necessarily. So here's the thing. So the CCP, one of the things they do to remain in power is to give the people something to look forward to project that power, right? Like the idea of invading Taiwan has always been in the consciousness of a lot of Chinese people. Now, obviously, there are some who want an invasion, right? Because they've bought into the idea. But it's kind of like a political carrot, so to speak. Like what they do in Western countries, right? They're promised they'll do certain things, right? And they'll campaign on it and they'll keep making promises, but they never actually get anything done, right? So it's kind of like that, just more extreme, so to speak, right? And so the other part of it is that China and Taiwan actually, at least to my knowledge, last time I checked, they somewhat work closely when it comes to trade, right? Microchips and stuff like that, mainly, right? And they're kind of close culturally, right? It's the difference between them is literally just politics at this point. right? And so it's just one of those situations where, you know, they're trying to they're trying to weigh the cost benefits of an actual attack, and they're most likely not going to attack, because if they do, right, they know that a lot of countries are going to get involved, right? And they're surrounded, and so the most they can do to to maintain power is to give the people an ideal, and the ideal is reunification, kind of like with North Korea, right? You have to give the people an ideal, right? The ideal is, you know, worship, their dictator god, and reunification, right? So the only reason you still see that stuff really being talked about, right, or even shown, like they do military drills, and stuff like that, right, and create like cool videos, you know, um, with Chinese soldiers invading replica towns and cities in Taiwan and stuff like that, right? It's basically propaganda. But again, they need to do that because if they don't, the people are gonna, you know, l- lose faith in the party at that point. Because realistically, the party is just a bunch of oligarchs with security guards, millions of security guards, really, right? And so at the end of the day, if people kind of wake up and realize that they could live better lives and have more freedoms, um, you know, people are going to do whatever they need to do to get that. The only way you can squash that is to, you know, really tell them, hey, there's this other thing that you can think about, right? Forget about the fact that we literally have millions of security cameras that are just there to watch your every single move, right? To make sure you're not doing anything against the party, not even the country, the party, right? Forget about disappearances, forget about public health, forget about the other cultures that exist in the country, right? And internment camps and stuff like that. Like, they don't want people to know about those things. So hence why you have mass surveillance and mass censorship. And the only thing people are really shown is the glory of the Han Chinese and the reunification, in quotes, air quotes, um, ideals.
So, what about on the other side, though? I'll share this. And I guess it's not as bad as other stuff I've been reading, but this was November the 10th in Bloomberg's. Why Australia is gearing up for a possible war with China. Basically saying what came through most clearly this week in conversations with Australian analysts and officials was concern that a Chinese invasion of Taiwan might catastrophically compromise the security of the entire Indo-Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
Australia could not survive a Chinese-dominated region. But the way you described it was that there's no chance of that happening.
I mean, there's always a chance, right? You just need to have the right dictator in place, who is crazy and dumb enough to buy into his, the propaganda of the party, right? That one guy, that's all that you really need, right? Um, and so Putin, started his invasion based on information that he received from his, quote unquote spies, right? Like, back then, he would have never thought of really invading, until he got information basically saying that the people are in favor of Russia. Turns out that's not true. But, you know, now, see, the interesting thing with Australia, especially when it comes to the Chinese, is that the economies are like really close, right? Kind of like with the US. Now, the thing is with the US, the US can go to other countries, right? With a mandate and funding, right? Companies can go to other countries to do their manufacturing and trade and stuff like that, right? Now, sure, the cost of goods is gonna most likely go up for for a bit, but um, it would definitely affect the U.S. economy if they go to war or cut ties with China, and it would be the same thing for Australia and a lot of other countries, right? Now, countries like India, who's essentially kind of like China, where companies can go to get a lot of cheap labor and stuff like that. The economy is a manufacturing based economy, right? They're not going to be hurt as much if, let's say, them and China go to war. But you know, Australia, it will lose a lot of money most likely um, if there's a beef between China and them, like a real beef.
Hmm. Look, we're already upped our spending.
Yeah,
And
I
nothing's
mean,
happened.
like if you look at if you were to pull up Google Google like Google Earth, you'll see that between Australia, Indonesia, the Philippines, right, and Taiwan, there's this long strait that they can just go through. These, they have these shipping lanes. It's pretty easy to ship stuff from China to Australia, right, and vice versa. But it's mainly from China to Australia.
Yep. Although we sell them a shitload of their coal, a lot. I think the majority of their coal comes from us.
Yes, a lot of coal comes from Aussie land, as I like to call it. China gets a lot of they're going to be getting a lot of their gas and stuff like that from Russia as well. Um, but again, right, when it comes to energy, they're very dependent on other countries.
Is that why Critical's saying oil is why they need to do it in 3 days?
Pretty much, like they need to, because again, a long drawn out war, they wouldn't have the energy to do that because other world powers, even if they don't get directly involved, they'll most likely destroy any energy source from China, and they would literally starve out that whole country.
Yeah, right.
See, that's the problem that Russia is having now, in the sense that they don't they're experiencing brain drain, right? Um, but they do have a lot of energy, right? But the thing is that if no one wants to buy your energy, then you're just kind of sitting on a bunch of resources, not really doing anything with it, which is a problem.
Yeah.
And China, they don't have a lot of energy. They don't have a ton of water. Like, there's a lot of stuff they lack. What they do have
Yeah.
is manpower.
Biggest consumer on the planet, and they have no resources. But what we saw, problem is people need to stop buying their cheap shit. But the problem is it's so cheap. Because Amber's back if I can get my mouse to work. What was I saying? When we had our little scuff with China recently, they felt need to publicly punish us, and they stopped their retailers from being able to buy our shit. So we couldn't
Mhm.
sell stuff to China for a while. But it rippled around the world, and that's the issue. When you start messing with countries' energy supplies and that,
Yep.
it tends to have a global effect.
See, this is the thing, right? Like a lot of people seem like they'll look at a map of Australia, for example, right? And they'll be like, "Oh, it's just a big land desert where no one really lives in the center," right? Um, but and they think that Australia lacks resources, and that's not true, right? It it's
That
far
is
from the truth.
very not true. Yeah.
you know, when it comes to farmland, Australia has a crap ton. From what I remember, top 20 in the world.
Yeah.
When it comes to fresh water, Australia has a ton as well, right? Maybe a lot of it
Yeah.
is not concentrated in this center, which makes sense, right? But yeah, you guys have a lot of fresh water, especially underground, right?
Yeah.
China doesn't have a lot of that, like essential resources.
And then you'd look at coal. We've got oil. We've got
Hmm.
gas. We've got minerals. We've got gold.
Yep.
It's one of the benefits of being one of the oldest land masses, um, unchanged land masses.
It's interesting because like the US realistically it's a self-sufficient continent. It doesn't need energy or
Yeah.
anything from China, right? Yes, there are a few rivers and stuff like that that are drying up and stuff like that. But there are ways of how you can get
That's
around that.
mismanagement. Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally mismanagement, right? And the thing is that, realistically, there are a ton more other countries who would kill to have US investors come to their country and, you know, get some manufacturing done. China doesn't really want that. China wants other countries to be dependent on it, right?
Yeah.
They see other countries somewhat kind of suck on the tit of the US, but what they don't understand is that the tit of the US, right? It's mutually beneficial for a lot of countries.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
So I mean, I don't even right now China, for example, their whole housing market is like in shambles.
Dog shit. Yeah.
Right?
They're building whole towns essentially of empty buildings, and there's so many homeless people and tiny little houses crammed with 15 or 20 relatives. It's just a complete joke.
See, so what happened is that um a lot of people were sold by Chinese banks and loan companies and stuff like that the way to invest in your future is real estate.
Yeah.
And so Chinese people have a habit of saving to take care of the next generation and their elders, right? And one of the ways that they were told to do that was through investment in real estate. Not only that, culturally, if you want to get married, if you're a man in China, ideally you wouldn't want to be paying rent. You want to own your own property, right? And one of the things that they did was that people started buying up a lot of real estate. Not when I say real estate, I don't mean land, because you can't really buy the land or own land in China. You only rent and lease it, right? The CCP controls everything. So what people do, since people can't do that, what they do is that they buy apartments, right? Um, or condos, I should say. Now the thing is that these companies, these developmental companies, they basically say, hey, listen, you you buy this house, right? They haven't built the houses yet or the apartments yet, but they'll be like, hey, just buy this house, and we'll build it, and it'll be ready for you whenever, in a couple years or so, right? You can move in. Well, a lot of that money was wasted and mismanaged, and these companies couldn't afford to pay for a lot of these buildings to be finished or even built. and so people stopped paying their loans. They stopped paying their mortgages, and they went out and protests and all sorts of stuff, and it started to affect the market. So, you know, I do find it hilarious in that, like, they have a homeless problem, but they also have a problem where they have a bunch of buildings and apartments that are not livable, like whole cities that are not livable, that are basically crumbling right now.
Well, that problem might be solved. You've been hearing about the outbreak that's been going on in China because of the lockdowns.
Oh boy, that's another thing.
Yeah, millions. I think reported over last first 20 days in December. Um, Crematories are at like quadruple capacity.
What
Mhm.
is this disease?
Well, because it's like a Montezuma effect. Because people were locked down, there was no ability to develop
Herd immunity.
right. So now, when they loosen the lockdown, protests and everything, they loosen them up, and they've been warned about this. It's causing it to spread now because they don't have immunity to it, and apparently the vaccines that they're using there are ineffective,
Yep.
and yeah, it's pretty
See, that's
alarming.
the thing. They weren't getting people vaccine. They just wanted to lock people up. They
Mm.
literally used it as an excuse to lock people up. And it's so insane to me. Like, and this is what I'm saying, right? Like, the CCP is essentially just like a oligarchy party, where the people at the top basically get all the benefits, and everyone else at the bottom gets scraps, right? Because they'll be able to go and do whatever they want, you know, whenever they feel like it. But everyone else gets to be locked up and staying in their house, right? Not being able to work or make money, and some are even starving. And it didn't help that, you know, people's children have been killed in fires and shit like that, because the paramedics and the fire department can't even or won't even go out and help these people and do their jobs. So
So, and it's
See,
weird
it
now
is.
the variant that the West now has built up immunity to. It's like nothing. It's like a little cold to us. Is is
Mhm.
killing them.
Yep.
And it's so tragic to watch happen to a people who are at the whim of their leader, basically.
Yep.
You know, same as like places like North Korea and There's so many, and I know, you know, we can't save them all, and we've seen what happens when. And see, and that's the thing. I was about to say we've seen what happens when, like, America goes in, but the problem was that they weren't there for that reason. They were there for the oil, under the
Yep.
guise.
See, my thing is that a lot of countries are basically in bad positions, not necessarily because of, you know, larger countries. A lot of them is, you know, it's through mismanagement, right?
Yeah,
Resource
that's right.
mismanagement,
Like
people
the
mismanagement.
Philippines is a perfect example.
Hmm.
The majority of their people live in squalor, yet they have such a beautiful and resource-rich country, but the people in charge are just so terribly corrupt. That the you know, the entire population is still living in third world conditions, and they don't need to be.
It's
They're
crazy.
essentially a colony of America.
Basically, right? But again, right, having that relationship ties and having access to America, right? My thing is you can't keep blaming America for everything, right? There
No,
comes
no,
to a
of
point
course not.
where, you
These
know, the
governments are
natives,
doing it to themselves. Yeah.
yeah, you know, they have to take some kind of responsibility, right, for their own country,
Yeah.
right? Like they can make
And America can't also be expected to step in all the time either.
exactly. Like take for example, right? As a Jamaican, right? A lot of people don't understand that Jamaica is very resource um, heavy, and that it has like really good soil, like really really good soil. Um, you know, even when it comes to, for example, geolocation, right? Jamaica could be a
Yeah,
shipping hub.
really good soil. Yeah.
I know, I know, I know, I know. But even that,
Uh,
right?
I didn't even catch on.
You know, if you're a 420 person, right, you'd think that that is something that the country would basically, I wouldn't necessarily say legalize, but take advantage of when it comes to tourism, right? But here's the problem with that, right? Even though it's legal to grow, right? They didn't keep it in house completely, and they've made it to where only large farmers or growers are able to really make money from 420, right? And what happened is that a lot of foreigners will come in, mainly from America and Europe, and they'll start companies, buy up a bunch of land, and you know they have to. A Jamaican has to own I think like a slight majority of the company in order for it to exist, something along those lines. Um, you know, but even though on paper that could be the case, it doesn't necessarily mean that that person's in the position to make all the decisions, right? But you know, eh, at the end of the day, resource, you know, even that's not something that's really even benefiting the country because all of that money is basically being drawn out, going back to the US, going back to Europe, right? Now, bauxite, right, which is what you need to make aluminum, Jamaica has a ton of that, right? And what happened is that, again, US company come in, they mine their bauxite, they pay whatever land taxes, you know, shitty land taxes, and they make the aluminum and all that stuff overseas. So Jamaica is not even really benefiting from the bauxite that they have. And all they have to do is literally invest and build, you know, even if it means nationalizing it, right? build your own factories to, produce aluminum, right? But the government don't want to do that. The other issue too is that,
Companies are paying well to make sure they don't.
oh yeah, but again, right? It comes back down to corruption and management of one's, the country's resources, and like, I'm sorry, fucking Luxembourg and Switzerland does not have nearly as much resources as Jamaica, but yet still those countries are way more profitable, right? And that's only because they're just managed better and they use their riches and resources better. That's the only difference, right? So again, it just comes back down to that, right? And
Yeah.
even, you know, you'd think that, owning a gun and stuff like that is something that is, kind of like the US, even though Jamaica has a ton of guns, right? But it's not the case. But yet still gun crimes are insanely high in that country, right? And a lot of it started from the government being corrupt, working with gang leaders or
Yeah.
dons or whatever, right, to control certain areas to make sure people vote in a particular direction, right? So again, corruption, corruption at the end of the day. And
Yeah.
people don't have the interest to really, go out and fix that problem permanently. A lot of people are saying, "Hey, Jamaica needs to become, um, what do you call it again? A republic." Okay, what the fuck is that going to do? That's not going to fix the
Yeah.
problem.
No.
Right? You're still going to run into the problem of having a
I
bunch
think
of
that we sort of
representatives not
got to
doing their
this
job.
point earlier in the discussion. Geo said it comes down to people need civil disobedience and so on. But then I mentioned in certain places, like the government will just come out and squash them like a bug. Like civil disobedience doesn't work in some countries,
Yeah, that's true.
where human rights aren't even an issue, like aren't even considered. What's a protest going to do?
No, sometimes it depends on the country.
It depends
right?
how big. I mean, civil rights are not considered a thing in Iran, and their protests are working.
Is it?
Yes and no. I think I don't know. I don't know enough necessarily about their constitution.
They are getting squashed, but the
but
sheer number of people is keeping it going.
and it just, it comes back down to the people. Like, you know what? Take Afghanistan. Perfect example, right? At first, they were sucking on the US's titties, right? Well, at least the first government that was there, right? They enjoyed the benefits of capitalism and freedom and all of that stuff, and instead of trying to basically make the rest of the country benefit from that, um, they didn't. Right? A lot of the power, a lot of the wealth, a lot of that, got concentrated mainly in the areas that were occupied by the U.S. and they were using the U.S. as basically security. So you're sucking on the US's tits, right? And you're using them as your bodyguards from the people who are outside your sphere of influence, right? And so as you can see what happens right after the US, decides to leave, right? Everyone knew that's exactly what was going to happen because the rest of the country isn't, they weren't benefiting from that government, right? If they went to the countryside, right? If they worked on their intelligence and all of that stuff, right? Um, deal with corruption in a strict way, like, I'm sorry, man, they wouldn't have been in this situation. But the guys with guns, right? Because not like they didn't have guns either, right? Um, they didn't have the balls to step up and fight. That's why they're in the situation that they're in now, right? People have to want to, you know, fight for what they want. If they don't, then they're just gonna have to suck up with whatever, they're dealing with.
So, I guess the moral of the story for me is we shouldn't expect to live in a world where you won't have to fight.
No, basically, you need to work out how your society has to fight one way or another to protect what it has. You can make sure that the majority of society doesn't need to fight, but they've got to pay for it.
Yeah.
And fighting doesn't necessarily mean, physical violence. It could be strategic in terms of voting particular people in office, right? Using the same propaganda machine, like all of those things you can use for good. Those are just tools.
Yeah.
Right? So you can use them, but if you don't, then guess what? You can complain and be like, hey, it's just propaganda. It's just propaganda. Okay, why don't you use it too?
Just a quick little housekeeping. Blessed be he. How were you preaching? Religiary, or whatever the fuck that word is. Unite with the fire inside of you. He showed you the way. Your churches have corrupted you. I don't know if that's technically preaching, but I'm calling that preaching, and that's what I'm asking you not to do. You're spamming my fucking chat with this shit. Say something with substance. Don't just say these fucking little riddles and sayings that you think are so wise. That's what the people in the chat and the moderators have been saying to not do here. We let you do it for about 2 hours, but you're just repeating yourself, and at this point, you're just spamming. So please restrain yourself if possible.
Doesn't know the meaning of the word.
It's like someone says, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you 1,000 fucking times. I mean, what the fuck? After a while, it's meaningless. It's like,
yeah.
Why are you saying that?
It's
after a
just
while.
Empty words.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
But from everything I've heard, I went away to make coffee. By the way, coffee. How do you say it?
Coffee.
Coffee. Where's Brojo? He says coffee. Anyway, yeah, but China's fucked. Sorry to say. All that for nothing.
It'll be
As in
pretty hard.
They're going to be on the losing end. You mean Brojo?
No, I just like the way
Australia.
I just like the way.
Or you mean they're fucked, as in a piece
China.
of shit?
China is fucked. That's what I'm saying.
We'll sacrifice Australia to the Chinese gods.
I don't know, man. Australia has like the dirt wants to kill you in Aussie land. I'm sorry. The sun wants to kill you. You guys have some of the biggest, most poisonous predators. Like, you guys already have enough shit on your hands.
That's true. Highest rate of skin cancer in the world.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
but
None of that kills you. A Roo will run over and kick you in the head.
the planet was designed specifically for us in mind.
Yeah.
Not Australia.
Just not Australia. Exactly.
Yeah, just not Australia.
Okay, here's my theory. Australia looks like Satan's homeworld.
Oh shit!
You know what? I thought you were going to say Satan's arsehole.
Well, Australia definitely disproves God.
Oh man. Yeah, dude, I would be like scared shitless. If I see a spider, I'm expecting that spider to be something that would bite me and kill me in like 2 seconds. Like, I would not be going out to like any like rivers or anything like that because
Have
I'm
you
afraid
seen
these
Herman's
massive
videos?
crocodiles.
He streamed live from his bin that was coated in fucking evil little bastards, and apparently that's normal.
What were they? I can't remember.
I don't know. You tell me.
Even the beaches aren't safe. You have fucking testosterone-filled bull sharks that want to fucking maul you and eat you.
The bull
jellyfish.
sharks are the least of your worries. The great whites and the box jellyfish and the irukandji and the blue ring octopus and the stonefish are probably scarier than the fucking bull shark. I think I'd take on the bull shark before any of those things.
Punch him on the nose.
Yeah,
A stonefish lays flat on the bottom in shallow water, and it looks like a pile of rocks. But if you lower your foot or hand toward it, it will open its jaws and is one of the most poisonous creatures on the planet.
Yeah, they actually. What happens? They have a spine on their back that lays flat, and they point it upwards.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, and it injects you.
420.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, and you're usually dead within about an hour from those.
What?
Really?
Tell me what exists outside of, I guess, fruits and vegetables in Aussie land that does not want to kill you?
So we have a lot of marsupials that are very, very friendly. That are basically little kangaroos. Hundreds and hundreds of species of these little marsupials. My personal favorite. Wombats can get pretty aggressive. I don't know that one would kill you, but I probably wouldn't want to find an angry one because they get pretty big.
Are their poop really squares?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's awesome.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, wombats poo square. Cubes.
Cubes.
But for anyone who doesn't know what one is, they need to Google it. Is a quokka.
Yeah. The eyes, the expression, they're lovely.
Yeah, yeah. But make sure you Google quokka selfie for best results. They smile. These things literally can smile. They're not smiling, but fuck, it looks like they are.
Well,
In fact, I think I'm going to have to share that.
Well, at least there are things that don't want to murder us.
How do you spell
They want to give
quokka?
us chlamydia.
It's QUOKKA.
Oh. Okay.
And I'll just share my.
Is it Joey?
And what? They're just not scared of humans?
No.
No, just really friendly and calm, and they're very slow moving.
I mean, the problem is they're basically.
Look at that.
Share your screen.
Share your screen.
Oh, I haven't shared it. Always do that. Always do that. That's a quokka.
Ah, okay.
So adorable. Look at the fucking. Look at it. It doesn't even look real. They are so adorable.
What's the national animal of Australia?
We have two. It's the kangaroo and the emu, and we eat both of them. And apparently, we're the only country in the world that eats our national animal.
That's crazy.
So how does the quacker kill?
Right?
Because everything there does. You're not tricking me because it's cute.
Right? We ain't falling for it.
But also, look at the size of them.
Okay, so they get inside of you first.
Yes.
Then eat their way out, yeah?
Eat you from the inside out. Actually, they keep you alive and build a little nest inside you.
That figures.
They based the things from Aliens on them.
No, this is where drop bears actually come from. See? It's a drop bear. Oh.
It looks like a bear. Does it look like a bear? Or am I nuts?
No, you're
It's
nuts.
a rodent of some kind. It looks like a
Yeah.
variation of a kangaroo, actually.
Yeah, like
I mean,
a
to
little,
me.
like a little roo type thing.
Like a rat, a rabbit, and a kangaroo.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a squirrel.
You guys have an invasive frog problem that's like poisonous.
Oh,
That's the American.
No, it's destroyed about a quarter of our continent.
Wow.
And it's expanding. Like we can't control it. It's
I think they're called sugarcane.
epidemic. Cane
frogs?
toads.
Oh, okay, cane toads.
They're a toad. They're massive, and they excrete poison from their skin.
Can you lick them?
No,
You can lick anything.
they're not that sort. Yeah, but now because see all these lumps are all glands that excrete the poison, and it's really toxic, and none of our native wildlife has a resistance to it. So everything that eats them dies, except crows have figured out they can turn them over onto their belly
Yeah.
and eat them from the belly.
But didn't you guys import them to get
Yes.
rid of another pest? So you
One American kid from Springfield.
Yeah, no, it was to get rid of the cane bug, right? And they took a cane bug over to wherever they came from, Africa, I believe. And this toad ate it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, sweet, let's bring them over to eat the bugs." And as soon as they got here, they went,
ate it.
"Oh, look at all these wonderful native insects. Not interested in the cane bug." So the whole thing was a failure from the go. And
But
now
nobody
they're,
else was going to buy them, and they were on sale, because once you start
Exactly.
manufacturing a poisonous frog, who's going to take that except for a country that's full of poisonous stuff anyway?
It was a bargain. We just couldn't resist.
Did they eat all the bugs?
Wasn't there a story about?
No, they didn't touch the bugs.
Wasn't
They
there?
had they
They
were
found
not
better bugs. tasty a bug.
Wasn't there a story about how that escalates, where you get one species to get rid of another species, but then you have
There
to
was
get
an
another?
old woman who ate a fly.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
You have to keep getting something else to get rid of the thing you got to get rid of the thing you got to get rid of. You know what I mean?
I was
Yeah.
watching a little documentary on this,
Everything's trade-offs.
and apparently they're looking into creating some kind of like messing with their
Hybrid
genes they're messing with their genes to produce only males.
Yeah, that's what they've done with.
Wow. Sorry, I was just reading. So it started in a small part in Queensland. And as of 2021, they're now located in Queensland, Northern Territory, New South Wales, and northwestern parts of Western Australia.
Damn.
They've nearly covered the
Travel further than most Australians.
Absolutely. I've only been in 2 states.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll share this.
You should try and get them to vote.
I know, right? As long as they vote the right way.
Well, that's the trick.
Here we go. See, you can see this map here. Look at that. They've essentially covered the country because the bits that are white are desert.
Yeah.
So fuck. I remember as a child looking at the maps, and it was just a little section up in Queensland. So in my lifetime, they've filled our entire country.
You got to turn those frogs gay.
Basically.
How do we do it?
That's literally what you guys are doing now. Kind of freaking set it up to where whenever they reproduce, they mainly only get males.
Did I do that thing where I didn't share it again?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the frogs are on you, buddy.
Some setting has changed where I've now got to actually add it to the stream. Instead of it just doing it automatically. Yeah, so this map, I thought you were all looking at the same thing as me.
Looks like a crab.
Looks like he's got a smoke hanging out of his mouth.
What are you looking at? The design?
No, this map here.
The map of what looks like Australia has turned into a giant spider.
Man, everyone has good, powerful pareidolia except for me. I don't see anything you're talking about.
You don't see like the crab at the top.
Yeah, that's what I was
crab at the top.
A crab. Yeah, looks like a crab.
Yeah, I kind of see a crab too. Now that you mention it.
Where?
Put on your glasses, Richard.
In Australia.
That's a shitty looking crab.
It's not
Imagination. Come on, man. You have a little imagination.
You're all high as a kite. There's no crab here.
I'm not high enough. I gotta go get more weed, matter of fact.
Oh, shit.
I see the crab, though. I didn't see it before you mentioned it.
I hate this. Everyone can see stuff like that. What color is it?
Gray, blue, and red.
The whole crab is gray, blue, and red.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying that on this, the largest image of Australia, the thing that indicates where the cane toads have infiltrated looks like a crab, like one of the ink blot.
Like an ink blot crab.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I wouldn't use the word
Where's the claws?
infiltrated. More like imported.
It also could be a Millennium Falcon.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
I see that too. I do see that. I see
You have
that.
no imagination, Richard.
Oh my god.
Actually, that's a Klingon bird of war.
It does look a bit like a Klingon bird of prey.
Oh, I see that too.
A
Yeah.
bird of prey, yes.
I see that too. Yeah.
Poor Richard.
You've all
These
lost
frogs
your
are
minds.
clever.
Pareidolia.
Oh, wow. This is great. Rebuke and reprove. You have forgotten the way.
If you give me a minute, I'll purify myself.
I just
should,
learned. I just learned something really innocent about rebuke and reprove. This is so interesting. I had to interrupt you. Okay, so he says Jesus is fully Yahweh. Jesus died on the cross. Yahweh died on the cross.
It's a bit circular, isn't it?
No, the God died on the cross. Like you can kill a God.
We killed God?
Yes.
Shit.
Temporarily.
Are you
No.
happy now, 420?
Oh, Gandhi.
Am I what enough?
Are you happy now? Apparently we killed God.
He feigned his own death.
God died in the 60s.
Well, I would be if it was permanent.
Didn't you ever hear of feigned death?
You've got to kill his true form.
He was probably
just his
having a
avatar.
nap, man.
Any god that's worth its own salt can feign its own death.
It's a good, strong theory there, Sammy. I mean, Gio.
It's Gio Sam.
Yes, I know. Just had a little brain fart there. Sorry.
You can call me Gio. You can call me Gio Sam.
But you doesn't have to call me Sammy the Geo.
Or late for dinner.
No big deal.
Richard's
How the original one
punishment in
goes.
hell will be he will have to tell the truth. Who decides what the truth is?
Oh, come on, Cupcake. Everybody knows that specific combinations of Calvinism and a few other different religions will result in absolute truth. And you know that he has the absolute truth. You just don't want to admit it in your denial and your own unrighteousness.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh, guilty.
Yeah. Romans 1.
I guess we're all guilty then.
Romans 1.
Actually, Romans won quite a few.
Well,
That's
you
how
know
it
what they
became the
said?
Roman Empire. Yeah.
You know what they said? You can't escape the Spanish Inquisition. Didn't they say that?
No one expects the Spanish
we're all
Inquisition.
getting our punishments.
No one expects. Sorry, I messed
So
that one.
Brojo's will be Satan forcing him to smoke weed non-stop.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
Oh my God.
Sounds awesome.
Is
Why
it
would
is it
Satan
really
do
good
that?
weed?
Yeah.
Or I mean, if it's trash weed, that's a threat.
Why would Satan do that?
And yours, Richard, will have to be to tell the truth.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't understand why Satan would punish anyone in hell.
Yeah,
He
now they're
wouldn't.
on his side. He should reward him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But and
Exactly.
he also hates God, so why would he do God's bidding?
Yeah.
And punish sinners.
Sinners are
Right, it makes
against
no
God,
sense.
right? The devil is God's adversary. Why would he punish people who are zealots?
Just a minute, Gio. Just a minute here. Are you suggesting that there's some part of Christianity that doesn't make sense within itself?
I might be suggesting that. Yeah.
Here we
Oh,
go.
now that's just not possible, sir.
Well,
You want to know yours, Gio?
everyone's free to make up their own mind about that.
Oh, two birds with one stone. Gio's punishment in hell will be to watch all of Brojo's streams.
That would be
I
a
like,
help.
most of Brojo's streams, though. That would be okay.
Yeah, especially the ones you're in, Jill.
Rebuke's
Oh, those are
punishment
the best
have
ones.
to be to preach atheism every day.
Oh, please don't tell me the best ones are with Jill, because you're going to be disappointed in 2023.
I'm going to the dark side just for the cookies.
Yeah.
We have cookies. Oh, you're doing it. I know you're doing it at Jill, but you're still doing it. We've already said this about the filthy blood. Remember, we've had this discussion.
Can I get a definition for the way? Blessed be he. Can you give me a definition of way, the way you're using it?
Yes, especially in all caps like that.
Yeah.
Here we
I
go.
like this. I like
Oh,
this.
Cupcake's
X-rated
punishment is
X-rated.
X-rated. Cupcake.
This sounds fantastic. This is heaven, right?
Doesn't it? He's describing our heavens, but he will have to endure that punishment forever.
Wait, I want to know how he knows all this.
I know.
He imagines it. I'd love to see what he imagines me doing.
Well, you know,
Just
be careful
know
about
that
imagining
Cupcake,
things.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Will not be able to consult with a rectal specialist.
This is
You
heaven.
wouldn't need
There-
one,
it-
would
it-
you?
healing.
Okay, you just substituted the word way for path. That's not.
Path.
Do you understand what a
Yeah.
word of definition is?
You didn't ask for a synonym.
That's a synonym. It's not a
Cinnamon
definition.
bun.
It's a cinnamon bun. It's not a definition. I want a definition.
Early Christians were part of the way. They called it the way.
Oh,
Why are you fantasizing about somebody else's rectum?
I know.
Why? Pray the gay away, bro.
Even that, I've been away for a while. Is Jill one that's probably gay?
No, that's G-Man. That's G-Man, but Jill also says semi-homoerotic things all the time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I wonder what's up with that. Is that an ingrained thing, or is that just something that's on his coming out subconsciously, or what is that?
I was always told the boys that picked on the.
now remember, Jill here is filled with the Holy Spirit.
He's got the Holy Spirit.
I mean, what gets me is Jill is a preacher, and the law of averages says there's far more likely to be gay than not.
Yeah.
I mean, the law of averages says that he's far more likely to be into lots of other dodgy things, but we won't go there.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the only attention he gets.
Yeah, I think he's lonely.
Oh, you lonely?
I've asked about friends before, and he says I have one friend.
He has
We
one
all know
friend.
who
Oh,
that is. Yes, and it's imaginary. So, fuck.
is it Jesus?
It's his name, Jesus.
Yeah.
Great
Yes. You'd at least think he would class that as 3 friends.
Brilliant.
That's it. Jesus, he's 3 friends, 3 friends, 3 friends in one.
That was great. Do not taunt or make fun of Happy Fun Ball. Do not leave Happy Fun Ball in the sun for long extended periods of time. Do not taunt Happy Fun Ball.
Remember the instructions for pet rocks? Remember that? It's like a big booklet.
You're kidding.
He's not.
No, you pet rocks for things. People actually bought rocks.
Yeah, that's crazy enough. But
So
the fact to come with a fucking instruction manual?
How to care for it. You gotta know how to take care of your pet.
As part of the gimmick.
Oh, I see. So you were buying a book, basically.
Well, it wasn't that big. It wasn't really a book. It's just a little pamphlet.
You bought the package. It came with a free rock.
Somebody made $1 million on
There's
that.
someone, yeah.
Somebody.
It's like, hey,
I want to say
I
that
could sell
technically
rocks.
those were large river pebbles. Technically,
What difference would it make?
I mean, it's still made out of rock, some kind of rock, you know. But could you really call it a rock? Nah.
I don't know.
Oh no, the rock versus pebble debate.
Yeah, no, well, a pebble is always
I'm trying.
a rock. A rock isn't always a pebble.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Well, isn't there a medium between pebble and rock somewhere?
Can you have
Yeah.
a pebble rock?
To me, rock
Oh god.
is the
See-
Why did I say anything?
collective word for all of them. They're all rocks. But then you
Wait. At what point does a rock become a boulder, Sammy?
No, a boulder
Don't
is
do it,
always a
Sammy.
rock.
Don't do it.
Boulder is always a rock. It's just that a rock isn't always a boulder.
But if we can use the word pebble,
Do rocks always make it come after? Or is the rocks always the same kind?
there's only one species of rock. That was silly.
Seen a rock come from a non-rock.
How much gold does it have to shave off to get to a rock?
When does it become a grain?
Yeah, what size is grain? Is that the size that like falls through a screen off a screen door? Is that grain? What do you think?
Seems like a pretty fair metric.
That was funny. That was good.
See, I have a lot of differentiations in rocks. See, I've got grain, I've got pea gravel, I've got river gravel, then large river rock. Then I've got
When did it become a pipeful?
A what?
Pipeful.
When you fill a pipe with it. And then there's riprap, which is about the size of a grapefruit, right? Between like orange and grapefruit, that's riprap. And then you've got fillstone, which is, up to like a foot across, something like that, or approximately a third of a meter across, something like that. Then you've got
stone is like rock because I would think stone. I think like something you'd skip across the water, but now you're talking about a foot wide rock, stone. So I think stone's ambiguous like rock.
I already went through the classifications of stone. I don't know what you're talking about. We're over stones now. We're now at rocks. And then anything up to like a meter across is just a large rock. And then anything over a meter, you're getting in toward boulder.
No, boulder can be less than a meter.
Yeah,
no, there's no way.
No, I'd say
ridiculous.
a foot wide. A foot, maybe a bit wider than a foot, is a boulder.
What? How big's a foot? Whose foot are you talking about?
12 inches.
12 inches, that kind of foot? That's definitely not a boulder.
I think a boulder starts somewhere around there.
No, it's not a boulder till you can climb it.
No.
Really?
Sure, that's why they call it bouldering. It's a form of climbing, like cliff climbing, but you just climb on boulders. You can't call something a boulder that you can't climb. I mean, okay, it might be a boulder.
No, you can definitely get on top of it.
No, but you can't climb. You can just step over it. I mean, that's not a boulder.
I think I'm realizing that there's a little bit of a range in all of these terms.
So is a boulder have to okay, it doesn't have to necessarily be taller than you.
It doesn't have to be taller than you, but it has to be something big enough that a human can climb.
You have to climb to get to the top, yeah.
Cupcake is using like nerdy rodent measurements for what a boulder is.
And I'm going to do you one better, Richard. I'm going to go one smaller. Silt.
Yeah, well, silt's basically loam, So I don't know.
What's loam?
Oh, it's basically silt.
It's just another word for it.
It's just the moisture content. That's the only difference between silt and loam.
Oh, I see. Oh, so is loam dry? Or is the
No,
silt...
loam's more moist than silt.
Right.
Right.
Bog.
I know some
That's
of the
really
oldest
wet silt.
Some of the oldest rocks are the Rolling Stones.
Those guys are getting old, but they are still performing.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Crazy.
I wonder if how they sound. They still sound as good.
Probably the instruments do, but probably the voice boxes don't.
Yeah.
Okay, my prescription is ready. I'll be listening from the outside. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget.
Bye.
Free up time.
How did we get onto the stone thing anyway?
I have no idea.
You really want to go through it again? It's pretty damn boring.
No, I'm just not sure how we got there. I'm sure there was something at the start.
I'm sure it was something profound.
Yes, and I'm sure it wasn't terribly related to where we ended up.
Let's see. We were tracing it back. Pet rocks, right? Before that.
Fuck, Richard, that's impressive. I couldn't even get that.
Let's see. Pet rocks.
Yeah, and someone's
Before that, it was the cursings. It was the cursings of rebuke and reprove. Which, by the way, God is not held to his cursings.
Oh, it was to do with Jill. I completely forgot we were talking. We were basically taking the piss out of Jill.
That's right.
Don't believe a word that discount garden gnome says. Yeah, which one of us is the discount garden gnome?
I am the discount garden gnome.
I think you must be referring to Jill.
You remember when they asked
I know he's not, but
remember when they asked who's Spartacus? What the people did? They said, no, I'm Spartacus. And then someone else stood up and said, no, I am Spartacus. Right?
Right.
So I'm standing up. And I'm saying, I'm the gnome.
oh, he is referring to Jill. Don't
I'll
worry,
one-up
we.
you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you go.
I'll one up you, Geo. We are all Groot.
So saith Groot.
So saith the flock.
No, Geo is Spartacus. It's definitely not nerdy.
Pebbles are not atheists. They don't hold beliefs.
Depends on your definition of atheism.
Oh, they're talking about you, Richard. You're the discount garden gnome.
Okay, now that's nice. I like that actually. It's kind of heartwarming.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Do you have a little pointy hat?
And a fishing rod.
No, but I do have a little silhouette of a man. Got a roost, got a roost.
Will you do the
fandango?
Oh,
Thunderbolts
we
and
went through that
lightning,
earlier.
very, very frightening me.
We went through that earlier. We went through that whole song earlier in the side chat.
You're kidding.
If you didn't see it, no one saw it.
That's pretty funny.
Me, Nerdy Rodent, and Trusty Ape went through almost the entire song in lyric form in the side chat, and no one said anything.
I did miss it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Get it.
I used to paint garden gnomes. I worked for a florist that sold garden gnomes, and they used to come in and I used to custom paint them for people.
Aw.
Do gnomes
kinda
always laugh whenever they play soccer?
Huh? What?
Why do gnomes always laugh when they play soccer?
Why?
Because the grass tickles their balls.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Nope, I was not going to guess that.
I wasn't going to guess that.
That's a physics thing, right? Is that a physics thing? What's that moving object? What's the thing about moving object?
An object in motion tends to stay in motion.
Remains in motion until it's stopped.
Tends to remain in motion, yeah.
Until it's
an object at
until
rest.
Until it meets an unmovable force. Right.
No.
Oh, I'm getting it wrong. That has to do with the.
So you either have meaningless tropes or insults.
I like the insults better.
You're a perfect Christian.
Good
perfect
point.
YouTube Christian.
Yeah.
Is that an insult?
Yeah,
it should be.
Hey, I'm not denying that. I'll happily and openly say I'm insulting them.
Oh, okay.
I'm not claiming to try and emulate some imaginary figure from 2,000 years ago.
People in the past. Oh, God.
Incidentally, I'm a high-priced garden gnome. Just so you know that.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen
I'm a highly skilled and expensive whore.
You're not your ordinary garden gnome?
Yep. See? Nobody gets it.
Blessed be he, no one drives backhoes. You don't drive a back. It's not a car.
You operate a backhoe.
That's right. You operate a backhoe. Like you operate a tank. You don't drive a tank.
Doesn't a tank have a driver?
No, it has an operator.
Well,
They
as
might-
a driver. Who
They might
operates
loosely
it.
call him a driver, but
That's
he's a
his
lot more.
position.
He's a lot more than just a driver.
That's
I
just
thought-
his position.
I thought it was the person that was doing the driving was the driver, but there were lots of other jobs to go around.
That's true too.
Well, there's a tank commander who is actually in charge of the
He-
entire operation.
And he doesn't drive it.
He doesn't drive it, no.
No.
So why don't we operate a plane?
We pilot a plane because you pilot a boat.
But that's like driving.
No, you drive
You
a
don't
car.
drive a boat.
Drive a
No.
car.
Yeah, but what I'm saying it's just the position. Like
It's
driver
the
is
operator's.
same as
It's the
pilot.
operator's position, but driving is two-dimensional.
Is it?
Well,
When
I guess if
crashed-
you're
when
going
I
fast
was
enough.
in my car and I went over the ditch and I was in the air, that definitely wasn't two-dimensional.
That's because you did it wrong. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be two-dimensional only.
So when I entered the third dimension, that's when it all went wrong.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. If you enter the third dimension with a car, you got problems because you got no steering.
He drove there. How'd you get there? I drove there.
Oh, fuck yeah, Sandy. Are you still in your mum's basement? Blessed be he. Yes, my mum loves me.
Well, he's not continuously. I mean, he does come out for certain reasons.
Yeah,
So
if you
still
could
is
call
an interesting
coming-
word, you know.
Coming into chats to troll, if you call that coming out.
That's not
All
the sort
God
of coming
knows
out he needs to do.
Superpowers.
Actually, I think all of us have superpowers, or at least what people would commonly think of as a superpower. And that's including you, blessed be he. I think you have that power as well.
I think probably their greatest power is hiding in chats behind meaningless tropes, not coming in to actually face anybody.
Superpower, huh?
Speaking of superpowers, Sammy, what did you think now that you've had some time to think about it? What did you think about our remote viewing exercise the other day? Be harsh, be honest.
Yeah, well, I have to say, we didn't seem to hit many points.
That is true.
But
yeah, if that was life and death, you'd all been dead.
We'd all be dead, yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, I think like with any good experiment, it needs to be done more than once. You can't just do something once and then.
That seems fair.
And it's interesting. I swear that our devices and shit listen to us. After that, I got in my feed some documentaries about the American and Russian governments looking into that stuff during the probably Second World War, I think it was.
Looking into what?
All manner of like remote viewing.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they did.
I think there's some other things possibly.
The really funny part is, you know, they'll say things like, you know, project whatever ran for so long and we've now disbanded it. Right? But I know what that word right there means because my old military unit was disbanded. Does that mean they no longer have heavy equipment operators? No, they still have them. What it means is they split them up in a different way. That's all it means. So they'll say to the public things like, "Oh, we disbanded that. You know, that program no longer exists." Yeah, my old unit, 326 engineers, that doesn't exist. There is no 326 engineers. That's because they reorganized it and they put each supporting group in with the group they support. Now it's all one thing. So there is no 326 engineers.
Yeah. So were you talking about the operations? I guess you'd call them.
Yeah, it's structured differently, but the same thing's still going on. There's still
Yes,
people digging
I
holes
was
and
about to
foxholes
say-
and stuff. Right.
That was the gist of the end of it was it's basically
How stoned
My
are you?
PIN number.
They
blessed
haven't
be he.
closed those operations yet, basically.
The only PIN number I have, blessed be he, is for this computer, and you're welcome to it. I use capital R lowercase m, capital V lowercase et, and the year I was born, 1969. There, that's my PIN number. Friggin' idiot.
What good that'll do him?
Nothing. It unlocks
them.
this computer so I can use
They.
it. That's all it does.
Whoever they are. I don't know how to address them, so I just used as many pronouns as I could think of.
I'm semi-retired, independent. I work only in cash. I do not even have a banking account. I just work with cash. I won't take a check. Actually, I give money to Beck.
I was going to say, as soon as I asked the question, I figured it out.
Yep. I give cash to Beck, and Beck buys it for me and sends it to where I am. I'm extremely nervous about you having a PIN number that doesn't exist, Guru.
Yeah. But what is this? Like,
I literally have no banking account. I don't
what
have
is
one.
happening now, though? Like, is this...
It's called terroristic threatening. It's called terroristic threatening. It's illegal in the United States, by the way.
Like... Ba-bow. They disappeared.
People do that when they get weird enough.
When they get blocked. Yeah. They can spout their shit and I'll only time them out. But when you start attacking people, you're gone.
I tell you, I am so off the books that I will right now give you my living address, my social security number, and my access codes to my computers, and it won't do you a bit of good. None of that information. I'll give you my driver's license number. Those things are irrelevant.
It's at that point, it's like, you're not here to try and convince us of your God or, you know, you're just here to be a cunt. Apologies to anyone who doesn't like that word. But that's what they are.
I hear in Ireland that's a term of endearment.
Oh, and Australia.
Oh, okay.
Not
Well, doesn't
here, not
it-
today.
It works both ways, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, it's just literally in the delivery. It's
context is king.
Yeah.
All right, you can't.
It's the difference between I can't and yeah, can't. See the difference there? Same as mate. So it's like, mate. Yeah, mate.
I did not know that one.
It's like fighting words.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta be careful how you say it.
That's interesting because in the U.S. you would draw it out if it were the insulting form.
Well, there's a legal term called fighting words, I believe.
Yes, there is.
I'm not exactly sure
Really?
the whole gist of it, but it's just when you egg people on in a certain way, that's known. Everyone knows about it. That's
You
that's
starting?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and it just gets the other guy going immediately. Everyone knows these things.
Provocative? No.
Well, yeah, you can provoke people
Yeah.
because of with language.
But I'm trying. What's the legal term though?
We call it something like
Inciting?
aggravated. It's going to be
Aggravating.
aggravated something.
So that's really a thing. You like?
Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned it. I forget. I
I
mentioned
wonder
it.
if that's a thing in Australia.
I mentioned it. That's what it's called. I forgot what I just said though.
Fighting words.
Fighting words.
Fighting words. Yeah, that's the legal term if you look it up.
Are you serious?
Yeah, in the U.S. Yeah.
Them's fighting words.
Because we say like colloquially, "Oh, them's fighting words."
No,
I
we
didn't
made
know
a
it was
law.
a legal term.
I believe it is.
I don't think there's such a. You can say what you want. It's up to that other person.
could look
I
it up.
nearly said cunt again.
I'm
It's up
probably
to the
wrong.
other.
but I could be wrong. I'm just not. I'm saying, I'm gonna.
Bye,
look it up.
Jody.
Yeah. Oh, is someone leaving? Gotta go. Bye, Jody. Thanks for coming.
Fighting words are any words meant to incite violence such that they may not be protected under the free speech under the First Amendment. The U.S. Supreme Court first defined them in Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire as words which, by their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace.
Wow.
Don't criticize
Yeah.
Sammy's hair.
Like fire. Like
I
when
don't know
you
how I
yell
feel about
fire.
it.
Like when you yell fire.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
You can't just go around yelling fire. and shit
That
in public.
makes sense. But, like, what about saying, yeah, cunt? Or,
If that's the way it's intended, it's literally illegal.
But then it's down to intent. How can they prove your intent?
It's tough to prove intent. That is true.
With video.
But we have pat phrases, and if you use one of those pat phrases, it's assumed that you said it in order to incite violence.
Yeah, that's
So
why I said. That's why I prefaced that it would have to be known. Everybody had to know it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like you can't just make
Wow.
something up and use it as an insult, and that's not protected. It is protected.
Yeah, free speech. Yeah, exactly.
But
Right.
like
So there's
I'll
these
use
accepted ones.
I'll use one that's kind of out of style, so it's no longer it's considered protected again. Like if I say your mama,
Yeah.
well, 20 years ago in the U.S., your mama, that's fighting words. That means I'm calling your mother every kind of a derogatory term. I'm casting aspersions on her sexual promiscuity, her sensibilities, her moral alignments, that she's probably the kind of person that would have slept with me, and I'm the person you hate right now. It's saying all that.
Can I
So-
just say? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, good.
Can I just say that when you said 20 years ago, it reminded me, like when I was a kid, I thought that back in the day when everything on TV was in black and white, I literally thought the world was black and white back in those days.
When you were a kid, you thought so.
Yes. Yeah.
And how recently did you figure that one out?
No comment.
Yeah, the
Are we
world
talking
only
like-
got color in the 50s.
I see trees are gray, skies are gray.
Someone do a photo journal of photos they took in the 90s of our local area.
And the bastards did it all in black and white, and it looks exactly like I remember looking back at the fucking 60s when I was a kid.
Yep.
You know what I noticed too, Richard? I was looking at some portraits of like a lot of U.S. presidents, right? And I noticed that they went from like pretty like good and I guess accurate paintings to black and white pictures.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, what's wrong with the color? Give us color, man. What the fuck? Did colors like not exist for a period of time in history? Like
not as distinguished.
Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away.
Did you have in the States the Ariston adverts?
Non comprend.
No, doesn't matter that. Did you have?
I guess
the
we didn't because. What?
I said, did you have the Konica adverts?
Konica cameras?
Konica film.
Konica film, yeah, we did.
We got Konica Colors Are Calling Me. Konica Colors Are Calling Me.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yep, they ran that over here. My gosh, that's been a good 30, 35 years now, though.
I feel very old.
Yeah, we're about the same age, I think.
Don't say that. I imagine you as being older than me.
I'm 54. I'll just say.
You're older than me. You're a decade older than me.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
I'm 44.
44. Wow.
Well, then I'm 30.
You're 30. You're not 30.
He's like early 40s.
Yeah, I'm 40. You're not 44.
I am 44.
Yeah. How many times did you say 44?
Yeah, sure you're 44. Maybe your waist is 44.
My waist used to be 44.
Yeah, she's been 44 about 10 times or something.
I have lost more than half my body weight.
Yeah, I noticed you lost a lot of weight, man. You look a lot better. You feel better?
No, not really. But I don't think that's related to my weight.
Do you get around easier? Is I guess what I'm really asking you.
No.
You lost all that weight and you don't even get around easier?
No, not really. The problem is the rest of me is completely fucked. My ability to move is completely fucked, unrelated to my weight.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, that might improve later. Ambrose 51 says, "Who is that?" You have a bonfire.
Can you not see me?
We can now. It took
That's
forever to load
fire.
you in.
Hello.
That's a really good fake fire, isn't it?
Isn't that, no? Yeah. The whole room's all different shit. Yeah, now I can hear you as the speakers are where the
Wait, has she woken up and seen this yet?
Yes.
She's okay with it?
Yes, she approves.
Oh, that's nice of her.
Does she know that this is going to happen half a dozen times before you go home?
I can't. I've done every room in the house.
And you can do it all again. Multiple angles.
Multiple angles and everything, like, you know. So, no, I've done the kitchen and the living room and the studio. There's nothing else there.
You've done every room in there.
How many wires did you have to go by?
I have 4 left over. Fucking extent.
Oh, you made it more efficient.
More
You
efficient.
go, math pig.
And I've even got a footrest and everything now that you can't see, but there's a footrest and all. Swarm.
So you're saying I need to fly you out to my place?
Yeah, I'm wondering, have you taught her OBS and downloaded it to her stuff yet?
She already knows OBS and all that.
Oh, okay.
Although we have set up a camera for her when she does crafting. There's a camera here that looks straight down when she's doing crafting. So.
Crafting. That's what she uses the camera for. That's pointing downwards.
Oh yeah. Is that what your kids are calling it these days?
Oh, yeah. That camera points up.
It's that's the Netflix and chill camera.
It's one of them 360-degree ones.
All the way around, wide angle. So what did I miss? Has Amber come up with the perfect society yet?
We argued the size of stones.
That was too controversial. We did not resolve that.
That's currently unresolved.
Sammy kicked Blessed Be He. Jill said absolutely nothing interesting at any point, although he said a lot of things.
He talked.
You think you could hit 1 out of 50,
Statistically, he should be right.
I was going to say, if anything's going to disprove evolution, him talking is pretty fucking way up there.
You guys forgot.
I mean, you can't talk that much and not say something interesting.
Yeah.
There's one.
I've realized in this stream that while I have a lot of patience for people's beliefs and dogma, I do not have much patience for impoliteness.
Jill just needs a hug. Give Jill a hug.
I've tried to give Jill a hug.
I'll tell you what happens. I gave Jill a hug a couple years ago, and other people noticed it, and he and I had a really good conversation. Now, I had to drag him back on topic several times, but we had a good conversation. Our general circle of friends started making fun of him for having had a good conversation.
That's interesting.
No, he just needs a hug. I'll never make fun of him for having a good conversation. Jill just needs some love.
Have you been talking to Heretic?
Me?
I've just got too much going on to hug him as much as he needs.
Oh, no.
With this Jill love fest.
It's been going a couple of weeks. The man just needs a hug.
Shit. He does not. He needs therapy or bloody. What's that? What do they call that when they electrocute your brain? Electroshock therapy. Darren Watkins Jr., put your camera on and put 3 fingers in front of your right eye. Oh, there they go.
Yeah, they were just
porn bomb.
Oh no, they weren't a porn bomb. They were a little smiley yellow face.
Yeah, that turns into someone blowing their brains out.
Oh yeah.
That's porn.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier that we forgot one thing that we discussed and learned today, that there are 2 animals in Australia that isn't actively trying to kill us. One of them gives you chlamydia.
No, they are.
So.
You're wrong. The issue here is there are cute things that distract you so the other thing can kill you. They are
so they're working in cahoots?
Yes.
There's a symbiotic relationship going on there,
I'm sorry, 420. I tried.
See, I'll let you in on a little secret.
What's that?
Nothing here is trying to kill you. We just don't want any fucker coming here. It's actually a paradox.
This is your immigration policy.
Yeah. It's like we'll open the doors, but we'll just tell everyone that everything here is trying to kill them, so no one will want to come.
It's a good plan.
It's working, and I even tell people that, and they're like, "Whatever."
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. Australia is probably like one of the last places that I would move to.
See,
like.
I
can't convince anyone to come here and visit me.
The freaking Irish love going to Australia and staying there and working there.
Right. Is everyone coming to the UK next year?
Yeah,
I would definitely love to do that.
Yeah.
That's where I would go.
We'll sort of palooza for next Christmas in the UK at your house then, Amber, yeah?
Not my house, but in the UK, I won't be able to come.
I'm coming to give you the hugs before that.
Yeah, and I'll be coming to Ireland before that too.
He keeps telling me I'm muted.
You were.
You're not. Are you lonesome tonight?
Yeah, it's everybody else's turn to do the long journey this time.
How long was your flight?
9 hours, and I slept for the guts of 7 of it. And
Is
9
that
hours
all?
bullshit.
Yeah.
And then I had 3 hours flight and some change.
Probably should have had some
I've got
edibles.
a 15-hour flight to get to the States.
How long would it take to fly from one end of Aussie to the other end? I'm curious.
No one knows.
It's I think about 3 hours.
3 hours? Okay.
Yeah.
It would have been a little bit longer.
Let me see. It probably is. I know it's. Yeah, no, it would have to be. Let's say Sydney to Perth.
Nearly.
Oh, yeah, 5 hours and 5 minutes.
Perth?
Every flight.
Shit.
Who would fly to Perth?
Who would?
Yeah.
Chinese tourists.
Why do Chinese people want to go to Perth?
They think like it's got natural beauty and stuff, but
it's Perth.
It's a fucking desert.
Hey,
No, well, it's because it's the city you have to go to get to West Oz, and from there you go wherever you want to go. But
Well, can't they get puffer fish there?
yes, probably. Yeah, I know we've got them on the East Coast. I don't see why they wouldn't be on the West Coast.
It's a delicacy.
You want the fugu? Is it? I think it's called.
Yeah, fugu.
Fuck, I don't know where I pulled that from.
The Simpsons.
The Simpsons eggs. That's what I was picturing.
I don't know why I mentioned it.
Trying to poison.
Well, I know that
Maybe
we've leased a very strategic port on our west coast.
For China?
Yes, for 100 years.
That doesn't surprise me.
No, but it's very disappointing. And I know there was talk
Oh,
when
the
they were
Chinese
doing
think
that. No, well, and it's all there's a bit of a conspiracy and shit.
I mean, it's okay though, because if we go to war with China in the next 10 years, I'm sure they'll let you out of it.
Well, would they let us out of it, or would we just tell them to piss off?
I think you just tell them to piss off.
Sammy, where are you?
Yes.
Come here. You have to see what you're going to miss out on now. You have to decide. You've got all the special stickers and stuff that you're going to have to do without because Australia is too far away.
Oh shit!
So you're not going to get your hat, right? No hat for Sammy, right? We got glow sticks, loads of glow sticks. No glow sticks. You got some fake mustaches and some beads. Yeah.
What's that? Oh, mustaches.
You got some fake tattoos. I know how you like your mermaids. Would you?
Excellent.
You got some mermaid tattoos. Right? Got you some specially made glasses that you're not going to get now, right? Very sad. This is very sad. Okay.
I'm Devastated.
Very sad. There's some silver moths, some little silver Christmas moths you're not getting.
Oh,
Right, now you get into the cool stickers, right? Not getting this. Honey, can you switch that light off?
This light?
Yes, please.
Something's reflecting off the. Oh, I want that.
You can mail it.
Yeah, you could mail that.
What's that? Oh,
Liquid courage.
courage. Need a lot of that. Good thing it's only a sticker.
I love that, dude.
They're all waterproof vinyls as well.
All right. What's
one.
that? What was that?
It's like a
What
wee
was
heart.
it?
It was like a wee heart.
Oh, a heart. Oh, skull with a sombrero?
Love Day of the Dead.
Skull with a sombrero.
Nice.
Skateboard? Something with a skateboard.
Yes, skateboarding thingy.
Alien.
Skull with a
More
rose
skulls.
with an eyeball. Nice. I like that.
A rubber chicken that you can fling at people.
Oh, very good.
I want to know what you've got planned for this night.
You've got a thing that doesn't work for some reason. Right? Oh, another sticker. You got another sticker.
Oh, a bong. And
Baby on bong.
Someone partying.
That looks like Brojo when he's a baby.
Yeah, that's Brojo's nephew.
There was where is this camera? There was a limited amount of freaking special badges got, and it's cat with mushrooms. And
It's a mushroom cat.
It's a mushroom cat, and there only is a few of them that we got, but only the so you sorry, bad. And that's a proper metal badge, though. Like.
Easter egg. The mushroom that's an Easter egg?
Yeah, and then we got these. I got wee badges
We don't need no stinking badges.
for everybody, so everybody knows and everybody's. I'm looking forward to hitting someone with my rubber chicken.
You're just dying to put badges on everybody, aren't you?
Oh yeah, and then the bags. The bags are boobies. Everybody is.
Oh, now that's the best right there.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
Whose
I've
idea
got,
was
to say,
that?
I've got to say, from the photo, I like Spooky's the best.
I love that idea. Spooky. Yeah.
Spookies was great. Spookies, the way Red did it, I think it's these two, them two boobs, and it's SPOO, and she's used the two nipples for the O's. It's class loving.
Oh, that's so creative.
Yeah, we've been biased. No, you're not going to be there.
I love it.
I hope you feel appropriately guilty.
Appropriately guilty. I'm
Cheers
stealing
to
that.
boobs. Cheers.
Is there an appropriate amount of guilt?
Well, what we're gonna you have to be the host on the live stream then. While we're all running around getting drunk, you have to manage all the streams.
I can do that.
There
Be
you go.
responsible.
I think that's it. I'll be the designated driver.
He has to come in 2 years if we do it in the UK.
Why are you so over there? Come over here. Come over here. Don't make me change the angle. Oh no, I'm gonna have to change the angle, aren't I?
Yeah, it's fine.
You were right, Amber. Oh, it was just a click of a button. I thought you were about to rearrange the whole room again.
No, and we've even got a little Mario and all here.
It is a little bit.
Where's this Luigi hat?
I wore the Luigi hat at the beginning of Spackle's stream. There's several Luigi hats, though. I'm sure you found several going through this room.
No.
No?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Is that because you want to wear the matching Mario hat?
I just don't like the Mario hat. It's too puffy and stupid looking. Like
It's a Mario hat!
I will happily wear the rainbow squid over the fucking. Go get me the rainbow squid. I'll put that shit on. I don't want to.
What did you do with the rainbow squid hat?
It's hanging on the iron board in the living room. I don't like the no to the fucking Mario hat.
Wear the Mario hat.
No, give me the squid.
Yeah, but it makes people happy.
We want the Mario hat.
It makes people happy, the Mario hat. Don't you want to make people happy?
I've spent too long making people happy. This holiday's been making me
He's
happy.
tired of making people happy.
Tired of making people happy. Have you got? Like, give me my squid head.
Fuck happiness.
No, not the squid. We want the Mario.
I'll happily wear the
Squid
squid.
hat.
You won't wear the Mario hat. Here's the Luigi
Put,
hat.
put the Mario hat on his head. Take the
And it looks stupid. Hey, it looks stupid. I just look like a.
looks lovely. I mean, you look adorable together.
That's iconic, that hat.
No. No.
Luigi and Mario back together again.
Yeah. Fighting over the princess. No, wait.
Squid.
There we go. Now everybody's happy.
That squid hat is quite a hat, I must say.
Did you show them my sign?
There's two. We got matching squid hats.
Where are all the sex toys? I know you inventoried her space.
Oh shit!
Where are they?
That was the sign that I had to pick him up from the airport.
What's
What
that? A
does that say?
fish? What is that?
Fish burger.
What is that?
It says this hat is
Fish
awful.
burger.
It says fish burger.
Oh, it's a fish burger.
Yes, because whenever we started going out, she was going to McDonald's and she forgot to mute the phone whenever she went to the drive-thru.
No, I just assumed that the person that
Okay.
I was on the phone with wasn't gonna like yell.
She
when I was like,
assumed.
"Oh, my food's coming."
She assumed that I would be polite, and of course, no. So I started screaming fish burger at the woman when she came to give her a fish burger.
And normally she'll be like, "Hey, here's your number, whatever." And instead she was just like,
"Fish burger!"
Run away.
Yeah, we've talked about this. You have got a Northern Irish accent.
Yes.
It is the single most aggressive, vicious accent without trying to.
She keeps telling me that. What the fuck, like?
On the Irish accent, you're right. The Northern Irish accent is just brilliant. You can say fucking poetry, and it come across as aggressive.
You probably frightened the shit out of everybody.
A lot of people, yeah. The guy at fucking customs couldn't understand me. I don't know. What are you going here for? What are you going here for? Even her fucking Alexa in the kitchen gave me shit yesterday. Spoke Spanish to me, and then told me to go and learn proper English. Fucking bastard and fucking Alexa.
Wow.
Take this shit.
I'm sorry, what was that you just said?
No.
So, Mathpick, I just posted the definition of a burger in the private chat.
Uh-oh.
I did not know it was that specific.
Yeah, I want to eat a fish burger. She eats vegetarian, so she eats fish burgers.
Well, what do they call it? They call it a
Fillet of
sandwich.
fish.
They call it a sandwich, right?
Would
Fish
it
sandwich.
technically be a fish sandwich?
Yeah, it's a
But-
fish sandwich, but he likes to call it a fish burger.
It's called a fish burger.
It's a burger. It's not a sandwich.
Oh.
Not according to the definition.
Is it from McDonald's? Is it from McDonald's? It's a burger.
It's a fish burger.
How long the walk is McDonald's?
Huh?
Isn't it square though? It's square.
How long the walk is McDonald's?
Kind of square.
Further than the fucking walk to the shop, and I'm still in the truck next time I do that shit. It's fucking -7 this morning. Fuck that shit. Here we have it froze off me.
Has it snowed much yet?
It was white up until about 20 minutes ago. It started to melt, but it's been white since I got here.
Wow.
It like came down while he was in the air for the most part. It was a little bit treacherous getting home, but not too bad.
I got up yesterday morning and watched the sunrise out the front, all in snow. It was fucking lovely. Lovely.
Nice, nice.
He was sleeping. You were sleeping. You were sleeping. And it was lovely.
Wait a minute. Jill thinks liberals wanting to be his friend means they actually want to be his friend rather than they're just being polite.
No, I want to be his friend. Come be my friend. Come be my friend. Does he know? Does he know?
You're being way too nice, Math Pig. I would almost say that you're that you're in love, my friend.
He has a thing for Jill.
Yeah, I love Jill. I love Jill.
Well, Jill's one of his first, isn't he?
Give a little Joe.
Jill was his first.
Jill is my first troll.
Broke his cherry.
Aww.
Troll cherry.
I don't know. Does he
But
make
you
videos about
used-
you, like trying to tear down your fundamental beliefs? I think I got you, man.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah, I
want-
think Richard's taken your spot.
I think I win here.
Did anybody actually watch Jill's content? Except for
Jill got content?
I don't know. Let me go to his channel and find out. Hold on. I'll give you some numbers.
A view count? Is there a view count?
All right, now 30%. Take into account 30% of Jill's views is Sergeant
His
Sam,
other stock accounts.
Sergeant Sam, and Jay Pasick. That's 30% of his views. Okay.
A big
And the
part
rest
of
are
it.
his
Are
stock
evil. Look at
accounts.
that. Friends are evil. Oh. This sexy. Oh, my joke. Take another joke. I'm gonna be.
All right, here we
only
go.
wanted
We
to
got-
be my friend because I'm. Oh, you're the token black man, are you?
Oh. Oh.
Who's calling you?
Marty's calling me.
Hi, Marty.
Hold on.
I
I'm on
rejected
break
them.
with
They are
Sally.
evil. My only friend now is a conservative after losing every debate on politics. I rescued him from the plantation and hell.
And hell.
Okay, under the category of sensational content, like Brittany Griner,
He's got
600
sensational content.
675 views 4 months ago.
Who
Picture of
decides what-
Whoopi Goldberg in the thumbnail. 235 views 3 months ago.
Who decides what's sensational?
If you use Jesse Lee Peterson, you're being sensational. 820 views 8 months ago. Peter DeTucker.
800 views.
Yeah.
Jewelry.
Yeah. Peter DeTucker on the cover, 214 views. Let's see. Fox News on the cover, 340 views in 6 months.
Why did he cringe and then fall off the back of his chair and then get vanish?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who did that?
Who did what?
Someone vanished.
Robbie. He had all of a sudden Spackle had her arm around his neck.
That's
And
right.
then-
It's not Spackle.
No, you're right, it's not. It's Spackle.
She was trying to strangle me, and I just needed to make sure there was video evidence, and then she ran away because she got caught. That's what happened. Yeah, it's because I'm not black, you see. She was trying to strangle me, you know.
Let's see.
You're not-
the end
you're
of
not
Richard
outspoken,
Madsen's.
black
Sorry.
Hello, Mr. Mote.
There we go.
The end of Richard Madsen's Religion, 7 months ago, 278 views.
The end of Richard's religion. How long ago?
Did you
7 months ago.
intended?
7 months. You don't look very ended to me, Richard.
I don't feel ended.
No.
Richard Madsen rebuked, 227 views 10 months ago.
Rebuked?
I was completely rebuked, yes.
Them fighting words.
Yeah, probably, except I don't care.
But he's so cool. Doesn't everybody just want to be like Jill? No. Just me then, yeah. Oh no, Sam wants to be just like Jill too.
No. Not me.
Pine Creek on the cover 1 year ago, 421 views.
It's a very successful channel.
Super successful channel.
Super.
Amazing, yeah.
Jill, do you think you have actually had a positive impact on anyone's life?
Come in and talk about it.
Oh, take that comment down.
I mean, he's how old is he? He says he's like middle-aged man, right? He's like middle-aged.
What, 60?
60? No, he's not
I
that
don't know.
old.
He's got the mental attitude of a fucking 10-year-old, but I think he's mid-30s, mid-40s.
Well, we're not talking mental age.
Do you believe that Sammy's 40? I don't believe him. I think he's lying.
40?
Tommy, I'm talking about Jill.
Yeah, I'm talking about
40.
So you think someone could live a life and not be able to help anybody their entire life for 40 years? Not be able to help a single solitary person their entire life? You think that's possible?
Let's see.
You'd have to be a pretty
piece of shit.
Either secluded, away from humanity, or a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. So is that what we're saying here?
I love this, right? The man in the chat who's triggered is all someone's triggered. Ah! You realize we're making fun of each other, you know?
Who's triggered?
Who's triggered? Anyway, moving
Good
on.
question.
He can't have any reason to come in. He has nothing good to say, so be entertaining. At least be entertaining. Be an entertaining troll. To give us a reason to keep talking to you. You know. How have you been, Amber?
You're muted if you didn't know. They may be away.
What?
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 How have you been?
How you been?
Me? Terrible. I think it's a miracle I've come here today. It was a spur of the moment thing. I saw a notification and I didn't feel so shit. I thought, oh, I'll pop in and say hello because I haven't seen him in for ages.
Yes. What? What?
He moved everything.
I might be in trouble. Hold on.
Rearranged
That voice did sound like. Where's my shit?
That was
Yeah,
the voice,
doctor
yeah.
or PhD is not an identity. It's a fucking honorific. Learn the difference.
PhD?
Is he doing them doctor things again? I don't
He seems to
identify
think that
as
the
they
doctor
or them,
and
but
PhD are
doctor.
pronouns.
Mispronouned?
Yeah.
Jill, you get she and her, or thee and they. They and them. Sorry.
I
That's
would
your
expect
option.
it and it's for Jill.
Yes, I might. Yeah, I'll accept it.
Yeah, doctor and PhD don't even enter the picture.
Because they're honorifics.
Yeah.
My pronouns are he, D7 Dozer. It's a Caterpillar product.
A little spot on my elbow.
Mine is He-Man.
Can you do
He-Man?
neutrals? Can you do? Does that have a neutral steer function?
Actually, it has hydraulic transmission clutches for foot pedals.
So it can do 360-degree circles.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, best you can do is lock up one track.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you can't do the.
No.
Gotcha.
Are you
Now
skilled
on-
enough to put one on a truck using just itself?
Not with a bulldozer, no. But I can with a backhoe.
Hmm?
You saw a backhoe do that. You never saw a bulldozer do that.
You're right. Because I don't know the fucking difference.
Okay, a backhoe has one long arm like a human arm with
Yeah.
the palm facing back toward itself like a cup. That's what you
JCB.
saw do that.
I saw
JCB. That's what they call it. Yeah, it's a brand, but that's what you guys call it over there. Yeah.
Is that an excavator?
Yeah.
It's anything that moves dirt is an excavator. That is particularly a backhoe.
Why is it not called a front hoe?
Because it doesn't have the hoe in the front. It has the hoe in the back. The front is a scoop loader.
All the way around.
What? What do you drive it backwards all the time? No. There's no such thing as a. If it was a front hoe, it would be on tracks, and it's called a trackscavator.
A JCB's on tracks.
Then it's not a JCB is a brand. I told you this already.
I know.
But if it's on tracks, it's a trackscavator or track hoe. What?
It's pretty much all on tracks.
Then not everything's on tracks. A lot of things have rubber wheel.
Not here.
I'm trying to think. All the back.
Do you take backhoes on the road to move them between sites?
I'm willing to bet there's a high percentage of your front end loaders that don't have a backhoe that are rubber wheeled.
We have very little rubber wheeled digging equipment.
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
not saying we don't have it. I have seen it, but it's almost all all the backhoe stuff is almost all Caterpillar.
On tracks.
I disagree with his statement 100%.
Yeah.
You're in a different fucking country.
Most of them are wheeled, have rubber wheels here.
We have one at the bottom of the garden that we have just finished refurbing. My stepdad's just finished refurbing. It has a digger at the front and at the back, and there's 4 rubber wheels.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying we don't have them, but I'm saying that most of the ones that are in use here are track ones. The ones that you pretend to take into near a house tend to be the fucking wheeled ones.
I would say,
but you tend to get those because they can be driven from place to place more than anything else.
No, I think you're showing us that you would just be in a place where you are seeing things being built. You would see things that are built requiring a big track one. I would see them 50-50.
See, part of me, I might agree with you from a perspective of the places I've seen the most with rubber tires tend to be on small farms.
But are they still sandwiches?
It's in the same. We're cleaning dishes.
You know, when you go home, she's not going to know where anything is.
It's a cup that was dirty. Where would you put it?
In the sink.
Yeah, but she said it was a cup that only uses coffee, so.
So you never put it in the sink.
I don't know.
Did you find your cup?
No.
Okay. There's a lot of dishes.
Can I please share a screen?
No, I watched.
If he's done yelling about dirty coffee cups, can I share a screen?
Yep, you sure can.
Dirty coffee.
A quick lesson in which one's which.
Whoa. See, excavator.
That's a JCB.
Okay, when you say JCB, we call them either excavators or trackscavators. Okay, because it has tracks. We're trying to be specific about which one.
Oh, actually, I could call the JCB whatever that fucking TLB is. That's it. That call that a JCB too.
I know. That's because JCB is a brand,
It's a
not a piece of
brand.
equipment.
No, it's a brand. I'm not. But we still call them a JCB, and it tends to be a few different things. Whereas
Yeah,
the front
well,
end-
over here they call everything a bulldozer because they don't know what the hell they're talking about either.
There you go. Right, I'd call a front end loader a tractor.
Yeah, I'd call that a tractor too. Actually, no, I know that's a front end loader.
Right, I'd
The
call
grader I would call a tractor.
mobile
Dump
crane.
truck.
I'd call a mobile crane. A roller. I'd call a roller probably. A bulldozer is a bulldozer. I don't know what the fucking scoop tram is. I don't think I've got a name for that. Why is a forklift in this?
It doesn't really belong there. You're right.
I mean, I could drive a forklift. I've fucking done some stupid things on forklifts.
Haven't we all?
Always. Right, before taking a forklift up to 30 miles an hour, take the forks down so they're lower than the door you're about to run through.
You think you should?
Yeah, you should try it. You'd be surprised quite how far a forklift can tip backwards.
Yeah, they're a lot quieter when you don't run into things too.
Yeah, headrooms.
Sandy's got a question, Richard, that you're probably the only one that could answer.
Actually, I've never used something that we called a lull lifter.
I don't know what that is either.
Or would a reach truck be one?
It's a man lift,
like a cherry picker.
But it's usually only telescoping and not scissoring, and doesn't have any arms. So it's a platform that just goes up and down.
It's just a scissor lift.
That's a scissor lift.
No, a reach truck is not a scissor lift. I said it's telescoping, not scissoring.
Oh. Oh. The hydraulic ram in the center?
So, but not a cherry picker?
Some of them are chain driven and some of them are hydraulic, but they're all telescoping.
Lifts, loads, and reaches out. So it is like the forklift, but smaller.
No, it's not a forklift. It's a materials handler.
Yes, but it's like a forklift. It's like a mini.
And a forklift doesn't handle materials?
No, it doesn't handle materials when materials means supplies to build something with.
Richard, can you make a forklift wheelie?
Yes, and I even know how to pick up a nickel with a forklift.
What?
Not a forklift. Hers can reach 40 feet.
Yes, it's not a forklift. It's a material handler. You've got a boom and a forklift on the boom. So you could pick up like a full pallet of plywood and put it on the third floor.
So it's a crane.
No, it's not a crane. It's got forks like a forklift.
But why would you need to pick up a nickel?
Oh, that's just showing off. It's just neat things you can do. It's just tricks. It's just tricks for equipment operators to say, "I bet you can't." You know, I bet you I can.
It's got forks and it lifts things.
Yes, except it's got like okay, so you take the back end of a JCB,
yeah,
and you make it a hell of a lot longer parts, right?
There you go.
And then instead of a bucket facing toward the driver, you've got forks facing away from the driver. So you could pick up like a what?
Aunt Sandy is insisting that you find the picture.
There you go.
That's a material handler.
Yeah, we'd still call that a forklift, but that's a biggie.
So
it's a biggie forklift. That sounds very official. And Lowell here is a brand. It's not a piece of equipment.
A material handler is the piece.
Oh, they call it a material handler, which is, yes, that's right. That's what it is.
I just say that, like, watching these equipment work is just oddly satisfying to me.
Have you ever run any? It's actually very joyous.
Really?
They're so vicious.
Try to imagine, Odin. Odin, try to imagine this. Imagine if your arm, your physical body arm, could reach out 15 feet and pick up a whole ton. That's what it's like.
I used to be terrified of them when I was a kid.
Richard.
What?
What's the worst thing you've damaged?
What's the worst thing I've damaged?
Yeah, in one of these.
On purpose or by accident?
Accident.
I'd like to know both, to be quite honest.
Okay. About an acre of forest where I tore out every tree.
Very nice.
That was a hell of a lot of damage.
Damn,
And that included getting the stumps out.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a lot of damage. And the most damage I've ever done by accident, I was driving a bulldozer past a 5-ton truck and wasn't really paying attention, and I allowed the left-hand side of my blade to clip their front bumper and push it in about 4 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing I ever did.
That's not too
Kind
bad.
of boring.
How long did
But it's so easy. So it requires so little because there's so much force to behind them.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to notice except for the truck made a noise and it rocked, but it didn't hurt the bulldozer at all.
So how long did it take you to clear those trees?
Oh my gosh, it took days, man.
Oh, is that all?
It was horrible.
I thought you were going to
Was it
say
horrible
weeks.
that you were slaughtering all of those trees?
They didn't cry out loud that I could hear, but yeah, I get the idea.
Yeah, I'm a 4th level vegan. I won't eat anything that casts a shadow.
He's a breatharian.
So you have to be careful where you stand.
So you don't drink water? Because
Yes, because
clouds.
if you don't have a shadow, I'll eat you.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Right,
Clouds
I have to go.
are made of water, and
This is
clouds
my-
cast a shadow.
Oh, okay.
Cupcake said they had to go. Peace.
All right,
So
take care, Cupcake.
Good to see you, Amber.
I will see you again soon.
Be well.
You too.
Cheers. Cheers to you, Amber.
I'm waving and I have no camera on.
Bye-bye.
Sandy says bye.
I think you have to pronounce that Louvre.
Love.
Louvre. Boy, Louvre.
Ta-ta.
That can mean a variety of things depending on the culture.
What did Mary Poppins always say? She was always polite. So polite. She
Something like
She always said,
Chip Cheerio or something, I think.
yeah, she always said the right thing at the right time, Mary Poppins.
Yes.
She's so slick,
They call
Yes,
it
she was.
impiety and lack of propriety and quite a variety of unpleasant names, but it's not against any religion to want to dispose of a pigeon. So if Sunday you're free, why don't you come with me and we'll poison some pigeons in the park?
I don't remember Mary Poppins singing that one.
She didn't. And maybe we'll do in a squirrel or two while we're poisoning pigeons in the park. When they see us coming, the birdies all try and hide. But they still go for peanuts when coated with cyanide.
That's often attributed to Mary Poppins.
It's the accent.
It's the accent. Not your accent, that's for sure.
No.
It's the accent.
It's about the right time frame, though, when it was written.
Sandy always notices. She's very aware. Yes?
Well, there's only 36 hours in a day, so.
That's right. If only there was 38.
I wish
Then
you'd tell
have
my
time to
bank
sleep.
that. I wish you'd tell my bank that.
That there's 38 hours in a day or 36 hours in a day?
Yeah.
No, banking days are like 4 hours or something.
They're totally different.
There's one thing I'm like super mad at the universe for. It didn't give Venus a moon. Like, really, dude? Really?
Yeah.
That might just throw everything out of whack.
No moons. And it's Earth size too, pretty much, right? So
It's a little bit smaller, but yeah, basically.
oh, there's a moon.
Aware.
So here's my theory, Odin. If you took this Earth and you subtracted the majority of metal by melting it down and then sucking it out of the core, by melting the Earth, and you took off all the oceans, and you took the atmosphere, and you waited a couple million years, you'd have Mars.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fuck, Sandy, what bank did you work at? No, I'm going to put my money in that one.
What?
She was saying when she was an employee of the bank, her hours were 24/7 on call.
I've never heard of that bank. It must have been online or something.
I know a bank that's kind of like this. It's called Varo. It's an online bank.
Yeah, they can do that stuff like that because they got employees all over the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the online stuff goes around there. Oh, you're a systems analyst. That's not just a bank employee.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if there were that many hours in the day and the bank recognized that, my interest would be totally different than what it is already.
Yeah, it'd be slower.
Well, yeah, but they'd have to account for that, and that's nothing.
No, but if we're still counting it as a day, it would only make a difference if you're accumulating them by the hour.
Oh,
Yeah,
if
what
you're
you want
accumulating
for
by
interest.
the day, it's still a day, but it's going to take longer to.
But over
do it.
time, that's the whole idea of interest, isn't it? I mean, the
No,
accumulation.
you've got it upside down. You'd want the shortest possible day.
No,
so
I
that-
know, but that's what I'm saying. That would affect people's incomes and what they're
It would.
saving.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'd be I thought it was 24, and the banks would be like, no, it's 38, 42, or
Yeah.
it's 24 as far as if I know. That's what.
Oh, you just made me realize there must be banks that are banking all over the world simultaneously, and to any given of them, they do have 36-hour days every day.
Scotiabank.
Oh my God! Look at this. Spookies, I'm back from visiting Mum, and you're still streaming. And then Let's Farm pops in. Okay, I had a whole day today, and you're still here. Yes, it's been 9 hours and 40 minutes.
You misspelled that. To pronounce that correctly, it's boredom, not dedication. Boredom.
Yes, that's right.
Fair enough.
Boredom.
There was not much dedication involved.
Let's Farm was there for the other day for our remote viewing process.
That's right.
Thanks for hanging in there, Let's Farm. That was kind of you.
And there was a third person, Silver.
Yep, Silverwolf. Silverwolf, I think, barely participated though.
Yeah, what did she draw? I'm trying to think.
Just a door.
That's
Very
right.
nice.
Let's Farm had the box idea. You had the box idea with one color correct, or was it two? No, you had two colors correct because you wrote down silver as white, but silver and white in a picture is the same thing.
Yeah.
So you had the box idea in two colors right. Let's Farm had the box idea by itself. You could be generous and say that Silverwolf had one face of a box. You could be kind and say that. It's a little bit,
I
think it's
did
kinda
find
iffy.
that interesting that we all did basically do a square.
Yeah, some form of a square.
Some form of square or box.
Yeah, everybody had that.
Um, this morning when this afternoon, well, earlier this afternoon when you guys were talking about the whole dream stuff, I was saying in the chat that my dreams are like super vivid, like I remember them, and I used to write them down in detail, and sometimes they would weirdly come true. Like I'll meet someone in my dream, and then I'll meet them at like a couple months later down the line. And what
I've
I
had a few of
find,
those.
yeah,
Sorry,
I
go
do,
ahead.
no problem. What I do find, the stuff that really weird me out is not even like meeting these people. It's when I have dreams of like actual events of like things taking place, especially horrific things. Those are what really bother me. It's pretty rare, but it does happen from time to time.
Do those come
Um,
true as well?
yeah. After a while, like my nightmares, they're not even like with monsters and stuff like that. It's about being put in situations where like I'm forced to defend myself to the point where I have to take a life.
Yeah, that's worse. For a human being, that's the worst thing ever. You don't want to be there, you're forced into it, and now you have to hurt another human being. The only way it gets worse is if you have to hurt another human being whom you love.
Exactly. I've had
That's the
one of
only
those
way it gets
before.
worse. That's the worst, man. That's the worst.
That shit bothered me for weeks.
Yeah. It should.
As a
Good for
dad,
you.
I've never had a dream like this, but I guess I would fear this even more so because it could be a reality, but would be having to choose between my children. Say, two of my children are quite small, and if we were on a boat, say, and the boat went down, and I couldn't manage to hold on to both, it's like, how do you make that sort of decision?
Yeah, man. I Yeah, I do find the most fun dreams I have. I call them multiverse dreams, where I guess I'm like in the body of a version of myself, and I'm somewhat kind of living that person's life temporarily. I think those are actually pretty cool. Those I used to love writing those down. Um, and some dreams are I'm in like really different environments. And so, like, what I used to do is that I used to write them in the form of poems. I would just wake up, and the first thing I do is go for my pen and paper or my phone, and I'll just start writing.
So how do you know that these dreams that you have, say you meet someone in your dream and then later down the line you meet them in real life,
Mhm.
how do you know that that time when you meet them in real life that you're not just having deja vu?
So, this is something I actually tested. So I had a friend. Her name is Alex, who I used to game with. And I had a dream that I met this really beautiful woman, and all sorts of like interesting stuff happened in the dream. And I wrote it down. I described what happened in the dream, and I described the woman, right? And so I told my friend Alex about the dream, right? And she's like, really? I was like, yeah. So she's like, oh, that's interesting. She kind of like blew it off. And then, like, a couple months down the line, she introduced me to one of her friends who turned out to be the woman in my dreams. Now, which was,
Sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy there.
yeah, not only that, I ended up getting involved with that woman. Um, and we were together for like 3 years or something like that. And I remember when I told her about I was like, listen, like you're literally the woman of my dreams, and she's like, okay, now you're just doing like your poetic shit or whatever. I'm like, no, I'm dead serious. I have evidence. So she's like, okay, prove it. So I showed her the long ass text message, like the description of the dream, the physical description of the woman in the dream, certain characteristics that lined up, and she was like freaking out.
See, you know what would impress me? If you were an artist and you were able to draw that picture or draw the face of the woman before you met her.
So I actually used to do that when I was a kid. I used to draw the faces of like I guess I used to call them new people, right? And I always, I had my art book with me when I was like going to school back, back and forth or whatever.
See,
And
you can draw a pretty decent like
huh?
face. Can you draw a pretty decent face?
Yeah, like I can get like the features like pretty close. I don't
So, like, you
practice.
could draw Geo, and I would know it was Geo.
Yeah, it's something I could do.
Okay,
It's not it's
this
not
is
something
what you
I do
need to
anymore.
do. Like, because the problem with the mind is the way it works is you think you have a memory of this dream woman, but it's only a partial memory, and then you fill it in when you meet this person.
That's why right up front you have to defeat this memory problem that we have, and we know about it, right? Just like you're saying it now. So what you've got to do is take really accurate notes at the first time occurrence of the concept, and be very very descriptive.
Yep. And so
Or if you could draw a picture, that's
That'd be
even
even better.
more.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
so what I used to do as a kid, um, was that I would draw these faces. I wasn't like um, those people who could do like ultra details, but I would be able to get, like certain features, right? Um, pretty okay. And I carried around my art book with me, my drawing book, and I have all these faces drawn in them, right? I used to tell my friends or acquaintances that it was just me practicing my drawing or whatever, because I didn't want them to like be weirded out. It's like, why are you drawing, you know, faces of people you've dreamt of, right? So I used to tell them, hey, it's just stuff, it's just me practicing or whatever. But no, it was for whenever I would see someone, um, that I've met in my dream in person. So I would like take it out and I would like do like an actual comparison. I like hold it up side by side. And that's how I would like, that's what weirded me out, because it was like one of those things where it's like I was like pretty skeptical, and I'm like, this is really, this is maybe it's my mind playing tricks on me. So that's why I started drawings. I actually started getting into drawing faces. What I used to love to draw were cars and trucks and stuff like that, right? But that's what got me into that type of drawing at first. I don't really do it anymore. I wish I should start doing it again, but right now I'm mainly focused on writing.
Questions. Over time, did you become better at expressing on paper what was in your mind? And did it match better or worse to actual people?
Um, it got better because I got better at writing in general. Um, I started to I did it through poetry mainly for the entertainment aspect of it. Because I don't know, I guess just writing it down, um, as just like a general description just felt weird. So I started to do it through the form of poetry. And what I would do is that I would look at like mannerisms, the tone of person's voice, like small little like if someone has like a laugh line, a particular laugh line or a mole, or if their one eye is slightly lower than the other, like all of those details like I try to put into the descriptions.
Mm-hmm. And what about how well it matches a person when you actually meet a person? With the better drawings, what you'd want, which I think it's evidential either way it goes. But if the drawings become better, but the likeness becomes worse, then that's saying something like, this was always my imagination, my confirmation bias. However, if the drawings get better and the likeness gets better too, then it's more confirmation of it rather than denial of it.
Yeah, like for me, it just seemed like common sense, because what I noticed that was that at first, I just wrote physical general descriptions. Then I realized, okay, this is not like accurate enough to describe an individual. So, that's when I started to look for more details, right?
Right.
Body language, body language mannerisms, the tone of their voice, skin color, hair texture, like all of those things, like I take into consideration whenever I would like write out these descriptions.
Right.
Because I've actually shown people, like what I do is that I'll introduce myself and like we'll become acquaintances, like at least minimum, and then I'll like show them the
How soon?
Huh?
How soon?
Couple days.
That's
Some
too
people
long.
like.
You could have invented it since then.
Yeah, I think for me it was that I didn't want to be seen as like a fucking like weirdo, and so
You're obviously not an artist when you say things like, I was afraid I'd be seen as a weirdo. Have you met other artists?
I know, right?
They're all weirdos. All of them.
So this was
They
when
just,
I
if
was,
you show something really weird, they just think it's cool.
I object.
I object.
You do have a good point, but I was still living in Jamaica at that point, and kids and people in Jamaica aren't as appreciative.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Fair
enough.
Hey,
It's a different culture.
I was artistic, or still am artistic.
Yeah, I'm only autistic.
ART.
Yeah, I don't have that.
So what was this thing about artistic people being weird?
Always. Always.
Talking muted again. I've seen your that behind you is art, Richard, as if you're not artistic.
It sucks. You know what that's supposed to look like? Do you have any idea what that's supposed to look like?
Yeah, a spaceship.
That doesn't look like a spaceship. You can't tell any depth in it. The shadowing sucks. Like the shadowing is not
still
very
better than I
indicative of
could
the.
do.
Okay, there's people who are worse artists than me. I'll agree, but I'm nobody's artist.
Your moon's pretty cool.
Those are supposed to be spherical. They're supposed to look like balls. Everything about it is crap. I did a terrible job, and that's all there is to it.
Well, you just
I did the best I could.
You just have to put a little hair around the balls, and maybe they'll look like balls.
It's not that kind of balls. But okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just kidding.
So 420, I'm gonna send you like one of the most recent portraits I did. So I drew these things on my the Samsung Galaxy Note phones.
Yeah.
With the S Pen.
I have one.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you a few pictures on Discord.
You drew them on that.
That would be difficult, yeah.
Yeah, I imagine.
No, the notepad that I had when I was a kid, I don't have that anymore. When I draw, I draw on my phone.
Yeah, we're saying that would be quite difficult, wouldn't it?
It was a little bit hard at first, but I just kept practicing and
You have
I
to get
kind of
used
got
to it.
used to
Yeah.
it.
Well, I had to learn to draw with a mouse, and that's like drawing with a big rock in your hand. That's like
Oh,
trying
dude.
that's like trying to draw with a big rock in your hand.
Not very sexy.
But
Right?
I managed.
Yeah.
I manage.
Do you still use a mouse, or do you use?
Well, I'm gonna get a tablet next year, which is in a few weeks. So
Nice. Yeah.
my other tablet disintegrated. It's the plastic for some reason in the pen just disintegrated. I think that's just because it was made of a certain material, but it was like 12 years old. And it just
yeah, that'll probably
one
do
day
it.
the pen just wasn't working, and I took it apart to clean it, and it was like all like liquid. I was like, "What the fuck? It's not supposed to be like this."
Some of them age that way, though.
So I had to throw the tablet out because it wasn't replaceable or repairable. I only had.
How small are the wires in it? I mean, what do you mean it's not repairable?
Well, I couldn't get a replacement pen. It's called I forget what a stylus. I have to get a specific stylus for the tablet, and it's not worth it. Just go buy a new tablet.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing. Buy a new tablet. But I've been using a mouse forever, so I'm getting used to the mouse. I've gotten used to using the mouse digitally for drawing and stuff, which is.
I've got one of these electronic. It's called Bamboo. That's a brand.
Yeah, I've had the Bamboo. I had the Wacom Bamboo.
And it works in coordination with touchscreen.
Yeah, I had the 8-inch. Yeah, the 8-inch Bamboo.
Yeah, I think this is
I had
6-inch, but yeah.
I had a touch screen that was given to me by Dell, not by the company I worked. It was a Dell product, but I had to give that back, and it was all big touchscreen stuff.
Oh, nice.
But I had to give that back.
Yeah, it's radio frequency, so it doesn't have a wire. So it's Bluetooth. And
All right,
then
420. So I'm sending them right now. Check this. I don't know if you're getting them on Discord.
I haven't even played with it yet. I've had it probably a year.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There's something in those pens, the older models of Bamboos that would disintegrate. There were like seals and stuff inside the pen that would disintegrate, and the pen became useless. I wasn't. So I don't know. No, it was not cool. But Wacom is, I think they're the leaders in tablet manufacturing, or were the leaders in tablet manufacturing.
That'd be enough out of you, nerdy rodent. I don't want to hear about your 6-inch Bamboo.
I had an 8-inch.
Well, you know, some people are taller, different body structures. It's all good.
There you go.
Read the side. I'm reading the side chat.
No, I think she's asking, do you want a large?
Do I want a large
Whatever that
Wacom? Sure, if it works. Send me a hunk of junk. I don't need any more paperweights. I have enough paperweights sitting around.
Door stops.
Door stops.
Doggy fetch toys.
Yeah, I have a lot of those.
R420. Check your.
I have a
DM.
public email. I could just put it in the public chat. I could just put it in the chat.
GM's on
Discord.
Discord. Saying yes, it works. It's barely used. Oh, Nerdy's got a barely used one too. Okay, Discord.
Sure. What do you need me to pay for shipping or something?
I think the idea is
Contact
to
me.
sell it to you at a reduced
Sell it?
rate.
Well,
I think that's what I'm
contact
gathering.
me. I have a public email address. If you go to my YouTube channel, GeoSam is the YouTube channel, and you go to the About page. There
Oh,
is a
wow.
public, There is a public email address there that anyone can retrieve.
Yeah. So if you drew that, Odin, right?
Let's
Said
see
I've
it.
had a dream about this. Okay, I'll show you. I've had this dream, and then that woman in the photo came up.
That's like years of practice. Right. I wasn't as good when I was still a kid. But that was like years upon years of practice. And that took me a
Right.
while to get done.
Uh,
Is it possible to just share it in the private chat?
Sorry.
Okay, Sandy.
You had
Sandy
it up
says-
on screen a second there.
Yeah, but I don't think he wants people to see it.
Okay, fair enough.
Is it private?
Yeah.
Okay.
What, do you
Okay,
get
Sandy.
get rid of the names and stuff.
I just got your email address from your about page, Sandy. So I'll send you a quick email just to say hi and stuff, so you know it's me. Okay. So
What about the cup and the eye? Can I show those?
Yeah, you can show those.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a cup of water.
Oh, it is a cup of water. It's almost photographic.
It's pretty darn
That's
good,
brilliant.
yeah.
But yeah, so if you drew a picture like that and then 6 months later you ended up with that person, I would be pretty darn blown away.
Right.
I would have to really like. There's still a chance you could have set me up and you already knew the girl.
Yeah, right.
Somehow, but if you know,
Dude, I would be skeptical if someone approached me in a situation like that. And
I
I'm
said,
no,
"Oh
and
hi,
I
how's
have
it
these
going?
dreams.
I have this old drawing of you. I'd like you to see."
It's like,
yeah,
dude,
imagine that conversation.
are you stalking me?
But stuff like that happens to people all the time. That's what I'm saying. That's my argument. It happens in different ways, and it depends on the person. But stuff happens like that all the time.
Well,
that's why a lot of the times I don't even really I don't really share it because, you know, it's like the drawings and stuff like that. I definitely didn't do that back then. I had to get to know the person a little bit, or have them get to know me a little bit to become, so they'll be comfortable with me. See that, I'm not some kind of stalker weirdo or something like that. And Jamaican people are pretty aggressive whenever you approach them with anything that's out of the norm.
So, are you in Jamaica?
Nah, I live in the U.S.
Oh,
But he still says "duh."
Yeah.
Duh. In Jamaica, you would say "de."
De.
The U.S.
The U.S.
And do you say "ayo man," or is that just like a stereotype?
No, that's just fucking stereotype.
Isn't that terrible?
It's funny because I actually find most Jamaicans, they don't really care. They find it funny. I don't know. It's where they look at it as people essentially making themselves, trying to look funny, look silly.
Yeah.
So
We have it here in Australia when people go, "Chuck another shrimp on the barbie."
Yeah.
It's like we don't have shrimp in Australia. We call them prawns.
Prawns.
So the whole thing's ridiculous to begin with.
Right.
But they always put on these Cockney British accents.
We don't know the difference, Sammy.
Chuck another shrimp on the barbie. It's like, do I sound like that?
To me, everything you're saying sounds the same.
So you couldn't tell the difference between me and Dave?
I couldn't tell the difference between you normal speaking and you doing an accent.
Oh shit!
Oh, are you kidding?
No, that sounded exactly the same to me. I was like, when's you gonna start giving an example of the wrong part? No kidding, man. I can't tell. That all sounded the same.
Hey, listen, man. Richard said it.
That's,
Look, I know that I'm uncultured. I know that I am uncultured. I can't tell the difference between Australia, New Zealand, Northern and Southern Britain. And the only one I know that, but it sounds really different, is if the person's from around Liverpool, that's different.
Yeah.
It's legendary.
You would see if you had a few of them side by side, you would probably then see the differences.
Probably. Or if I had one of those following accents, I probably would be able to. I mean, I can pick out the difference between central United States versus eastern or western. I could pick up the difference between of any of those three zones, northern and southern. And some of them are really specific, like upper New York to New York City. I can pick that out. That's not a problem.
Wow. How big is New York City?
New York City's not very big, actually, but...
Oh, but then you've got New York.
In like, it depends, right? Like, New York City is not just Manhattan.
Oh, I see what happened. When I said upper New York, I meant upper New York State, not upper New York City.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Give a nickname. Yes. Haha,
Who
caught up.
names their city after the state?
Dumb people who want to
Other
be
than New
confusing.
York. Yeah.
Yeah, the official address is for Manhattan is New York, New York.
That's right.
And in the Bronx, well, they call it the Bronx, but when you write it down, you have to put Bronx. Well, some places accept the Bronx. Queens, you just put Queens. Brooklyn, you just put Brooklyn.
See?
Long Island, you just put Long Island.
Bronx was a like a derogatory term.
Well, you have to put Brooklyn, NYC sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, the Bronx. I don't. I guess
You
it's
don't
like
you don't have to.
yeah, you don't have to. It sounds for me. It sounds weird to say Bronx.
But if you say Manhattan, like you could say Manhattan, it's New York, New York, Manhattan,
Yeah.
New York, New York. I don't know why people address it like that, but that's how some people do. They make it twice. Like,
And Les Farm is right. I should have used the term upstate New York. I should have said it that way. But I'm not from there.
I'm from New York.
Yeah, New York is huge, man.
I'm from Staten Island. You ever hear the joke? There's a joke. Eric the Red was sailing down the Hudson Bay, and he looked out and he went, "Is Staten Island?"
Staten Island.
That's actually pretty funny. I like that one.
It's good dad joke.
I don't know where that joke came from, but that's an old joke.
It works pretty good.
But Staten Island used to be known as Little Brooklyn.
Yes.
I don't know why you can't just have normal names like Woolloomooloo, Coolangatta, Unandada, Kubapee.
We do, but they're genitalia parts.
Oh, you didn't go there, did you?
he went there. So he kicked me in the Woolloomooloo, he did.
Exactly.
In the Woolloomooloos. Kicked him in the Woolloomooloos.
No, we really do have words that sound very similar to that mean those things. We really do.
I
Like,
sent you my address. I sent Sandy my address. Just I want to say it on the air, just so maybe she didn't get it in the text, just so she
Right
knows.
on. So like hoochie. That sounds very similar to the kinds of words you were using. Let's see what other some of the slang terms. You guys know all these.
Slang.
Jeez, oh no, that's British. Tallywhacker.
There's some that
Badonka
are
dunk.
even
Badonka dunk. Junk in the
badunk
trunk.
badunk.
Junk
Yeah.
in the trunk. Junk in the trunk.
Let's see. There's a series of some that were carried over from the Korean War, and they sound like Korean women names, but they're not. We got a few of them like that they're all kind of odd.
Oh, Sandy.
Oh, poontang. That's one. Poontang. Punjabi.
So, in Australia, we say poontang is a really hot woman.
Really, we don't.
Yeah.
For us, it's not that specific. It's just the physical body part.
Yeah, but it's kind of like we're kind of implying that's what we're interested in when we say that.
Right. Are there qualifiers like? Boy, this is gonna be super sexist, but I didn't make these things up. Looks like a nice piece of.
Yes.
Or a beautiful. Yeah.
No, that's a that's a nice piece of poontang.
Yep.
So, whenever
Ass,
you call,
in other words.
Yep.
Whenever you call a Jamaican buddy, you're basically calling him a dick.
That's a buddy.
That's a buddy. That's your little
Hey
buddy.
there,
Like my
buddy.
little, my little buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes, my buddy.
That might be. I think
buddy.
Filipinos do that too.
Is it really? They call it a buddy?
I'm sure I've heard them call it.
I didn't know that.
Little buddy.
They have a lot of words.
That's funny.
And
That's
phrases.
That's one of my cousin's names, Little Buddy. That's actually his name.
You're kidding.
No.
You have to tell me.
I've called him Little Buddy ever since I knew who he was. And that's a cousin of mine. It's my my mother's cousin. He's I guess that's my mother's sister's son. That's my cousin, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's your cousin.
Yeah, his Little Buddy. That's his name because his father was Big Buddy. So we called him Little Buddy.
I think when it comes to naming, you got the short end of the stick.
That's funny.
Definitely. He's a cool dude, though. If you're out there, Little Buddy, I love you.
You love your little buddy?
I love my little buddy.
I used to love mine a lot more, but I'm kind of over it.
Well, we're talking about two different things here.
In
Context is king.
I know so here they call it a crib, a baby's crib. In Jamaica they call it a creech. But I know that's a word it's properly pronounced as creche or something like that. It's French.
Oh, it's a creche.
That's how you guys call it.
Yes.
We don't pronounce it that way. You say
And a
creech.
creche to us, but is a playpen. It's not where they sleep; it's where they play.
Ah,
Call it
okay.
Child's creche. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, they call like they can call the children's area that, or the toddlers area
Sure.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes good sense.
Which I guess they can sleep in there too, yeah.
Word for t-shirt is ganzi.
Why?
Ganzi. And sneakers, crepe.
Oh, here's a question. What do you call a pineapple?
We just call it pineapple.
Pineapple?
We don't pronounce it that way, but
Sure you don't.
An ouchie?
Because apparently English is the only language that calls it that. Every other language calls it ananas or some variation.
Yeah.
For some reason, we thought it kind of looks like a cross between a pine cone and an apple, maybe.
That's about how it came out. Yeah.
So yeah, I wondered what
There's a couple fruits that they have specific names for. See, I don't. So let me see. It's not passion fruit. It's jackfruit.
Jackfruit,
There's another name that they have for that. I don't remember it though. Yeah, there's a couple fruits they have different names for. I don't remember. Like a Jamaican apple, like you guys probably wouldn't consider it an apple.
What do Americans call it?
You probably call it a plum, more like.
Wait. Is it a plum or not?
I don't. Let me see if I can find it. To me, it's an apple, right?
because plum's a very specific thing. We already have something called a plum. We wouldn't call something else a plum.
Let's see here. Let's see. I guess they call it a red wax apple.
Okay.
It's one
Share
way
screen.
Hold on.
So just to touch on that point I was saying before, so in Italian, pineapple is ananas, French is ananas, Spanish is ananas, Portuguese, ananas, English, pineapple. It cracks me up.
I mean, I get into discussions all the time about like Hebrew words and idioms and translations that became the Bible. Dude, the translations are so bad. I mean, really horrible.
Yeah.
All right. Can you guys see it?
No. Because Sammy's not sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry.
He knows how.
There you are. Oh. Okay.
All right, so
we have something called a nashi, which is like halfway between an apple and a pear.
So this here, right? They call it an apple. We call it sweet sop.
Yeah, that doesn't look similar
That
to an
doesn't
apple.
look like an apple to me.
This one they call what do you call it again? Noni.
You know what's going on here? This is like the Matrix where they say everything tastes like chicken.
Yeah.
Americans went to Jamaica and called everything a frickin' apple.
Are these fruits real?
Yeah. This one they make like juices out of them, all of that stuff. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's that's what we call it. It tastes like really good too.
I want to try one of those pear apples.
Yeah. It's
Pear
so
apples.
sad. You go into your
Well, it looks more like a pear avocado apple, really.
Yeah.
It has like the big avocado seed, but it's shaped like
Yeah,
a pear, but it's like
it's
red.
it's a pear avocado.
It looks like the flesh of pear, but the
Right.
shape and seed of an avocado.
Yep.
But the color of an apple.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's evidently, Americans and English, they're bad at naming things. They're really bad. They want to call everything the same thing and then put a qualifier on it. Like love. Well, which kind of love? Well, love, like that. So they want to generalize and then make it specific later when
There's
they just
something they
ought to
call
make it specific
star
in the
apple.
first place. So I'm gonna go through and rename all of these fruits right now. Let's see that purple one. That's trumpet fruit because it looks like a trumpet flower.
Yeah, well, how do we call it?
The green one is tennis fruit because it looks like a tennis ball.
Tennis ball.
Tell me that you call that star fruit.
The star-shaped one is obviously star fruit. That's a given. Nobody needs to even think about that one.
But yeah, this one right here, star apple.
No, it's not a star apple. That's wrong. It's a morning glory apple. It's a morning glory fruit. That's what it looks like. It looks like a darn morning glory flower.
It almost looks like the eye of how do you say that name?
Horus?
Horus.
Yeah.
So this one right here, right?
That's a horny toad fruit.
They call it sweet sop.
No, it's horny toad.
Horny toad.
Not to be confused with the actual lizard, a horny toad, but
this has a really weird texture
called horny toad.
Like really weird, almost like kind of stringy and grainy, but it tastes really freaking good.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it,
and grainy.
Yeah. Stringy and grainy, and it tastes really good.
Think about it. Coconut is a weird fruit that tastes. I mean, the texture is weird.
Mm-hmm. It's like gelatinous and.
Yeah, it's like what the hell.
Not a fan of fresh coconut.
What? Even when it's nice and cold.
Yeah.
What
I don't
about
know what coconuts you be drinking, bro?
Have you ever had unprocessed coconut, Sammy?
Yes.
You have. What's that like?
Yes, that's the disgust. It's like almost like eating a potato.
Right. That's the way I feel about it. It's kind of starchy and weird.
Yes.
It
and
feels
flavorless.
starchy.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever had coconut milk?
Hate it.
What?
Hate it. Can't stand coconut milk. Can't stand coconut water.
What about cooking with coconut butter?
That's different. Or if it's on your partner. Coconut oil is awesome on your partner.
I love this.
Appreciate the tips.
Tell me I'm wrong. Just try to tell me I'm wrong.
You are not wrong there. That shit is amazing. And that's why as a child, I couldn't, because my dad always wore this coconut tanning oil. I loved the smell of it. And then when I finally tried a coconut, I was so disappointed. But this is not what it smells like.
This is not right.
There's a popular Jamaican dish that you make with rice and beans. You guys call it rice and beans. We call it rice and peas, and you need coconut milk to make it.
Are they beans or peas though?
They're red
beans.
kidney beans. They're red kidney beans.
Then why are you calling them peas?
Because that's what we wanted to call it.
Okay.
Then they have I think they call pigeon peas. We call them gungo peas.
Of course. What else would you call them?
And what does that translate to?
Australian outback food. That's what it translates to. It's got one of those goofy names.
Gungo beans.
It's gungo.
Hey, I have to go, man. Thanks for letting me chat with you guys.
No worries.
Man.
Yeah.
Later.
See you, Sammy. See
I
you,
mean, it's
sir.
just you just look at the dish and you go. It's
See you, mate.
intuitive. You just gungo a bungo peas. Of course. Like
Oh,
you don't have
Spooky
to
went
teach
there.
children the names. They just naturally know the name. It's that obvious.
The other and Jamaicans are like creeped out by any like food that's made using blood. But that's some cultures like they have
Good
like
for
blood
you.
cakes and stuff like that. Like it's cooked, but
It's fucking disgusting.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever heard of something more repulsive sounding than the British food blood pudding?
Oh. No,
Hey,
but I've heard
here's
something
a great
on
idea.
par, which is blood sausage.
I've got yeah, that's just as bad. Maybe okay, it's not quite as bad as blood pudding. Somehow the casing and the idea of making it crispy
helps.
makes it better somehow, and the
Yeah.
oil because it makes it less friggin' scab-like.
Doesn't it taste like iron pretty much?
Yes.
I've never had any. I can't.
Same as
I just
liver.
can't.
Like how do people eat that
Jamaicans
stuff?
love liver and kidney.
Wait, if you say I hate liver, you directly said I have never had liver fresh out of an animal within the first 3 hours. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
Have you ever had liver that was actually fresh?
Nope.
See, I can tell. Liver is the best part of an animal, any animal. Doesn't even matter what it is. But you
Really?
have to eat it before the enzymes turn the sugars into bile. You have to eat it before that happens. So you got like 3 hours from the time the animal's killed. That's all you got. After that, it's dog food at best.
In
Really?
Jamaica, it's like they have a
Really?
breakfast meal that you can make from liver and kidney.
Nah, see, just the respect your culture gained by not eating blood, you just lost. For eating that filth.
Dude, I grew up on a ranch, sustenance farm. We had, pigs, cows, etc., right? And we butchered once a year, right? And we would take cow liver, be like, these were Angus cow, so really nice quality cow. And the liver would be about 4 inches. How many is that in centimeters? I don't know. Anyway, four to 6
2.5 centimeters to an inch.
to an inch. So like 10. The liver would be like 10 to 15 centimeters thick, and
Thick?
like a half, thick, and like a half a yard, a third to a half a yard wide, depending on the size of the animal. And dude, we would make sure to get that out absolutely first, bring it directly to the kitchen and cook it up. My mouth is watering right now. But you got to do it right away. You can't wait.
You know what I've never had before? I've never had so foods that I've never had that I definitely would try is alligator and venison, snake.
So croc then,
shark.
obviously.
Yeah, basically. I know why you guys don't be eating them. They'll eat you instead. Them things is massive.
Yeah, liver is like super tender steak. It's like cooking steak rare, right? It's that kind of tenderness, so it's like about that texture. But there's no bones, there's no sinew, There's no fat. None of that is in liver.
Yeah.
It's just a big old chunk of meat.
Yeah, my dad used to eat all that weird stuff. He used to love pig trotters.
Oh my god, I hate
And
that.
he'd boil them in vinegar, and the house would stink.
I'll bet.
So in Jamaica, they have what they call goat head soup.
Oh.
Yeah, we
And-
called it souse. We called it souse, and we would make it out of almost anything.
Ugh. That. They have ram goat soup where they kill one of.
Wait, you just said ram and goat together,
Yeah,
didn't you?
that's what I thought.
Ram goat soup. Basically, they
Ram
kill.
goat soup.
Yeah, they kill one of the, I guess, one of the dominant males that are like super smelly, and they make a soup out of him pretty much. But he still has
hang on,
that strong smell.
Is that part of the requirements for selecting the sheep? Is that they have to stink?
No. For that specific type of soup, you have to pick a ram goat or like one of them like pungent ones. It adds to the smell and I guess.
So
flavor.
yes, they're
Yes.
purposefully picking a stinky one.
But isn't the smell like from their fur and stuff? Not necessarily like.
But the gamier, the more wild the genetics are, the more gamey it is, the more musky it is, the more it smells. So you're actually judging what the meat's going to be.
Yep.
Right.
And boy, I had it before. I couldn't down that shit.
Too musky? Maybe too much?
Yeah, too musky. And you know what's
goats
crazy? It tastes good. It's weird. Like it
The
tastes
smell.
really good. It's just the smell.
You know that smell of musk, also musk ox, also moose, also older white-tailed deer or any of the deer line, also goat. Dude, it just smells like my dad's feet. Can't do it.
They love curried goat in Jamaica. That's like a massive thing.
Just smells like dad's cowboy boots to me, man. Can't do it.
420. If I make you some curry goat, you lick your 10 fingers and your 10 toes, bro.
I probably would. If the meat's in something like a curry, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't tell me what it is, as well.
So if it's done properly, what they do is that it's like either slow cook, right? Or they throw it in a pressure cooker, and that makes it like super tender.
Yep.
Like super tender. And I don't know, there's like a specific flavor that comes with that when you do it that way. So good, dude. Of course, you got to add ginger. That's like super important. If you're not gonna put anything else, in there, put ginger, scallions, onions. Even though I hate onions, they're like demon fruit.
Onions are like demon fruit. What the
Yeah,
hell?
I'm pretty sure.
Onions are awesome.
I'm pretty sure Adam and Eve ate an onion.
You stop that.
I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna find some scripture.
Yeah, I've actually heard that. I just zoned back into what you're saying. Your brother's making me sick. Over here in the chat.
It was amazing.
I
mean,
had
you didn't even need a knife.
You have to remove the taste buds.
No, not exactly. Actually, it comes off as all one sheet. When you have to peel it. You have to peel the skin off of the outside of the tongue muscle. And more like comes off like a sheet of callus.
Oh, but that sounds tasty, doesn't it?
Yeah, right.
I have this rule where I won't eat organs, just the flesh.
You don't eat the skin of animals.
When my circulation became better and my feet shed their callus, it was like, this is for Beck. It was like peeling the coating off a cow tongue. That's what it was like, just big sheets, flexible sheets.
Oh shit.
Yeah, back in 2012, although I have a military history of having poor circulation and foot problems, back late 2012, my circulation literally in my feet improved like overnight perceptually. It was like one day was one thing, next day was something else. And it was winter, so I really noticed. And I thought, man, these shoes are weird. I've never had shoes these hot. But I could not get my feet to cool off. I ended up walking in 3 inches of snow at like 25 degrees. I had to put on sneakers, nice airy lightweight sneakers, in order to like put up with the heat. My feet are still like that. My hands are as warm as my feet are as warm as my hands.
So, well, at least I can, proudly assume that you're not one of those weirdos that sleep with socks on your feet.
I used to be, but I can't. No, I don't need that
saw
anymore.
The light.
Yeah, no, dude, I had like my feet were cold, like my whole life, even in my 20s when I was military and stuff. I actually got what they call a immersion foot, which you may not have heard of. But it's where you have bad circulation in your feet and your feet get damp. And if they stay damp too long, they become bruised all over.
So it's not trench foot.
No, it's not a separate organism. It's your body's lack of being able to react to what a lot of human beings can be just fine with. Yeah, it was a real problem. And then one day, my feet were warm, and all my callus fell off, and my feet are still baby butt soft, man.
Nice.
Super flexible. It's just like the skin. The skin on my feet is like the skin on somebody's forearm. It's like that.
I'm sure Beck's enjoyed this conversation right now.
Actually, I've already showed Beck, and they're aware when it happened and all that stuff, and how my feet were before that and all that. They know.
Stop eyeing up my organs.
But Spooks, they look yummy. Sad face.
You know what? I'm pretty sure this exists, but I'm sure there's a guy that ate a whole human and wrote a diary describing the taste.
Yes.
Describing what?
Yes. The tastes of all the different cuts.
Okay. You know what's funny, guys? I go onto this like Muslim channel, and usually they attack Christians. Dude, I cannot get them to attack me.
Because you got shield, man. Just
got
deflect their attacks.
The shield?
The intellectual shield.
And I think that they know if you're talking specifically about E.A. Dawa, I think that they know he has a lot of respect for you.
Maybe that's it.
Everyone
You probably make a good point. I need to go to strangers' channels. I need to find new channels. Oh, I'm gonna debate one guy on that channel pretty soon, though, Sammy. On EA Dawa.
Yeah. Which one?
One of the guys that doesn't really know me. He's pretty hardcore Islam. So he offered to debate me. I wasn't even asking at the time.
Yeah, I don't know that I've really seen you do debates.
So cannot hear you, brother.
Yeah, he sounds far away.
Sorry, is that better?
It is.
Oh, it must be this mic. My computer likes to decide what mic it's going to use. Yeah,
Switches
without
off
my
your remote set.
That's how it
without my
starts, bro.
prior fucking approval.
Man, when I get updates, it'll do that. It'll shut stuff off.
Oh, it's the AI that's sentient. It's taking its time, taking over the world, controlling our lives.
It's insane.
Wait and see.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I didn't think you would initiate a debate because I don't know that I've actually seen you debate as such.
I really
You're
haven't,
normally
but
just
I
a
am. I was
discussion.
wanting to get into it anyway because I've given arguments to Certainty Exists JG, and after he heard a couple of my arguments and went and looked and saw that I was right, he said, "Would you start debating Christians on my channel?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, I'll debate anybody about this stuff." You know, so we're looking for takers. Anybody that's dumb enough to come and try to challenge me on this stuff, looking for that. Or maybe there's somebody that's really seriously educated, knows what they're talking about, you know, and can have a serious argument.
Yeah, I don't debate that stuff anymore. I found it. I didn't find it like intellectually fulfilling or anything like that. I didn't really see the point.
Well, you know, the point for me, Odin, is to put the idea out there and let people fully reject it, laugh at it, whatever they want. I'm okay with that, you know?
Fair
In fact, I'm very happy that Rebuke and Reprove has been able to give the overview. And now he was straw manning it. He was making fun of it. He's laughing and stuff. But he was able to give the overview. You know, that I believe there's been 24 Christs on different Earths, and that angels are aliens, and that heaven's a spaceship. And I am very happy with him making fun of that. Extremely happy. Because he gets it.
You mean multiversal
Richard
aliens?
doesn't
Or
No, it's not necessary. Yeah, I've got a Discord account, but I'd have to start up a new one because it's so long ago it locked me out and I can't find the password and stuff. Anyway,
wow,
I'd have to start up a new
That's why
Discord
you don't respond
account.
to my messages.
Yeah, I probably you may have noticed I quit like more than a year ago responding.
Yeah, yeah,
because I can't get in there. I can't get in there anymore. I got to get around it. See, but Discord is so damned annoying. First, it's hard to get there. You know. And then once you get there, you have to clock in. And then you get all kinds of notifications all the damn time, anytime anyone makes any comment about anything. It's like, holy shit, turn this off.
Yeah,
you can turn it off.
Show you how to turn all that off.
It was terrible. Yeah, I learned where the turn off notifications button was later. But at first it was like, I couldn't use my computer without it sitting there going ding, ding, ding every 5 seconds. I'm like, okay, this has got to stop.
Yeah.
I'm turning this
off. I was
off.
exactly
No.
the same. I've turned them all off bar, I think, 1 or 2 servers. That's it.
And I've kind of gone too far the other way, and like I almost don't answer emails and stuff anymore because it's so damned annoying.
So I have a question, right? Both of you, since this is something you guys have done before, what do you do to sit and speak in front of a camera with no one else, like I guess in the virtual room, so to speak?
Yeah.
Like, how does that manifest?
I tell you what,
I can't
for me,
freaking do that.
I have to force it. Okay, first of all, I don't like that because I don't like listening to my voice. Right? And then, so I have to force it in that way. And then I have to talk about something that I'm sure I know a lot about. Right? It has to be a super familiar topic. Right? And then I flip on stage performance, Richard, which is something I learned from being in choir.
and I go to stage performance Richard, perform Dance Monkey Dance, and then I just do it.
Okay. What about you, 420?
So just remind me the question again.
So
He
I
just
was
wings it and does it poorly.
right.
That's how. So what
That's
was the
how I do
question
most
again?
things.
I'm gonna go smoke.
No, I was asking, like, what do you do, or how do you,
Ah,
talk?
yeah, I have major anxiety about that. So, are you talking about live streams or doing
Yeah,
videos?
I mean, both at this point,
If you
right?
start a live stream and you don't have any guests yet, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
terrified. So what I found is to have a plan. So I'll find an article, I'll find something that I'll talk about, or I'll read it, and usually then people start commenting at least, and then I start responding to the comments, and I just keep trying to move it that way. And yeah, I have got to the point of I've sort of explained everything, talked about it as much as I can, and no one's still in. So I might have a moment of silence where I'm scrambling to look something else up to talk about. So I probably should get more than one thing ready usually. But I think if you have something prepared, doesn't matter what it is, just anything to fill the space, you know.
I don't know,
I
man.
usually try and find something Australia related. So, because we're always inventing like phenomenal things here in Australia, and we have a lot to do with SpaceX and NASA and stuff because of our location.
Oh,
So we
okay.
have a lot of space news and stuff. So I'll often talk about that because pretty much everyone's interested about space stuff, you know. So I pick a topic that, yeah, you're pretty
So
safe with, and just do it
I
that
was
way.
thinking about listening to a lot of people who have suggested that I start a podcast, but it's like I always tell people, like, I don't think I'm that interesting, right? And I don't think people are like super interested in whatever I have to say, and they're like, well, if it wasn't the case, we wouldn't be suggesting you create a podcast, but you got a rate, plus you got a radio voice. And I was like, sure, but I, I don't know. I just find it incredibly uncomfortable and strange to sit by myself speaking, on a mic.
Yeah, it is, because you feel like you're literally sitting there alone talking to yourself. You've really got to focus on your chat in those times. So because that's sort of your audience, and that's where I'll look mostly at the chat, because then I feel like I'm actually talking to
Talking to
somebody.
somebody, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. If I like put in a lot of effort, for example, to make a video, and it's like
Yeah.
no one watches that video, I'm gonna be like pretty bummed out. I'm like, fuck you, Matrix. You're just trying
Yeah.
to keep my voice away from the masses to awaken them.
Yeah. Well, I'll show you this, because I know exactly what you're talking about, and I was the same. And now, dude, I even put songs on my channel. I sing songs, and I can't sing for shit. But because I love it so much, and it only takes one or two people to say, "Hey, that's not bad." That
Yeah.
even though I still want to tell myself I'm crap, I ignore what I think and try and oh shit. need to stop sharing that. Yeah, try and actually believe people when they say that they like it or that it's decent, or so if people are saying like, man, you should do a podcast, usually people don't just blow smoke up your ass, for the sake of blowing smoke up your ass. They just wouldn't say anything. If it's
Yeah.
crap, they're like, yeah, that's awesome. And that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're always going to be your own worst critic. So
Yeah.
the key, I think, is to not listen too much to yourself.
Yeah. And it's funny because if I were to create a podcast, it would most likely be about like a lot of nerdy shit. I wouldn't talk about religion or politics and stuff like that necessarily. It would be pretty rare that I would like consider discussing those, because I feel like a lot of those issues are somewhat volatile, and I just I would want like a more of a chill podcast type thing. It would just mainly be about like just nerdy shit for the most part.
Well, I think you underestimate how many nerds there are out there.
Oh yeah, no, I know there's a lot of nerds out there, like a lot. So it's like, I have a friend, and I spoke to him. I was like, dude, you should join me on, this podcast. He's like, well, sure, but you're gonna have to have it set up and this and that. So I'm like, yeah, maybe, but I don't think we're gonna have to, go crazy at first, right? I figured it's really just time, just dedicating the time to it. And finding topics, and I guess adding whatever hashtags you need to add to, so it could be shared and viewed by people and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure there's a whole science behind all of that stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm slowly learning what catches people. I'll show you. I want to share that page. Share screen. Here we go. So I'll go to my. So here, my videos, right? A lot of them are just what we're doing now, the chat show, Disgruntled Roo. 100 views, 160 views, that one. We talked about futurism. See, so I average about 100, but hello.
You see.
Show me the rest of my videos.
See, man, the Matrix is trying to lock you away.
Isn't it? Oh, so that's live. Okay, I need to go to videos. Oh, so they were my live streams. These are my songs and videos. So the one video that I did that the whole channel was about, and my idea that I wanted to do, I only ever did one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And look at the views on it, dude. 10,000.
Wow.
When I average about 100, and it still gets views, like probably 2 or 3 a day.
That's nice.
Yeah. And for some reason, it's not showing us the thumbnail. But see, the thumbnail's a clip from the cartoon that it's about. So I think that
adds to. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can select the actual thumbnails you want.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So that helps. The the word Jehovah helps. Like for my audience, because that's the
Yeah.
audience it's aimed at. So all XJWs are sort of looking for that stuff. But yeah, and I don't know if it's shared the sound, but can you hear it?
You were the ones
Yeah, I
who
can
stuck
hear
with
it.
me in my trials. Soon,
You
Jesus
listen to
would be
me
arrested.
talk.
It was going to be very hard for them. All of you will be stumbled in connection with me on this night. For it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered about. They were going to run away and abandon
You're all
Jesus.
white.
But Peter
Yeah.
said,
Although all the others are stumbled in connection with you,
I will never be stumbled.
very good,
Believe it
kid.
or not, most Jehovah's Witness kids do know their Bibles that well.
Peter thought he was strong and would never miss.
See, I sound like I'm half asleep or stoned even. Like,
Yeah,
the
you do.
production was the production was terrible. But hey, like, and then when I look at the comments, I have to clear that. They're all positive.
Oh, nice.
Like
Probably
not one
because
single.
they're probably a bunch of stoners.
Yeah. The only you wouldn't really call it a negative one. Someone said, I was not raised a JW, but I tried to become one earlier this year, but then realized that it was a psycho cult, so I left.
Oh,
And someone
shit.
said, don't say that because I'm one.
That's actually pretty funny.
It's pretty funny, yeah. So yeah,
You know what?
you
I'm gonna
just
give
you
it a
can't.
legitimate try.
Yeah, you just don't know, you know.
I'm gonna create a new channel. I think I have a pretty catchy name, and I'm gonna go into Photoshop and see if I can make a nice either icon or background or something.
And the best part is you've sort of already got a little community that people that that you say,
Yeah.
hey, I've got a new channel, check me out. Everyone's gonna sub to you.
Yeah, come watch my
So
shit.
yeah, straight up you'll probably get like 100 or something.
Yeah. But yeah,
I've noticed a lot of that's about the amount that people get in this community when they start. It's like 100 in the first week.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because, like even when it comes to like getting equipment and stuff like that, a lot of the other like nerdy channels that I watch, right? They don't have like crazy setups. They're just either funny or informative or like they don't have like crazy good setups. Like it's not that their mics sound like shit. Like they're they're legible or whatever, but yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm gonna record myself speaking on my current mic and see how I sound, and if I sound like dog shit, then I'm just gonna have to buy a different mic.
But you need a sounding board. So I don't have that.
Soundboard.
Yes.
You mean like for those to make like those little sounds and shit?
So not a sound board, a sounding board, which is it's a metaphor for a person that you can get advice from, but not advice specifically like, how do I do this? Advice as in, listen to this. I think I sound dog shit. What do you think?
Oh, okay, okay.
And they can say, no, dude, you sound like you. You know,
Okay.
those sorts
So
of
here's-
things, because yeah, you'll hear your voice differently than
See,
we
I
all.
want
So
my
here's-
voice to be like Richard's, where it's it's clean and the ladies love it. They keep coming back.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time. But I'd be honored to help you with that. All you need to do is tell me when you want to do that, and then send me a link, and I'll come in and I'll monitor from YouTube and I'll monitor from InStream, and I'll tell you where to put stuff according to what it really sounds like, which you won't be able to really hear objectively.
Gotcha. I appreciate it.
What kind of microphone do you have?
I have a headset. It's called.
You got a headset with boom mic, or you got an inline mic, or what?
I guess it's built in. It's called the Arctis Pro Wireless. It's a SteelSeries headphone. Or headset, I should say.
Spell Arctis.
ARCTIS. Arctis.
Arctis Steel Series. There's a Nova Pro, Arctis 7, Pro Wireless.
The
Any of that
Pro
sound
Wireless, I think.
Pro Wireless?
Yeah. I paid a
How
lot
long
of
ago
money
did you buy
for this
it?
shit. I bought this
Yeah, I see that.
a couple of years ago. Probably like maybe 3 or 4 years.
Okay. All right. All right, I got it. Dual wireless technology provides rock-solid 2.4G wireless lossless audio for gaming combined with Bluetooth connectivity for mobile devices. Including base station for recharging, 2 batteries, USB audio cable, power cable, optical cable, manual mic cover. You still have the mic cover? Or did you ever have the mic cover?
I think I still have it.
Use it.
What does it do? Does it?
Okay, so this is me talking directly at my mic
Mhm.
with a pop filter, right? And this is talking directly at the mic from the same distance without a pop filter.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Okay, use it. That was the same volume, same distance, same mouth movements. It's just the cover keeps it from blasting people's eardrums out.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay. Because the air blast, the microphone is picking up air movement, and without the pop filter, you get that.
Mm-hmm.
You get that, which is why they call it a pop filter.
Okay.
It stops the wind, but allows the airwaves to go through.
Airwaves to go through.
Right on.
That's interesting. Learned something new.
Yeah, just let me know. Good couple half a day to a day in advance, and you have my email address.
I think so. Can you put it back in the chat for me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm
Just
gonna be
because-
talking about mainly nerdy comic shit, and movies.
Well, that doesn't
Stuff like
matter to
that
me,
that I
even though
really
I find that stuff boring as hell. But
You know
I
what,
do.
Richard? I think there are some concepts that you might find interesting in comics. Believe it or not.
There are some things. It depends. It's in private chat for you.
Oh, awesome. Add it to my contacts. Okay.
In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put my email address in the chat in case somebody wants to debate any religious.
Does anyone know? Hi, John. No, I'm not doing lines. I just didn't take my sleeping pill last night. Does anyone know, is the cutoff time for YouTube uploading your stream 11 hours or 12?
Just under 12. It has to be under 12,
okay.
as far as I know.
I thought we'd gone 9 minutes over, and I was devastated for a minute.
Oh, okay. See, Richard, you just saved him from his devastation.
It just means it won't air.
Yeah.
So when the stream ends, it uploads automatically.
Yeah.
From StreamYard, yeah.
Oh,
in fact, it was uploading onto YouTube the whole time. Usually the only thing left to process is side chat.
Yeah.
Deciding whether or not you want to add that in there, basically.
No, it adds
You
it.
have to select.
You can select.
You want to select live chat before the stream even starts, and those are all. Do you need me to go through StreamYard with you? I do that too.
You most likely would.
Okay, have you downloaded it yet?
No, I haven't done any of that stuff yet.
You can download basic StreamYard for free. It's super intuitive and easy. Everything's right there. The only thing that's even hard to find is when you're first setting it up, and finding the what do they call that gear button? The settings. To find the settings on the side so that it's all set up like you want. Then after that, it's real easy.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can have little fun things like this. So I often put this up for the Christians and their wonderful logic. Here we go.
Okay.
because circular reasoning works. And I have me long intro, obviously, and then my little
You gotta get somebody
that
like
from
Geo
Elder
Sam.
Scrolls?
That was
No.
Geo made that.
No, that's 420th. That's his long-term Watchtower Watcher icon. Just made into a short movie.
Yeah,
it's actually pretty cool.
And Geo Sam does that. You know, if he likes you, he'll probably do it for free.
Probably.
Yeah. He made this icon that I've got with the Baphomet too. He's brilliant. And he made let's see, overlay. Put it as an overlay. He made that.
Oh, that's dope.
The Disgruntled Roo. So yeah, you can do overlays as well. So for example, if you bring people on and you're not sure whether, that's Jody's, you're not sure whether they're going to porn bomb, you can just cover the screen like this.
And then just outweight them.
Yeah.
Outweighed them.
Yeah.
So.
That's so
But
stupid, dude. That porn bombing shit.
The best idea I've heard is actually something that came to me because of prayer. That you just have them do something they couldn't get film footage of.
Yeah.
Yes. That's brilliant.
And usually, as soon as you ask them, they drop right out because they know they can't produce that.
Yep.
Good. I'm glad there's a way to deal with those assholes.
Yeah, you just ask them to flip on their camera, right? And it doesn't matter, the quality of the camera or anything. Just have them ask them to do something you would never find someone naturally doing. Like Sammy said earlier, put 3 fingers with your right hand over top of your left eye. Who the hell would do that?
Right.
Well, who would have pre-recorded footage of that?
Yeah, you're not going to find that. So it's got to be live. And then now you know what they look like, which is the last thing they want. And you've got them on film. That's the last thing they want. If they're a porn bomber, they're going to drop out right away.
That's good.
The last thing they want is exposed as to who they actually are. Because it's illegal, you can't do that.
Really? I didn't know that.
No, you can't be porn bombing people. I mean, especially if they make money on their channel and you're trying to destroy their channel.
Yeah.
Well, that now you're getting into property rights.
Yeah, you do have a point.
The issue, I don't know how it would work, is the international part of it. Like, what if it's someone, say, here in Australia doing it to you in America? I suppose your only avenue is through YouTube.
Your microphone is still on your computer, man.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Did
AI
you just not hear that?
No, we heard it, and
No,
it's
but
been worse, and we still heard you. But I'm just saying it's not your boom mic that's on.
Thank you. I'm going to fix that right now.
Can't delete the AI. It's just gonna come back, man.
Testing.
Now walk away and see if I'll let you know which one's on.
Okay. I'm in the other room.
Hear you perfect, loud and clear.
Oh, nice. Hallelujah.
Lima Charlie, 5x5.
Big Daddy Foxtrot.
You're just making crap up now.
Yeah, right? It's like, what the fuck was that?
I got nothing. Big Daddy Foxtrot Echo Charlie Delta.
Gentlemen, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Use about
Receiving you loud and clear.
Yeah, it's funny when people try to tell me they were in the military. There's things that aren't in movies that you'd never pick up on from social media stuff, entertainment stuff that real military people do know. You can never trick somebody who was in the military into thinking you were if you weren't. That's never going to work. Like all I got to do is say something like, "What kind of discharge did you get on your 2 Alpha?"
Yeah.
And if you were never in the military, that meant nothing.
It means nothing. Yeah.
But if you were in the military, like Beck totally knows what I just said.
Yeah. I'd be like, Big Daddy Foxtrot. Discharge.
That's what kind of discharge I got.
I don't know why I get a Big Daddy. I think it must be some movie or something. It's like 10-4 Big Daddy or.
Right. You're thinking of the 1970 Truckers films, which CB Radio Talk is
Yeah.
loosely based in police radio talk, which is loosely based in military radio talk.
Yeah.
That's what that is. So it's like 3 steps away.
I remember as a kid, we got a mate got his hands on a CB.
Yeah.
And we were radioing all the truckers that we could dial in on. Just saying g'day. We weren't being cheeky buggers or anything. So we just thought it was cool, and they were pretty cool guys.
Well, Let's Farm, I'm sure you got a DD-214, but you do realize that Block 5 on your 2 Alpha is the same as the discharge on your DD-214. I mean, you know that.
And mine was honorable. What are you saying? Richard's wasn't?
Actually, I got an honorable on under how was that printed? Honorable under it's something that meant the word stressful conditions or special conditions. And what that was, I signed a bar to re-enlistment because I came down on a 13-month hardship to Korea, and I was 8 months short. So I wasn't gonna re-up just to go on a hardship tour. I just wasn't gonna do it. Hardship means you can't bring your family.
Yeah.
And I had 8 months left, and they wanted me to do a 13 months over there in Korea, and I was just like, how do I get out of this?
Korea.
Yeah.
And without your family.
Yep, no family in Korea. And I just knew that was going to be divorce and I lose everything. I just knew that's what it was going to be. 'Cause I think Asian women are so attractive. And I was pretty sick of my wife.
On that one.
And I was pretty sick of my wife anyway, so I thought, man, I better not do that.
See, you're a better man than most of us, Richard.
No, definitely not. Maybe I have more self-control than a lot of folks do.
Yeah.
Not a better man, though. Discharged in 1991. Let's see. I was June 90. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember anymore. Oh my gosh, what was my enlistment date? June. Wow, cool, I forgot. June 88, Feb 94, that's right. From June 88 to Feb 94 on a 4-year minimum heavy equipment operator. 2-year re-up, and my 2-year was running out. I tried to get my E5, but I found out that I have no sense of direction. And in the Army, they won't let you be a leader with no sense of direction. So I was stuck with those 2 years. And
how do they test that?
Oh, they call it land navigation. In the ranks, they just call it land nav. You know.
Yep.
And what that means is translating a physical map onto reality. And in a heavy, thick forest, it is very abstract. Because you can't like look over that way and there's the Space Needle, and you look over that way and there's that tall building you recognize. It's just a bunch of damn trees. And apparently I can't do it.
I would probably fail at that. But don't they teach you that, though, to some extent?
Well, yeah. But in basic training, you have literal grid numbers, right? So you get a 6-digit grid plus a designator, and the designator is your actual location on the planet, and then the 6-digit grid gets you down to 1 meter. Okay. So you should end up within literally 3 foot by 3 foot square of the target. That's where you should end up. And then there should be a sign right there, and it reads the same. It reads your same designator and 6-digit grid, right?
Oh, okay.
So you map it out before time, and you do your measurements on the physical map itself, and it'll be like covered in plastic, and you use a grease pencil, and you write on your map when you get there, from present location at certain azimuth, where are you going to end up on the map, right? And then you plot that out, and then you mark that on your map, and then when you get to the sign, it should read the same thing you've got written down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just confirm it. Well, now you have 1 out of 1 locations, and then you do that 5 times. Dude, by the time I got to the 3rd location, I was so far off. And then they had 2 of them that were like 20 feet apart, and I'm like, you sons of... They had 2 signs 20 feet apart, and I'm like, come on, man. That's not even funny.
So they threw in a couple doozies for you, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. You want your people to, and especially your leadership, to actually be able to do it. Not close to it, but spot on. You want that. And so I get it, But it wasn't like basic training where each of the marker signs were like a quarter mile apart. You couldn't mistake one for the other. You can't be that damn wrong. You won't even see the other sign. It's too far away. And when we were in basic, it was just like you had a choice of one sign when you got to the area, and you were right. But then when I got to get my E5, like they never said, oh, by the way, this is going to be much harder than what you did in basic. You better go try this a couple 1,000 times and make sure you can do it. They never said that.
And they only test you once for that, right?
Yeah, it's a go, no go. It's a pass, fail. Like I was in the 95 percentile of my class for primary leadership development course, or I could say sergeant school. I was like a squad leader. They offered me platoon sergeant, which means I would have been in charge of my entire class, which I declined because just too much trying to handle people, But I had a really good time in PLDC and everything, all my written stuff. I mean, it's like at a 3rd or probably a 6th grade level at the most. It's super easy stuff. And I've been in good shape my whole life. All the physical training stuff, no problem. Marching, drilling ceremonies, you make a song out of it in your head, and you just repeat the song, and you have drill and ceremony commands. It's no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's all easy. I went to do land nav and got a fail. So I requested to see the commandant of the school. And he saw me. I don't know why he bothered to see me. He should have just said no. I get into his office, and he says, "What can I do for you?" I said, I got a singular no go. I got 100% go, other than this one no go. He says, "And?" I said, "And I was at the 90. I was in the 95 percentile of my class." He said, "And?" I said, "And I really want to test again that one, what do they call that, event. I want to test again that one event." And he says, "You're not going to do that." And I said, "Well, would you open up my folder? Because my folder's sitting right there on his desk. I can see it." I said, "Would you open up my folder and verify what I just said?" He said, "Son, I got 600 people every month waiting to get in my school." He says, "Do you think you matter to me?"
Oh shit! Damn. How did you feel about that?
He had to ask me to maintain myself, because it was obvious that I was so furious that I was about this close to crying or beating him up or both.
Wow.
I mean, I had just taken every college course possible. I got my PT score up to 270 out of a possible 300, 270 or better. I had exhausted all my resources. I had gotten promotion points in every single way possible. I even went to airborne school that I didn't want, and didn't need, and my unit doesn't use, in order to get 20 more points, and it took like 3 years of hard work to get there, and then I get a no-go on one thing when I'm in the 95%, and he says, "You're out of here. Go start over."
Yeah.
Dude, it was a bunch of work. I was mad.
Yeah, I would be mad too. I would be flaming.
Dude, I had out of possible shooting range qualifications, shooting my service rifle, I had a constant 37 or 38 out of 40. On my PT test, I had when I went to that school, I had a 290, 291 or 293. Can't really remember. I had all my college courses, company commander recommendation, platoon sergeant recommendation. I had everything. And my points to get promoted in a job skill that actually relates to human civilization, like real work.
Mm-hmm.
Because so many people want into an MOS like the job skill like that.
Yeah.
They call it overstrength. That is, they got too many folks, right? So what happens if you have too many folks? Well, what happens is it makes the scores for promotion higher. And my scores for promotion to get E5 in the unit I was in, which was a grunt unit, my E5 was the same points as their E7. Which means I never was going to have another chance at it.
Yeah. Now that you explain it, I understand why he said he straight up told you like no. I understand, but so like right now at this point in your life, right? Like, was it a situation where you wanted to be leader of men, or was it more of a natural progression thing? Like you expect to progress naturally up to that point?
No, I had a job. I wanted to make money.
Ah, gotcha.
And you can't make more money without getting more rank. That's how you make more money.
So wouldn't it like be possible to make some? I guess the term is like a lateral move, right?
There's only one thing in the U.S. Army where you can do a lateral promotion, and it actually positions you better. And that's to go from, I think you have to be an E6, which I never could get, and then you can lateral transfer into what they call, oh man, stuck on a term. Like helicopter pilots and stuff like that. They're not officers, and they're not enlisted. Shoot. Help me out, Gio. What do you call somebody who's not? They're not an officer and they're not enlisted. They're probably flying a Chinook or something. What's that word?
Like a contractor?
No, it's not a contractor. No, it's military. It's still military. Like they wear military uniform. They have military rank. It's just a specialty. It's a specialty thing, and that's the only kind of thing that exists. Just those three things, and that's it. Warrant officer. It's called a warrant officer. Thanks, Let's Farm.
Officer. Okay.
Yeah, warrant officer. And that's the only thing you can do. But you have to be of a certain rank before you can transfer into something like that. And you have to be a specialty MOS job skill, or you have to go and like test out and get high enough scores that they're going to retrain you in something else. Which means you pretty much got to be a superstar.
Superstar. Got it.
Like, there's not a warrant officer who's stupid.
They're all like really competent, intelligent folks, basically.
Right. They're superstars. They're the kind of people that, ace exams no matter what exam they take. They're that kind of people. Which most of them I met were great folks, but...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny because I was I was actually thinking about joining the Air Force at some point, right?
Let's
And
talk
then
about it. How old are you?
I'm like, what, fuck, I'm like 33 now, I think.
Okay, so here's how it works. You can join any branch of service, no matter how demanding it might be. Last time I checked, which has been a while, you might have to recheck. Up to 35 years of age, go in at the lowest rank with no experience.
Okay.
All right. But at 35 years of age, unless you're just a real healthy dude, it's going to rock your world because you're told you have to keep up with 19 to 21 year olds.
Yeah, dude.
That's what you're dealing with. So if you ain't in good shape, it's going to really hurt you the first month, and after that, you probably be okay. But if you are in really good shape, it probably ain't going to hurt you at all. You're probably actually stronger and faster than they are.
A buddy of mine, he joined like 2 years. He joined the Marines 2 years ago. He was like 30 or something like that.
Sure.
I didn't know. I thought you had to be way younger than that in order to join the Marines.
No.
And he was fat too, but they put him through hell, man, and he lost a shit ton of weight, probably like close to 100 pounds.
15 pounds of muscle. And
yeah. He was like ripped when he was done.
I'll tell you what, you ain't going to come out of basic and AIT or whatever branch of the military equivalent thereof. You're not going to come out of that in bad shape. There ain't no way. And you're going to come out of there so confident about what your body can do, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, I never would have expected a guy my size, my strength, with my background would have no fear about hopping the railing on the second floor of a hotel, a motel complex, landing on concrete and taking off running. But that happened one night. I mean, a 20-foot fall onto concrete, no problem.
That's crazy.
No, you can do it. Your body can handle that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. But then, and I was like, so me personally, I just wanted to go into like, I just wanted to fix planes. That's
you want Air Force.
Yes.
Or you want Navy, actually.
That's what I
Navy,
like. Whichever.
It's got a little bit more stringent physical demands on it than Air Force does, but they got a hell of a lot more planes.
I see what you're saying.
So your chances of getting near a plane in the Navy is actually much greater than getting near one in the Air Force.
Yeah, the thing that bothered me that didn't like make me, like rush in and deal with whatever, torment I have to go through or whatever. It was the pay, man. The pay is fucking dog shit. It was like, oh my God.
I tell you what, you not that I think you have time on this earth to do this, but if I'm wrong, aircraft mechanic pays great, and a lot of those guys, they aren't doing like factory work. Most of those kinds of guys aren't doing assembly. If you're an aircraft mechanic, not an aircraft assembler, if you're an aircraft mechanic, you're probably going to end up hired by some millionaire to work on their private stuff. Once you have your certifications, all your stuff in order, and like you've done your military time, you're certified in that way. You've done your oh shoot, they have words for that. I'm terrible about words today. This is interesting. You've done your journeymans, and you've got your all that stuff, and you're all the way up to like they call it. There's a professional term meaning you're at the top of your class, and then you get like hired out to like a private. You might end up hired out working on like private planes at a private airport, or some rich person will grab you up, because dudes that can do that and do it well, dude, they're rare.
Yeah, I love that. I love technical shit. I don't know why. I just really like that type of stuff. But I particularly loved it when it came to planes and cars. Planes are just more.
Where are these guys, Richard? They're near big cities. That's where they are. They're okay. Look where the money is. Let's farm. Look in the United States where the money is, and then start advertising yourself where there's money, and people will pay you to move and pay you well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about people that look it, and Let's Farm probably knows this, dude. A simple like 14 passenger airplane, that's like $1 million. It's like $1 million. You think they won't pay somebody well to do a good job on something that moves in all 3 dimensions? That they can die if it's wrong and they don't know anything about how to maintain it?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to pay the hell out of you because they want to live and they want to show off and they have the money.
Exactly.
Is that what you are, Let's Farm? You're an aircraft mechanic?
I don't know, man.
Credits. 92 credits and no degree. That's a weird place to be, man. Why don't you finish up?
He is.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Dude, you are so hireable. And you're my age? I mean, if you're in the same kind of shape I'm in, or something close to it, you are so hireable.
Aren't those like aircrafts like super expensive, costing like billions of dollars that you're working on?
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about, but they can. I mean, it's not unusual. I'll give you an example. A sports star recently sold a mid-size commercial aircraft to a televangelist for $3.5 million.
That's insane money.
Okay? Now, like, no, that was cheap. The plane was worth like 12. Mid-size. A mid-size. I think that plane was like about a 20-passenger plane. Mid-size commercial.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's worth like 10 mil. The guy sold it for 3.5 because he was buying himself something better and he was so rich he didn't care.
Actually, Gio, I heard Russia's looking.
Oh shit!
Sorry, I had to.
Well, not just Russia. You could go fight on the side of the people that you support. You could go in Ukraine.
Ukraine.
I'll bet they'd give you a job.
Oh, absolutely.
Shit, they'll probably even offer you dual citizenship.
They're probably looking for somebody like that anyway, because they're getting a bunch of U.S. military equipment in.
At least be, like a supervisor or something like that,
I tell you what, for somebody like Geo, actually, no kidding, look, a lot of the military training is now farmed out to civilian companies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I went back after I got out of service and worked for L3 Communications, which L3 Communications will pay you. I went back and worked for L3 Communications, teaching aggressive driving or offensive driving techniques for up-armored Humvee. Dude, that was a good job.
Sounds fun as hell.
Yeah.
So you got this vehicle that's supposed to weigh 2.5 tons, right? It's got so much armor on it that it now weighs 8 tons.
Jesus.
They put a bigger engine in, 8-ton truck, right? It's a Humvee, so it didn't change size any, but they put so much steel on it, it's now 8 tons, right? It's got 4-wheel drive. They put bigger, heavier suspension, and a bigger
How do the
engine in it.
motors cope with that? Bigger engine. Okay.
Put a bigger they put a much bigger engine in it, right? And heavier suspension on it and a heavier drivetrain. And we were driving so aggressively that we went through a brand new pair of full set 4 Michelin tires per vehicle per week. We would eat up a brand new set of tires in 7 days. Actually 5.
Wow.
That's how aggressive our training was. Yeah, we were
insane.
drifting 8-ton Humvees way before anybody thought drifting was cool.
That'd be a sight to see too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you want to talk about real fun? Get an 8-ton Humvee up on 2 wheels on the same side. Drive like that. We were doing like movie stunt crazy crap. It was fun.
So why not at that point just have a bigger vehicle?
Well, actually, those things have been, I want to say DX'd, and that doesn't mean a damn thing to you. They've been classed out and sold. You could say, decommissioned.
That's what a person does.
It's close enough. You get the idea. They're out of service.
Yeah.
They've been rotated out, and now you can buy Humvees for cheap at surplus. But yeah, they have replaced it. In fact, they replaced it with something. Now? Okay, it comes with the armor already on it. The bottom of it is V-shaped to deflect explosions that are underneath the vehicle. The tires are no longer air pressure tires. The back end is all sealed up. It's got a hydraulic system or pneumatic system, I can't remember, to raise it up where you can get like 2 feet of clearance underneath of it, or you can lower it all the way down and it has like 3 inches of clearance. It's already got the bulletproof glass wrapped all the way around. That's about it. It's ugly as hell.
Yeah. But what, is it still a model of car, or is it
it's a wheeled truck. It's a wheeled truck, yeah. And it's waterproof.
It's not a what did you say the other ones were? Humvee? No?
Humvee, yeah. This is not made by it's not made by the same company. It's not a Humvee at all.
Right, yeah.
No, they went from
So this is a military specific model of car sort of thing.
Oh, sure. Well, ever since the Humvee came out, back when I was a kid. In fact, I went in '88 when they were transitioning between GMC pickup trucks and going to the Humvee. The Humvee was brand new. We got like some of the first ones. And simultaneously, I don't know what it was about the budgeting for the military, but dude, they were buying all kinds of new crazy crap. Like just out of nowhere one day, it was early in '89, right before Desert Storm.
So do you think that's what the spend was?
Yeah, I do. They knew that was coming. They knew it was coming so much before anything was ever on the news or anything. We were already being issued desert camouflage stuff.
Yeah.
We were already painting our vehicles and everything. We knew it was coming.
So that's a good way to try and tell when stuff's happening. Is when the military.
If you know somebody that's in the military, you can ask them what's their training like. How are their vehicles painted? What do your uniforms? Your bivouac, your exercise uniforms. What do those look like? You can tell what the next war is going to be and pretty much where.
Yeah, which is what we were talking about before, Odin. We've started doing all these military exercises in the Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes you wonder, a lot of it could just be show for China as well. letting them
Yeah.
know that like we're we're not just gonna
Show of
sit
strength.
back. Yeah.
Probably should have and not go and do a military parade.
I want to I want to answer nerdy and spooky just because they're being so funny. How many miles per gallon do you get out of a thing like that, and is it good to go grocery shopping in?
Oh my god!
Yeah, there's plenty of trunk room because it seats 6. Okay, 6 adult males with all their weapons and all their bivouac gear will fit in the back end of that thing. So it's great for grocery shopping or a run to the hardware store. And they probably, I didn't look it up, but they probably get, let's see, the Up Armor Humvee was getting, I want to say 8 miles a gallon. So this thing looks like it's probably getting about 6 miles a gallon diesel.
Gallons per foot.
Yeah, it's not gallons. It's not miles per gallon. It's gallons per foot.
That's hilarious.
So how? Yeah. So I imagine that they would chew a shitload of fuel.
Oh,
I know you just said that, but miles and whatnot mean nothing to me. Gallons and miles. What the fuck is that?
Right.
Speak modern, will you? Liters
I can do
and kilometers.
Yes, I know. I could do the translations through Google, but all the U.S. military equipment that's ground vehicles, no matter what it is, it's designed to go 250 miles and need refueling. So they just figure out what kind of mileage per gallon MPG it's gonna get, and then they make the tank big enough to get to 250 miles.
Okay.
That way everybody refuels at the same time.
At the same time. Yeah.
That's right.
Like when it comes to logistics, that actually makes a lot of freaking sense.
It does. It does.
Yeah, you got to think. There's been a lot of lessons learned through war.
Sure.
You know what? I will say, like, the United States have a crap ton of experienced warriors. A crap ton. And
most of them are out of the military.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing, right? Like, you'll see people have these conversations. They're like, yeah, it's the United States were to go to war with, China or Russia and, no nukes. The U.S. would. I'm like, no, bro. Like, no.
So, do you want to, or Richard, do you have StreamYard time?
Okay, so 250 miles, Sammy, is 402.25 kilometer. Yeah, I've got some StreamYard time I can waste.
Because I'm about to hit 12 hours, and I was going to say I can start another one, but if you can do one, that would be better for me. If you want to.
Gallons to liters is 3.785.
So 3.785 liters to a gallon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold on a second.
So,
I'm figuring something out for 250 miles. Divided by 8 miles a gallon. It's 31.25 miles, or 31.25 gallons in a tank. Times 3 what was that number?
8.
3.8.
Yeah, 8 will do.
3.82. 119.3. Okay.
So 119.3 liters.
Yeah. In a tank on a Humvee. Yeah.
Okay, that's a fair whack of juice.
Yeah.
And what did 250 miles translate to?
Nerdy rodent. What is 250 miles in liters? I'm gonna defer you to my science specialist for that. Go see Jay Bundy at Pocket Locker 86 on YouTube. He's my science guy. What was the last thing you said, Sammy? How many?
Oh, so 400 kilometers. Oh, fuck! That's some gas guzzling.
Yes, it is. It's terrible. But we
Polluting
don't care.
bastards. No,
Because we're funded by the Bank of London, and we don't care.
and because we're America. Fuck yeah!
World police, yeah.
There you go.
Police.
World police, hell yeah, America.
Fuck
That's the
yeah.
truth too.
China's
I mean,
saying that they
disgusting
want to
as
be
it
the
is.
world police too.
No, America has always been the world police.
Even as a child in Australia, if you'd have said, "Who's the police of the world?" I would have said America, like in it as a question, but I would have assumed America.
Yeah,
How do you spell?
me too.
Here's
the
spell
point.
the name of your channel, Sammy.
I beg your pardon?
How do you spell the name of your channel or channel name? Because I want to show you.
So the number 420.
Got that.
Space. Actually,
Got that.
I should probably check that. Let me just check my.
I'm gonna
own
just copy
channel
paste
name.
it because this is too hard.
Yeah.
Enter something in chat, will you?
Oh, so it is. So anti-dash CH. Oh, now here's the problem.
Dude, just enter something in chat, please.
Oh, okay.
That way I can just copy paste it. I don't have to like try to come up with those symbols and crap. I'll never be able to find them.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, you won't on a keyboard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Spooky.